Tuesday morning after a big old wallop of a Monday evening out at Oracle Park. The Willie Mays Memorial definitely at the front of our minds today. Marcus was there. I was there. Our good buddy Bill Clinton was there. Everybody was there. But anyway, a lot to get to today. But good morning, Marcus. Great that you were out there. It was a shall we say, a dignitary-filled occasion.
Yes.
Including you, buddy.
It was a festive afternoon down on the corner of 3rd and King. Shout out to everybody who came out to the ballpark yesterday. Shout out to everybody listening on KNBR or watching on NBC Sports Bay Area. A nice celebration of life for Willie Mays.
MLB Network, apparently.
That's right, yeah.
Carried it nationally.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, man. But, wow. And so, as expected, it's so funny. I mean, not so funny. That's the wrong phrase. It's just a reminder of the impact of Willie Mays.
Yes.
What do you need? You need two presidents?
Yeah.
What do you need, two? We'll get you two presidents.
You
know
want
what I mean?
Bill in person, Barry O on the Jumbotron?
Yeah, Obama got shown up by Clinton.
Yeah.
Clinton was like, you're on the Jumbotron? I'm just going to show up right here and see what we got. I mean, my gosh. And if anybody follows me on social media, Insta or Facebook, they saw I squeezed in for one of those. But believe me, I wasn't alone. I was one of about 1,000 selfies that guy took with a natural-born politician. Setting aside whatever you think of Bill Clinton's policies, I'll tell you this: my man can work a room. All right, I'll tell you that right now.
After the ceremony ended, I was watching from afar because I'm not VIP like Mr. 1%er over here.
Well, once you get a few gray hairs on your head, you'll be
Yeah,
down
I know.
there.
I got to earn my stripes. I got to earn my stripes. So I see Murph rubbing elbows with Bill Clinton, but it looked like Murph was almost doing like a mound visit. Bill was basically standing on the bump, just signing autographs and taking pictures with everybody.
He was right at home plate, actually. And it's funny, I was going to, and he's, he was cradling Renee, who was, of course, Renee Anderson was Willie's, personal assistant for 20 years and was by his side at the very end. She was his ultimate keeper, and Bill was giving her, I just call him Bill, like we're old buddies. President Clinton was giving her, like...
Me and my boy Bill.
Well, what do they call him? Bubba. Wasn't that his nickname from the Secret Service? It was Bubba, I think.
What's up,
Bubba? He had Renee... He had her, he was cradling her, her face in his hands. They were nose to nose. I mean, the guy is like, he is a people freaking person. He was right there with Willie Mays' son, Michael Mays, nose to nose. Spike Lee, our old buddy, the day you were off and Rod Brooks was in, and I went up to Spike. By the way, Spike in the very cool New York Giants throwback, right? And he had a baseball bat the whole time.
24, it was awesome seeing him on the screen, kind of resting his chin on the baseball bat, locked into all the speeches.
And then Danny Glover came and sat next to him too. But I said Spike was also under demand. But I had a brief moment where I turned around and there he was, and I said, "Hey, you came on our radio show the day after." He goes, "That was you?" Like he was like, "You?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "I had to come back." And then right then he had his moment. Right then Clinton turned. He's like, "Whoop!" He went in and got a piece of Clinton. And so then I was going to leave because it's like, okay, I get it. Everybody wanted a piece of Clinton, the president of the United States. How many times are you going to meet a prez, right? Probably not too many times,
no,
right?
Not ever.
So I was like, listen, I met Willie Mays. That's enough. I don't need to meet Bill Clinton. And it was FP Santangelo, our buddy. He goes, you're not gonna try to meet him? I go, I'll wait another minute, just see what happens. And so the service was great. I mean, so many speakers. Who do you want to choose? I mean, whether it was Felipe Alou, almost 90, who flew from Florida and not in great health.
No.
Not in great health.
Just got done with a couple surgeries. He was talking about his knee, and he was standing up on the stage for a long time.
Long time. Yeah, he gutted it out. He said his opening line was, they gave me 2 minutes. I need 2 months, is what he said, to talk about Willie Mays. But anyway, so many great speakers. But in the middle of the service, there was two musical interludes. One was Andra Day singing Rise Up, that anthem from a few years ago. You guys know that song, Rise Up? She's beautiful. She had star power. Like, she came out, I'm like, this is a star. Like, she was beautiful, and she sang incredible. And I was like, man, they got Andra Day singing Rise Up live right here on the Oracle Park turf. But the other one was a young sax player, looked to be a teenager, with a piano accompaniment playing a frickin' knockout rendition of the old 1950s standard, My One and Only Love. Now, me being an old man and raised by an old man, I know my old American standards, right? So I was like, oh, that's a beautiful version of My One and Only Love. People would know from John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman, a great version. It's not. You wouldn't call it a banger. A little more romantic, a little more beautiful, a little more melodic, and the kid was fantastic. I was like, wow, it's so great to see what appears to be, he looked to me to be under 21 years old. I've since found out he's 17.
Wow,
and he's from
young.
Oakland.
Wow.
Brame, B-R-A-M-E, Brame, Io Brame, New word, B-R-A-M-E. Check him out. Check him out.
Yeah, he was phenomenal.
So that was one of the highlights for me. And so I was hanging around. And, of course, anybody who knows their Clinton trivia, they know that Bill Clinton was a attempted sax player back in the day. His young tone, the 1992 presidential campaign theoretically turned when he appeared on Arsenio Hall wearing a black Ray-Ban Wayfarers playing saxophone. Mm-hmm. And nobody knew it was going to happen. Arsenio Hall was like, our next guest, Democratic candidate Bill Clinton. And he turns around, he's got these shades on, he's playing saxophone.
And he's actually playing the sax.
Yeah, he played, yeah. Mm-hmm. And people credit that as like the moment that like he kind of changed modern politics. Mm-hmm. Like no presidential candidate was going on Arsenio Hall blowing sax. Yeah. Freaking Dwight Eisenhower wasn't doing that. Gerald Ford wasn't doing that. Ronald Reagan wasn't. Reagan had his own charms. But anyway, that was like the sign that a new generation had arrived. You know, he was the Elvis Presley generation and all that. So anyway, the point is the kid played beautifully, and I loved it. So afterwards, when I'm about to tap out from the Clinton Love Fest going on at home plate, there's just this brief moment where he stopped hugging somebody, and somebody shouted, "Mr. President, my son was the saxophone player," and it happened to be like right next to me. So all of a sudden, I got Clinton turning towards me. I got the sax player on my right, and I'm like, well, this is it. In my moment. And I got like a 5-second window. So I had Clinton turning towards me, and I just said, Mr. President, is my one and only love one of your favorites?
Look at this.
And he turns to me, and he says in the raspy drawl, he says, the touch of your hand is like heaven, which is a line from the song.
Dude.
The touch of your hand is like heaven. Da, 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 da,
I got Murph out here riffing with Bubba.
And so I said, oh, so let's take a picture. And right then the sax kid was sliding in for his shot. So I call it 2 sax players and me. All right, there you go. Thank you very much.
Phenomenal, Murph. How about the read and react skills of my guy, Brian Murphy? Waiting for his moment, being able to get in, hopping into the conversation, and getting a good response from Bill.
Well, I appreciate that because I had my one shot, and I tried to flex my old man. I got to thank my dad. Point to this guy, Bob Murphy, who raised me on the American Standards, on the Great American Songbook. So that's the music that was playing in my house growing up, along with a million other things, Irish folk songs and operas and all that stuff. But anyway, so I knew the song Stone Cold, and I knew if I could just get his ear with that, and he broke out a lyric.
And you got him.
Yeah, so John Coltrane, Johnny Hartman, great version. Again, not a banger. A little bit more when you're trying to lower the lights and maybe invite a special friend over.
Not a banger. Well, I guess technically it would be a banger then, right?
Hey-o. So,
good morning.
Who was your favorite? What was your favorite?
Honestly, I think my favorite is when Felipe Alou and Juan Marichal went back-to-back. Because to me, something that really hit me during the ceremony is that Juan Marichal is the last living statue of the San Francisco Giants. Like, we walk around the ballpark. Of course, we just lost Orlando Cepeda. Obviously, we are there to honor the life of Willie Mays. And we look at all those statues outside, and Juan Marichal is the last living statue. That was my big takeaway.
And you know what? I got to talk to him at the reception afterwards. He ain't going anywhere. Guy's healthy as a horse. You got another 20 with Juan.
And he was hilarious on the microphone also, riffing about having Willie Mays playing behind him.
Yeah, he was great. He looks different since he shaved the tash. He came in studio in like 06, I want to say, something like that, 05, 06. And I told him that he said, I remember that is what he said. So anyway, but yeah, the Dominican freaking dandy, dude. There he is. And I told him, I said, you know, I do This Date in Giants Histories on the Giants broadcast. And I said to him, Juan, do you know how many times I say Juan Marichal threw a complete game on This Date in Giants History? And I said, and the other thing I say most frequently is Willie Mays hit a home run on This Date in Giants History. So it was just, listen, the Giants, what are you going to do? Chris Berman, Bob Costas, on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
Many, Bob Mel. I was told the team was going to be there, but I didn't see them. I saw
Bo Mel.
Yeah, Melvin
was
there.
Pretty much it of the modern players. Buster Posey, Sergio Romo.
Hunter Pence, on and on. Randy Wynn and everybody, kind of just everybody who was a part of this kind of Giants family. For Hackman, Jeffrey Leonard, on and on. Like we said, Spike Lee, Bill Clinton. Yeah. Willie Brown, by the way, north of 90, still he has one silver-tongued SOB, man. He will get up there and work a mic.
These politics can talk,
man. That's it. That's what you got to do. You got to work a mic. If you can work a mic, buddy, you got a shot. That's it. So anyway, Willie Mays, number 24, man. He had a little bit of an impact on American culture.
Yeah, it was a great ceremony, whether we're talking about Barry Bonds' speech at the end, whether we're talking about Dusty Baker up there with his riffs. Joe Torre, I thought was pretty funny, too, with John Miller stealing a couple of his
Joe Torre
hit
stories. On something that's real. If you're ever in I've been in those situations where you have to say something, and I prepare like a couple of standard jokes, and the guy up in front of you does the same joke. You're like, damn.
He stole my bit.
Joe Torre walked up and goes, John Miller, you stole my joke. I was like, that was my closing line.
And he was dead serious about it because he brought it up like 2 or 3 times. He's like, I was going to tell this story that John Miller just spoiled for all of you guys.
That's a tough deal, man. When you got the one money anecdote and the guy in front of you tells it, you're like, oh, man. So, all right, guys, Willie Mays. Well, Nets and Giants, you better turn this into a win, right? Taking on the Blue Jays tonight against lefty Yusei Kikuchi. Is his name right?
Yusei Kikuchi. I say Kikuchi.
Yeah, and I was thinking, that means it's going to be a Slater.
You won't see Slater no more.
Does that mean Matos?
That means Matos.
Okay. All right.
Vamos Matos, Vamos Ramos, Vamos Blake Snell back in action.
Oh, my God. We got to talk about that. So we got Blake Snell going tonight. We got the Steve Kerr visited Tolbert and Copes with some talk about Klay Thompson. And, of course, we continue to remember Willie Mays' phenomenal service at Oracle Park on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about Klay Thompson leaving in free agency and him and Steph Curry representing Team USA at this year's Olympics. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Willie Mays gave me the chance to realize what real greatness is. And it's a curious combination of intelligence, dedication, the will to win, and a fundamental humility to believe that the effort is the prize. A gift he leaves us all with, and that I hope we can all share and cherish for the rest of our lives. God bless you, Willie. Thank you.
Young Tony. Wow. What a rejoin. Bill Clinton, no matter what you think of his politics, was so incredibly generous and kind to come on out and pay homage to Willie Mays, give that great, great little speech about what Willie left us with that fundamental humility to believe that the work is the prize, right? It's so great. Set to the John Coltrane version of My One and Only Love, which is the song that Io Brame played, the 17-year-old kid from Oakland. That was my entry to my selfie with Bill Clinton. But this is real music. Now, it's real music, baby, right?
Now, this sounded great last night at the ceremony. It sounds great this morning, too.
This is real. This is the real deal.
Ooh.
This is the real. This is like American culture kind of at its finest.
I'm down with some smooth jazz.
John Coltrane. And then Johnny Hartman comes in on the vocal a little bit later on. Sinatra called. He said he's retiring once he hears Johnny Hartman sing. So this is like, primo stuff here, buddy. This is like when you pull down the good bottle from the shelf. You know what I mean?
You know it's going to be a good night.
Whether it's bourbon or wine, you're like, I'm going to go get the good bottle.
Yeah, we're going top shelf tonight.
So only for Willie, right? Only for Willie Mays. Thank you for dialing that up there, youngster. Did you know, young Tony, and this is a good one for you, did you know the song at all?
No, actually, no, not at all.
How about, I wouldn't expect you to. John Coltrane, how about John Coltrane?
No.
Okay, so let me just okay. So all your rappers, they would be John Coltrane fans.
I was going to say, we know J. Cole. We don't know John Coltrane, though.
Well, Coltrane would be, what's interesting about Coltrane is, so my dad, jazz, man, jazz, but he was an old traditional jazz fan, New Orleans jazz, Louis Armstrong as a kid. Like not Louis Armstrong doing Hello Dolly, like Louis Armstrong when he was like 20,
Damn.
On the streets of New Orleans, like old traditional Dixieland jazz. My dad loved all that stuff. And then what happened in the 1950s was this new generation came along. They called it bebop. And it was John Coltrane and Miles Davis and those guys, Bird, Charlie Parker. And they took jazz, which was all very melodic and structured, and they kind of broke it down into sort of free form, sort of not structured. And a lot of people in the 50s thought that was cool and kind of counter-revolutionary. My dad was out on that. He was like, no, man, I don't ride with that. My dad liked the structure and the melody and all that.
Wow.
That is actually more of a structured melody song. But you get into some of Coltrane. I'm just warning you guys, if you get into Coltrane and Miles Davis, it gets kind of free-formy and kind of loose.
So would you say the bebop style is kind of what influenced like rock and roll?
It's a good question. It's hard to answer. Rock and roll kind of came out of what? Blues, gospel, R&B, a little bit, all kind of influenced, but no, a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe it's a good question, probably for somebody, a better music historian than me.
Probably for a guy who used to sit in this chair.
But actually, no, he was not. That was not a strength of, and believe I'm saying this all with love, all with love. But I think I knew some of the old jazz stuff better than he did.
Ooh, look at you,
Murph. I used to kind of keep it on the down low. Now I'm saying it on the air.
Now around 50,000 watts.
So, anyway, Barry Bonds yesterday. You know, it's funny. I wrote that jock blog wondering if he's going to be the new Godfather. It's interesting. There's still an awkwardness, right? There's still even some of the stuff he said up there yesterday.
Yeah.
He's not quite. He's still. I don't know what it is about Barry. I'm not knocking him at all. He's fantastic. He was great. He just has that little kind of quirky way about him where he'll make a little one-liners like, it's so cold up here. I want to get back in the dugout.
Yeah. Well, I know he was also fighting back some emotions.
Yeah.
A real cool moment when he pointed up at the sky to kind of remember not just Willie, but his dad also. And he talked about how hard it was to talk about both of them. So I think that was his way of kind of coping and kind of joking a little bit so he didn't get too emotional.
Yeah.
But there were a couple lines where Barry, I don't want to say made it about himself, but it's Barry being Barry.
Yeah, that's true. And again, I want to tread very lightly here because this is his godfather and they have a great relationship. It's just, some people are comfortable talking in public and others are maybe less so. But I'm ready for Barry. I mean, he's so beloved. The crowd even chanted Barry when he got up there.
He got a huge ovation.
Yeah, he did. He's the guy. Yeah. He's the guy now. I mean, we mentioned Juan Marichal, but Barry's the guy. Barry's the guy to take the torch for Giants fans for the next 20, 30 years.
I was going to say, it was interesting. Two of the loudest applauses of the night were for Barry Bonds and Buster Posey. Two guys who I feel like are viewed differently for their legacies here in San Francisco.
Agreed. Yeah. Very much so. Different eras, different championships, different, PEDs and all that stuff. But Barry's, what are you going to say? What makes Barry so freaking legit is not just Willie, but Bobby. I mean, we don't talk enough about Bobby Bonds. Bobby Bonds was an incredible player whose career was sort of herky-jerky because he got traded a bunch. And for whatever reason, I don't know. But go look at his numbers. I think, was he the first? He was one of the first 300 guys ever. I mean, Willie was, obviously, but the list of 300 guys when Bobby Bonds got there was very small. And I might be blowing the trivia here. He might have been the first or the second or the third or something. I mean, he was an incredible player. And again, why wasn't he a lifetime Giant? It gets into politics, something in the clubhouse, something with the GM. I think Bobby, my impression, and hopefully somebody who from that era can correct me, he's a very headstrong guy. I think he was very set in his ways. And if a GM or a manager wanted him to do something different, I don't think he wanted to do it. That's my impression. So they shipped him out, If you go look at his career, he's a Yankee. Played for the Yankees. Yeah. Unbelievable player. Didn't quite achieve the heights of Mays or Barry. Yeah. But, whether it was because he kept getting traded or because he was headstrong. But the point is that Barry comes from that. Yeah. That's his dad, right? And then the other guy is Willie Mays. I mean, these are his two mentors, are two of the greatest Giants of all time. So Barry is the guy to be the Giant. So young Tony, his comments yesterday, if we have any, from his at the Willie Mays Memorial, Barry Bonds.
That's nothing compared to what Willie taught me about the game of baseball and what he gave to me like a second son. Mentorship, unconditional love, and yes, a butt kicking when I needed it. And then love again like a father. But I didn't know after all these years, turning 60 in July, what Willie was truly giving me until now. Forever memories. Forever memories. And like I said about my father, thank you, Willie. Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful words, man. Beautiful words. And saying, ultimately, in the end, forget the home runs and all that. It's just the memories, right?
Yeah.
In the end. So very, very cool.
Yeah, and the fact that he said it took him until his 60th birthday to kind of realize it. And, like,
You know,
it's the old saying, like, you never know what you have until it's gone.
Yeah.
And, like, there's always those reflective points in your life. It seems like Barry definitely is going through one of those.
Isn't there a line that from The Office, the rare sentimental line where Andy says, I wish you knew the good old days were happening when you're in them or something like that. He said near the end. We're getting real sentimental here today.
It was almost like Klay Thompson's goodbye message to Dub Nation. Don't cry because it's over.
Yes.
Smile because it happened.
Very much so. Very much so. By the way, I just looked it up. I think Bobby Bonds was the second 300 guy ever. I think Mays was first and then Bobby Bonds. Bobby Bonds, dude. Time to recognize on Bobby Bonds. So we lost him. And Bill Clinton told that story that when he came, and I remember this, but the park opened in 2000, and it was such a big deal, right? And the Giants actually opened by losing, I think, the first 7 games there. And then the Examiner sent out like a voodoo doctor to see if there was a curse on the
a voodoo doctor.
Yeah, to see if there's a curse on the park.
Is that why they got rid of Rusty down the right field line?
Maybe. I want to bring back Rusty, by the way. But anyway, so Clinton came, and he was still president at the time. So it was a big deal that the sitting president came to a Giants game, and it was on Mother's Day 2000, and the game got rained out. It was a Sunday game. Clinton told this story, and he said he was arranged to sit in Mays' suite. He was so excited. And then the game, he said, actually, it worked out because then said Barry and Bobby, who was still alive, showered, dressed, and got in their clothes and came up and sat in the suite with Clinton and Mays. And Clinton said, and I just got to be that crazy fan.
And I had 24 politicians, and he signed 24 autographs.
Yeah, that was the Willie Brown story.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
So anyway, man, just memories forever. And, man, we're losing them all. You got to treasure them. And those were nice words from Barry. I'm glad you played those. Glad you played them. All right, let's go guest list on Tuesday, July 9, 2024. Day after the Mays Memorial. Now, the Giants have no excuse. Go beat the freaking Blue Jays tonight.
Come on, Blake Snell.
All right, young Tony. How you doing, kid?
Doing fantastic, boys.
How did it all sound on the radio? You were listening?
Yeah, I was listening. I was on the golf course listening to the broadcast. It sounded really, really good. Heard Copes chiming in when there was a little bit of a dead air in between speakers. It was a really good broadcast.
Everybody check out Io Brame, 17-year-old sax player out of Oakland.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for finding his name.
iobrame.com.
Yeah.
We'll check that email.
You're the man. I couldn't find the kid's name. Tony's like, I'm on it.
Tony found it in like 20 seconds.
Next thing, about 2 seconds later in my
Say
inbox.
less.
All
All right, coming up at 7:30, we'll talk to a guy that was out there last night. We'll talk to Dwayne Kuiper, get his reaction to the celebration of life of Willie Mays.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
We're going to have the big hit at 7:50, the cooler content at 8:15. We'll talk to Alex Pavlovich at 8:30. And then Damon Minor, hitting coach for the River Cats at 9:30. Brett Wisely gives him credit for his swing adjustments. We'll see what Damon Minor's got to say.
Well, he also would have coached our all-star, Elliot Ramos.
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, we want to get to the Steve Kerr sound on Klay. Do that at about 6:50. But next up, Blake Snell and the week ahead. Next on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Well, I'm really looking forward to see Blake Snell come in with everything clicking. You know, he was just starting to put things together when he went back on this IL this last time, and that was really disappointing because he was close with all his pitches. When he's right, all his pitches are swing and miss pitches, and more so than anybody else in the game. I mean, you know, you don't win two sides unless you got swing and miss stuff. Well, he's got four weapons that he can make you look bad with, and so he's going to hopefully do what we all expect him to do.
Well, I mean, Mike Krukow and Blake Snell, we'll get into it in just a second. I think the bigger story right now is that young Tony has discovered the 50s, and Miles Davis, John Coltrane, and Duke Ellington, who would bridge both eras. He would have been 30s, 40s, and then he collaborated with some of the bebop guys. Have you found something new here, young Tony?
This is some good stuff, yeah. I recognize this beat, and I was like, what is this? I recognize it from Mac Miller's Diablo.
How about that?
He samples this song.
Well, I got it. You know what? I salute Mac Miller. See? I told you.
by the way.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
My guy, Mac Miller.
I said to you on the previous one, I said, your rappers know these guys.
Definitely. How about on the next rejoin, you give me Big Crit, Booby Miles. That's a nice jazz track, too, that he overlays with some bars.
Man, oh, man. This is all because of the 17-year-old kid from Oakland, Io Brame, who performed just a freaking lights-out version of the classic My One and Only Love at the Willie Mays ceremony yesterday. It was just fantastic. I didn't know. It wasn't on the program. We got the program, and it said, Larry Bear's going to speak, Joe Torre's going to speak, Rob Manfred's going to speak.
I wasn't too big of a fan of his speech.
Listen, I'm going to thank him for flying out.
Thanks for coming out, Rob.
But
I didn't need his speech.
People didn't really need it.
I didn't need it.
They didn't need it. And also, if he's going to get up there, I thought he was going to retire 24. Instead, he's kind of like, hey, Willie was good.
He was kind of reading through some stats.
Yeah.
And then talked about how important the Willie Mays MVP trophy is, after he called the World Series trophy a piece of metal.
You and I are on the same wavelength. I was sitting there in my chair thinking it, and then Waterboy phone buzzes. His Waterboy back in the first base dugout texted me. He goes, you going to call this thing a hunk of metal, too?
Come on, get the hell out of here, Manfred.
So, anyway, Io Brame, shout him out. Go check him out on Instagram or whatever. I'd highly recommend him. So it's got us in a sentimental mood, as it were. Mm-hmm. But anyway, that leads to tonight. Now the Giants got to go win some games. Now they got to go win some games, and it's against the Toronto Blue Jays, who are 8 games under 500.
Not a good season for the Bluebirds.
This is your AL East rival. Mm-hmm. What have you known about them? Like, they've been good the last couple of years.
They have.
What's gone wrong this year?
But their team has kind of fallen off a map, whether it's guys like Bo Bichette, who's not having the real breakout season that a lot of experts thought he would have after his last couple of years in the bigs. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was a guy that struggled a lot in the first couple months of the season, only had like 2 home runs. Now he's your starting first baseman for the American League All-Star team, so he's hot as hell. Vladdy Jr. coming to town. That's a guy that I would love to see in orange and black one day here playing in San Francisco, and a guy that's rumored to be on the trade mill. But join the list. Whether we're talking about him, George Springer could be moved this summer. It has been a disappointing season for the Toronto Blue Jays.
I mean, right now, they're by WAR. Their top-performing player is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
Wow. Right. IKF is their top-rated player.
Dalton Varsho is second.
Dalton Varsho.
And then Vlad Jr. third.
Forever Diamondback.
Jose Barrios fourth, yeah.
Jose might be on the move this summer, too.
Right now, Vlad Jr.'s numbers are, he's hitting 295, 13 bombs, 52 ribs. Kind of looks like a giant, except for the 295 part.
I would love to see him in the Giants lineup.
Yeah, Bo Bichette's hitting 226 with an OPS in 606.
Yeah, and I was talking about this with our resident Blue Jay fan yesterday, Walter Icapulseta.
Oh, because he's a fan of every team.
Oh, and he loves himself some Vladdy, but we were talking about the trade possibilities of whether or not Vlad would be on the block this summer, or a lot of people are talking about Bo Bichette being on the trading block, but I don't think you can trade a franchise shortstop like that in the prime of his career.
He's 26 years old. Right now, he's 4 bombs, 30 ribs.
Yeah.
Their third baseman is a guy named Ernie Clement, who's hitting 250. Their outfield is Davis Schneider. He's got 10 bombs, 35 ribs, hitting 211. Kevin Kiermaier, who's one of the great fielders. He's getting up there, 34 years old. And George Springer's 34 now.
Yeah.
And his OPS is 672.
Yeah, he's been a little hotter lately, but yeah, he's a guy who got cut in our fantasy baseball league. He was doing so bad earlier this season.
And their DH is old man Justin Turner, 39 years old.
Justin Turner.
There was talk of the Giants signing him. Would you want 5 bombs, 27 ribs, and a 245 average?
Nah, I'm good.
Or otherwise known as maybe Austin Slater?
Taking shots at Slater on the way out.
Nah. Catcher's Danny Jansen, 5 bombs, 16 ribs, hitting 218. And then Vladdy, of course, is really their star, hitting 13 bombs, 52 ribs, hitting 295 with an 830 OPS. Oh, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa on the IL.
IKF.
He's on the
best
IL.
Player.
IKFIL, which means we won't see him.
And I got news for the analytic crowd. IKF is not the best player on that team.
Yeah. See, did you see?
It's a guy who got cut by the Yankees last year.
Michael Mays had a good line, though, when he talked about when he was just kind of riffing at the start, and he was like, where triples go to die, the say hey kid. And he said the All-Star game was invented for him. These are all the phrases. And then he said, more important, when 9 become 1, you win. He goes, that's Willie Mays analytics.
Ooh.
That was a good line. It was a good line. So anyway, here's the night, dude. Here's my night with Blake Snell. So I'm just gonna throw this out there. Do you view Blake Snell as a possible trade piece?
Ooh.
Do you view Blake Snell as a possible trade piece? Because I do.
I would say the answer is yes.
Yeah, I saw Farhan yesterday at the service, and I was gonna say, hey, dude, don't be afraid to trade Blake Snell.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, obviously the contract is not onerous. Some team that picks him up, you're not picking up a brutal contract.
No, you'll be getting Blake Snell next year for 1 year around $30 million.
Yeah, if he opts in.
Mm-hmm. If he opts in, yeah.
He might go lights out. So, I mean, listen, so who's going to be – what are the Giants' realistic expectations this year? Realistically, they're not going to win the World Series, right? Realistically?
I would agree with that take.
But so what's the best case scenario? Play exciting ball, get to October.
Get to that third wild card
Thrill
spot.
us in this short and meaningless thing called life, right? Just give us something.
Yeah.
Right? Give us something to watch.
Yeah.
So how do you get there? Well, they're going to have a much better second half. They've kind of slipped back in this wild card race a little bit.
Which
Cardinals
is
are starting to
surprising, too, after they won a series against the Cubs, won a series against the Dodgers, won a series against the Braves. You would think they would have made up some ground by
Well,
now.
they dug themselves such a hole with
Yeah.
that skid, that trip through Chicago, the Rickwood week.
Yeah.
And the week Willie died.
Yeah.
When they really hit the skids. So they're 44 and 47. So right now, the Padres are 49 and 45. The Diamondbacks are 45 and 46. And if we go by my favorite thing, the loss column, they're only 1 back of Arizona in the loss column, only 2 back of San Diego in the loss column. So it's there. They just haven't gone on that 12 out of 15 run, that 10 out of 13 run. They just haven't done it. This would be the week to do it. I know the Twins are good. They're 52 and 39, and they're coming to town. But the Giants right now are playing better. So here's my question. Can the Giants achieve this without Blake Snell? So let's say you trade Snell. So then your rotation is Webb, Hicks, Harrison, Birdsong, Ray, Cobb. I mean, there's I give you 6 right there.
Yeah, and you can throw Keaton Wynn into the conversation. That's 7 guys who could be possibly in the rotation.
Without Blake Snell. So you have enough arms.
Yeah.
You have enough arms to do it. What can you get for him?
I think you can get an interesting trade piece from one of these teams that need a contender. We've seen a lot of injuries with pitchers this season. I think Blake Snell still has value. Now, of course, that depends if he bounces back and has 2 good starts before the MLB trade deadline. Maybe that changes the narrative. Maybe he finally pitches more than 4 2/3 innings, but I think Blake Snell still has some value to some team out there thinking that they could fix him and to take a flyer for 1 year, $30 million. If he opts in next year, I think there'll be some interest out there.
Will he pitch again Sunday against Minnesota? The rotation there'll be 4 days off. So theoretically, we're going to get 2 starts out of him this week. I don't know. I don't know what his stamina is, his gas tank, how many pitches they want out of him. But theoretically, you could go Tuesday, Sunday with Snell, so that's 2 starts. Yeah. Then you have 4 days off. You could start him at Colorado that next weekend. 3. Well, maybe you want to save him for the Dodgers. You could get 3 starts from him before the trade deadline. And if they're what if they're great?
Then we're talking about trading Blake Snell. And, that's the thing that I know I've talked about it. I know Mike Krukow has talked about it a bunch. It's like his last 2 starts for the Giants, he had 7 to 8 to 9 strikeouts. Like that game against the Yankees before he got hurt, he was pitching pretty well until Juan Soto took him deep. Spoiler alert, Juan Soto does that to everybody.
Yeah.
But Blake Snell was actually having encouraging outings. He threw 5 no-hit innings on Friday with the Sacramento River Cats, 9 strikeouts. I know it's AAA hitters he's facing, but you would think that at some point, since we hear so much about Blake Snell being a second-half pitcher, that he's going to show up at some point.
Yeah, and again, if you trade him, you can. And if Robbie Ray, this Robbie Ray, I mean, this mythical. Everybody says after the All-Star break, bro, the All-Star break's next week.
Yeah.
Is he coming back? Are we getting Robbie Ray in our lives in like 2 weeks?
Get those tight pants ready.
I know, right? And Alex Cobb's another one we've had a lot of pump fakes on.
A lot of setbacks for Cobb.
Are you looking to keep giving Hayden Birdsong the ball?
I think you got to keep giving the kid the opportunity, but I think the big question mark is when guys like Cobb and Robbie Ray and Blake Snell tonight, when they return from the IL, what are you going to do with this rotation? And whether or not Brian Price and Bob Melvin are thinking about going to a 6-man rotation, because of the innings limits on Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks.
I wonder what the true number they're looking at on Harrison is.
And there's got to be a way. Like, I would love to talk about this with Mike Kruko as we get sooner and sooner to that topic, or I should say closer and closer to that topic, about whether or not you can kind of mix and match so that Logan Webb is still throwing every fifth day, but then maybe you rotate Harrison and Hicks to get that sixth man into the rotation. There's got to be a way to figure it out.
Yeah, for sure. So anyway, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just saying, listen, do you want to keep Blake Snell for next year when you make a run? Maybe. Harrison's at 80 innings. I mean, he's got room. Weren't they talking like 130 or something like that?
I think I threw out 140, 150 before the season started, which might be high expectations for me, but everything I spoke to Kyle about this season, whether it was down at spring training, whether it's down at the Fan Fest in San Jose, he wants to pitch deep into games, and he wants to get that inning total up.
So let's just say 150 for the heck of it. 70 more innings. They've played, 90? They have 70 games left. If you do a 5-man rotation, 14 starts, that's about, you could literally give him 14 more starts with 5 innings to start and get 70 more innings.
Yeah.
And if you go to a 6-man rotation, you can do even longer than that. So.
I mean, that's the thing, too. It's like, I don't know if they would be interested in this idea, but maybe you could skip a start or two and just do like a platoon with Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison.
The Eric Miller, Spencer Bivens game, which we hate, but if it buys you Kyle Harrison through September, then you do it. Anyway, stuff to watch. Well, we'll see. Blake Snell, buddy, what you got? What you got? This was the guy who, when they signed him on March, 18th, was it?
Sometime around there.
That's when I said 90 wins. Was I riffing? They ain't getting to 90. I got news for you. All right? I'm going to miss
pretty
on
far
that
away
one.
from 90.
I got Elliot Ramos in the All-Star game. I'm not getting 90 wins.
Let's go, Murph. I'll give you credit for that.
And we are getting some Coltrane and some Miles Davis. So there you go. And we all were proud to be there for Willie Mays yesterday. All right. Steve Kerr joined Tobin and Copes. The Klay Thompson fallout continues next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. A restful day in the Bay Area sports yesterday, but a day for all of us to go out to Oracle Park and remember the life of Willie Mays, where we were joined by, who do you want? Any Hall of Fame baseball player you want from across the Bay. Ricky Henderson, Dave Stewart, Reggie Jackson.
Mr. October.
And then from this side of the Bay, your Buster Posies, your Hunter Pences, your Juan Marichals, your Barry Bonds, and by the way, from the political spectrum, your President Bill Clinton in the flesh, Barry O, Barack Obama on the video screen, and of course, just luminaries everywhere. It was a great occasion. And we've been remembering that, and we'll get back to that a little bit later on today. But as the Warriors continue to sort out their future, Steve Kerr hopped on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. And one of the things we brought up yesterday was about how Klay, did Klay give the middle finger to the Bay? Is it that bad? And he was talking about how he just couldn't handle his role getting benched. And I said to you at one point, I'm like, well the guy who benched him was Steve Kerr, right? I mean, so Kerr hopped on, from Vegas, where, by the way, are they going to win the gold?
I don't know. After yesterday's game against Team Select, where our guy, Brandon Podjemski, anything is possible, he had a chance to hit the game winner in the scrimmage yesterday, got blocked by Anthony Davis. I know it's just a practice game, but still, wasn't the most encouraging sign from the United States Olympics team.
You heard the 17-year-old kid dominated. Yeah. Cooper Flagg.
Kid
is going to Duke. They say he's already the number one pick in the draft in a year. And somebody's bringing this up. Somebody said tank for Cooper Flagg, but you can't tank anymore because the Pistons have been tanking for years, and they can't win the ping pong ball lottery.
No.
You can't tank and get the number one pick anymore.
You still need some luck.
Or some NBA fixing.
Or a frozen envelope.
Exactly. So Cooper Flagg is maybe the Warriors should tank for Cooper Flagg. How's that for an idea? Cooper Flagg is the next Steph Curry.
Oh, well, here's the question. Should the Warriors trade away Steph Curry for a bajillion first-round draft picks so that they can get Cooper Flagg?
There you go. 808 KNBR. That would be the hottest topic of all.
There's your hot take.
Why are you trading Steph Curry for 8 first-rounders for the chance to get Cooper Flagg?
So you're saying there's a chance.
Anyway, Kerr came on, and you had to talk about him. He was the guy who slowly phased Klay out.
Yeah.
And that's what Klay got so upset and was upset, as we now know, for a year and a half.
Yeah, he was upset for a while.
Yeah, and so Steve Kerr came on with Tolbert and Copes and talked about it all. It all goes back to the injuries, the ACL tear, says Kerr.
But I just think it was so difficult on him. It has been so difficult on him ever since that point. And so there was never like a fraying between Klay and the team. It was more, things got a lot harder for Klay himself. And so, he went from the guy who was zero maintenance and carefree and just loving life to, man, we saw him struggling, and it was difficult to see, and we tried to help him through it as best we could. And but even though he came back and has played really well and done a phenomenal job, helped us win another title in 22, it's just been really rough for him, having to figure all that stuff out.
Interesting. Interesting. Reveals that he said he went from zero maintenance to not zero maintenance. That this ACL tear, the ACL's before the Achilles too, by the way.
And we're talking about the maintenance of recovering from not just one, but two injuries, and how long of a process that is for Klay Thompson. And I know how reflective that time can be for professional athletes to be taken off the court, to be taken off the field, to not be able to do the one thing that you love, that you've been doing your entire life. There are dark times for a lot of these athletes dealing with these injuries. And it sounds like Klay Thompson went through that dark period.
Yeah, I think we as fans sort of just brush it over. Oh, that guy's hurt. He'll be back.
Oh, I hear it all the time. He's getting Tommy John surgery. No problem. Everybody gets Tommy John. It's fine. It's like, no, it doesn't happen for everybody.
Yeah.
I didn't come back from Tommy John surgery.
Did you have hopes to?
Of course I did. Everybody does. But there's tons of players who tear an ACL or tear something and think, I'm going to get back to that same level. No, it's not a fairy tale ending for everybody.
What was it? Was it that you just didn't have the same velocity or something? Or did you even try?
I tried. I went through the whole rehab process, did the whole rehab, throwing program, bullpen, stuff like that. And then you come back and you're so focused on trying to fix one thing, something else can go wrong, which you see a lot with guys with ACL and Achilles injuries. So I came back with my Tommy John surgery and I tore my labrum.
Oh, is that what
happened? So the next thing you know, you're just piling on injuries, and then you're asking yourself questions like, do I want to do this again for a second time?
Yeah.
Do I want to sit out another year in the physical therapy room and go through these dark times that these athletes go through?
Instead, you decided to go on the Katati crawl.
Yeah, then I just started drinking and somehow ended up in radio.
And or you said, I'm going to go to my film class and go watch Casablanca.
That's it. I'll start studying films. And that's how I got into the K-Sun radio program up at Sonoma State when I had Tommy John surgery. And I was like, damn, I got a lot of free time. I'm going to go join the radio program.
But you did the labrum, huh? You tore the labrum? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I had a slight tear in my labrum after that. Dr. Akazuki, shout out our guy Dr. Akazuki, who was there yesterday for the Willie Mays celebration. He's a team doctor for the San Francisco Giants. He comes up to me and goes, Marcus, we're going to have to cut you again. Do you want to go through this process? I was like, I'm a semester away from graduating, dude. Give me my diploma. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Yeah, okay. Well, and look at you now, buddy.
Yeah, look at me now.
Look at you now trying to sneak onto the field at the Willie Mays Memorial.
Yeah, I try not to get kicked out.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. You know which part, just quick digression on Mays, before I forget my thread, you know which part we haven't even talked about? Was the military tribute where they played taps.
Dude.
And the flag presentation, and you forget, Willie Mays served in the United States Army.
Yeah.
Dude.
That was a really cool moment.
Incredible moment. And the folded flag presented to Michael Mays. Damn. I defy anybody to ever be in the presence of taps and not have a moment. My God. Speaking of old movies, From Here to Eternity, young man, my dad's favorite movie of all time. We had to watch it. It was required. It was to graduate from our household. You had to, and there's a legendary scene where Montgomery Clift plays taps in From Here to Eternity. And my dad will just he'll come running in from the house just to watch that scene. But anyway, the point is Mays got that yesterday, which was pretty awesome. Back to Steve Kerr, and there he is. I mean, he's admitting all this stuff that was going on behind the scenes when the Warriors, and by the way, they won the championship in 2022.
Yeah.
They won the freaking championship. I want to go back and look at Klay's box scores from those series. Is it your memory that he was very, very good during that time?
I mean, I think he was serviceable. I don't think he was Game 6 Klay, those ideal moments that we got through him first, the three title runs.
It was Wiggins, right?
It was Wiggins. Wiggins was two-way Wiggs. We were talking about him maybe being MVP and stealing the trophy away from Steph.
Yeah. So he talks about the injury being very hard and changing Klay's personality. Mm-hmm. So then he gets to the second cut where, he winds up benching him. And we've read from Slater and everybody that was that might have been where Klay was like, I'm out.
Yeah.
You've benched me. I mean, I'm not saying, I don't know that for sure. But if you piece together all the evidence of when was he disgruntled and how upset he was and Slater's piece and what Steph has said, And he's like, you don't bench me. He said kind of sometimes in public he would admit it was tough. Other times he would say, I got to be a team player. So he was wrestling. Here's Kerr on benching Klay.
Yeah, they're all tough. And every year, you have these types of decisions as a coach, and you have to kind of navigate your way through them. But they're especially tough when they involve a guy like Klay, who has done so much for the team. But, when the team starts to struggle, then, I have to make the best decision for the team and, not for the individual. And players understand that, and I try to help our players through that as best I can. But ultimately, that's the job. And it's no fun when you're put in that position, but that is the job. And so I think this year we found, late in the season that we looked better for a while with Brandon starting and Klay coming off the bench. And then, teams started to adjust a little bit and we went back to Klay. But that's, it's kind of the where we are as a team and where certain guys are individually, where we're having to make these changes.
Yeah. He's a tough decision, had to do it. Mm-hmm. And he said it's where we are as a team.
Yeah, and if you remember during the season, Steve Kerr spoke a lot about the conversations he had with Klay. I mean, we could probably go through the system and find some old Klay sound about his conversation with Steve Kerr about at this point in his career, he doesn't have to compare himself to the old Klay. You just got to enjoy the kind of last year or two of your NBA career. And he talked about the end of his career and how it compares to Klay. That's when Klay started getting inspiration from guys like Manu Ginobili and saw his role with the Spurs. But again, when you start over 700 consecutive games, maybe it was the straw that broke the camel's back with Klay Thompson after everything that happened in the offseason prior to the season.
Yeah, I'm just going through his NBA Finals box score in the against Boston. He had a couple of good games here. I'm going through his 15, 28, 38. 49, 50. So he was 20 for 57 from three. What is that? I'm going to do the math right now.
Oh, you're the math guy, not me.
I don't know. I don't mind. 35%. I mean, it ain't Buddy Hield.
Oh, stop it. Let's not start this again.
Anyway, he scored 25 in game 3 that they lost at Boston. That was his best game. He was a minus 16 in that game, plus minus. This one's for the Klay haters. In the championship, the game they won at Boston, game 6, the game, he went 5 for 20 from the field.
Hold that, haters!
Oh,
hold that one.
Oh, man, 2 of 8 from 3.
Oh, come on.
But they got the championship, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
They got the championship.
Let's talk about the rings.
Here's Kerr on saying maybe it's best for both. That, again, this gets back to what I'm saying, and I don't know, I could wind up getting burned hard, man. Mark Spears was very skeptical that the Warriors are better without Klay. He's like, no way. That's what he said until they get a number 2 scorer. And I was like, is it Kuminga? And he's like, no way. So are the Warriors going to be better without Klay is the question. And that's a tough thing to say, right? But here's Kerr on the possibility that it's best for both.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And Klay expressed that to me when we sat down and talked during free agency. And, we had several discussions, about everything that was happening. And ultimately what it came down to for him was, he felt like a change of scenery would be good. And because he felt that way and the difficulties that he's had kind of reconciling with the injuries, comparing himself to his old self, I think it could be the best thing for both sides. And I hate to even say that, but it sounds crazy, but I do think it's probably the case. And obviously we wish Klay well and thank him for everything that he's done for us.
Damn. Yeah. We wish you well. Are you going to get that? That day's coming. Yeah. They're going to wish you well and thank you for everything they've done. How about those emails you get when that one person gets blown out? Mm-hmm. And when you get an email at work and it's just the person's name in the subject line, and you click on it, it says, Klay Thompson is no longer with Cumulus Media. Yeah. We thank him for all, what do they say? We thank him for all he's done and wish him well in his future endeavors.
It's always the wish you well. If you wish me so well, why aren't I still working? Why isn't Klay still with the Warriors?
Right.
If
Do you
wished him
really
so
want
well?
my future endeavors to go well?
Yeah.
Do you really?
Do you really want Klay to win a ring with Kyrie Irving?
Well, that gets back to the old, can you be happy for someone else, right? Can you be happy for someone else? Very rare occasions that you're truly happy for someone else.
Well, I'll be happy to see Klay Thompson happy. And I hope he is happy in Dallas. Like, that's what I want to make clear. I'm never going to root against Klay Thompson, even if he is paired up with Kyrie Irving now and Luka and the Dallas Mavericks. I'm not going to be anti-Klay Thompson. And if Klay Thompson needed to get out of town to clear his head, maybe it is the best thing for Klay moving forward. Who knows how his career is going to end, but we should all be thankful for what he did here in the Bay Area.
By the way, just in case anybody was listening yesterday, and we had this big breakdown of Buddy Hield, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry. What's true, what's not, who's made more threes.
Here we go. Young Tony, hop on the mic.
Young Tony decided to keep this thing going into day 2.
We're back.
I'm a big believer in, like, turning the page, but you provide facts.
He finally got us that info.
So help us out here, navigate through this 2-page, by the way. Here's Young Tony.
Yeah, I did some research after the show, boys.
Yes. And
That's
for
some real paper
everybody
right there,
out of the
baby.
loop, we were talking about whether or not Buddy Hield was a better three-point shooter than Klay Thompson. Those, I will remind you, are the words from Brian Murphy.
Correct.
Well, I was... Hey, man. I was going on that stat that Woj rammed down my throat.
And I found it.
Which, by the way, when Woj said it, I was shocked. That's a true story. It was during the holiday break. I was like, wait, what? No way.
Buddy Hield? Last 5 years?
I was shocked. So I was like, well, I guess it's true. Buddy Hield has made more threes than anyone but Steph Curry or something like that. And then yesterday you were saying that Klay was better. And I was like, well, statistically, Buddy Hield is better.
Yeah, and you're going with that stat over the last 5 years, but also Klay Thompson missed like a season and a half.
Right. So then we got very into the weeds.
Yeah.
And just what stat are you going to use to bolster your argument?
What context are we using?
What do you have, young man?
All right, so Buddy Hield made his debut in 2016-17 season.
Okay.
Since then, the only person to make more threes in the NBA is Steph Curry.
Okay,
so Buddy Hield is
now,
second on that list.
Marcus's
that was the Woj
defense,
stat.
That stat includes 2 missed seasons for Klay Thompson.
Yes.
That's why Klay, and your argument is if Klay was healthy, he would be ahead of Hield on that.
I agree, because then we could look at the last 2 years where both Buddy Hield and Klay Thompson were healthy, and Klay Thompson has had more three-pointers in both of the last 2 NBA seasons.
So both stats are true. Depends on how you want to manipulate your stats.
Your stat's nice, but mine is the nicest.
Very good. Now, in terms of the last 2 years, this is because you're dealing with like post. This is probably the most relevant one because you're dealing with post ACL Klay, post Achilles Klay. Klay has 569 in 31 minutes. Buddy Hield has 507 in 28 minutes. So Klay has more. Your stats are nice. That percentage. Yeah. Klay Thompson 40.0. Buddy Hield 40.7.
The crowd goes wild.
We are splitting hairs like crazy here.
We are splitting
They
hairs.
really are fairly similar, is what they are. But Klay, I think, even in his diminished state, is a better defensive player than Buddy Hield.
I would agree with that.
JD told me Buddy Hield plays none at defense.
No, that's why I don't see a scenario how you can have Buddy Hield and Steph Curry on the court at the same time. Like, defensively, that's going to be a terrible backcourt.
Yeah, I mean, oof. Well,
oof is right.
I mean, they've had those situations before where they've had guys out there that can't play D. So anyway, Klay Thompson, Buddy Hield. So the Mavericks are getting a nice. The other guy, fourth on the list, is Luka Doncic. Mavs are getting a nice piece.
Yeah.
I think Klay's going to have a big year.
And Luka has never played with somebody who's averaged more than 30 points per game. I'm not saying Klay's going to make that, but he's never played with anybody who shot more than 40% from three. Who knows if Klay Thompson has that kind of season?
It's going to be very interesting. Kyrie, Luka, him. How's Klay's body hold up? The West is so competitive.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
And I was talking about with a couple guys in the bullpen yesterday, kind of piggybacking off of our debate over Buddy Hield versus Klay Thompson. I think Klay's going to have a better season than Buddy Hield.
That one I'm not. That one I'm not going to argue too much with you on. In terms of, let's lay out the terms though. What are you just talking about? 3-point percentage?
We were talking 3-point percentage probably. We were talking about maybe if we do like
minutes.
a 3 like categories, whether we're talking like plus minus 3-point percentage and total 3 pointers.
If you want to go with, nobody ever talks about the PER in basketball, which is the player efficiency rating.
You just said it, and Tony had a look of confusion on his face.
So it's like WAR is cited so frequently in baseball. Why isn't player efficiency rating cited in basketball? It's the same. It's the WAR of basketball, right?
Yeah, but nobody talks about it.
I know, but maybe that's a metric you could use.
Not enough nerds in the NBA.
I know. I look at it. I do, because I'm like, well, if the nerds use WAR, I'll check PER.
All right.
So you could use that.
We'll pay attention to the PER next year.
I would
Buddy
say
Hield
you guys
versus
should
Klay
probably
Thompson.
we could probably go, and I'm not sure I would take Buddy Hield over Klay. I'm not sure. I think Klay's gonna have a big year.
Now, let me ask you this. From a straight three-point shooting standpoint, if both of these guys were in the three-point competition, mano a mano, you taking Klay?
I probably would take Hield,
Or you
actually.
taking Buddy Hield?
I think
Wow.
Hield's probably the more natural shooter by 0.7%. You know what I mean?
0.7%.
Yeah, if you just go three-point shooting contest, NBA three-point shooting contest, I'll take Hield.
Wow, I would still take
But I'm
Klay
taking
Thompson.
him 51-49.
Look, this isn't like me taking shots at Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield is one of the best shooters in the NBA. Obviously, with the reasons and numbers we just listed out. But Klay Thompson is one of the greatest shooters in NBA history.
It's true,
I
but
just think he's on a different level than Buddy Hield.
he's not the same just right now. Now, again, last year, just from straight field goal percentage, Buddy Hield 44.8, Klay 43.4.
Ooh. Shout
the
out to
last
one
2
percenters.
seasons, so there you go. Anyway, fun stuff. As always, the Warriors drama continues. And what are they going to do? As Mark Spears told us, this could go all the way till training camp before they land another piece.
Oh, I can't wait.
I know, God. I wanted resolution. Well, we got resolution on Klay.
Yeah.
We got that. But right now, the Warriors, going into the season as is, are not going to win the NBA championship.
I would say no.
They're not going to win the NBA championship.
No.
But the next 2 months lie ahead.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe if they get Cooper Flag next year.
Yeah. How about Cooper Flag this year? How's that?
Let's skip
I want Cooper Flag
college.
this September. Okay, Willie Mays, so many words yesterday, so many words, whether it was Barry Bonds or whether it was his personal friends or whether it was the president, former president of the United States, all worth remembering next on The Sports Leader.
This nerd loves data.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
There's been a lot of nice things said about Willie here today. I was fortunate enough to be a teammate of his in New York at the Polo Grounds and also here in San Francisco. Joe, you did a good job of critiquing him. He loved to play the game. He had a lot of fun playing it. When you're that good, you do have a lot of fun playing. Larry, I could add something to what you said about he hasn't played in this field here. I would have liked to have seen Willie play center field here. Because right center field, with him playing center field, it might have been called Death Valley.
Joey Amalfitano, who is one of the best storytellers in the entire Giants organization, goes back to the New York days, sharp as a freaking tack. Joey's north of 80. He's more on it than I am. I'll tell you that right now. So having Joey Amalfitano there to tell stories is incredible. Anytime a guy says, yeah, I was teammates with Willie Mays in the Polo Ground, you're like, okay, I'm listening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm paying attention right now, and it was cool because he was on stage with Felipe Alou, with Juan Marichal, and then Dusty Baker kind of wrapped it up. It was cool how all four of them went on stage together.
Right. Joey's 90. Joey's 90 years old.
Which led to a pretty good riff from Dusty Baker. Like, oh, I was always the youngest player on my teams, and today I'm the youngest guy on the stage.
So he got called up. Dusty was 19 or 20, and he said he had Hank Aaron in his locker room and his clubhouse and Willie. I mean, yeah, so he has been the youngest guy in Marichal, but man, Amalfitano at 90, holy moly. Wow. And he sounded great. I saw him afterwards at the reception in center field. He's ready to go. He's like, let's play two. So it's those Italians, man. It's the wine, whatever it is.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Jimmy G's going to be 90 giving speeches at Memorials.
Jimmy's still going to be looking good at 90.
All right. Well, listen, guys, if you're just joining us this morning, good morning, first of all. We got Mike Krukow coming up, Dwayne Kuiper coming up at 7:30. He was there yesterday.
Tuesdays are smooth days.
Which was great. Coming off his trip to Cleveland, too. And then the big hit coming up, too. Alex Pavlovich at 8:30. And Damon Minor, former Giant and hitting coach for Elliot Ramos and all those crew, Brett Wisely and all that crew coming up at 9:30. Giants Blue Jays tonight, 6:45, with the return of Blake Snell. We'll talk about that
back.
some more a little bit today. But both Marcus and I were lucky enough to be there, and it is lucky. I was telling the young man, this guy's only 32, by the way, young Marcus. Holy moly.
Young Marcus.
You know when I
That's the first time he's ever said that.
You know when
Usually he's talking S about how I'm on the back end of my 30s.
Marcus is well into his 30s. You know, I didn't start here until I was 37.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
How about that?
That's shocking
So
to me.
you're a little bit ahead of the curve there, buddy.
Well, that's the thing. I was talking to like young Tony when he first got on the job. I started working here at 25, 26 years old. Young Tony, what were you, 21, 22 when you got in the building?
22, yeah.
Wow.
You're the Willie Mays of KNBR, buddy.
That's crazy, man, yeah.
But anyway, the point is that you going to something like this is great because there will be a time when you are as old as me and you're going to be like telling the kid, oh, I was at the Willie Mays Memorial. I saw Bill Clinton speak at the Willie Mays Memorial. I saw Joey Amalfitano and Juan Marichal speak at the Willie Mays Memorial. Good job on you to go and download that data.
I mean, how could you pass up the opportunity to, one, honor the life of Willie Mays, one of the greatest American icons, not only of my lifetime, hell, of American history. Yes. Then you take a look around the stadium, and you see Buster Posey and Sergio Romo and familiar faces and Barry Bonds, guys that I knew growing up. But then you see Reggie Jackson, Then you see Ricky Henderson. Then you see just all the legends out there, whether it's Harold Reynolds or Chris Berman or Bob Costas. The list goes on and on and on. Joe Torre, Spike Lee,
Joe Torre, Danny Glover.
Like the list didn't stop of all the luminaries that were out there yesterday.
Yeah. The only one we didn't need was Rob Manfred.
Yeah,
after seeing Manfred in person, I think we're back to being pissed when we call in scores.
Yeah.
Because remember, we were nice after the Rickwood game? Yeah.
That clown. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be doing this.
I know,
Thanks for coming out, Rob.
We should probably say
now
that,
pack your bags and get the hell out of town.
By the way, here's another piece of advice from the other side of the back nine here. And this is something that took me a while to learn because I'm a dummy, but the line that changed your life. If somebody asks you, if you have to ask yourself, should I go to the funeral? The answer is yes. Don't ever not go. Don't ever not go.
That's good advice.
You know, you see that a lot in San Francisco with our buddy down the hall. He goes to 2 or 3 a week.
Yeah, minimum.
Tonelli shows up in the Slacks. You're like, another one today? He's like, yeah, a dear buddy's great uncle. You got another one today? He goes, yeah, my elementary school's teacher's cat. You know what I mean? It's like,
I mean, Murph, we talked about Willie Brown and London Breed being there yesterday and a couple other San Francisco mayors. I'm surprised that Paul Tonelli hasn't been San Francisco mayor by now.
I'm surprised he wasn't there sitting next to London Breed and Willie Brown.
I thought he'd be in between Larry Bear and Bill Clinton yesterday.
Oh, man. And all the old mayors, too. Art Agnos, my old buddy, and Frank Jordan and Willie Brown and London Breed. So another stretch of luminaries. Now, next up, Tone, on the list of speeches. So that was Amalfitano. I ask you to cut. D, you can take me through here because...
Speaking of golf, we got the Bill Clinton golf story.
Okay, this is good. Clinton was, and his voice is definitely raspier than it used to be. But nice of him to fly out, obviously, from wherever he is. I don't know where home is for him now. Where is home for Clinton now?
Good question.
It's not Arkansas, is it?
No idea.
Anyway, point is, it's somewhere in the east, and he flew west for this and told he and Willie, and he told a good story about how Willie stayed friends with him after he was president. He said, that's when you know you're a friend because there's nothing in it for him. You know, instead of like, hey, I want a ticket to the White House or Oval Office, you know? Yeah. He's like, no, so they would just play golf. Here it is.
And I love playing golf with him. But I was appalled the first time we played. He had these old clubs, and I swear he had masking capes holding some of those clubs together. And I said, Willie, you know, when I was president, everybody gave me all these great clubs. I've got sets and sets of clubs. I can't touch them. And let me give you a set of golf clubs. He said, thanks, but no. He said, you know, I'm never going to be a scratch golfer again, and I want to do as well as I can, and I know what these clubs will do. He said, it's just like when I took care of my bats. I don't want to get rid of these clubs because I'm not going to do enough to be a scratch golfer. I need to know what these clubs will do. And so we kept playing, and he beat me anyway.
Which
of course he did.
And here's insert my golf joke here. That's doing something to beat him because he's been known to, fudge a little bit on the golf course.
Wait, you're telling me that Bill Clinton's not the only president that allows to buy his golf course?
I think it's we just saw it the last freaking debate.
I think it's a trait. Are we going to get like a 3-way death match between 45, 46, and Bill Clinton?
The last president who was honest about his golf game, because Biden said he was a 6. No freaking way in the universe he was a 6, all right? Trump says he's won all these club championships. No freaking way he's won all these club championships. And then you got Bill Clinton. They said he used to kind of like, nudge a little score here and there. Sometimes Waterboy, they say, your best club is your pencil.
Ooh. Now watch this drive.
Now this is the guy who might be the guy.
Dang.
That might be the guy.
If you had to put your money on a presidential golf tournament, you're taking W?
Well, I think actually, believe it or not, and I know this might freak some people out, particularly in this area, but Trump can play. He really can. He can scrape it around. It's just that even though he's good, he still lies and cheats about his scores. But he is good. I would say, I know he's legit. I know he can play. I know he can scrape it around. So I'd probably be, the final two would probably be Trump versus G.W. Bush.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a showdown.
Yeah, it'd be a showdown. And can you imagine the banter if they're both mic'd up?
Oh, the back and forth.
My God.
Watch this shot.
We should probably get off this topic.
Yeah.
Next up in our list of speeches here from yesterday, Tone, from the Willie Mays.
Well, I haven't cut anything else.
I'm sorry. I thought you did.
List.
The Bill Clinton farewell, what he said at the end about the lesson that Willie gave us about humility and the work. This is pretty good.
Willie Mays gave me the chance to realize what real greatness is. And it's a curious combination of intelligence, dedication, the will to win, and a fundamental humility to believe that the effort is the prize. A gift he leaves us all with, and that I hope we can all share and cherish for the rest of our lives. God bless you, Willie. Thank you.
Yeah, man, he's just a charmer. And I told the story earlier today. I'll just retell it for the 7 o'clock crowd. So I was lucky enough to be invited to be on the field. Thank you, Giants. They just invited me. I guess they just hung around long enough to get the invite, right? So you're on the field. And by the way, so you expect Bill Clinton to be whisked away by security.
No,
bro. Dude wanted to hang as long as he could and glad hand as many people as he could. You talk about a natural-born politician, an animal in his natural habitat. He just was. I said, I think he's still trying to win votes. You know what I mean? Because he was hugging everybody.
Shaking hands, kissing babies.
He was holding Renee. He was looking at Renee, Willie's assistant, to the end. He was cradling her face in his hands, like the intimate moment of like how much love there was between the two of them. Michael Mays, Spike Lee, on and on and on and on and on. I was like, I should probably get out of here. And F.P. Santangelo was the one who goes, you're not going to try to meet him? I go, what am I going to do? I didn't want to be that guy just running up to take a selfie. Well, guess what? Yeah. So then I wind up hanging for about another minute.
I don't want to be that guy, but yesterday I was that guy.
Guess what? So about a minute later, it just so happens that the way the crowd kind of shifted and the way I kind of moved over, there all of a sudden I was really close to him. I was like, well, I'm going to have a shot here somewhere. And right then he had just finished glad handing somebody and raspily telling him, God bless Willie, and I love you. And somebody said, Mr. President, my son was the saxophone player today. Can you meet? And this kid, Io Brame, Ayobrame, Io Brame, was fantastic. 17-year-old kid from Oakland played a beautiful rendition of My One and Only Love, which is a gorgeous song from the 50s, covered by John Coltrane, Frank Sinatra, all these people. And so I had heard that, and I'd loved it. So all of a sudden, the guy says, the father goes, my son was the sax player, and all of a sudden, Clinton kind of turns to meet the kid, and that's right near me. This is it. I got like 5 seconds. So I just said, Mr. President, my one and only love, is that a favorite of yours? And he turns to me and he says, oh my God, I'm going to blow jeez, why am I whiffing on the line right now? The touch of your hand is like heaven. That's what he said. He goes, the touch of your hand is like heaven. And that's a line from the song. I was like, oh, yeah. I go, so let's take a picture. That's the one. I snapped it right then and there. And the sax kid is coming in on the right. So I captioned it, 2 sax players and me. Oh, yes. Remember, Bill Clinton played sax on the Arsenio Hall show. So anyway, I did my...
And I love Murph.
My little gadfly moment there.
Pretending he's Christian McCaffrey, like slicing and dicing on the field, reading the holes, trying to get to the promised land. And the promised land was Bill Clinton.
It really was. And it was. And I want to thank my dad for raising me on the Great American Songbook, because otherwise I wouldn't have known the song or known the lyric and all that. So anyway, he was fantastic, as was Barry Bonds at the end. Oh, no, I'm looking up against the cloud. We're up against it. All right, we'll get back to it later in the show. Dwayne Kuiper was there, and hopefully the Giants will use this as a springboard, this Blue Jays series, right? Blake Snell tonight. So we'll talk about all that with Dwayne Kuiper next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left them. Someone should write a song about that.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, so much going on yesterday. A lot of emotion. Giants will be playing baseball tonight. But first, we got to talk about that day yesterday. By the way, we haven't mentioned, and Brad Manchin sent this to me, Bob Lurie was there. Bob is incredible. He's still doing so great, north of 90, and one of the great Giants owners of all time. So shout out Bob Lurie for being there yesterday, too. By the way, Dwayne Kuiper will be brought to us by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. And back from, man, what a weekend for Dwayne to go from his old home in Cleveland to the Willie Mays Memorial on Monday. So that's a lot, Kipe. And before we get to the baseball, so just personally, what a stretch for you, Cleveland and then the Mays Memorial. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Kipe.
Yeah, it really doesn't get any better than that. I mean, the Cleveland was great. I flew in a day early. I had a chance to touch base with some really important friends that I had when I was there, and then to go to the ballpark. And I mean, look, there isn't but one or two people that are still in the organization from when I was there. But it was great to see them. And then, to win the game on Friday night, things are looking like it was going to be really good weekend. But if there are any baseball people that are going to underestimate that team in Cleveland, then they're going to be in trouble. And I don't know if you heard the broadcast, but before our game on Friday, Stephen Vogt came over and, he chatted with, he and Bob Melvin are close. And, obviously we knew him because he was a Giant. He's a terrific guy. But just in the conversations, he said, look, we got 6 shortstops starting tonight. 6 shortstop. The position that these guys played in the minor leagues was shortstop, and they had them scattered around the ballpark. And they're good. They're going to have to get another starter or two, but with that bullpen. So anyway, we missed out on winning one more game to take 2 out of 3. And then the ceremony yesterday, it was just really inspiring. When you hear the likes of a former president and the longtime baseball people like Joe Torre, and then the 4 Giants, Felipe speaking, Joey Amalfitano speaking from his heart, Juan Marichal, and of course, Dusty's always going to be entertaining. It was great. And then to hear Barry speak, and they nailed it. It was, 2 hours and like 50 minutes. And I think everybody was captivated for every second of that 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, and you've been part of it. You and Mike and Dave did the sitting in the living room chat the day after they came back from the park. So, there's been a couple of really, really nice ceremonies. You've heard them. You've been around the Giants forever, so you have 4 decades, so you've heard every Mays story, and you knew every Mays story. But was there anything from yesterday that caught your ear? Maybe his old buddy Malcolm Heineke had some good ones. His godson, the Dr. Philip Sadler, I believe his last name was. Any of the stories that jumped out to you?
Well, maybe not one in particular, but, all the stories we hear about Willie are usually what happened when he was in uniform. What's nice about the non-uniform people that spoke is they give you an idea what Willie was like off the field. And we need to hear more of that because we know what he could do the baseball gods gave him the best gifts that you could give one person. Okay, but what's he like off the field? Is he a jerk? Is he nice to people? And then when you hear those stories, we knew, what kind of a person Willie was. But to hear stories about that was really great. I don't think anybody came away in tears because that's not really what it was about. It was about celebrating what a great life this man had, and how much he entertained us. I've gone to one concert in my life, and it was to see Mick Jagger, and he was a one-man show, and that's exactly what Willie Mays was. He just could entertain you, and he stood out more than anybody else on the field. And when a guy like Hank Aaron says, yeah, Mays is the best player that I've ever seen, I don't know how you can get a greater compliment to that. Or Ted Williams. It was great. Tip my cap to the Giants, Mario, everybody that was involved. It's not easy to do. And then, maybe 5,000 people, all wearing, not all, but most wearing Mays jerseys. And then it was great because if you're from San Francisco, you know that as soon as the sun starts to set, it's going to start to get cold. And as we got towards 7 o'clock, you could see people scrambling for stuff to put on because it was getting cold. But it didn't matter. It was all about Willie Mays, not about the weather. And I think, the Giants ought to be happy that they sent him off in great fashion. And it was a night to remember. I rode in with Dennis Eckersley. I mean, a kid from Fremont, right? Mays was one of his guys. And, there were 7 or 8 Hall of Famers there. So, I mean, it was a who's who when it comes to people in the Bay Area that are associated with baseball and other sports as well. Really nice. Super.
Yeah, and it was cool to see the overall impact that Willie has had on the lives of people, not only here in the Bay Area, but outside of the Bay Area. But, Kai, one thing that struck me during the ceremony was seeing Juan Marichal on the stage and having that realization that Juan is the last living statue for the San Francisco Giants. Just curious if that's resonated with you at all.
Well, the way I look at it, Marcus, is we were really fortunate to have those, and Mike used to say it all the time, our living monuments are still alive. And, and as the years go on, that's not going to last. And, and I don't think any of us thought that within a span of 10 days that we were going to lose 2 of those living monuments. But Juan's left, and he looks in great shape. He still got it when he speaks, and it really was great to see him because he doesn't come out for a lot of events. So it was great to see him, and also look, there was, Gaylord Perry's wife was there. I think Orlando's wife was there. I think Willie McCovey was represented. So awesome. And yeah, but you know what? If you look at it another way, there's more statues coming. And we may see a few of those statues when that 2014 reunion comes up.
Yeah, obviously this coming weekend we have the Core 4 and all that, and then Buster was there yesterday. By the way, Frank Robinson's widow was there too, and that's another.
Barb was there, and I wish I could have seen her, but I didn't.
Yeah, there was just so many people. Spike Lee flew in from New York. So we had Spike on our show, the day after Willie died, and or 2 days after Willie died, and we were able to chase him down. He was at SFO. He came on our show, and so I went up to introduce myself. Said, "You were the one who I was the one that was my radio show." He goes, "That was you?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I had to come back." He said, "I had to come back." He was wearing his Willie Mays jersey and carrying that bat. That was really fun. So it was just as you said. The Giants should be proud. I saw Larry Nibby put a note on social media with me. He said he's just proud to be part of the organization, and they just do it the right way.
Yep.
And so we just treasure that day, and we will continue to play highlights from it forever. And now they got to turn around and win a ball game tonight, right? And you talked about Vogt and the Guardians being such a good team. Giants gave them a real battle. Now the Blue Jays, record-wise, are not that good. They're 41-49. They have players. They got Vlad Guerrero Jr., the all-star first baseman. They got an underperforming Bo Bichette at short. They got Kevin Gausman going on Thursday. His ERA is not what it was, but, it's Blake Snell's return, Kipe. This is kind of I don't want to say a pivotal point, but July always seems to be the time. Are you in it? Are you not? And it starts with Toronto tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it starts with the guy you paid the most money for in the offseason. And the Giants, look, it would be hard for Snell to duplicate what he did the second half of the season last year, because that's where he won the Cy Young. But you can expect something close, and then it's got to start tonight. And I heard you guys coming in, and I do think he's pitching the last game of the homestand and the last game before the All-Star break. So you got him twice, and then after that, you got people starting to come back besides Snell. But yeah, you can't. You got to worry about the Blue Jays. I mean, they can bite you at any time. But they're at home. They're playing pretty well. They made a decision now to stay with Matos instead of Slater. And going forward, I think you're going to see more younger players going forward as the Giants try to tackle this thing and do two things: see what you got in the organization and play as hard as you can to get to the postseason.
Yeah, Kipe, and it looks like you're right. Blake Snell could be scheduled to pitch that Sunday before the All-Star game, which means there's a possibility that Logan Webb would be lined up to actually pitch in the All-Star game. And that's the last thing I wanted to ask you about is Logan Webb maybe being long overdue to make the All-Star game, but also on the flip side, Elliot Ramos, after being called up on May 8th in a season where he wore 24 on his back in honor of Willie Mays, and of course Willie made 24 All-Star games, Elliot Ramos is now heading to Arlington for the All-Star game also.
Yeah, I think it's cool that an organizational kid who is a center fielder makes the All-Star team. I think the last organizational outfielder to make it is Chili Davis. And he was a center fielder at that time. And good for him. It gives you an idea of the 2 or 2.5 months that he put together, to make that team. I mean, it's not easy making those All-Star teams. And then for Logan Webb, I would expect Webb to pitch, and I would expect Webb to want to pitch. And I think if he doesn't pitch, he's going to be super, super disappointed. I mean, look, you go through your career and you check the boxes of what you would like to have in your career when it's all said and done. And making the All-Star team is one thing, but also participating is another. I hear it from Mike Krukow all the time. When he made the All-Star team in 1986, once he got there, then that wasn't enough. Now he wanted to pitch, and then he got a chance to pitch the 8th inning. And he went 1, 2, 3. So good for Webb. I expect him to pitch. If he doesn't, I'll be really disappointed.
Yeah, the game is next Tuesday, and he pitches Wednesday, so he will be ready to go. Home run derby next Monday too. So, and by the way, great picture of you milking that cow. That was used all weekend. The Farmer's Day, 1979.
In those days, I was single. I wanted to meet Miss Dairyland, Ohio. Come on.
Who wouldn't? By the way, you look like I was studying your form, like the way your knee placement, your foot placement, your hand placement. Like that's not the first time you milked a cow.
I didn't milk a lot of cows, but I certainly watched my dad milk a lot of cows.
Yeah.
And what the Indians didn't realize is what it does to your forearms when you hand milk a cow. I mean, the hand squeezers where you just pull them back and forth? That's basically what you're doing when you're milking a cow. So when the PA announcer said, we were just finished, the PA announcer said, all right, here's your 1977 Cleveland Indians. I had to run out to second. And I couldn't throw the ball. The first ball I threw to, in practice before the inning started, I hit my foot. So it was like, timeout, right? Trainer comes out. Now we're doing all the stretching. It was all because the Indians thought that they could get another 300 people on Ohio Dairy Night at the ballpark.
They got him, man. They climbed in the cars. They drove up to their first baseman. Yeah.
My partner, I don't know how many listeners know the name of Harvey Haddix.
Sure, I do.
And that was my milking partner. Harvey
Get out of here, Mr. Perfect Game, Mr. Lose a Perfect Game, Harvey Haddix.
Yep, that's the guy.
Harvey Haddix threw 11 innings perfecto and wound up losing in the 12th? Is that it? Or 10 innings perfecto?
Could have been 12.
Yeah.
It was a lot.
Threw perfect 10 or 11 innings and then wound up losing in the 12th.
Brutal.
How about that?
Ooh.
That's a tough L. He was your milking partner?
He was our pitching coach and my milking partner. They tried to find who the farmers were, and Harvey had a farm in Ohio, so it was like, all right,
oh my God.
Let's use Harvey.
First baseman Andre Thornton, right?
Andre Thornton should have been the first baseman then. Yep.
Beautiful.
But anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed the picture.
Loved it. The form was perfect.
Yeah. Well, my dad would have been proud if he saw that.
Right. Enjoy the game tonight, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience yesterday. And then, Kipe, we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Kipe.
All right, guys. Be well.
The great Dwayne Kuiper, who will milk a cow if you need to.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and show up at a Maze ceremony.
With a milking partner.
Harvey Haddix.
I didn't know those things existed.
Young Tony. Today's a big Young Tony day already. We've got Coltrane, Miles Davis, and now Harvey Haddix. He's the guy who threw a perfect game for more than 9 innings and wound up losing.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. That's a tough one.
And Young Tony, if you want to milk a cow, you need a partner.
Well, hey, pause.
Pause.
Hey, Kipe was brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your Northern California Honda dealers. Steve Kerr talked about the departure of Klay Thompson. Man, oh man, it was inevitable, I guess, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steve Kerr called into the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about Klay Thompson's departure to the Dallas Mavericks. We're talking about it next, and stay tuned. We'll play some of that Steve Kerr sound and get your reaction. 808 KNBR is the number. Hit us up on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line.
And now, this is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
But I just think it was so difficult on him. You know, it has been so difficult on him ever since that point. And so there was never like a fraying between Klay and the team. It was more, you know, things got a lot harder for Klay himself. And so, you know, he went from the guy who was zero maintenance and carefree and just loving life to, man, we saw him struggling, and it was difficult to see, and we tried to help him through it as best we could. And but you know, even though he came back and has played really well and done a phenomenal job, helped us win another title in 22, it's just been really rough for him, you know, having to figure all that stuff out.
Wow, good stuff from Steve Kerr yesterday on with Tolbert and Copes. His first real comment, other than just the platitudes of thank you, Klay, for being you, thank you for the championships. His first real deep dive into where it just sort of went astray, man. And there's the old line about, you know, how did you go, the old Ernest Hemingway line, how did you go bankrupt 2 ways, gradually and then suddenly? That's how things happen. It happens gradually and then it happens suddenly. And this is what happens in life. Whether it's a marriage or whatever, you're breaking up with your boyfriend or your girlfriend or something, it just kind of frays and things reach a point. But it was interesting to hear him say that about it. You know, he went from the carefree, zero maintenance, happy guy to apparently no longer zero maintenance.
No.
After the injuries.
And how many times did we talk about Klay Thompson? How many times did we talk about, or exactly play his sound in the cooler of content? Him out on the boat, just having a time of his life, riding his bike around town. Like, Klay Thompson was someone who, like, I idolized my life. Like, I want to live like Klay Thompson. And so to hear about this dark period that he was in these past couple of years, of course, stemming back to the injuries, it does unveil an interesting layer of what went wrong between Klay and the Warriors.
To the point where everybody behind the scenes knew this was going to happen. Very interesting to hear them say, yeah, Steph Curry with that famous line. Now, he was in need of a change. He was in need of a change, or he called it a 1.5-year process, too.
And then also the process of Klay Thompson telling Steph Curry to not kind of use his leverage with the organization to force him to keep Klay Thompson.
This is over. I guess the question to be with 808 KNBR, now that you hear Steve Kerr saying this, are you assessing any blame? Should the Warriors have worked harder to maintain the relationship? Should they have somehow, some way made him more comfortable, made him more happy? Or conversely, was it something that it was broken, irretrievably broken, that Klay felt that after the injury, the Warriors didn't treat him the right way, and it was going to be dead on arrival, that there was nothing they could do? 2 things I do want to tell you that you can do is listen to Marcus Thompson with Papa and Lund at 11:30. How about JD and Dieter filling in for Papa and Lund? It's the summer of Dieter, by the way.
JD and Dieter.
It's the summer of Sabrina Carpenter and Dieter. All right, dude? So you want to dish off espresso for us again later. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So that wasn't all Kerr said yesterday. He had other comments with Tolbert and Copes about the fray with Klay.
Yeah.
Klay fray?
The Klay fray.
The Klay fray.
And it felt like they were on a fray the entire season. Before we get this cut, kind of just to answer your question, whether or not this was Klay Thompson flipping the double birds at the Warriors and saying, I'm taking my ball and going home, or if it was more disrespectful from the Warriors and the front office for everything that Klay felt, whether it's right or wrong. But he looks around after winning that title in 2022, and he sees Andrew Wiggins get the contract extension. He sees Jordan Poole get the contract extension. Let's go even farther. Draymond Green gets taken care of. Steve Kerr gets taken care of. It feels like everybody around you is getting taken care of, but not Klay Thompson. So to me, I don't know if I'm placing blame strictly on Mike Dunleavy. Seems like his hands are kind of tied by Joe Lacob to get under that second luxury tax, that tax apron that we've been talking about for weeks. It does seem like, to me, the part that frustrates me the most is that this relationship turned sour between Klay Thompson and the Warriors, where I felt like it did not need to go down that road.
Yeah, or just sometimes this is what happens in human relationships. But the key is they benched him.
Yeah.
And that's where, like, it was kind of a done deal, where the final shovel on the dirt of the final shovel full of dirt is what I'm looking for
the
here.
The straw that broke the camel's back.
So here's Kerr talking about it yesterday on KNBR about benching Klay Thompson.
Yeah, they're all tough, and every year, you know, you have these types of decisions as a coach, and you have to kind of navigate your way through them. But they're especially tough when they involve a guy like Klay, who has done so much for the team. But, when the team starts to struggle, then, I have to make the best decision for the team and, not for the individual. And players understand that, and I try to help our players through that as best I can. But ultimately, that's the job. And it's no fun when you're put in that position, but that is the job. And so I think this year we found, late in the season that we looked better for a while with Brandon starting and Klay coming off the bench. And then, teams started to adjust a little bit and we went back to Klay. But that's, it's kind of where we are as a team and where certain guys are individually, where we're having to make these changes.
Very interesting stuff for Steve. Really good substantive comments. Credit to Tolbert and Copes for getting this stuff here. He said, ultimately, it's the job. So now we're at the point where, this is a business transaction. Like, we feel like you as a basketball player are not helping us win games as much as a starter as you would be off the bench. We're going to start this other guy. This is the job now. Yeah. As Christian McCaffrey said, business is business. Yeah. And the other part, too, is saying it's where we are as a team. Like, as the Warriors sort of transition out of the big three being championship level, Klay is the guy they pointed to. They thought Draymond, as you pointed out, he got the contract. They feel like Draymond's value is still worth it. Steph is obviously Steph, one of the greatest players on the globe. And then they were like, Klay, we're not seeing it. It's the job.
Yeah, but the craziest thing is it worked. Klay was great off the bench. Started averaging over 20 points per game.
Except he was unhappy. And he had an out to leave now.
And that was the big thing. But it sounds like to me that Klay was unhappy even before being benched because, as I believe, he was benched middle of February, I believe was the timeline. But we can go back to Christmas Day. I was talking to Young Tony during the break. I'm not sure if you guys played this sound last week when you were working with JD or one of the other shows filling in, but Richard Jefferson was on one of the ESPN shows, Get Up, and he talked about Klay Thompson being mad on Christmas Day. And here's the quotes from Richard Jefferson, if we have them, about how Klay was demanding to get paid on Christmas.
Yeah. I've never shared this before out of respect to Klay. Getting off elevator Christmas Day. This is on Christmas Day. Of this past year. I get off the elevator and I see Klay. Klay, what's up? He's like, what's up? I'm like, hey, man, keep your mentals right. He's like, man, tell him to pay me my money. This was on Christmas Day. So on Christmas Day, a guy that had won 4 championships, and I don't give a damn what anybody says, how much money they gave him over the years because he turned their franchise around. That franchise is worth billions of dollars, not just because of Steph, it's also because of Klay. They changed the game. It wasn't just Steph changing the game. It was Steph and Klay in that backcourt.
Absolutely.
So I say that he has a right to be mad.
Yes, that was interesting, and that speaks to what Kerr was saying earlier about he went from a carefree, zero maintenance guy to as far back as Chris is. And prior to that too.
Well, it goes back to the offer that was reported in the preseason for the Warriors offering him 2 years, $48 million, which would be a $24 million per year contract, which is obviously way more than he's making now with the Dallas Mavericks. So we do got to give credit to Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, and the Warriors front office for reading the market correctly and not offering Klay Thompson a $30 million or a max contract. And who knows what the negotiations were like this summer, what number they ended up landing on.
Apparently they didn't make an offer, did they?
No, because it sounded like Klay didn't want the offer. It sounds like Klay didn't want the money from the Warriors. I don't even think they made him one.
According to the reports from Slater and Woj, I don't even think they made him one. There's some people coming in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line with some thoughts. This is what you, the KNBR listeners, have to say. 209 says benched is such a funny term in the NBA because it barely matters at all. That is such an interesting take because he's right. 209 is right. Ultimately, it's how many minutes you play and do you finish the game. But to these guys, it matters.
To their egos.
Yeah, there's like a sort of a pecking order.
Klay Thompson started over 700 straight games for the Warriors.
And you try to convince him, hey, dude, it's all good. You're going to get your 30 minutes and you're going to be on the floor at the end of the game. But no.
No, he doesn't want to hear it. But it's also like hard for me to comprehend kind of when, as I was saying earlier, we saw the success that Klay had, and we heard Klay talk about his conversations with Steve Kerr, about guys like Manu Ginobili, about other 6 men who have been successful in that role.
Those were brief. I think that was almost him trying to rationalize with himself on air publicly.
That was Klay and Steve Kerr going to couples therapy.
Or the 5 stages. They're on the denial part or the bargaining part. 415 says, let's not forget Klay struggled when he came back, and no one was harder on Klay than himself. He started the dark days himself. This is what 415 says. He says, sure, there were some bright spots, but I suspect that was the beginning, and he never quite dug out. It's best for all to start over, and I hope he finds his mojo again. And that leads to that last quote we got here from Kerr from yesterday's afternoon show about them saying, man, this is the old change of scenery, fresh coat of paint. Like, it's not you, it's me. It's the old, we got to break up here. Pack up your records. Do you get the Springsteen record? Do you get the Clash record? No. Whatever. And here it is, Steve Kerr saying it might be best for both parties.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And Klay expressed that to me when we sat down and talked during free agency. And, we had several discussions, about everything that was happening. And ultimately what it came down to for him was, he felt like a change of scenery would be good. And because he felt that way, and and the difficulties that he's had kind of reconciling with the injuries, comparing himself to his old self, I think it could be the best thing for both sides. And I hate to even say that, but it sounds crazy, but I do think it's probably the case, and obviously we wish Klay well and thank him for everything that he's done for us.
Damn, these are the best quotes, though. I mean, because Steve Kerr on Sunday in Vegas just kind of said, Klay, I love you. You gave us championships. This is the real stuff. This is the stuff about saying he was not zero maintenance anymore. It was hard to bench him, but it was my job to bench him. Maybe it's best that we all moved on. I mean, Kerr's he's delivering the meat here.
Yeah, we're kind of going through the list of cliches. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Murph, they do say if you love something, let it free. And the Warriors are letting Klay
Marcus
free.
Thompson had that one. There used to be that old bumper sticker said, if he wrote it in his column over the break, he said, this is the true love. If you there's the old bumper sticker, though, I used to see in the gas station say, if you love something, set it free. If it doesn't come back, hunt it down and kill it.
Oh, whoa. That's a little extreme.
Gas station bumper stickers are tremendous, by the way. Stop it on I-5, you get some beauties.
Yeah.
The old one, pause pad when Ma's mad for the RV.
Ooh, I don't
pause
know that
pad.
one. Oh.
And then, of course, the one we all treasure, if this rig's a rockin', don't bother knocking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, and then, of course, there's the whining and the dining.
Yeah,
and then there's the grass.
Or,
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. All right,
I
guys.
understand, Murph. I understand.
More Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 707 with a very foul analogy saying Klay soiled a diaper and now we have a clean diaper.
Oh, okay.
Wow,
I don't know about that.
That's very, very tough.
It's a little extreme,
559 says Captain Klay is turning into Barnacle Bill. That's
Barnacle Bill?
Kind of
funny. SpongeBob?
Barnacle. Is there a Barnacle Bill in SpongeBob?
There's somebody Barnacle SpongeBob.
That was I think that was the alter ego of Bluto, who used to try to steal olive oil from Popeye.
Ooh.
Young Tone, would you know Popeye? You would?
Yeah.
I am what I am with the spinach and all that.
Yeah.
It's my
not a cartoon guy, Young Tony. What's better, Popeye or SpongeBob?
I mean, on my list, neither.
Oh, he's got.
I'm not a cartoon guy, like you say.
SpongeBob, I thought transcended everything.
They had Barnacle Boy, who was one of the superheroes. Okay. Barnacle Boy.
Barnacle Bill was all. There's also a few body bar songs involving Barnacle Bill and SFW.
We'll move on from that, yeah.
925 says, I will always appreciate what Klay did for the Warriors, but I'm having a hard time accepting this respect bit, especially when I hear that he essentially moped his way through the season. The Warriors paid Klay $266 million over the course of his career. They offered him $48 over 2. This is for somebody who at this stage of his career is essentially a 25-minute a game, catch and shoot off guard. None of this is to take out what he achieved or who he is, but from a basketball perspective, I don't think this was a particularly tough call. And then he says a long text, by the way. 925 says, finally, to those who blame Dunleavy, what do you think he was brought in to do? Myers knew this was coming, and it's up to Dunleavy to clean it up. I go back to that guy from the Bear, the computer, wearing the Raiders hat. He's like, stop buying that butter. You can't buy that butter anymore. He's like, that's good butter. He goes, you can't buy it anymore. Stop buying that cheese. He goes, that's the best cheese. He goes, not anymore. He's like, so that's Dunleavy.
Yeah.
He's the Bear. He's the guy in the Raiders hat.
I'm telling you, Mike Dunleavy's in the office with the shield on his head saying, we got to get rid under that second tax apron.
Yeah, pretty much.
We got to cut it down. We can't be paying this repeater tax of 7 times our salary.
Pretty much, dude. 530 says the Klay situation feels a lot like the Brandon Crawford situation. Much lesser stakes. I mean, Klay is still at the Brandon was at the tail end. We still think Klay has basketball left in him.
Yeah.
Probably 2-3 more years, right?
Again, we can go through the 3-point numbers of the last 2 NBA seasons. Klay Thompson's at the top both years.
We talked about that. 925 says you can call it competitive fire, but ultimately Klay's departure is all about his ego. His ego refused to let him take $24 million a year. Now he's making way less. His ego could not accept the Warriors not prioritize paying him. His ego bristled at not starting. He said, we've seen better examples of how to handle age-diminished talents. Think of Andre Iguodala. Klay did not learn those lessons. Wow.
Ooh, that's deep.
That whole don't cry because it's over, don't smile because it happened isn't resonating with some of the texters.
No, not at all. But here's the thing. Professional athletes, spoiler alert, they have egos. Yes. A lot of them. Yeah. And they're very big.
Yeah. Unless Andre Iguodala goes to the bench.
Yeah, true. There are those cases.
What was that? You know what I mean? That was an incredible selfless act. Mm-hmm. Remember, happiness begins where selfishness ends, right? All right, well, there's your big hit, guys. Thanks to the Afternoon Boys for landing the Kerr interview. Those were good stuff from Kerr. Kerr saying it's not you, it's me. Actually, he's saying it is you, and it's time to move on. All right, we got a wonderful cooler of content that's always filled with some Maze stuff and some great comedy. Alex Pavlovich. We got Barry O. We finally booked him.
Oh.
We finally booked him.
Say it ain't
Next
so.
on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Susan Slusser from the San Francisco Chronicle stopped by the midday show yesterday with Rod Brooks and Matt Kolsky to talk about Ilya Ramos and Logan Webb both heading to Arlington for this year's All-Star Game. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, Provident Credit Union has good news. A smarter way to save and guaranteed results. That's right. Look no further than Provident Credit Union because you can increase your earnings with a Provident Credit Union Pick a Term certificate. You can lock in a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. You can let your money work for you, earn up to 4.75%, and reach your short-term saving goals faster. Enjoy the peace of mind knowing your money will grow securely with guaranteed returns. Don't miss this limited time offer. Open a Provident Pick a Term certificate today. Visit providentcu.org or your local branch to get started. This rate is effective as of June 1st, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit Provident Credit Union at providentcu.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, yesterday the Cooler of Content had us rolling, man. The Theo Vaughn, the full potassium, dude, and all that stuff.
Barbacoa.
The woman who had a baby, she put it back in. And then, of course, we also had
the place went bananas, dude.
And then, dude,
I mean, just full potassium.
And then,
dog.
of course, our buddy on the Carnival Cruise, who just wanted some pizza.
Yeah, he's just trying to get a slice.
Oh, whole bag, dog. Oh, here they go. Go get him, homie.
Oh, it's not me, not me.
Not me here. World star.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. God damn. God damn.
That should just be the Cooler content every day going forward.
I have to throw that in the open.
Oh, man, yeah. Maybe we get into the Giants one somehow. The Giants win. All right. So just, God damn.
World star. I just want some pizza.
Yeah, that could be.
I just want
You might
some
want to add
pizza.
that in. After a win, get a slice.
We'll see if they get the dub tonight.
See if they can. All right. So this went on the web over the weekend. Marquis Malik put out a song called Night Curry on Twitter. Wait, that's
Night Curry is his Twitter
thank you.
username. And
But
then
the
this
guy-
song is called the Give Up the Picks Joe Lacob song.
Anytime a guy does a great parody song, we salute it. It's been a part of our show for decades, and now we have this guy on Twitter, Marquis Malik, Night Curry on Twitter, urging Joe Lacob to give up picks for talent.
Please, Lord in heaven, if you hear my plea, I need your Lacob to do something for me. Gotta give up the picks. Give up the picks. Let me tell you, Jesus, what we are wanting. Steph Curry deserves a consistent second scoring option. He carrying these all 82 games. Let him rest for the playoffs and win 3 more rings. Give up the picks, Joe. Ooh, you crazy bastard. Those picks, they got to go now. So say a prayer with me.
Woo.
Set them damn picks free.
I feel like I'm at the Boom Boom Room down there on DeViz.
Sing it, Night Curry.
So I don't think that's a parody of us. I think that's an original.
It might be an OG.
Unless I'm wrong. Unless somebody can fix me on that. I don't think that's a send-up of a true blues song. But my man's getting bluesy. He called. By the way, he called in the middle of that. He called Joe Lacob a crazy bastard.
Yeah, he did. Got to give up those picks. And to be honest with you, the smooth jazz was so nice. I wasn't even really paying attention to the lyrics. I might just throw that on my playlist for later on today, Murph. Ooh, listen to that.
Please, Lord in heaven.
Guy's got pipes.
I mean, he sounds great with the vocals. I'm just curious if that's Io Brame on the background on the saxophone.
Buddy, nice. Give me some applause on that. Yeah. So that was our 17-year-old kid from Oakland who played My One and Only Love that got me my entrance with Bill Clinton yesterday, hence the selfie that I put up on Instagram and Facebook. We can tell that story later. Now, this is a funny one happened overnight. ESPN's got Wimbledon going all day, all night. Wimbledon used to be a big freaking deal, man.
Used to be a top 6 story staple.
Jimmy Connors, John McEnroe, 1982, Bjorn Borg, all those days. Not anymore, but it's still on. So this happened overnight. I guess Novak Djokovic, one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest of all time, was playing Danish player Holger. I had a Little League kid named Holger. His parents were from Sweden.
That's a hell of a name.
Yeah, I had a kid named Holger on my Little League team. His parents were fresh off the plane from Sweden.
That might be the first time I've ever heard the name Holger.
No, my kid, he had a couple knocks for us, too. A couple big knocks for us.
Holger, get him.
Holger Rune is this guy, R-U-N-E, Holger Rune. And I guess the crowd at Wimbledon, which is usually genteel, was doing they're not booing, they're saying Rune. They were cheering for Rune over Novak.
Oh.
I guess Novak, after he disposed of Holger Rune, had some stuff to get off his chest here, yeah.
And to all those people that have chosen to disrespect the player, in this case me, have a good night. Good night, good night. Very good night. Yeah. I'm hoping that they were just commenting on Rune and that they weren't disrespecting you. They were. I don't accept it. No. I know they were cheering for Rune, but that's an excuse to also boo. Listen. I've been on the tour for more than 20 years, so trust me, I know all the tricks. I know how it works. It's fine, it's okay. I focus on the respectful people that have respect, that pay the ticket to come and watch the night.
It's getting spicy.
And love tennis and appreciate the players and the effort that the players put in here. I played in much more hostile environment, trust me. You guys can't touch me.
My bad, Novak.
Dude, that turned into WWE.
Dude, he was cutting promos.
I've never heard Wimbledon sound like a pro wrestling crowd.
That's like the Rock up in Sacramento teasing the crowd.
Was cheering, the other half started getting angry, and it was like a mixture, it was a collision. Dude, that was straight Rock WWE.
Dude, I think that was a heel turn from Novak.
Dude, he's looking, at this stage in his career, he's looking for beefs. He's looking for motivation.
That's interesting to me, Murph, because I just don't understand why anybody would boo Novak. Like, why Novak? Why Novak?
Why Novak? Why? Dude, this is, who was it, Jordan or Kobe or both, who would always like search for the slight.
Oh, yeah.
Search for the diss. Dude, he went out of his way. He's like, oh, you coming at me? Here we go. Dude, by the way, just book Novak just won Wimbledon, right?
I was going to say, throw some money down on Novak.
God, dude, it's
my Bobby Boucher best bet of the day.
Novak's collecting receipts.
Dude.
Holy moly.
He took it personal.
And I've never seen, the Wimbledon crowd is supposed to be, please, quiet, please, quiet, please. Dude, they were like, oh. And he was like, bring it on. Have a good night.
Dude, and then he tripled down on it. Yeah, again, a good night.
Dude, who knew Novak has a, dude, you know who ears perked up?
Good night.
You know whose ears perked up was Dana White's ears perked up, man. He's like, oh, I might have a guy in
this guy's cutting promos.
Get him in the octagon. Hey,
I've been on the tour for more than 20 years, so trust me, I know all the tricks.
Okay. All right, so we've been the running joke here is that when Willie Mays turned 90, I told Marcus Boucher, who was booking our show,
that's me.
I said, hey, get Barack Obama. He's like, what do you mean?
I got Barry O on my Rolodex, Murph.
I said, well, he's not doing anything. He's firing pencils at the ceiling right now, dude. He's doing nothing. And he and Willie Mays famously became friends on Air Force One. I said, so Marcus never got him. Like, you couldn't get Obama? He's like, bro, you try getting Obama.
Yeah.
And so then then John Joe Curley joined the show, and he's like, no guest unbooked. I will book everyone. Well, he's gotten us Carl Yastrzemski and Spike Lee, which is pretty good.
Some good guests.
But Spike Lee number came from my guy, not his guy. But anyway, he still made the call.
Yeah.
So anyway,
made the connection.
The running joke is that we could never book Obama until today. We booked him.
Today's the day, Murph.
So we have Barack Obama live on the line. Thank you, John Joe Curley, for booking Barack Obama. And Barack, thank you for being on the Murph and Marcus show on KNBR in San Francisco. It's been a long road. It's been fantastic. And, listen, the friendship you had with Willie Mays means a lot. We just wanted to ask you here, for all the listeners in San Francisco, what does Willie Mays mean to you?
Like many of you, I was too young to see Willie Mays play in his prime. And yet it's a testimony to his greatness, on and off the field, that he served as an inspiration to me and to so many other Americans.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. That's a great answer, Mr. President. Thank you again for coming on the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR. Is there any way you can describe kind of like what Willie did? And again, you're listening to Barack Obama on the UMA guest line. What Willie did for America maybe in the 1950s and 60s for the racial divide?
After all, in the 50s and 60s, baseball dominated American sports. Nothing came close. And as one of the major league's first black players, Willie's excellence, as well as the sheer beauty of his game, the basket catches, the too small cap that would fly off as he rounded the bases, his daring and his effortless charisma, ended up bridging our nation's racial divide.
That's a great answer. Wow. And I know you're short on time, Mr. Obama, Mr. President, so we do appreciate you coming on, and thanks to taking John Curley's call this morning. So finally, President Obama, how did Willie Mays impact your life? And thanks for coming on KNBR.
In a very real sense, Willie Mays' career was one of the foundation stones that would ultimately allow someone like me to even consider running for president of the United States.
Well, that's incredible. Thank you. You know what? Thank you, Mr. President. We know you got to go. We did it. We booked Obama. We got him.
It's about damn time.
Those were good answers, too.
And Murph, I know that was a big moment for you, so I just let you take the entire interview, just you and Barry O back and forth.
Well, I'm the one who demanded he come on the show, you know?
God bless Willie Mays.
Oh,
and may he rest in eternal peace.
He hopped back on.
Wow.
He hopped back on. That was really nice of him.
Dude, what a guy.
Hey, congrats to you for booking Obama.
I finally booked him.
Congrats to John Joe Curley for booking Obama.
We couldn't get him off the phone.
Yeah.
We just wanted to keep talking.
Yeah. I feel like me, Young Tony, all the producers who have worked with Brian Murphy are feeling like Steve Young this morning. Finally got that monkey off our back.
That's it. There's your cooler of content. On Alex Pavlovich, Giants baseball, and Willie Mays next on the Sports Leader.
God bless Willie Mays, and may he rest in eternal peace.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, what a day yesterday at Oracle Park, man. I mean, we knew Willie Mays' memorial was going to be something. Well, when you get two presidents, one live, one on tape, that's pretty darn good. Not to mention one of the great filmmakers of our time, Spike Lee, actors, Danny Glover, great Giants fan, and then just the Hall of Fame parade. Whether it was from the East Bay, Dennis Eckersley, Ricky Henderson, Reggie Jackson, or from the very own organization the Giants have, led by Juan Marichal. Old incredible souls like Joey Amalfitano and Felipe Alou, and just so much there. Young heads like Buster Posey and Hunter Pence and Sergio Romo and Bob Melvin, and on and on and on and on and on. It was just fantastic. So we can talk about that and talk about the starting pitcher tonight and what lies ahead for the Giants. We do it all with Alex Pavlovich, who is the Giants insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. So, Alex, we do appreciate you hopping on. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murphy Marcus. That was pretty memorable, huh, Alex? What about you? I mean, you've been around this team a long time, so I'd love to hear your download from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often we have a president at the ballpark, but I think for me it was, you mentioned Joey Amalfitano and Felipe Alou. It was really cool seeing those guys, especially Joe. Like, he was in the bullpen for the catch. He was helping warm pitchers up. Like, it was a long, long time ago, and he still has vivid memories of that. And so for him to be able to give a speech and Felipe and Juan Marichal, like, I thought that, for me, that was the most special part of the day.
Yeah, and Alex, it's something that we were talking about this morning with Kipe. Me kind of having that realization yesterday when Juan Marichal was on stage that he's the last living statue that the Giants have currently. Yeah. And Kipe kind of put a spin on that. He said, well, just wait, Marcus. There's going to be more statues coming soon. So I know the Giants are going to do a lot to honor those 3 World Series teams. From those teams, who do you think will get the next statue?
I think Buster's probably the obvious one just for everything. It's been the Hall of Famers who have gotten the statues, and he should be in, hopefully, on the first ballot. I mean, can't see him not being in pretty quickly. So I think he's the obvious one. And then I'm curious to see what they do. I mean, there's they've already kind of like, they're walking a weird line. Like, they've given Matt Cain's number out, but they haven't given Timmy and Bumgarner's numbers out. Brandon Belt, they put his number out of commission for a year, but I don't think anyone's going to wear 35 again. So they kind of have to parse a lot of guys who are pretty similar in certain ways and had very good careers, and guys who meant a lot to the Giants. They have to figure out kind of which ones go on the Wall of Fame, which ones, have their numbers retired, who gets a statue. I think Buster's probably hit the top of the list, and then maybe Bruce Bochy. But, what do you do with, like, a Tim Lincecum? Like, nobody's ever going to wear 55 again, but he's not going to be in the Hall of Fame, so I don't know if they'll do a statue. So I'm curious to see what they do. I mean, it's a great discussion now that, unfortunately we've had to deal with a lot the last month or two, but it is a good discussion going forward how they handle kind of this next generation, which really, even includes this weekend and the core 4 and those guys being able to go on the Wall of Fame.
And this doesn't even address Barry Bonds. Like, where does Bonds eventually get a statue? I don't know.
And it's would be the next one, yeah.
Sort of a 2-pronged question then. I don't know about that. Maybe he would, but more as we look ahead now to a world without Willie Mays and earlier than that, Willie McCovey. You think Barry, and Rich Aurelia broached this with you guys on NBC Sports Bay Area, is Barry ready to become like the godfather of the Giants? He's never been super comfortable in the public spotlight. A guy like Will Clark's probably more comfortable around people, but Barry's Barry. And wondering your feeling on, like, is he willing to kind of be that honorary godfather for the next few decades?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone's more comfortable around people than Will, so he will be the voice probably. He's been around a lot. Like, I don't know if people realize that. You hear the stories when, like, the Jock Peterson says I talked to Barry, or Lamont Wade Jr. says I talked to him. This year especially, he has been around, I would say, probably half the home games. He's in the cage. So I think he's a lot more comfortable around the ballpark now. And I don't know that Barry's ever going to be someone who wants to be public speaking too often or being the voice of the franchise, but he certainly has taken on more of a role in recent years. And look, he is the greatest living ball player. Like, he is next in line. You're right. He is next in line for a statue. He's in front of Buster. So I think he's going to be more involved. I don't know that he wants quite as much as maybe Willie had, but they're probably going to have to split some things up. I mean, for me, there's guys they're more likely to be vocal. Will Clark would be one. Hunter Pence certainly is, he's part of the broadcast, and he even was the voice of those teams when he played. Like, he's the one who wants to give those speeches when some other guys don't. But I think maybe there's more of splitting some things up between Barry and Buster and guys like Hunter Pence and Will Clark, and then, maybe somebody like Brandon Crawford, who had a great Giants career. And don't think he'll move back to the Bay Area, but I think we'll see a lot of him in years to come.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Giants fans would love to see Barry kind of reunited with the team and kind of take on a mentor or leadership role, especially when you have so many young outfitters on this team. And I wanted to ask you about Elliot Ramos, who's now heading to the All-Star game, his journey. I know you've covered the entire thing, Alex, whether it's him being called up, sent back down, him being labeled a 4A player by a lot of Giants fans, to him now being an All-Star after being called up on May 8th.
Yeah, it's, I know there's been a lot of discussion about who gets credit. I just give a ton of credit to Elliot. I mean, he never stopped thinking this was possible. He never lost faith in himself. I remember seeing him, the last day last year when they called Crawford back up to do his final day. Elliot was the one who got optioned, and which kind of showed you, it's not a huge deal, but shows you a little bit of just where he was on the pecking order at the time. And I saw him on the way out of the ballpark, and he said, I'm ready to go to work. It's like, I'm going to be back in the gym tomorrow and in Arizona, and I'm ready. I'm ready to have a big off season. So he's done a lot of work to get here, and sometimes we forget. I mean, he's only 24 years old. We met him when he was 17. So we forget how young these guys are sometimes and how long it takes. It's a really cool story, and I'll just say, like, one, the work, and then two, the other thing that sticks out to me is, like, I don't know that any current Giant plays with more joy than him, and he's just such a good, he's not a face of the franchise type yet, but he's maybe headed in that direction, and just such a good candidate for that, I think, and someone who can potentially pair with Logan. I mean, two young All-Stars, and they had some other choices who are pretty young as well. So it's really kind of a game-changing development for their future if this is who he is. If you have an All-Star outfielder and you have someone who's becoming a fan favorite already and plays with that kind of joy and plays with that kind of energy, at some point you just kind of figure this is who he is. I mean, it's been over 2 months now. So it is, you go back to the last couple of years and it's still a little surprising, but it's been 2 months and he hasn't slowed down, and he had like one stretch where he went like 1 for 22 and came right back and kept hitting. So I just kind of expect this is who he is now.
Super exciting. I mean, a homegrown All-Star, first one since Chili Davis in 1986. I mean, it's a big deal. Maybe Giants fans should really try to enjoy this and hope that this is the start of something big, and that leads to kind of the rest of the outfield, as Marcus alluded, the Austin Slater trade, which I'm sure Giants fans kind of looking at his numbers. They weren't seeing it this year. I mean, I'm looking at a lefty for the Blue Jays tonight, and I'm like, well, there's no Slater to start. So I guess my question simply is it Luis Matos' time? Does he just fill that role? Is he that guy?
It should be. It's been up and down for him, but I think he's ready for it. And I think at some point, you also just, and Farhan said this, and they haven't done it that much. At some point, you just kind of have to see if they can sink or swim and see what these guys have. And this is a good time with the trade deadline, 3 weeks away. You have 2-3 weeks here to play Matos, I think, pretty much every day and see if he's ready to take over in the second half and be part of kind of the long-term outfield here. But Austin Slater did a really great job against lefties for a long time. He wasn't doing it this year. So if that's not going to be the case, you might as well take a look at the younger guy. And they're also just roster-wise. I mean, there was some inflexibility that they've had in recent weeks. And even with some other guys in other positions like the bullpen, you see where they're forced to send out like a Spencer Bivens. There are some guys who are not able to be optioned. So I think they ran out of options a little bit, and I think they needed to start to clear out some guys who maybe had been around for a long while. And Austin, unfortunately for him, had a really rough year. So I think this sets the stage for Matos. And look, ideally you go into next year and you say it's Ramos, it's Matos, it's Jung Hoo Lee, and that's their outfield. Maybe they go into free agency and add a little bit, but you're not going to know unless you play him every day, and they really haven't had a chance to do that.
Yeah, I expect to see Luis Matos in the lineup tonight against the Toronto Blue Jays. Hopefully he can provide some run support for Blake Snell making his return to the bump. Alex, what are your expectations for Blake Snell's return, and do you have any idea what the corresponding roster move would be?
I don't know. That they have, made a couple moves since they last played, so including Austin Slater, so they have a roster spot to work with. I think Colton Ingram also, it looks like he got optioned, at least according to the transaction. So they might have some space here. I keep thinking, like, at some point Snell's going to figure out. I mean, the stuff is good. The fastball is still 97. The breaking ball's still there. He hasn't felt comfortable all year, but he's now had the 3 rehab starts. He has had kind of, multiple spring trainings almost now, just being on the IL to get back to who he was. You keep thinking at some point he's going to figure it out. And I think this is the week where they pinpointed it and said, look, they have 6 games. He's scheduled to start 2 of them. Everybody else is getting an extended break here in the middle of July, including Jordan Hicks and Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison. And when they get back from the break, they're going to have Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb. So this, for me, is like Blake Snell week. It's the time to figure out what they have, and that goes a long way in the second half to figuring out what they want to do at the trade deadline, or what kind of moves they think they have to make. But it starts tonight, as you said, and he probably should start Sunday as well. So you figure at some point it's going to come, and they're probably hoping that starts tonight.
I guess just that kind of leads me to the last question, which is it possible that it could be a trade piece? I mean, is that something that you think that on Farhan's grease board of possibilities is that, hey, we could trade Snell and build for even more because he's not part of their long-term future?
Oh, yeah. I think, for me, this is probably similar to other years where one thing we've seen from Farhan is he does like to buy and sell at the same time. And even the Slater deal was a little similar. I mean, it's not like they just dumped him. They got back a lefty who they probably will need in the second half at some point because they've used Eric Miller a ton. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he ends up doing in a few weeks. And the one thing I'll say about Snell is they've been through this with Carlos Rodon, and those options are just really difficult at the trade deadline. And they kind of discovered that with Rodon, who in theory was a great piece, but teams looked at it and went, well, we don't really know because if he gets hurt, he's gonna opt in. And if he, you don't have much control there when the player has that option, and Blake Snell has that as well. So it's probably not as much coming back as you might think, even if he's really good for the next 3 weeks. But certainly I think any of these pitchers, there's not a whole lot out there. So if they want to be aggressive and if they look up at the end of July and they go, hey, we do have a full rotation and we trust Hayden Birdsong and Carson Wisenhunt's down there in AAA, they would have the opportunity if they wanted to, especially if they're still 3 or 4 games under 500 at the time to maybe shake things up and get a good prospect back.
Intriguing. All right. Tonight should be really, really interesting. Yesterday was incredible, and we appreciate you hopping on, sharing some memories, Alex.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thanks, buddy.
Alex.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
Alex Pavlovich. So this, as he said, is interesting because the player option lessens his value in a trade market. But I'm not opposed to Giants haven't sold in so long. I don't mind selling.
Mm-mm.
I don't mind it.
And I don't mind putting Blake Snell on that list.
No.
I don't mind putting Michael Conforto on that list.
Yeah, exactly.
'Cause that's another guy that's on the back end of his second option with the Giants. And when we're talking about the outfield looking like Jung Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos, and Luis Matos next year, maybe you should try to cash in on Conforto while he's hot right now.
By the way, poor Mikey Yaz, the longest tenured Giant, just waking up this morning, feeding his kids breakfast, and he's turning on KNBR. We just have him not in the 2025 outfield.
Yeah.
Is that kind of the deal?
I think Yaz has kind of reached his pinnacle with the
Good
Giants.
defensive player.
He's great. He's a great fourth outfielder.
Yeah.
But I want Luis Matos to get those at-bats.
Well, tonight maybe, right? All right, that was fun. Thank you, Alex. All right, on the other side, Tolbert and Copes landed the big interview with Steve Kerr, and he got into the nitty-gritty. No longer romantic about the Klay Thompson departure, more realistic. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, time to talk pizza. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. I want to remind our listeners in Sacramento, Amici's just opened a new location in Sacramento, offering takeout and delivery to the greater Sacramento area. Yeah, check out the menu at amicis.com and click on the Sacramento location to check out the menu and place your takeout or delivery order. There's a special deal to celebrate the new location all this week. When you order any large pizza via amicis.com, you can get a second pizza of equal or lesser value for half price. Just enter the promo code half off at checkout. Yeah, Amici's, listen, we've been doing this New York-style pizzas, pasta, salads, chicken wings in the Bay Area for over 30 years. Now Sacramento joins the pizza party. So, great deal on pizzas, family, friends in the Sacramento area. Go to amicis.com Click on the Sacramento location, use the promo code half off, and Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, we're letting this roll for a sec here. Take a listen. Turn it up. Okay. We want our local EDM resident, young Tony.
Wow. Good morning, everyone. We were playing smooth jazz all day. We just switched it up.
And then I'm coming in with a banger right here.
This is a test. We're going to get to Kerr and Klay in just a second. This is a test. This is our latest EDM banger. We want your honest opinion.
I wouldn't call it a banger.
Oh.
They're like English or like Irish.
They're
or
Irish. And I saw this song going viral on TikTok, on Twitter, on Instagram, and I immediately thought, I got to get this to Murph's 12-year-old all-star playlist.
I put it on. I just put it on right now.
And I found it. Everybody in the club start bouncing.
See, he knows it.
This is a banger, Tony.
It's a bunch of 10-year-old Irish kids.
Dude, this would get me down to the Cow Palace for a rave.
You should see them. All these cute little Irish kids bouncing around in the club. The Listune Varna crew.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
This is.
Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it.
I doubt it, Tony.
Yeah.
I doubt it. Dude, little Irish, like 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds out here rapping and putting out EDM bangers.
What is that performance like?
We'll see how this turns up. When it shows up in batting practice today, we'll see how it's received.
Oh, dude, this is way better than Kids Bop, I'll tell you that.
It kind of has a Kids Bop vibe, actually. Shout them out. Listune Varna, by the way, great town in County Clare where there's a lover's ritual every August. You go to meet your mate. Yeah. Christy Moore sang a song. Yeah. Christy Moore sang a song about Listune Varna. But anyway, there you go. Yeah. There's another banger for you, buddy. Add it to your list. Have it in your head when you're playing golf.
Oh, man. The 650 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, I'm a big EDM/house music fan, and I'm Irish, and that song is still crap.
Damn,
dude.
Right,
I thought it was a banger.
I'm putting it on the list.
Yeah, put it on the playlist. For the kids.
Right,
not the kids. Not the kids.
Think you can stop what Klay does?
I doubt it.
Because he spoke
He's got the energy.
Dallas. He spoke in Dallas this morning. Well, guys, we have Klay Thompson in that Mavericks blue.
Ooh.
He spoke in Texas. What are you doing in Texas, Klay? That's where the frickin' Dallas Cowboys are. I want to be where the Dallas Cowboys are. Anyway, here he is. His first comments on coming to Dallas.
Whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State, but I just felt like, moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and they look like they have fun playing with each other and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me, and that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
Wow, Klay Thompson saying change of scenery, new Klay.
Yeah, got to recharge those batteries.
New Klay. By the way, we're going to ignore the tidal wave of anti-Listune Varna crew.
Oh, dude, the 408 just texted in saying it's a straight banger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Shout out like the Mbops of the world and all that, dude. But anyway, the point is that there's Klay, and this is exactly what you would think. It's following the script, which is I was getting stale and angry in my old relationship. Now he's on Tinder. You know what I mean? Now he's on basketball Tinder,
now
saying
he's swiping right on Kyrie and Luka,
looking for a fresh start. And this is exactly what you would think. Best case scenario is energized Klay, new locker room Klay, new team Klay, and oh, by the way, I want to exact revenge on my old team for benching me, Klay. Right?
Absolutely. And I think a lot of people had the same thoughts watching the Dallas Mavericks in the NBA Finals when they completely got outshot by the Boston Celtics. As a team, they shot 32% from three-point range. Klay Thompson is easily going to be the best shooter on that team. And you talk about that fit of him just standing in the corner, catch and shoot all day with Kyrie and Luka dominating the ball movement. I think Klay fits in perfectly with the Dallas Mavericks.
Did you just have a vision of him in that Mavericks blue, sitting in the corner and just holding it as he swishes one in the Western Conference Finals, and Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy are home alone, man. San Francisco, just watching on the TV?
Well, I was going to say, at home, what if Klay ends up knocking the Warriors out of the playoffs somehow?
God, how juicy would that be? My God. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Here he does, in his second cut, he addresses the elephant in the room, which is he was unhappy. We thought he was so happy. He's on the boat. He's Klay Thompson. Turns out he was roiling with what's the word? Turmoil for the last 2 years here.
There was times last year it was really tough. I mean, you know, everyone expects you to be that all-NBA player, and, you know, sometimes it's hard to consistently do that. That's why there's only 15 slots on that team, and coming here is just such a fresh start and feeling just wanted again, and like I bring great value. It just gets me excited to go out there and even work out after this press conference and get shots up. And so, yeah, there was times last year it was tough where it wasn't as joyful as it had been in the past. And it's nice to kind of shed that and have a whole new fresh start, whole new group of guys to get to know, and co-workers. So a whole new city. It's really cool, and I'm going to embrace the heck out of this opportunity.
Man. Fresh legs, Klay. How about when he says to feel wanted again? How about he says it's not as joyful? That's Kerr's big thing, joy. That's his big thing, joy. Almond joy, Kerr joy. And then he says nice to shed. Wow. How about that? Like it's dead weight. My God. Well, we should probably then transition to the Kerr cuts. Like, what's he talking about?
Yeah, what is he talking about? Because the Dallas Mavericks wanted you so bad, they're giving you $16.5 million. Like, again, this wasn't about money. It's just Klay wanting to be accepted, I guess, with the Dallas Mavericks?
Or just saying what the way Kerr treated him was beneath him or was not worthy of him. And Kerr addressed this. Shout out Tolbert and Copes for getting Kerr yesterday. It's a great get. And it wasn't just Kerr saying, hey, Klay, we love you. Thank you. It was Kerr admitting that, yeah, I had to bench him. And so his cut Tony, where he's like, yeah, I had to bench him. And he said, that was my job.
Yeah, they're all tough. And every year, you know, you have these types of decisions as a coach, and you have to kind of navigate your way through them. But they're especially tough when they involve a guy like Klay, you know, who has done so much for the team. But, you know, when the team starts to struggle, then, you know, I have to make the best decision for the team and, you know, not for the individual. And players understand that, and I try to help our players through that as best I can. But ultimately, you know, that's the job. And it's no fun when you're put in that position, but that is the job. And so I think this year we found, you know, late in the season that we looked better for a while with Brandon starting and Klay coming off the bench. And then, you know, teams started to adjust a little bit, and we went back to Klay. But that's, you know, it's kind of the where we are as a team and where certain guys are individually, where we're having to make these changes.
Damn. So here's Kerr. You got Klay on the one end saying I didn't feel wanted. You got Kerr saying it's my job.
Yeah.
So Kerr's saying, like, realistically, you were not our best option. Clay's saying, man, they didn't understand who I was. So it's good. We're gonna find out this year.
Yeah.
Who was right.
And those are tough conversations to have. But look, Klay, this happens in every sport. Somebody had to tell Jimmy Garoppolo he wasn't getting his starting job back from Brock Purdy. Somebody had to tell Tim Lincecum he'd be pitching out of the bullpen in the World Series for the Giants. Like, there's moments in your career where I don't want to say life is passing you by, but Klay, you're slowing down a little bit. It seemed like in the moment he was accepting the role, he was actually succeeding in it, was really good as a sixth man. But it turns out he was not happy with that situation.
Let me ask you a question. For the Warriors, was the best case scenario to keep Klay as a sixth man? Like, would that be the scenario? Like, let's say the Warriors could craft the perfect scenario where Klay's going to accept money that gets under the second apron. Start Podziemski, Klay off the bench?
Oh, I would have been throwing a party if the Warriors could have re-signed Klay for the contract that he signed with the Dallas Mavericks. Now, of course, there's reports that he had a similar contract with the Lakers. He chose the Dallas Mavericks because of the state income tax. So maybe they would have bumped it up. I would have been willing to pay Klay $18 to $20 million. And then, yes, I think it would have been a great option with the second unit, as we saw last season.
And he's not going to start with the Mavs.
Sounds like he is.
Interesting.
I don't know. I guess they're having him at the 3. Again, they want him to be on the floor because they don't have any other shooters. When Kyrie and Luka drive to the basket, they can't kick it out to anybody.
Kerr does go for the old, it's best for both of us that we move on. How about that? When you're getting the, no, it's best, again, we joked about this earlier in the show, but when you here at KNBR, you'll get an email with a guy's name in the subject line or a gal's name in the subject line. You're just like, huh? It just says Tony Farias.
Uh-oh.
It just says Brian Murphy.
Uh-oh.
And then you click on it and it says, Brian Murphy is no longer with Cumulus Media, period. We wish him well in his future endeavors.
We wish him so well, just not here with us.
By the way, his key card doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
So this is where they get to that part with Klay. I mean, Kerr just sent out an email that said Klay Thompson.
Oh, you're telling me Klay Thompson is showing up to Chase Center like Jamal Adams trying to get into the Jets facility on Hard Knocks?
Klay Thompson is no longer with Cumulus Media. We wish him well in his future endeavors.
Oh, Cumulus.
Here's the cut here. Best for both.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and Klay expressed that to me when we sat down and talked during free agency, and we had several discussions, about everything that was happening, and ultimately what it came down to for him was, he felt like a change of scenery would be good, and because he felt that way. And, and the difficulties that he's had kind of reconciling with the injuries, comparing himself to his old self. I think it could be the best thing for both sides. And I hate to even say that, but, it sounds crazy, but I do think it's probably the case. And obviously we wish Klay well and thank him for everything that he's done for us.
Yes. How about he said he expressed that to him in a conversation? I guess they did have a conversation, and Klay was like, I got to go.
Best for both sides.
I got to go. This is wild stuff.
Which makes me kind of want to dig deeper in this, and it kind of makes me anticipate the Last Dance documentary that the Warriors are eventually going to put out, and the juicy details like, was Klay Thompson a team locker room cancer last year? Like, it sounds like we're getting to the point where people were complaining about Klay's kind of attitude around the younger players. Again, I'm not going to sit here and slander Klay Thompson's name, but it sounds like there were some issues that were bigger than the public knew about.
Yeah, it's always the 925. There's a lot of texts coming in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 925 says, I'm a Lakers fan. He says, I think Klay looked at Draymond's extension, was hurt. He wasn't offered the same. And here's the reasoning. Klay has been a much better teammate and overall player. The benching was the last straw. He says, especially when Draymond keeps getting in trouble. There is that. I mean, Draymond, you can make an argument to just get him out of the building because but the Warriors say, no, when he's right, his defense, we win games. When he's right with Klay, when he's right, the value isn't as big as Draymond.
Yeah, I mean, Draymond is so impactful defensively, what he's able to do in the pick and roll with Steph Curry, how he can play with the ball in his hand and let Steph play off ball. That's not kind of demeaning what Klay Thompson was able to do, spreading out the gravity and the ball spacing for that Warriors offense. But I don't want to sit here. It's like picking between your favorite kids, like Draymond or Klay. Who do you want? I'm still mad that Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole got taken care of before the two of them.
Well, now the spacing is taken care of by my guy, Buddy Hield.
Yeah, watch out for the splash buddies.
623 does say, I got to say, my daughter just moved to Dallas last year. I visited her. It's a cool town. It is true. I mean, it's funny you want to say, oh, Dallas, the Cowboys, blah, blah, blah. But there are some real nice pockets, cool restaurants and bars and all that. So Klay will thrive.
Yeah, and
he'll thrive.
The real question is, what lake is Klay Thompson going to take over? Because he's got to put that boat somewhere.
We'll have to ask Bruce Bochy, right?
That's true. Maybe he'll go deep sea fishing in the Gulf of Mexico with Bochy.
A little bit of a journey from Dallas to down there, but he can do it.
Whatever, he can get there. And how about the fact that we always joke about everybody leaving California to go to Texas, whether it's Bochy, whether it's Klay, whether it's Joe Rogan, whether it's Tesla headquarters going to Texas. Everybody's going to Texas.
Yeah, you don't. By the way, go look at your weather app today. Go check out the weather.
Hot.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, it's just soaking humidity. And oh, by the way, your neighbor's flying a flag that says "F your feelings, Trump 2024."
Come and take it.
All right,
come and take it.
650 says, and what if Dallas benches Klay? Do you think he'll be a starter all year?
Well, that's why I'm interested to see how those dynamics work with Jason Kidd as his head coach and everything the Dallas Mavericks were able to do for Kyrie Irving. and how they kind of stabilized his mindset, because Kyrie was going through a lot when he was in Boston, but he comes to Dallas, he's paired up with Luka, and it seems like Kyrie is a whole new kind of character and a whole new mode.
The only thing I just say about Dallas is that, and they are good, trust me, but again, they were only 4 wins better than the Warriors last year, and the Warriors missed Draymond for 27 games. And I don't want to diminish, because I always say, like, if you get there, you get there. You get credit for getting to the finals, so I'm not diminishing it. However, were they the best team in the West?
However.
Are they going to go back next year? You know, I mean, could you make it? Is it a lock that the Mavericks will finish ahead of the Warriors this year? Is that a lock?
I would say yes.
Okay.
If I was a betting man, which I am, I'd put money on that bet. I think Klay sees a clearer path back to the finals with the Dallas Mavericks than he does with the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, that's a question. Is he closer to a title now? Yeah. The short answer would be yes, unless the Warriors get Lauri. If the Warriors get Lauri Markkanen,
I would still take Luka and Kyrie as a better. Yeah, I'd still think Dallas would probably be closer.
And then Klay as a third. But if you have to trade Kuminga to get Markkanen, et cetera. So 925. Pardon me. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line here 925 says the flip-flopping Warrior fan base. Klay is washed. It was a good basketball decision.
Watch your mouth.
831 says Klay will not start. Kyrie and Luka have those starting guard spots.
I've heard rumors about Klay starting in the 3 at small forward just to space the floor. But who knows? I'm not Jason Kidd. I'm not the coach.
408 says, "Hey Murph, don't you have a layover in Dallas? What do you mean a layover in Dallas? What do you mean? What does that mean?
I don't know. Do you have a layover in Dallas? Got a layover in Dixon coming up this weekend.
That's true. They'll be in Dixon Friday night. Come on out.
Try the cider.
Am I getting this? Am I getting the cider?
Yeah, you should get the cider.
Okay. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
If you know, you know.
We do for sure. 925 says, I hate to say it, but Klay is now closer to a 5th ring than Steph or Draymond. Good for him. A wise basketball legacy and choice. So there you go. All right, guys. Well, Klay has spoken. He says, I didn't feel wanted. It's nice to shed that. So now it's like we got great drama. Do we have the schedule out already? Do we have the 2024-25 schedule?
When does Klay Thompson come back to Chase Center?
Yeah, and what's he going to, people going to be holding 0 for 10 signs up?
No. Please don't disrespect Klay Thompson like that. Like, there's no way in hell he should get anything other than a standing ovation. They should retire his jersey number next year. Hell, give me the statue. I don't care. You should be praising Klay for everything he did here in the Bay.
I don't have, let me see. Do I have the
Hey, real
schedule
quick,
here?
Curly wants me to ask, would you guys like to see him on Christmas Day?
Ooh, that'd be a good matchup.
Yes.
Warriors, Mavs, Christmas Day. Sign me up, Curly.
100%.
What are you making schedules now?
I don't think the schedule's out. The NBA doesn't put their schedule out yet. They don't do the NFL thing where they just build it up and build it up and build it up and build it up. So, all right, guys. Well, there you go, man. It's going to be, I tell you, this thing had legs. And there's more Klay talking. And now we got to wait till freaking October. But the stage is set. And are the Warriors going to get somebody? Are they going to get somebody?
And apparently you had a layover in Dallas when you went to the Army-Navy game? Shout out to 408 on the text line.
Well, we've been to Dallas many, many times. I mean, we won a World Series there. Giants won a World Series there in 2010, and also went for the Super Bowl when the Packers played who were they playing that year? It was the ice. It was that ice all week. We had ice storms every week, and I skidded all over the road.
Yeah, but this story about the Army-Navy game layover in Dallas is really stuck with the 408.
I know what happened in Dallas. Did something memorable happen?
I'm sure you left something behind.
I probably left a laptop or a bag or a sweatshirt or something. So funny the amount of times I unload on my kid for leaving water bottles behind or sweatshirts behind, when in fact he will never match my career record of leaving things behind.
I wonder where he gets it from.
I know, it's unbelievable. Were you a leave behinder?
I don't leave stuff behind for the most part, unless like I'm in a different mind state that I probably shouldn't be talking about.
Shout out you too, leave it behind. All that you can't leave behind. All right, we're not going to leave behind the memories from yesterday. The Willie Mays Memorial was spectacular. The dignitaries everywhere, and we have some of the best moments from the day next on The Sports Leader.
They must have cut me. Man. Already?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stephen Douglas Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with his college roommate Tom Tolbert and some other guy named Adam Copeland to talk about Klay Thompson going to the Dallas Mavericks and what him and Steph Curry expect from Team USA in the Olympics this summer. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Nice. We're getting the beautiful sounds of the saxophone. This is John Coltrane, though. Not the young 17-year-old kid from Oakland, Io Brame, B-R-A-M-E, A-Y-O, Io Brame, who there was such a beautiful ceremony yesterday, whether it was all the speakers from Johnny Hartman. Ooh. I mean, so American culture decided to peak in 1953 and then just head out. Now we're getting, what are we getting? Like, what's the crap we're getting today? Sabrina Carpenter, please, please, please. Come on, man.
You don't want an espresso, Murph?
Well, the espresso's a little bit more of a banger. Listen, who sings like this anymore? Huh? Anybody? Yeah, so this is the song that the kid played in the middle of the Mays ceremony yesterday. And I was like, oh, what a choice. Such a beautiful song and so beautifully played by this 17-year-old kid from Oakland playing saxophone. Now, guy who entered the ceremony late and sat in the front row, Bill Clinton, President of the United States,
Murph's
1993 to 2001, he played saxophone. Yeah, okay, famously on Arsenio Hall. That led to the story that we'll tell a little bit later on. But it was a beautiful moment. And it was part of a beautiful day. Yeah. And Bill Clinton was part of it. We'll play it for you. But we want to just kind of relive some of these moments here yesterday because it's worth it. You guys I want to shout out you and Walt and the young kids who went out there because you guys are way beyond the maze. Like, I'm at the tail end, 73 World Series. I'm barely online, but my brother tells me about him. All these people tell me about him. So I'm connected to Maze a little bit, right? You guys know. But you guys went and put the work in to hear the stories yesterday.
Yeah, and that's
I appreciate that.
For me, like, whether it's your older brother or my dad, like, it kind of feels like I have a connection to Willie through my pops, who was a huge Willie Mays fan. Talked about listening to Giants games in the kitchen with his mom and how that inspired him to be a baseball player, which led to me being a baseball player, which led to me having Tommy John surgery and getting into radio and now being on air with you. Like, the trickle-down kind of effects that Willie Mays had, not just on my dad, not just on your brother, but a whole society. And you saw that last night with everybody who showed up, the countless number of Hall of Famers who were on the field.
I mean, so let's start with, there's so many different ways to start. Let's start with Felipe Alou, because he's not in good health. And he said 2 days ago he wasn't going to make the trip, but he had to be there for Willie. And he's a man of great heart. And he opened by saying, he goes, they give me 2 minutes, I need 2 months. But at the end, this is Felipe Alou, man, original San Francisco Giant at age 89 and in failing health and standing up there for a long time saying how much he loved Willie.
So this guy was a perfect defender, perfect base runner. It was Joe Torre mentioned that he didn't need a coach because he was a coach himself. And Alvin Dark, one time, when he took over as the manager of the Giants, he named Willie Mays captain of the team. And I said to myself, well, captain of the team, he's been the captain of the team before. Willie Mays should be named general. He should be the general. So this is it. I think I've finished my time. Thank you very much.
General Willie Mays. I love it.
Felipe was great, and there was a cool moment, too, because he was on stage with Dusty and Juan Marichal, and they were giving their speeches. And because Felipe is coming off a knee surgery, they actually went up and offered him a chair to sit down, and Felipe was such a badass, he said, no, I don't want that chair. I'm standing up here for Willie.
Felipe's a very, 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 very proud man. Joey Amalfitano is 90 years old. He was his teammate on the New York Giants. Wow. Felipe Alou was not on the New York Giants. Juan Marichal was not on the New York Giants. Joey Amalfitano was, and he was in the bullpen warming up pitchers when Willie made the catch in 1950. And then he was on stage last night.
He might have been the closest guy to the catch, to Willie in that moment.
Without question, physically. Yeah, exactly. So let's go to Amalfitano, cut Z13, style. He just kept saying how stylish Willie was. Z13. Joey Amalfitano out there, 90 years young. Here he is.
I was very fortunate to see him perform in a lot of games. He did a lot of memorable things. In my mind, the baseball fields that he played on, it was his stage. And he was quite a performer. Batter's box, he had a style. Running the bases, he had a style. Center field, he had the catch, a style. I think God looked down on him one day and watched him play and said, boy, I really created a good one there.
Joey Amalfitano. He's right. God, you know what's funny? I just kept getting, people said they would like to see him play. I was doing these weird visions. I got my visions like Chris Paul helping out on that second quarter in Orlando or Joe Montana carrying the Lombardi trophy out.
Oh, man, not the visions.
Which he brought out to Patrick Mahomes. But I just had a vision. What I would have liked to see Mays come out of the dugout with that loping stride and those low black stirrups and the way he wore that uniform and the hat, just going out to center field at Oracle. Yeah. I pictured him just running out. Pictured him running into the Triples Alley, which Joey Amalfitano said would be called Death. We'll play this. I just pictured it, and I was like, God, it'd be so beautiful, right?
I mean, that's why it was such an awesome moment just to see number 24 being worn by the Giants and then being worn by Elliot Ramos in center field. Had the basket catch that Monday night that they're honoring Willie Mays, but you're right. To see Willie in that outfield, if he could play defense at the Polo Grounds, he could have played defense at Oracle Park.
So Amalfitano's saying he wants to play. He wants to see him at Oracle, yeah.
There's been a lot of nice things said about Willie here today. I was fortunate enough to be a teammate of his in New York, the Polo Grounds, and also here in San Francisco. Joe, you did a good job of critiquing him. He loved to play the game. He had a lot of fun playing it. When you're that good, you do have a lot of fun playing. Larry, I could add something to what you said about he hasn't played in this field here. I would have liked to have seen Willie play center field here. Because right center field, with him playing center field, it might have been called Death Valley.
That's
a great line.
Where triples go to die. So good. So many more things we want to squeeze in here. Willie's lawyer, Malcolm Heineke, he's been great. I got to meet him when we were doing the Giants, Willie Mays Scholars with the Junior Giants, which has been a huge success. We took those kids down to Birmingham. The Junior Giants Community Fund took them down to Birmingham for the Rick Woodfield, and Malcolm Heineke was a huge part of us getting that started and getting Willie involved in it. And he was really, really good yesterday. He was so much energy. He was with Willie till the very end. He was with Willie for the last 20 years by his side. He tells a story about him winning the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So here he is, and he kept saying that Willie's would never use the word awesome or fantastic. When he was at his highest praise, he would say, that's pretty good. So here's the story.
Willie was modest, didn't use words like fantastic or awesome. His highest praise was a humble this. That's pretty good. My children tell me I do that terribly, but that's as close as I can get. And as an example, when Ambassador Bleish called Willie to tell him that he had won the Presidential Medal of Freedom, or that President Obama was going to take him for a ride on Air Force One, Willie's response, that's pretty good.
That's so good. Well, that leads to Obama, who showed up on the video screen after he came on KNBR with us.
After he stopped by a morning show hit with Murph and Marcus.
Talking about that ride on Air Force One, when they went to the 2009 All-Star Game in St. Louis, Obama with Willie on Air Force One. There's a great picture by Pete Souza of the two of them just sitting next to each other on the plane, breaking it down. It's great.
I'll never forget giving Willie a ride to the All-Star Game back in 2009. And let me tell you, as president, it was rare for me to be the second most important guy on Air Force One. But with Willie on board, it wasn't even close. The flight attendants kept passing me by to ask, can I get you something else, Mr. Mays? And as far as I was concerned, that's exactly how it should have been. That's who Willie Mays was, from start to finish. A man who inspired admiration and affection without ever having to break a sweat. That's why his influence lasted long after he'd played his last game. And that's why those of us who were lucky enough to know to say, hey, kid, will miss him so very, very much. God bless Willie Mays, and may he rest in eternal peace.
Yeah. Obama, man. That picture is you should look it up. The picture from 2009 on Air Force One. It's just really like, hey, there's Willie Mays.
Yeah, there's
Air
Willie
Force One.
repping the Giants on Air Force One.
Yeah, repping the Giants, big time.
As always.
Last two, the Clinton and the Bonds. Let's go with Clinton first. I thought this was pretty cool, but he's such a freaking gifted speaker. He had notes, but I think he just kind of stopped reading them and just started riffing. And at the end, he just talked about, I thought this was really good, his closing statement here on the effort is the prize here.
Willie Mays gave me the chance to realize what real greatness is. And it's a curious combination of intelligence, dedication, the will to win, and a fundamental humility to believe that the effort is the prize. A gift he leaves us all with, and that I hope we can all share and cherish for the rest of our lives. God bless you, Willie. Thank you.
Yeah, he was good, man. And the fundamental humility that the playing the game, the effort, the work he put into the game, the smarts he had in the game. You mentioned intelligence in there, and the will to win, too. It's funny, at one point during the ceremony, I just looked up, just randomly just looked up at the edge of the stadium, I don't know, my head looked up, and it was snapping in the breeze was the 1954 New York Giants flag. I was like, oh, my eyes went right to that one. That was kind of neat.
Wow. And that was kind of cool yesterday at the ballpark. You can hear the flags in the wind, and you heard that, and then I kind of looked up too, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. And then finally, Barry Bonds, emotional about his godfather, closing it out yesterday. Barry Bonds, who's now, without his dad and without Willie.
That's nothing compared to what Willie taught me about the game of baseball and what he gave to me like a second son. Mentorship, unconditional love, and yes, a butt kicking when I needed it. And then love again like a father. But I didn't know after all these years, turning 60 in July, what Willie was truly giving me until now. Forever memories. Forever memories. And like I said about my father, thank you, Willie. Thank you.
There it is, man. Good array of voices from yesterday.
Bonds getting a little emotional. Second to last speaker, Michael Mays, finished it off with the final speech. And then Murph, the cherry on top. You mentioned the Willie Mays Scholars. When they opened up those center field gates and all the kids came running out to play catch on the field, it was a perfect way to end the celebration of Willie Mays'
Center
life.
Field by John Fogerty, which I did all the years I knew the song. I didn't hear John Fogerty actually say until Willie Mays died that he wrote it for Willie Mays. Because it's funny, Creedence Clearwater Revival sounds like such a country band from rural America, but they're from El Cerrito. They're East Bay guys. They were just influenced by the great American tradition. And John Fogerty said Willie Mays was his, so he grew up a Giants fan in El Cerrito, and Willie Mays was his guy. So he said when he wrote Center Field, put me in coach, Willie was in mine.
Wow. Just another person that Willie Mays inspired, yeah.
I mean, you kind of thought it, but I never heard Fogerty say it. So there it is.
Makes sense.
All right, more Giants baseball. Damon Minor, the hitting coach for the Sacramento River Cats, and a guy who's been coaching up Brett Wisely and all-star Elliot Ramos and Luis Matos. So good details coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I'm loving this. We got young Tony onto real jazz. Real jazz. Not Kenny G. Is this more Coltrane?
Oh, why are you taking shots at Kenny G?
This is Coltrane and Duke Ellington.
You're doing good, kid.
Dude, Tony going deep into the files.
Hey, somebody said all you need with this is some scotch and maybe a gummy.
Ooh. This music makes me, personally,
we can get into the bourbon.
Want to get into the bourbon.
All right, from there, Giants baseball is our focus tonight. They take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Big time for this team to try to make a little bit of move before the All-Star break. Blake Snell starts tonight. He might start Sunday, too. But the All-Star game next Tuesday will feature Elliot Ramos, and our next guest will know a lot about that. Damon Minor, who, of course, played 4 years in the Bigs and played for the Giants, and now is the hitting coach for the Sacramento River Cats. So he sees all these guys that the Giants are counting on. So, Damon, we sure do appreciate you coming on KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, Damon?
Hey, morning, Damon.
Good morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man. We're very excited about Elliot Ramos. You know, something we kind of kicked around about 3-4 weeks ago, saying he's getting so hot, he might have an outside chance at the All-Star game. And lo and behold. So for you as a guy who, worked with him for so long, how did you react when you heard that news?
Oh, it was just watching him go up there and the way he's performing. We kind of, over the years, everyone has a different path, to the big leagues and how they get there and how you stick. And, Elliot just, he took the process well. And it's just exciting to see him play right now up there and how he's bringing that energy up there and really rewarded with the All-Star nod.
Well, tell us, Damon, about your relationship with him. When's the first time you really started working with him?
I think it was about 3 years ago. I think it was like 21. We're also in Instructs together coming through, and you saw the raw talent with Elliot. It was just he's so young, and then you got up during COVID, and then you got a couple cups of coffee when he was going up and down, and he kind of handled that really well. And those struggles of the big leagues going up and down for a young player, that kind of helped him evolve into what he's doing now. And it's really just awesome to see how he's grown mentally and in the big leagues.
So can you talk physically, maybe 3 years ago to now, what's changed in both maybe his body and then maybe physically in his approach at the plate?
I think with him, obviously getting his body, he's actually filled out. He was a little bit, always been strong, but be able to control his swing and his movement patterns. He gets a little bit big. You can tell he's got a short swing now. His was more of the process of what you swing at. When pitchers attack him, they're obviously attacking him up high with fastballs, and as a young hitter chases and then doesn't get a pitch to hit. And now he's really learned how to lay off pitches and get in better counts, and that's why he's really thriving right now in the big leagues. Is that he's not chasing, and he's taking his walk when he's not getting anything to hit, and he's really done a good job of that, being consistent with.
Damon, I would love to get a breakdown of the journey that Elliot Ramos has been on, not just as a player, but also mentally, from being a first-round draft pick to being called up to the bigs and being sent down multiple times, to him being one of the first guys cut from the Giants spring training roster this spring, to being called up on May 8th and now being an all-star. What does that say about the mentality and the mindset of Elliot Ramos?
It just shows you how strong and competitive he is. Obviously with a young player going up and down and having adversity, it's not easy. And especially if you are a first rounder and you have that on your shoulders, it's like, hey, I'm a first rounder. I need to be in the big leagues. And it's just that path for him took a little longer, but obviously, being the first cut in spring training, you have new set of eyes with the new coaching staff on you. And for him to come down and he could have gone, a different way and not worked at it, but he did, and he showed it to prove himself. And it was good to see that, playing well down here and then get an opportunity up there to show what he can do. And he got a new look, and he's taking advantage of it.
We're talking to Damon Minor, the hitting coach for the Sacramento River Cats, and he's not the only one you've been working with that's making an impact on the big league club. The one that I think Giants fans are really, they're excited about Elliot Ramos, but really excited, Luis Matos, because he's 2 years younger, and there's so much hype. He hasn't had the same amount of consistent success that Ramos has had. Now, he had that incredible week. He was National League Player of the Week. But your scouting report for Giants fans out there on Luis Matos, is it still too early to expect him to be a productive hitter in the big leagues? Is he still working on things, or do you think he's ready to take off?
Obviously with Matos, he's kind of in the same, he's a young player. When you're that young and he has a lot of talent, he's really consistent of being able to put the ball in play. And it's just like him, he's got to adjust, had that really good week and a half up there, and then pitchers kind of figure young players out. There's so much data out there now that pitchers and game planning that they can find quicker to get you out. So it's just that chess match of learning how to think with the other opponent pitcher, and for him, he just has to learn just keep working through it. He's got such a short swing, and he's young and athletic, so it's good to see. He's going to be fine.
I think Marco Luciano is another guy that could join that conversation with Luis Matos and Elliot Ramos, guys who have been called up as top prospects, have shown some flashes, especially with the bat. Now, I know Marco Luciano has moved around the diamond a little bit with you guys in Sacramento, but what have you seen offensively from Marco Luciano since returning to Sacramento?
Lucy's just, obviously he's had some injuries throughout his, early in his career and hadn't had that many games. He's very talented, and he just really has to get games in. And that's with him, is just getting that knowledge of playing every day and making adjustments. And he's in that process right now. Again, he's another young player that is learning what the every ins and outs of baseball and the daily taxing of be able to go out and play every day. And he's got a little taste of it in the big leagues this year. So he's doing well. He's just trying to get his feet back under him. He obviously missed some time with an injury. So for him, it's just getting consistent at bats every day, and that'll help him move in his career.
We're talking to Damon Minor here, and then yet another guy we wanted to ask you about is Brett Wisely. Now, he doesn't come with any of that, like the overt physical talents that we hear about with Matos and Ramos. Like, he's smaller, not as much power. But there's something about this guy where he's I don't know if it's mental or physical or what you like about his swing. I don't know if it's compact, but he's having success. Why is he successful?
Brett really took ownership of changing his swing over the winter, and then coming into camp with a little bit flatter swing. He's always had an arc in his swing, which really got him in trouble with high fastballs. He's really done a good job of staying with the swing, flatten his swing out, and obviously with the mental approach as well. Last year, he kind of figured out in the big leagues that it's really a struggle, and it can get to you. And he's done a good job mentally this year of not letting anything kind of affect him. And he just goes out there, and he's done a really good job defensively, as you can tell. He plays everywhere in the diamond. He's really helped out at short and up the middle with the injuries with the mod. So really happy for him. He gives you that spark at the top of the lineup, taking pitches and getting on base, and has enough speed. So it's really nice to see with Brett.
Last guy I wanted to ask you about, Damien, is Hunter Bishop, the Giants' 2019 first overall draft pick, or 10th overall, first round draft pick. He's also another guy that's dealt with injuries throughout his minor league journey, but now he's up with the Sacramento Rivercats. What have you seen from Hunter Bishop since joining the Rivercats?
Yeah, Hunter, tremendous athlete. You don't really realize how he's a big kid, can run. He obviously had the arm injury over his career, and he's done a really good job coming back from it, and plays really good defense. It's just getting used to for him, it's being hurt, not having enough games under his belt as well. So he's getting used to AAA right now, getting used to the pitching. Veteran guys know how to pitch here as well. They go up and down. So, and you got a lot more prospects in 3A than there used to be. So, because it's a lot easier to go up and down from AAA now instead of like from AA. So, he's really trying to adjust to his swing and adjust to the game here. And another side of him is just the mental side of it as well, be able to handle adversity and when it comes along. So, it's really nice to see these young players come through the system, and got to give credit to the player development group and how we're pushing guys and helping them get through to the big leagues and moving through their careers.
Well, we're seeing the results. I mean, whether it's Wisely or Ramos or Matos or like maybe Luciano soon enough, maybe Hunter Bishop. Last one real quick. Hey, you haven't had a chance to work with Bryce Eldridge, have you?
Yeah, actually had a chance to, with Instructs and be able to be around him, and then in spring training. He's a guy, he's a really good player. Big, strong. He kind of, I was a pull hitter coming up, and he's a guy that can hit the ball the other way, and he's just learning how to pull, which is a lot easier to do coming to the system, especially if you're a big power guy that can hit the ball the other way, and then you learn to pull. It's really no holes for him, where a pitcher can go. So really excited to see him move through the system as he's doing right now. And all he has to do is really learn how to play first base. He's a big target out there. And I always talk to him about, you want those guys across the diamond to be comfortable when they see you. They can make a throw and you can catch it. So that's the thing that he has to learn, is how to play first base and be a good defender, because he's going to hit.
I like that. I like to hear that, man. Everything's pointing the arrow up with him. So, all right, well, good breakdown. I mean, all these young players entering the Giants, this is the hope for the next year, 2, 3, 4, 5, that these are the guys. So we appreciate you, Damon, hopping on, and have a great rest of the summer.
Yeah, thanks, Damon.
I appreciate having me, guys.
Yeah, Damon Minor. Dude, Bryce Eldridge.
Dude, and shout out Bryce Eldridge, who not only got the call up to the Eugene Emeralds, but he'll also be representing the Giants next week in the Futures game.
By the way,
during All-Star Week.
This guy will watch a Futures game.
So I love the Futures game. It's one of my favorite parts of the All-Star Week.
It's like...
I'm a future head.
Marcus Futures game Boucher.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about? Carson Wisenhunt striking out Jackson Holiday a couple years ago?
Speaking of Marcus Thompson, he joins Papa and Lund at 11:30, except it's not Papa and Lund, it's JD and Dieter. Summer of Dieter. All right, on the other side, we got our health report. We got our What Did Young Tony Learn? And we got Klay Thompson. He didn't feel wanted? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, these sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There was times last year it was really tough. I mean, you know, everyone expects you to be that all-NBA player, and, you know, sometimes it's hard to consistently do that. That's why there's only 15 slots on that team, and coming here is just such a fresh start and feeling just wanted again, and like I bring great value. It just gets me excited to go out there and even work out after this press conference and get shots up. And so, yeah, there was times last year it was tough where it wasn't as joyful as it had been in the past, and it's nice to kind of shed that and have a whole new fresh start, whole new group of guys to get to know, and co-workers, so a whole new city. It's really cool, and I'm going to embrace the heck out of this opportunity.
Uh-oh, Revenge Klay heating up, man. There he goes. He's all fresh and excited. And by the way, I can't thank 17-year-old saxophonist Io Brame from Oakland enough, because he spurred an entire day of classic jazz rejoins. Shout out to Bay Area's own Dave Brubeck, the legendary Take 5. We're saying Klay's taking 5 from the Warriors right now? Take 5. Take 5. It used to be a phrase. Now, take 5, Tony, meant like take a 5-minute break, right?
Give yourself 5 minutes. Wasn't it Take 5 a candy bar?
Probably.
Maybe. Must have been.
Probably.
Maybe. I don't know.
Anyway, point is that Dave Brubeck joins our mantra, or our list of great jazz.
Oh, yeah. Danny Dunn confirms Take 5 is a candy bar.
It was My One and Only Love by Io Brame, the legendary 1950s kind of classic sung by Johnny Hartman, played by John Coltrane, Frank Sinatra, all sorts of, that got me in with Bill Clinton in a picture that I put on my Insta and Facebook. We told that story earlier today. But that was the Willie Mays Memorial. This was the Klay Thompson sound from this morning in Dallas. A couple of key things there, Marcus. So you go, feeling wanted again. So if you're a headline writer, that's it. You're right. Klay, quote, feeling wanted again, unquote, in Dallas. And then people won't even read the story.
Nope.
They'll just read the headline and be like, oh, it's on.
Yep. It's going to get the clicks, and everybody's going to be talking about the revenge game when Klay eventually returns to Chase Center.
We don't have the schedule yet.
No.
Feeling wanted again, and then he says it wasn't as joyful as last year, and he says I wanted to shed that, like a snake shedding a skin.
Man.
Oh, my gosh.
Did the relationship really get that toxic between Klay and the Warriors?
It seems to be.
Yeah,
it seems to be.
That's tough. I just want Klay to be happy.
You heard Kerr with good interview with Tolbert and Copes yesterday, kind of talking real talk, saying it's probably best. I had to bench him. It's my job. Man, oh, man.
Best for the both of us.
We all said, when the game ended, when the season ended in April, we're like, he'll be back at the right price. Yeah, no. Behind the scenes, there was way too much static.
Yeah, instead we have the lasting image of Klay going 0 for 10 and then staring up to the third deck of the Golden One Center, seeing our guy Triple E in a sleeveless Klay Thompson jersey.
For those in the know, of course, the great Triple E, wonderful contributor to our show, no longer with us, but did draw some criticism from higher-ups when he wore a basketball jersey with no T-shirt underneath in a professional environment, letting his pit hair float down on the control board. Nobody really wanted that.
And then Klay Thompson then saying the last Warriors fan he saw was wearing a Klay Thompson jersey.
Up in the upper deck at Arco,
in the rafters.
Marcus's riff, he said, any chance it was Triple E?
He's got the guns out. Sun's out, guns out, baby.
No, because he was snowboarding.
Oh, that's right.
All right. You're a doctor in baseball, aren't you?
I'm a doctor.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Well, today's health report is a big one because Blake Snell is back in action. He'll be on the bump today against the Toronto Blue Jays. This, of course, comes after his second stint on the injured list. Was recently seen in Sacramento this last Friday, had 9 strikeouts and threw 5 no-hit innings. So we'll see if Blake Snell can carry some of that momentum into his start today against the Toronto Blue Jays. And that Giant Sutter Health Report is sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
All right, man. Blake Snell, buddy, what do you got? What do you guys? Tonight the night?
I don't know if
it's tonight the night.
Does he finally get to 5? Does he take 5?
Saying.
Does he take 5? That's the big question of the day.
That's why we should have played
take
Brubeck.
5.
Take 5.
Take 5 of them.
You know what
Snell.
Hayden Birdsong's out there going, I don't know what's so hard about it, dude.
I'll give you 5.
I can do it.
Bivens is out here getting sent down to Sacramento. Said, hey, I'll give you 5.
Brubeck will give you 5. Bivens will give you 5. Birdsong will give you 5. Can Snell join Mount 5 more? Wow. All right.
Tonight's over under 4 2/3.
And then today's Young Tony was very, very good. I enjoyed it very much.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Well, I think you're not alone in this one, buddy. And again, for me, the entire Mays ceremony pivoted when young 17-year-old saxophonist from Oakland, Io Brame, B-R-A-M-E.
Io Brame
played just a knockout rendition of the classic, My One and Only Love. This is like 1950s, great American songbook stuff. And I was like, this kid's crushing it. His notes, his pacing, everything. He was just a true natural. So we came in this morning, and it led to my entry with Bill Clinton. We talked about that, and you missed it. It's on Instagram. And
it's a great photo.
Facebook.
By the way, did young Tony even know who Bill Clinton was?
There it is.
That's a great question.
Let's start with that.
Dog.
Okay. all right.
Don't hit me with a dog. It was a couple weeks ago we were explaining who Monica Lewinsky was to you.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Come on.
By the way, the first thing that comes to mind is COD Zombies with Clinton, by the way. 'Cause it's like an open with
Call
Bill
of
Clinton.
Duty. Call of Duty, Murph.
If you know, you know.
Nah, Murph doesn't play COD.
Nor do my kids. Or as far as I know. As you know, there's things going on.
Fortnite and Roblox.
Anyway, but then it led us to, I said, do you have the John Coltrane, Johnny Hartman version? Oh, dude. Bro, this is American culture at its finest. Somebody pour me a bourbon or the finest bourbon. Light me, hey, you know what? Light me a damn cigarette.
Ooh.
Light me a damn cigarette.
Give me a cigar.
I'm going to put on a suit, and I'm going to go out to like a dinner party. And with a view of San Francisco glittering below me, I'm going to be smoking a schmag, sipping my bourbon, listening to Johnny Hartman and John Coltrane.
Sounds like a hell of a night.
And so you guys will now start increasing John Coltrane into your playlist. Charlie Parker, Miles Davis. Now again, they get a little beboppy. You got to stick with it. They get a little form free. That's where my dad tapped out. He's like, I like structure. But Johnny Hartman can sing. This music was all used in the movie Bridges of Madison County. Anybody? No? Yes? Clint Eastwood? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Anyway, thank you, young Tony, for getting us some John Coltrane. Johnny Hartman. Thank you, Io Brame. And thank you, Willie Mays.
Yeah.
And thank you,
Willie.
Giants.
Yeah, what a celebration.
For a beautiful party. All right. Next up, Blake Snell. All right, guys.
Take 5, Blake.
And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Think you can stop what Klay does? I doubt it. We did it. We booked Obama. We got him.
It's about damn time.
God bless Willie Mays.
Oh,
and may he rest in eternal peace.
He hopped back on.
Wow.
He hopped back on. That was really nice of him.
Dude, what a guy.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Oh, yeah. What's happening? It's John Dickinson. It's Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday. Dieter Kurtenbach's here. Flip that mic on real quick. We got a quick change.
Theoretically here.
You're here. You're here in mind and spirit and body.
Yes, physically body. We'll see if the mind and spirit catch up.
I got faith in you for the next 4 hours here. 808 KNBR is the number, 415-808-5627 to join the conversation as we sit in here for Papa and Lund for the next 4 hours. A lot going on. Klay Thompson speaks as a member of the Dallas Mavericks.
I don't like
That's
it.
weird.
I don't like it.
Giants are back home after honoring Willie Mays at the ballpark yesterday. And the 49ers, 2 weeks from today, is the full report day. Count it down. 2 weeks from today, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan at the podium, select players in the auditorium. And in that first practice, tomorrow, a week from tomorrow.
That's
or
right.
2 weeks from tomorrow.
Do you think number 11's going to be there, John Dickinson? Do you think number 11's going to show up to work? He is under contract.
Why you got to do that? Why you got to?
Because we're trying to do 4 hours of sports talk
why you
radio
gotta
on
do
a
that?
Tuesday.
I feel I think he's going to be there soon enough. I don't know that he's going to be
enough. Wow.
I don't know that he's going to be there the first couple of days. But
might he just be hanging out in suburban Washington, D.C., hoping for something to happen? Wish casting on the internet?
I don't know. Whatever he's doing, it's got to it's got to stop.
He's so bad at this.
It's really bad.
Like, I don't mean to be cruel about this, but he seems to be running a playbook that he does not have the skill set to play. He is not a diva. That's never been his personality. And so he's doing all this wide receiver diva stuff. And guess what, buddy? That ain't you. And when you kept your mouth quiet, not to do this whole shut up and dribble nonsense, because I don't believe in that. Like, do what you got to do. But you also got to play to your skill sets. And when he just sat there and was Brandon Ayuk, lived his life, had a good time, he was making money hand over fist. Everyone else is making money. The market went up. He was doing great. When he started talking, everyone was like, I'm not sure I want to give him any more money.
Well, and I've said this. I mean, and you know, because you've been around and interviewed him and in the locker room. Like, he is not a diva when you talk to him.
Low key, baby.
At all. Like, he does not want to talk about the game.
Yeah.
Let alone everything else. So anyway, we'll see if he's there. 2 weeks still to figure it out. Obviously, the Niners have a history of getting things done in that late July window. But, football just around the corner. Klay Thompson, though, a member of the Dallas Mavericks officially. We're going to hear a little bit from Klay at his introductory press conference with the Dallas Mavericks. Just how has that all kind of settled in for you over the last week here? Because I never really had Dallas on the radar. They quickly were put on the radar.
Right.
And then he spoke to why they were on the radar, which we'll hear coming up here in about 10 minutes.
Did he use the all-time loser argument of low state taxes?
No, it was really well thought out, though.
Oh, well, Klay, I will give him credit for this. He's a cerebral dude, went to good schools. I mean, the Washington State education, next level.
It's funny because we're talking about Ayuk and how he's maybe playing a role that's not him.
That's right.
I think Klay Thompson is a lot more of a thinker and an overanalyzer.
Yes. He gets spinning a little bit inside.
Then you think from the I'm on the boat, I'm playing with my dog, and I'm hanging out.
It is
like,
not
it's
fast
all
and
loose.
It's not like that
all
with
loose.
Klay.
It's actually not all loose for Klay, which I think is part of the reason why
everyone's complicated. Everyone has levels, and it is interesting because the best argument I've heard over the last couple of days is Klay was miserable at $45 million. Money was never going to fix this issue here in San Francisco. It was never. I was of the belief that the Warriors and Klay Thompson would figure it out because the money here was going to be better than the money anywhere else. And I just thought that would get this incredible duo, this team and this player, which are legendary, over the hump. And it was a great counter argument. $45 million, he was still miserable all of last year. He was chasing ghosts of Klay past. He needed a new start to get something fresh and to go somewhere else. And it doesn't hurt that he could theoretically compete for another championship in Dallas. Today is going to be the first day that I think it really hits. It's all been somewhat theoretical up until this point. I see the Photoshops. They still don't look very good. Now Klay Thompson in front of the Dallas Mavericks logo. I'm sure Mark Cuban's up there cheesing like nobody's business. You got Kyrie Irving. Now it's real. Now there's something to it. Now there's some teeth behind this thing. And today, and the first game that I see him on TV actually wearing that jersey, I don't think I'm going to enjoy those emotions. I don't enjoy what's going on right now. I know I'm not going to enjoy what's going on down then.
Well, and I think a lot of Warrior fans would agree with that, even though I think the sense has been that people believe that it was time for the most part for not only him, but for the Warriors to move on and look to do things a little bit differently. I do think in a perfect world they wanted him back, but it was the circumstances, again, that led to, hey, you're going to be like our fifth priority.
That's right.
And the money that you get paid is going to be dictated largely on these other 5 things that we're trying to do.
we got some irons in the fire right now.
And I think I think the money part, to your point, was less a part of it. Although I do think it pissed him off that more so that he wasn't a priority.
Let's not pretend Klay doesn't have an ego here. He still very much believes, and I will flat out say it incorrectly, he believes this, that he can be the old Klay Thompson or something very closely resembling the old Klay Thompson. Having seen him play since that 941-day layoff, I can tell you it ain't coming back. It's not the old Klay Thompson. I was there for the old Klay Thompson, and this is part of the issue. I was there for the old Klay Thompson. you were there for the old Klay Thompson. If you're sitting in the 300 section, you were there for the old Klay Thompson. And Klay was there for the old Klay Thompson. Steve Kerr was there. We all saw Klay Thompson at his Hall of Fame, should have been one of the 75 greatest players of all time peak. We knew what that was. And there is a way to gracefully age. Klay Thompson, sadly, because of those injuries, was not allowed that opportunity to gracefully age. All the age came in a 2-year window, and it hit him hard. And now he was left as a shell of his former self. And that former self was spectacular. And it was all fresh in our minds. Or at least we held on to it in our minds because it was so spectacular. And now he's chasing that, trying to get back to that form. And everyone here knows it ain't coming back. And kind of the last guy to get the memo is Klay Thompson. And I guess Dallas is going to have to find out what that looks like.
And there was a portion of the press conference, which we are going to play here coming up, that I think it was a tell as to where the mindset truly is.
Yeah.
And it's not, I'm going there to take a lesser role necessarily.
No.
And so we'll see. I mean, he's looking for, and he said it, and I'll just quote it, a rejuvenation. He's looking to be rejuvenated.
Yeah.
In essence, be able to do the things that he couldn't do here, there, blaming the surroundings or the environment
it's everybody
or the
else's
weight
fault.
that was here for him, the weight of not being the guy that he used to be, which, again, sometimes you just need a change.
No doubt about it. But I will say this. He couldn't have picked a better spot for himself because the guy that he's replacing is Tim Hardaway Jr. And the Dallas Mavericks just shipped Tim Hardaway Jr. out of town. He was unplayable in the NBA Finals for them. So it's a good, clever move by Klay Thompson in this regard. No matter what he is for the Dallas Mavericks, it's going to be better than what they had. And that's a win. That's a win for Klay Thompson when he's looking to get this rejuvenation, to jump into the lake of youth once again, which that lake's probably 125 degrees in Dallas, Texas right now. I wouldn't jump in, but that's just me.
All right, we'll hear from Klay Thompson coming up here. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Also, are the Warriors better than they were on April 16th, given the moves that they've made? Where do they fit in the West? Is the Lauri Markkanen deal dead? Should they go after Brandon Ingram? Jonathan Kuminga's due an extension. We've got a lot of Warriors to get into. Oh, by the way, the Giants are back home after dropping 2 of 3 in Cleveland. They have won 8 of the last 13, but they're still 3 under and 3.5 back of the third and final wild card, and there's teams in between them, and the All-Star break is now less than a week away. So that's all coming up between now and 2 o'clock. Marcus Thompson at 11:30. It is Papa and Lund here on a Tuesday with John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach sitting in on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dwayne Kuiper, smooth. Join Murph and Marcus this morning and discuss the Giants' celebration of life ceremony for Willie Mays yesterday at Oracle Park. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
All right, welcome back. Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday. JD and Dieter in for the next 3 hours and 45 minutes. 808 KNBR, the number to give us a call or shoot us a text. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. Klay Thompson's a Dallas Maverick. We'll hear a little bit from Klay coming up here in just a second. But good to be with you, my man.
Yeah, absolutely, JD. Always have fun. Always have fun doing these shows with you. And I'm looking at my calendar here. It seems as if we're going to be down at training camp in the not-too-distant future, 49ers training camp, and rocking the morning show down there. So we better get our act together or they're going to cancel that on us.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, if this doesn't work out today, then all of those are just...
Listen, they've been telling me that every time I've come in. They're like, hey, man, if this one doesn't work, and yet they keep inviting me. So here we are.
They keep bringing you back, which is important.
That doesn't say much about them, if we're being honest.
Let's dive back into Klay Thompson as he was introduced in Dallas today. And we talked about it a little bit before the break, but I want to play this clip because there were two things that really stood out. But in the aftermath of Klay's departure, and look, I got the sense that things were pretty bad between the Warriors and Klay, as had been reported subsequently over the last couple of weeks, and I think everybody caught up to it. I think everybody had their own sense of it, those that are close to the team and or cover the team. But it was clearly, I think, worse than anybody could have imagined.
I think you're building it up to say that there was like a toxicity there.
Yeah,
I think that
I think there definitely was. I think there definitely was.
I think that was one-sided. I think that was Klay not wanting to grasp the reality of the situation and the Warriors having to be pragmatic with the scenario at hand, which is we need to win basketball games. We don't have any margin for error to mess around and play Klay Thompson 40 minutes a night just because he wants to, just because he thinks like tonight might be the night where old Klay comes back. They got to win basketball games. And in a lot of people's opinion, and in fact, I think universal opinion in that building, was that the best way to do that is to have Klay Thompson in a diminished role compared to what he was. And the only person who didn't agree was Klay Thompson.
Well, and that in and of itself, I think, created...
Is that toxicity? Or is that somebody not
I think his
being in
attitude
touch
was,
with reality?
I think his attitude was...
He was annoying.
He was really moody. And it even went back to... I think it went back to the end of 22-23.
But my relationship with Klay is that he's always been angry at me because he reads the paper. And I will actually call Klay. Klay does not take to criticism all that well. That's fine. There are a lot of people like it. I don't either, by the way, which is why I do this.
Well, and there were a lot more questions. And look, I'll throw myself into it. I mean, I go back the end of the 23 season in the Sacramento series that the Warriors won in 7.
Yeah.
And I was the one at the team hotel in Sacramento who asked him about shot selection after game 1. And he took a bunch of horrible shots, and he gave me the death glare of all death glares.
He hates it.
And
he hates it. How dare you impugn me? Yeah.
Who never played the game.
Right.
You know, and he didn't say that specifically, but he basically did. He said, hey, I don't like, people that hadn't played the game questioning what's a good shot and what's not a good.
That's right. He was very keen on saying, you just keep writing. You just keep doing what you do, Dieter. And I go, I will. That's literally what I'm paid to do. And he took a great deal of umbrage. You remember the 14 three-pointer game in Chicago. I recommend anyone, if you're looking for some Klay nostalgia, rewatch that game. And specifically notice how the Chicago Bulls allowed him to have that record. And I might have noted that Klay before then had been chucking in a way that he had never been chucking before, and that it was detrimental to the team, and they were losing games. And after that 14-made three-pointer, I was like, it's an incredible achievement. What a great moment. Also, the Chicago Bulls put in the worst game of three-point defense I've ever seen with my own two eyes. They gave up at halftime. It was incredible. And I think that was Jim Boylan was still the head coach. They got him fired off of that game.
Yeah, it was October of 2018.
It was brutal. It was just brutal.
A ways back.
And he was, he saw me. He was really angry about that. And he went on and on. Like, it was the same conversation we'd had a million times. We've had a million more really nice conversations.
Sure.
But Klay is not someone who handles criticism well. Klay, like most great athletes, hold themselves to this almost superhuman standard. They have to have this ideal in their head. And Klay just was not in touch with the reality of the situation post-injury and did not like it when people forced him to accept that reality, or at least to acknowledge that reality. And congratulations to him. He found a team in the Dallas Mavericks that's not interested in reality either. So it might work out for him.
Well, I think it's also that he found a team where he can take on a lesser role, even though maybe he doesn't think he's going to be taking on a lesser role.
That's right.
Like, he's not going to start. And I don't know whether that was addressed today.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I think he will start to begin the season. Okay. I think they'll go through the process.
They're going to give him the courtesy start, but the Warriors no longer wanted to give him.
But it's a good note, because all he has to do is go stand in the corner, because you have two guys on the floor, in Kyrie and Luka, who will create anything you want, whereas he needed to create something with the Warriors.
Part of the problem with his last two seasons with the Warriors, but especially this past season, was the fact that they were not good enough around him to make the game easy enough for him to succeed. There was a lot more on his plate.
Totally.
They were not good enough.
That's right.
Because he was no longer the clear-cut number 2.
He needed to turn into Kyle Korver, which would have been wonderful. Just go stand there, move around, but just get open for three, and when we throw it, catch it and shoot it. That was the game. And instead, I see Klay Thompson dribbling more than I had ever seen him dribbling the last 2 years, because he had to.
And then that was
Ooh, it's ugly.
Working on his game, and he's doing more things and mid-range and all that. Anyway, he may start at the beginning. Right. But as I look at their roster and Luka and Kyrie and Derek Jones Jr.'s gone.
That's right.
And they brought in Najee Marshall.
That's right.
And P.J. Washington. I think Marshall and Washington and one of the bigs, Gafford or Lively.
I think they're going to find out pretty quickly that you can't have three defensive liabilities on the floor at the same time. And they do now with Klay Thompson, Kyrie Irving, and Luka Doncic.
It may not be there at the beginning, and maybe part of the reason he goes there is because he thinks he's going to be able to succeed in that starter's role because of the talent around him, and he'll be allowed to do it.
Yeah.
But I think what's going to happen, and look, I wish Klay nothing but the best. I hope
I wish him the absolute best until April.
I hope he finds happiness, but I think he might be looking for something.
Loving all the wrong places
that isn't quite there. If he still doesn't accept the player that he isn't anymore. And there was a clip. Let's go ahead and roll the first one here from his introductory press conference in Dallas as Klay spoke to what he's looking forward to.
Whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State, but I just felt like, moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and they look like they have fun playing with each other, and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me, and that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
Wow. So a couple other things there.
A little Easter eggs in there.
There were. I mean, looking to be re-energized for the rest of his career.
Makes sense.
Change can spur greatness.
Good luck with
Again,
that.
I still think he's viewing himself as getting back to being closer to the player that he used to be, as opposed to being a new player in a different environment.
He thinks he's getting all the way back. He legitimately believes that. He thinks that the old Klay Thompson is in there somewhere, and that it's in fact the Warriors who have been holding him back from reaching that point again. And if only they gave him another shot, he could get there.
And also, it was no longer fun playing for the Warriors, and I'm watching
That's
Dallas.
Understandable. It was no longer fun watching them, if I'm being honest.
That's fair. I'm not going to lie. Somebody that's on after every Warrior game.
JD knows better than anybody. Not that much fun this year. Not that much fun last year.
But the other tell in there is, I was gone in May, man.
That's right.
I was checked out in May. I was looking at all these different teams, and man, Dallas would be sweet. They're going to the finals. They need one more shooter.
Yeah.
They got all this talent, couple of stars.
I thought you were going to go a different direction with that. I thought you were going to lean in on world-class treatment.
Yeah,
they give their guys world-class treatment.
That's
I don't
less
know if
relevant.
I mean, it is, unless it isn't. I mean, if we're parsing Klay Thompson's words word for word here, does he feel like he didn't get world-class treatment from the Golden State Warriors? Did Rick Celebrini spend too much time creating hockey prospects and not enough time with Klay Thompson? Who's to say?
I'll give you an answer on that. If anything, and I think this goes back to the thought that Klay maybe believed that the Warriors held him back in some form.
Yes.
Because, and I've made this statement a few different times over the years, if there was a player in NBA history that should never play again in a back-to-back, it would be Klay Thompson.
Right.
And yet,
he got angsty about that stuff.
And yet, in a league where every star is looking to take time off.
Totally.
He was like hell-bent on not, and he was one of the guys, my stance is, I want all the stars playing as much as possible, and I think the load management whole thing is, not to get off on a separate tangent, but I think it's gone too far.
No doubt.
Klay Thompson's the one guy that probably should never have played in a back-to-back ever again.
We need to manage that load, Klay. I've seen the injuries. It's not good.
So there was that part of it, and he bristled. And I think that was the plan, to be honest. I think the original plan for the Warriors was to very rarely,
I know it was,
if
Steve
ever,
Kerr,
do it.
Steve Kerr explicitly said it.
And he got so pissed, and this goes back to 22-23.
Yes.
That they changed the plan and basically allowed him to do it.
Yeah.
And then he was less productive, I think, for it. And it created this. It just created this where they allowed him.
Why are you allowing me to ruin my own career? But also, I need to be let free like a bird to fly wherever I want. It's just it's
paid like Draymond.
That's right, and paid like Draymond, which legitimately I think they would have done. I think that they could have come to an agreement, and this is what I held on to the entire time. 3 years, $77 million left on Draymond's deal. I don't think anybody is of the mindset, and we'll ask Marcus Thompson about it at 11 a.m., that Steph Curry is just going to walk away after this 2-year contract that he has remaining with the Warriors expires. There will be a bumper deal of some sort, at least for 1 year. If Klay Thompson and the Golden State Warriors wanted to stay together, 3 years, 77 would have gotten done. I think it would have gotten done. And they would have rode off into the sunset together. It would have been miserable to watch, but at least it would have been a good vibes all the way out, except for the actual basketball. So are they better? Are they worse? I don't know. We can get into that a little bit later. I want to get your thoughts on that. But it is absolutely 100% not about the money.
No, this thing was much farther gone to the point where it never really got to, hey, let's figure out the money.
Right. I always thought it would come back to that. I always thought this was Klay being shrewd, testing free agency for the first time, and saying, hey, I'm going to go out and get some offers, Warriors. You better pony up. You better show me how much you love me. You better show me. It never got there.
All right, he's Dieter Kernbach. I'm John Dickinson. It's Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll hear more from Klay coming up here. Speaking to the frustrations of last season, I think he spoke to the frustrations of the last couple of seasons in the clip we already played. It's all coming up. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
So I just want to say thank you to Klay Thompson for 13 incredible years, 10 of which I was there for. What he did for the team, the organization, for the Bay Area, for me personally, the relationship that we had, all the incredible success, but more importantly, just going through it all together has been so meaningful and so amazing. And we're going to miss Klay. We wish him the best. These things rarely go like you want, where you get to draw it up and execute it, and everybody goes out together. We were hoping that could happen, but it didn't. And we wish Klay well, but we love him and we'll miss him. And Klay, if you're watching, thank you for everything.
All right, Steve Kerr at the Team USA press conference over the weekend as everything becomes officially official. Klay Thompson, a member
trade
of the Dallas Mavericks, first in NBA history.
That's right.
Figure.
Bob Myers famously, up until his more or less final trade, had never made a three-way deal. And Mike Dunleavy's out here making three-way deals and six-way deals. It's a downright orgy of trades here.
Mike Dunleavy had a little something for those who said, who were mocking him for saying,
I said I didn't.
Trades are hard.
Yeah, and I was of the thought of I want to find out just how creative Mike Dunleavy Jr. is. Pretty creative. I don't know if it made the team any better. In fact, they probably just treaded water. By the way, before we move on, can we mention Steve Kerr starting off that little spiel? And it's Steve Kerr. I mean, unbelievable, as good as it gets when it comes to being behind the microphone and that sort of thing.
Hey, before we begin, I'm going to...
Oh, unbelievable. But I do like how he mentioned Klay Thompson, as if there was another Klay that he was going to be thanking. Like, we know who Klay is. Steve, just for the record, Klay Thompson. First reference, we need to make sure the last name's in there. That's how good Steve Kerr is.
So I just want to say thank you to Klay Thompson.
Who else? What other Clays are we thanking?
Did the Warriors?
I just found it funny.
Did the Warriors owe Klay Thompson more, and I don't mean I don't mean more money when I say that.
They definitely don't.
or something different. Like, did they? Because I feel like they, in a lot of ways, gave him so much leeway over the last couple of years in his return, even going all the way back to starting right when he came back, when Jordan Poole had been starting and they were playing really well, the championship season, the back-to-back thing.
An interesting sliding doors moment with the Jordan Poole thing.
They let him go on the back-to-back thing.
That's right.
I think much quicker than they originally wanted to.
They gave him a lot of deference. They allowed Klay to use every ounce of that. I'm going to have a statue outside and no one else is wearing 11 again. And I'm not saying that Klay took like massive advantage. I'm not saying he was there was a maliciousness to what he did, but they gave that guy a lot of rope. He earned a lot of rope, and I think he used up every ounce of it.
Got off to the bad start in 22-23, and I maintain, and yes, he did end up 306 three-pointers, 41% clip, but there were a lot more bad games. I'm going back 2 seasons ago now. 22-23 season, there were some great games and some great moments, but he became more of a volume guy. He got his makes, and he still did it at a high clip, but there were enough bad shots in there and horrible nights. And here's what it became. And it got so far down the road for the Warriors that it led to, and I think they gave him some leeway on a lot of these different things that we've talked about, and it got to a point where they had to take him out of the starting lineup in the middle of this season, right before it got to a point where it's like we give, can't do it anymore.
We have to win basketball games, and this guy's not actively helping us win basketball games in the role he was playing or the role that he desired.
But they gave him a lot. I think it still goes back in some ways to that. He hit 306 from three, 41% clip, even though it didn't look nearly as efficient as the numbers would indicate.
Nearly? I mean, it was a different universe.
You were there, I was there, if you watched it. But
that wasn't the Klay Thompson that we knew.
He told us everything. Like, when he bristled at the fact
when
that
he had a good game, he let you know.
Every good game was he's back.
Yeah.
Every bad game was, I can't have a bad game.
That's right, yeah. But JD, like even beyond that, it wasn't us saying every time Klay had a good game, he's back. It really wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Now, there might have been some fans out there who were still wish-casting that was a possibility, and I get that because we all wanted that to happen because the old Klay was spectacular, and everyone wants to see spectacular again. The only person who was saying Klay is back anytime he would have a good game, where he'd go 5 of 7 from beyond the arc on catch and shoot, was Klay Thompson. He was so desirous of having that old Klay back, which is, again, why you tip your hat, you say thank you, and you allow him to go to Dallas.
For his sake, I hope he finds it. I hope he finds
maybe he does
whatever he's looking for, not in terms of the game, because, look, I think his game is going to look better with Dallas.
That system is going to suit him better.
He's going to be asked to do less.
He can be the Kyle Korver.
And I think eventually he'll accept it. And look, I understand maybe he didn't want to accept it here, because I think that was another layer as to why everything got to the point. He did not want to accept the lesser role here.
Right.
Maybe he's open to doing it elsewhere, but there was so much tied to the guy that he was with the Warriors and the statue that it was like, you know what, I'll do that for them. But it plays into the, you got to pay me $3 and $80. Mm-hmm. Somebody else can pay me $3 and $50.
Right.
But you got to pay me $3 and $80.
I just wonder if they should have thrown tough love his way a little earlier, because I do think it came in a very, walking on eggshells way this season when they said you're no longer starting, right? There's some tough love. I'm wondering if it should have come one sooner and if it should have come two heavier, because, they gave him so much leeway, and I don't think that it was his fault that the Warriors stunk last year, but he wasn't helping matters. And
no, he just became miscast. He was the second best player.
Oh, boy. On a team that definitely did not have a number 2.
The incumbent second best player, because he'd been that guy forever.
Right. I mean, the last time he was that guy was 2016. It's eons ago. I mean, there was this whole thing about Kevin Durant showing up.
Yeah, he was a 3, though, that was good enough to be a 2 until 2019.
I agree with that. And, I can't put myself in the mindset of Klay Thompson, who argues that he was at the peak of his powers when those powers were taken away. That Game 6, Klay, Oracle Arena, in that moment that the Warriors feel to a man that they were going to win that game, and then Toronto was going to have to defend at home Game 7, and that the Warriors, with all of their experience and all of their championship know-how, were going to kick their ass at the Air Canada Center or the Scotia, whatever the hell they call it now, that arena in downtown Toronto. That they were going to go in there and Toronto was going to tighten up, be able to make a diamond out of coal by the end of the first quarter. That's what was going to happen. You looked at what happened with Kawhi Leonard. I mean, Kawhi Leonard walking off that floor, he's never been the same player since Game 6 of 2019. He's never been the same player. I saw him walk off that floor at Oracle Arena, and I'm like, that's not good. I have no idea how he finished that basketball game. He could barely walk. And that wear and tear was coming no matter what. Kyle Lowry was done after 6. If Klay Thompson stays healthy, he is playing at an exceptional level, stepping into that number 2 role because, again, Kevin Durant is out. He rises up to the occasion. He is the man he thinks himself to be. All of these things. They go in 7, they win another championship. The Warriors, to a man, believe that to be the case. So I can empathize with Klay Thompson. Not that I could ever put myself in his shoes, but I can empathize with Klay Thompson that's when he was struck down. That's when he lost his powers. And I would have a pretty hard time if that was the moment coming to grips with the new reality. But this is what the Golden State Warriors and long-term relationships are for. You have some sort of a trust built up so that when tough love comes, you have to receive it. You have a trust between the two parties with Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, the collective. There is a trust there that when the tough love comes, you receive it and you are better for it. And I don't know if that tough love came early enough or strong enough from the Golden State Warriors.
Well, and they were clearly afraid to give it until
I'm the only one who wasn't afraid of Klay Thompson around.
Well, they were afraid to give it, and it's funny because for all of the discourse surrounding Draymond Green and the tough love that they did not give to him.
You're saying that Klay should have punched somebody in the face and we would have gotten somewhere?
What I'm saying is They gave Draymond a lot of leeway, and everybody talked about it. They gave Klay a lot of leeway, and nobody really talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of apples. You're 100% right on a technical basis, but Draymond's out here punching dudes. I mean, that's the difference. Klay is just trying to be his old self, and he thinks that he can get there. And you also don't want to remove that dream. I can kind of get it, where you don't want to remove that dream from Klay Thompson, because maybe, just maybe, he's that special kind of player who can do it. Draymond Green's out here just going across jaw lines. You got to have tough love then.
All right, couple more things to get to. More from Klay Thompson at his introductory press conference in Dallas, speaking about the frustrations of last year. We'll have that for you coming up. And also, Steve Kerr, you talked about the potential tipping point. Well, Steve Kerr addressed this yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. So we'll play that for you coming back here as well. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Pop in London, a Tuesday with JD and Dieter here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
But I just think it was so difficult on him. You know, it has been so difficult on him ever since that point. And so there was never like a fraying between Klay and the team. It was more, you know, things got a lot harder for Klay himself. And so, you know, he went from the guy who was zero maintenance and carefree and just loving life to, man, we saw him struggling, and it was difficult to see, and we tried to help him through it as best we could. And but, you know, even though he came back and has played really well and done a phenomenal job, helped us win another title in 22, it's just been really rough for him, you know, having to figure all that stuff out.
All right, Steve Kerr there from Tolbert and Copes yesterday saying that he believes that the tipping point was the ACL tear. So it goes back to what you were talking about. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach here, Papa and Lund on a Tuesday on the Sports Leader in 2019, on June the 13th of 2019 in Game 6 of the NBA Finals as the Warriors lost to the Raptors. And yeah, I think as Klay moves to Dallas, and we'll hear a little bit more from Klay about his frustrations this past year leading to his ultimate departure. We'll also get into, coming up here, the moves that the Warriors have made now that Klay Thompson is gone and how they used his departure to try and at least stabilize the team. That's coming up here as well on KNBR. But, there were just more tough moments for Klay, and I think those in some way swallowed him up and zapped him of one of his great superpowers, Dieter, in addition to being able to shoot the basketball exceptionally well, maybe as well as anybody not named Steph Curry in recent NBA memory or even in NBA history.
Entire NBA history.
If you want to go that far, it zapped him of the carefree mentality. It zapped him of being, I think, part of a trio of personalities that complemented each other as well as their basketball game. And it's because we talk about Steph, Klay, Draymond, the trio in the basketball standpoint.
Right.
But their personalities, I think, are a big part of the reason why it lasted as long as it did.
And you can point to when Kevin Durant showed up, those personalities did not all link up together perfectly because Kevin Durant was looking for love in all the wrong places. He thought, I'm coming to Golden State. I'm going to win a title. I'm going to be crowned the man.
But Steph deferred. Klay wasn't sacrificing bleep, and Draymond and him got along until they did.
Until they did.
Which,
that's how relationships go. They had a hot fling, and then it crashed and burned. And then he left. And by the way, he still hasn't found the love that he's looking for because he's been looking in all the wrong places. Klay Thompson, you're right. The carefree mentality, that goldfish mentality. He could just let a bad game, whatever, man. Whatever. Just forget about it.
Thompson, man, I'm going to go swim in the ocean and come back and make 10 threes.
What do I got? I got babes on Instagram. I got my bulldog. I got this beautiful house in Marin. I got no cares in the world. I'm making $45 million a year playing basketball. Like, what do I have to worry about? And it's not to say that Klay hadn't been faced with adversity before in his career. He obviously had the rest in college and, wasn't, the highest level prospect and all these things. Like, I'm not saying that. But that was some real honest-to-goodness, like, mortality stuff, at least basketball mortality stuff. And I don't want to psychoanalyze this too much, but, like, you also have to remember, Klay's the son of a former NBA player. He grows up in a beautiful gated community in Southern California. Klay's had a pretty good life up until this point, and I would maintain that any human on the planet would trade places with Klay Thompson, even knowing what's happened the last couple of years. But that adversity really hit him, and I don't know if he fully knew how to process it. And by the way, let's be very clear about something here, JD. The fact that we're having this conversation and that we've had it for the last hour about Klay Thompson is all the reason why Klay Thompson probably did need to leave.
Yes.
It's probably all the reason, because we know too much. We have too close of a relationship, whether that be personal like me and you have with him, or whether it's us as the collective watching Golden State Warriors basketball and Klay Thompson, the player. We all know too much. We're all too familiar with Klay Thompson, the player, Klay Thompson, the personality, Klay Thompson, the media entity, whatever the hell that is, the brand in this day and age. We're all too deeply familiar, and we all remember the salad days. We all remember 11 dribbles and 60 points. Most of us were on the bandwagon for 37 points in the third quarter against the Sacramento Kings. We all remember Game 6 Klay. And I'm very curious now because Dallas is coming in and Klay Thompson is going to correct the ills of that team. They were a Klay Thompson away from winning the title, at least in their minds. And I think that they're going to be more realistic about what Klay Thompson can be for them. But I do wonder if some of the old Klay Thompson that they watched on ESPN and ABC during the NBA Finals and NBA playoffs while the Dallas Mavericks were sitting around at home, all of those fans, if they have an opinion on Klay Thompson, that's going to be hard to shake. If they have this idea of Klay, that's never going to be to a tenth of the degree of what the Warriors fans have. But if they have this idea of Klay Thompson, and when they see the Klay Thompson that they're getting, they're going to go, oh, damn, this isn't as fun as I thought it would be.
Well, I've said that, discussed it a little bit earlier. I do think from a basketball standpoint, Klay going to the Mavs, as long as he accepts the role, it's perfect. But he has to be willing to accept the role.
It's high pick and roll. It's, he'll effectively be playing the 4 for them, which is something that the Warriors wanted him to do. And he said, no, I need to be on the perimeter. And so there might be some more post defense for him, which is actually something that he was pretty good at in the post-injury version. It could really work. A lot
of open shots.
Yep.
Less pressure. He's not going to be he's going to be at best the third option.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say, though, and I do think it's funny because when you look at how this has been framed, the Klay Thompson decision to leave from a national standpoint, and again, I don't.
We holding these guys in some standards now.
It's been packaged. I'm not really blaming anybody for it. That's not the point.
No, none of
this
stuff matters. Yeah.
But it's been put out there as if it's like Dallas has a big 3 now. Like that, it's like, oh, they've got Luka and they got Kyrie and they got Klay. It's like
the national media wants to do that. Feel free. Feel free. If the Dallas media thinks that, they are in for a world of pain. World of pain.
He's getting the ego stroke, I guess, is my point, that maybe he thought was starting.
Let's be honest. I think he
here.
wants it. It was more than waning, JD. I mean, it
was gone.
It was gone. It was gone. And I think, again, this is when I say the tough love might have been better off being served earlier, because Klay's like, oh, now you don't love me anymore? Now I go through a little bit of adversity and now I just suck? No, there's nuance to it, but again, everything is so binary in this social media day and age that I can see how he felt that way.
Well, I'm just fascinated by how it ends up working out because, again, from a basketball standpoint, I think it has the potential to work out beautifully, but that's also...
Are they going to score 145 points a game? Because they might be giving up 140.
Well, that goes back to who's going to be starting and who's not and all that.
Is Derek Lively that good? They think he's the next Kevin Garnett, which I consider blasphemy.
That's blasphemy.
He better be. He better be with those 3 playing in front of him.
Well, and again, I think they're going to have...
Everything's coming in from the perimeter, JD. Just have at it. The floodgates are open.
They may be closing with Klay Thompson. They may not be closing with Klay Thompson.
That's going to be a fun conversation for Jason Kidd.
I think it works for them better than it would work for the Warriors because they have more talent on the roster.
Different system,
too. But it still
too.
comes down to, is he going to be willing to accept something there that he wouldn't accept here?
Right.
And that's where I think it's fascinating because they are viewing it in maybe not big 3 and, the guys on the marquee or that go on the Twitter graphic, right? but they are expecting him to be somebody that puts him over the top.
Well, it's all about how they framed his role when he came in, right? Everything is expectations versus reality. If I don't say it once a show, I get fined. Expectations versus reality. Klay Thompson clearly has very high expectations for himself. That's a good thing in a lot of ways. What are the Dallas Mavericks' expectation for him? Are they promising him starting role, closing role, all these things? Because I'll note this. I don't know if Jason Kidd is all that good of a coach. I watched a lot of the tactical stuff in the NBA Finals, and I wondered if he was actually coaching. That was kind of an abysmal NBA Finals by that standard. Regardless, if Steve Kerr has a hard time handling some of the tough conversations that need to be had with a guy like Klay Thompson, who is a shell of his former self, if he's having a hard time saying, Klay, you're not closing, Klay, you're not starting, if Steve Kerr, who has an EQ of 150 on a scale of 100, if he's having a hard time doing that with the relationship that he has, with all the trust that's been built over the years, what the hell is Jason Kidd, a stranger, going to do when he has to have those conversations?
Might be easier for a stranger.
Maybe.
You don't have all the history.
But maybe. That's a good point. At the same time,
and Jason Kidd's kind of known for being more of a hard ass.
I don't disagree with that. But do you think Klay Thompson's going to receive the information any better? We're going to find out. Love in all the wrong places, JD.
You are listening to KNBR 104.5 and 680 San Francisco, the sports leader.
You could have fooled me. It was Dallas.
JD and Dieter Kurtenbach here. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. It is Pop and Lund on a Tuesday. A little bit of breaking news from the NBA.
What do we got?
Don't
hurt me.
Pistons and Cade Cunningham agreeing to a maximum extension.
Man.
Well, we don't need to talk about Cade Cunningham because that wasn't the point. But it's another member of the 2021 draft.
That's right.
That is getting an extension. Franz Wagner got his extension last week.
Kuminga loved that.
Jonathan Kuminga loved that.
Franz Wagner out here shooting 26% from beyond the arc, getting that fun max.
Jonathan Kuminga already had a high opinion of who Jonathan Kuminga is as a player and what his worth is.
Yeah.
That opinion went up with the Franz Wagner deal.
If the Warriors, I can see why they waived Chris Paul. Let's put it that way.
Well, that's all related to...
It's all in the game.
Well, it's all related as he becomes extension eligible, and it's all related to a potential marketing deal. Is that deal dead? We'll get into all of that coming up here.
Right.
Let's wrap up the Klay part of this conversation.
Forever.
Because it does roll into the things that the Warriors have done in an attempt to get better. Here's what Klay said today at his introductory presser about last year's frustrations.
There was times last year it was really tough. I mean, you know, everyone expects you to be that all-NBA player, and, you know, sometimes it's hard to consistently do that. That's why there's only 15 slots on that team, and coming here is just such a fresh start and feeling just wanted again, and like I bring great value. It just gets me excited to go out there and even work out after this press conference and get shots up. And so, yeah, there was times last year it was tough where it wasn't as joyful as it had been in the past, and it's nice to kind of shed that and have a whole new fresh start, whole new group of guys to get to know, and co-workers, so a whole new city. It's really cool, and I'm going to embrace the heck out of this opportunity.
All right, one, short, he just needed a change.
Yeah.
He just needed a change. But the notion everybody expects you to be that all-NBA player, actually nobody expected you.
No.
If anything, everybody expected you to let go of the notion
100%.
That you had to be that.
Stop pitting your problems on everybody here. That textbook deflection by Klay Thompson there.
He wanted to be wanted. He said it. He wanted
That's
to be
fine.
wanted.
That I don't think anyone can take umbrage with. Because again, he's chasing the ghosts of Klay Thompson's
He wanted
past.
to be wanted, but then he didn't want to be expected to be the player that he was, which they weren't expecting him to be. If anything, it was the opposite.
This guy's hopelessly single.
Just a mess.
This is you can't swipe right to fulfillment. That's where I'm at with this. This is kind of brutal to watch. And I mean this. And you've said it, I've said, I'm sure everybody thinks it. We really hope it works out for him. We really hope he finds what he's looking for on his next stop, because it would be truly tragic for this to have broken up and he still doesn't get what he's looking for. That in fact, all of this was for naught. That you didn't have the exit that Steph wanted, that Draymond wanted, that Steve Kerr wanted. You didn't get that moment, as painful as it might have been to watch, that you didn't get that because Klay Thompson went out looking for something that he'll never actually get. I hope that's not the case. I really do. But, man, this sounds a lot like when Kevin Durant left, and Kevin Durant is still out here just searching. He's searching for it anywhere. My God, it's quite depressing, actually.
Well, and I'll also say all of this is why it was toxic.
This is very meta.
This was toxic.
This is toxic, yeah.
It was, and it manifested, I think, at times in the post-game press conferences. That's fine. Questions get asked. Players don't have to love every question that gets asked.
No.
You can be annoyed. You can not want to talk. Like, none of that.
By the way, Bay Area media, I don't mean to,
soft as soft can be.
I mean, this is double ply Charmin, baby. Not to throw any ads that we might not be selling.
And we're
part of that problem.
We're totally part of that problem.
When I'm considered the hard ass, we got an issue. We got an issue with the overall media because they would chew me up and spit me out in Philadelphia, Chicago, New York, Boston. I'd be done for. I'm a California softie now. If Klay Thompson can't handle this, I mean, maybe Dallas. Maybe Dallas will be fine. You're not on the Dallas Cowboys, so who gives a damn?
It's just going to be interesting to see if they expect him to be the guy.
It's going to be the first month is going to be fascinating.
And he, as we know, gets off to bad starts.
That's right.
Even when he hit the 14 threes in Chicago, that was at the end of about a 2-week stretch where he began the season off to a horrendous start.
I might have called him Big Lots Kobe Bryant, and he might have been angry about that. But I maintain that he was a Big Lots Kobe Bryant.
So wait, let me get this straight, because this was 5.5 years ago.
Kobe was still alive at the time.
Yes, he was. This was so when Klay started slowly.
It wasn't just slow, JD. I mean, it was abysmal.
But it was like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because this was the end of October when he went to Chicago. And
yeah, he started off and he was making one out of every 10 shots.
Again, so you wrote a column about his bad start.
Yes.
And then he hit 14 threes.
That's right.
Got it. Okay.
And it felt a little personal. I'm projecting, but like he made sure that when they got back from Chicago, he sought me out to say, "How'd you like that?" And I said, "I thought it was a good game." I'm like, Klay, I also think that Klay.
I love that about. I actually like that about Klay.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Again, you got to build up these narratives in your head.
But he was doing that in every press conference
for the past 2 years.
Every press conference for the last 2 years. He was like he was looking around.
Honestly, did me having a kid?
You said that. You thought this.
Yeah. Did me having a kid and not being able to show up to every Warriors game like in the past, did that ruin Klay Thompson? Is it my fault? Because at least there was one singular 300-pound boogeyman, as opposed to now he's looking for hate in all the wrong places. I don't know. Questions are asked.
Let's hear one more from Steve Kerr to tie off this part of the conversation, and then we'll get into everything the Warriors have done in the last week and the 2 or 3 things maybe they still need to do. But Steve Kerr joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, and he addressed the fact that it was tough to switch Klay's role up.
Yeah, they're all tough, and every year, you have these types of decisions as a coach, and you have to kind of navigate your way through them. But they're especially tough when they involve a guy like Klay, who has done so much for the team. But when the team starts to struggle, then I have to make the best decision for the team. And, not for the individual. And players understand that, and I try to help our players through that as best I can. But ultimately, that's the job. And it's no fun when you're put in that position, but that is the job. And so I think this year we found, late in the season that we looked better for a while with Brandon starting and Klay coming off the bench. And then, teams started to adjust a little bit, and we went back to Klay. But that's, it's kind of the where we are as a team and where certain guys are individually, where we're having to make these changes.
Whoa,
Steve, come on.
But nobody was implying Steve was driving the car. He might be one of those. He might be in one of those. Do they have
like that van that Steph goes to games in?
Or the
Sprinter vans.
The ones that are always rolling around here.
Oh, you talking about the Waymos?
The driverless
cars? I don't think, I'm pretty sure Steve's in Las Vegas. I would hope he's in Las Vegas.
Yeah, they don't have those there.
Do you think he's doing the Phillip Rivers and commuting in from San Diego?
The driverless cars really do kind of wig me out. I'm not.
You're not anti-driverless car.
I'm not, no.
It's our only industry remaining, JD.
I'm not. I'm just, it's weird.
They don't have meters, so we don't like them.
It's just weird. It gives me the creeps. Give me the creeps.
That's fine. That's the future.
Did Steve wait a little too long last year
to have the talk with Klay?
Yeah. I think it was too far gone. That was my big takeaway. Was that they let it get to a point to where it was too far gone. There was too much animosity. It helped the team when they ultimately did it.
Yeah,
but.
Well, they didn't know that Brandon Pajemski was somebody that they could rely on.
But they waited. But that's what I think it was. They waited and waited and waited and waited because if you're going to make that,
undeniable.
If you're going to make that move, and Bruce Bochy used to do this, you have to have somebody who everybody in the room, including the guy who he's replacing, is like, okay, that guy's playing better than I am.
But that's why they waited too long, because then everybody else is in agreement except for the guy who has to take the bad news, and now it feels like the world's against him. And I think it only hurt the case of Klay feeling loved here, which he probably already felt was waning, but then it's this collective decision. It's not just Steve Kerr making a tough call in the moment. And it's not just the organization saying, here are the numbers and we think this is better. This is everyone being like, please stop playing this guy. You're killing us.
As much.
You're killing. I mean, again, everything gets really binary and extreme. But,
it wasn't.
There were a lot of nights where, I'd be okay if we didn't have Klay Thompson out there.
Don't finish the game. You're not going to start the game. Maybe you're going to play fewer minutes, and you might not finish the game. I mean, that's where we're not talking about not playing at all. At least I'm not.
And so when I say that they waited too long to give the tough love, it would have been nice had the season been framed a little stronger. Had they gone into this campaign saying, hey, Klay, we know that you think that you're going to get back to this All-NBA level, which, by the way, you haven't done since 2016. He's been All-NBA twice, 2015, 2016. We think that. But here, there is a legit possibility that this season you might have to take a diminished role. And we're hoping that doesn't happen. You can prove us wrong. We might be the jerks here. Let's go out there and see what happens. But had the season been framed that way, maybe Klay Thompson doesn't take it as such a personal affront, because by the time they did have the conversation, to your point, it was so obvious to everybody but Klay Thompson that I can understand how he felt a little bit attacked and how the love was very much lost between him and the org.
All right, Klay Thompson, number 31 for the Dallas Mavericks, showing off that jersey, showing off that locker, and the Warriors.
His number,
moving forward.
31?
Moving forward.
Sean Marion deserve no love in this house. Unbelievable.
Maybe not for them. So we'll get into what the Warriors have done because they did pivot and they did acquire with Klay Thompson's departure a couple of players who I think have made them better. Dieter, maybe more that they.
There's a conversation to be had, JD. And I think we'll have it on the other side of the break.
We're going to have that conversation coming up. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. It is Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday. JD and Dieter Kurtenbach on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday and discussed Klay Thompson's departure from the Warriors and previewed a little Team USA basketball. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, back here on a Tuesday. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Papa and Lund, as we are with you until 2 o'clock. Marcus Thompson will join us coming up at 11:50. Looking forward to that. Talking a little Warriors here on a Tuesday. Things sinking in with Klay Thompson being introduced by the Dallas Mavericks. But let's take a look at what the Warriors have done in an attempt to not only replace Klay Thompson, but improve this roster. The additions to this point, they go out with the mid-level exception. They get DeAnthony Melton coming off an injury-plagued season with Philadelphia.
Yeah, spinal.
Yeah.
His spine was busted.
Before that with Memphis, of course, Warrior fans will remember him from that 2022 second-round series between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. Dogged defender who can also shoot the three a little bit.
Yeah, tiny 3 and D. Everyone looks for that.
Guy.
Yeah, everyone looks for that big, that wing that you can stick in the corner but can defend on the perimeter. But DeAnthony Melton figured out, hey, I'm good at defense, elite perimeter defender. I shouldn't be going anywhere near the paint. I think he was 6th worst in the NBA on 2-point shooting percentage last year. So I'm just going to hang out here in the corner and do the 3 and D thing, even though that's not my frame. It's a lot like if Gary Payton II was healthy, which I guess is maybe a stretch here, considering that Melton's coming off an injury. If Gary Payton II, same kind of defender, elite perimeter defender, but in this case can actually shoot. And it's not like a modern miracle every time the ball goes in. So is that an upgrade? I mean, against nothing, sure. And they had to lose both Klay and Chris Paul in order to sign him.
Right.
Based on don't worry about it too much.
Chris
But they
Paul
both had to
away,
go.
Klay goes away. That opens
gives them
up
enough money, and it's a whole
right. They're under the cap to the point where they could use the at that point the
$12 million
the non-taxpayer mid-level exception.
I'm sure you want to hear all about
and
it.
then they became a taxpayer again, but they became a non-taxpayer long enough to use that to get D'Anthony Melton. So he's
the IRS really needs to buckle down on this stuff. Is what I have to
or it's
say.
Moskowitz when you need him.
Yeah, right. Might talk to him soon.
So D'Anthony Melton comes in. And then the Warriors also are able to acquire Kyle Anderson. Slow-mo. Good defender, good passer.
Yeah.
And can guard multiple positions. Not going to be a guy that's going to be playing a ton of minutes.
No, 12, 15, 20 on a bad night.
Yeah, I think he's somebody, and I think Melton, if healthy, and Kyle Anderson, and I'll even say this about Buddy Hield, the third acquisition here of the last week, and they needed shooting, even if Klay Thompson was still going to be around, they needed to add shooting. Buddy Hield is a shooter. He does nothing else well on the basketball court.
He better be a shooter because otherwise he does not have a job.
But so you get Melton, you get better defensively, I think, both at the wing and big spots.
That's right.
And you get better defensively both at the guard, and I think Melton can guard up a little bit. But basically, you get better defensively at every spot except for the traditional five, and Anderson can guard some fives also.
That's right.
At different points. And you get Buddy Hield, who's a shooter. My overarching takeaway on the three is, man, these would have been three really good players for the Warriors to have the last 2 years.
Yeah, this would have been sick when you had also Klay Thompson. And maybe Chris Paul.
Yeah, and or Klay Thompson. I guess I'll even go back to, coming off that championship year when you've already paid Jordan Poole and you got to figure, like, they just couldn't supplement that team with enough veteran presence to where they could continue to move forward. So they got too young, too quick. It ultimately did them in led them down a path of, no, we're going to be older.
Two timelines turned into no timelines, which turned into one timeline, which now,
ironically, the older didn't work last year, and the young guys started playing more, and they needed the young guys to play more, and that was a bigger part of their success than the veteran guys.
It feels as if there isn't a plan in place, JD. It feels as if when you draft James Wiseman number 2 and that doesn't work out, it all kind of goes to hell. And Jonathan Kuminga, being so young, isn't ready to be whatever it is Jonathan Kuminga will be. And I think there's a lot of room for interpretation on what Jonathan Kuminga will be. I don't think the Warriors have any room but to give him all the money he wants and hope that it works out for the best. That will be fun. That will be fun.
Don't get me started on that one yet.
Well, we got about 2, and we got some time left on the show, JD. We might get into it. I'm just saying.
We probably will get into it. I don't know that we can get into it now, though.
No, honestly, we don't know now. This is all just prognostication. But
are they better? Are they better?
They are marginally better. They are marginally better than they were. I do think that we probably undervalued what Chris Paul brought to this team. I'm not saying he was anything special or interesting or good.
He was not addition by subtraction.
Agreed. And
losing him.
Because he did run the second unit. And I would like to note now that the Golden State Warriors have no room outside of a trade to add anybody, right? They might have this biannual exception or whatever, which is like $4-something million. They might have the ability. They can't bring on anybody else onto the roster. They can't even sign their second-round draft pick with their current salary cap situation. So the team you're looking at now, unless they make a trade, Ingram, Markkanen, whatever, unless they make a trade and money goes out, they can't bring anyone else back in. Not on a minimum, not on an exception, nothing. They can't even sign their second-round draft pick. And this team's point guards, right, if we go to the Brad Stevens school of ball handlers, wings, and bigs, those are the only positions. Here are your ball handlers: Steph Curry, Brandon Pajemski, D'Anthony Melton. Not one of them is a point guard. They are all combo guards. They are all 2s that masquerade as 1s. You don't have a point guard on this team, except for maybe Draymond Green, maybe Kyle Anderson.
Kyle Anderson can handle it a little bit like that.
And I do think that the Warriors are best with their second unit when there's a point forward situation. We've seen it a little bit with with Andrew Wiggins in the last couple of years. It was obviously best when Andre Iguodala was doing it. Like, I do believe there's something to that. I'm not terribly interested to find out what happens if a inspired opposing coach decides, hey, we should check Kyle Anderson 94. His nickname is Slow-Mo for a reason. There's no fast in his game.
Yeah,
There's an 8-second timer, JD. There's an 8-second timer. And I don't think he'd get across in 20.
I don't see Kyle Anderson being the guy that necessarily is going to bring the ball up all the time, but he's somebody that you're going to get it to.
He'll fit the system.
Initiate the offense.
It's interesting.
That's the one thing about all three of those guys.
Yeah.
I think all three of them are Warrior-like
fit the
players.
system. And isn't that interesting that they're going from Chris Paul, who I am the system, kind of basketball Republican, I earn everything out there. Like, he I never liked Chris Paul. And then you're going to Klay Thompson, who is holding on to this ideal of what he once was, that in fact he is the role. I am bigger than this. I don't want to go into the role. They take two guys who are bigger than the role, who don't want to play the game the way that Steve Kerr wants to play the game for the betterment of his team, their system, those roles. They then go and get three guys who, you want to use the term role player, it is literal with these guys. There is nothing more than what you ask them to do. They are dogs on the bone. Go get it. Do this exact one thing every time you're out there. Know your role, play your role. It is an interesting dichotomy. And that's how it always goes, right? With NFL coaches. Oh, you had a defensive one, now we go offensive one. You had an offensive one, now a defensive one. You had a bunch of guys who thought they were stars that couldn't be role players. Here are a bunch of guys who are role players who never have thought that they were stars. At least Buddy Hield bought into the reality of his situation. But DeAnthony Melton, Slow-Mo, they're in the league because they're like, I'll do what I got to do, baby. Let's play a role. Let's make something happen.
Yeah, so Klay Thompson gone. Chris Paul, I agree with you, I think was better than people thought, or more impactful than I think he got credit for in some circles.
Agreed.
True role players, I think quality role players in DeAnthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, and Buddy Hield. The problem, though, I think, if the headliners were better, I think the Warriors would really be onto something here. I'm never one to believe you just count on young guys getting better in internal development, and Podziemski's going to make this leap and Kuminga's going to make that leap. Like, I don't think I'm not saying it can't happen or won't happen.
It probably will, but you have to let that be a bonus.
But you can't count on it.
Right.
That can't be part of the plan. I also think
that's what the Pistons tried.
The Warriors were held up a little bit because we talked about this last year, and I think this is where Chris Paul was better than people thought, and it was another, like, how are they going to lose Jordan Poole and the scoring punch and what happens when Curry misses games? Well, that was the other sneaky little secret about Curry didn't miss games last year.
That's right.
So that allowed, I think, Chris Paul to be more impactful when Chris Paul was around, and it also offset the loss of Poole.
That's right. That's right.
They didn't have to play 26 games without Steph Curry.
Yeah.
I think they're still set up right.
We'll find out.
They're set up right now where they can't withstand. Like,
no.
So I don't think you can. Two things. And we'll continue the conversation. You can't count on Steph playing 70, and you also aren't good enough if he misses 25 to 30.
No.
To hold it up. So
you still don't have a number two, so you have to have your number one
at all times.
At all times.
So 808 KNBR, are the Warriors better? We'll continue that conversation. Marcus Thompson's coming up at 11:50. 415-808-5627. It is JD and Dieter on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Just the tradition that's been here, the style of play. It looks like Coach Kerr lets his guys play with a lot of freedom, a lot of high IQ basketball over here, and I just always admired it from a distance, obviously, except when I was playing against them. But it's just they've always done things the right way here, so I think it was a pretty easy call for me.
All right, Kyle Anderson at his introductory press conference, which was yesterday over at Chase Center.
I'm surprised he doesn't speak like this. Slow-mo. Speaking like a normal person.
Are the Warriors better? Again, here's the other part of that. And Kyle Anderson met with the media yesterday, as did DeAnthony Melton. Buddy Hield will have his time at a different point. He'd been playing for the Bahamas in the
They almost did it. They almost beat Spain.
And, didn't quite get through. So Buddy Hield will head into his offseason now. Warriors, without Klay Thompson and Chris Paul, they do add Melton, Anderson, and Hield. Here's one other problem as to why, and we're kind of
we don't have enough.
Are they better? Are they not better? I don't think they are. I think you can make the case that they are marginally. The reason I don't think that they are is because I don't think you can count on Steph playing 70-plus again, and I think they're extremely vulnerable to that. Some might say, hey, well, Draymond isn't going to
people love to mention how
wreck the season. And
if Draymond doesn't get suspended last year, it's he tweaks something in his back or he tweaks his ankle or something. Draymond's not giving you extra games.
That's kind of where I am with it. And I also don't believe that you just count on the young guys getting better, as we talked about in the last segment. Here's the other problem with Klay. As much as it was time, and we spent the first hour of the show, I think.
Luckily, we came to a conclusion that, in fact, it was time.
We knew it, and then we really knew it after the first
Thank God we had that experience.
We already knew it. But Klay Thompson also, even though he had a lot of bad games that were wreckers.
A lot of games you didn't want him out there, but he was there.
There were games where he might just beat Utah almost single-handedly on a random Monday night.
God bless him.
And he still had that in his bag.
Yep.
Not as frequently maybe as some of the bad games that really hurt you or the bad moments that really hurt you in some games against some other teams. Some of the close game stuff, why are the Warriors not better in close games? Some of that, I think, was that.
No doubt.
But you now have one less guy who's apt to go out there and single-handedly beat somebody.
There were nights when Klay Thompson was the number two. There were nights where he could do that role.
And now there's really nobody. And I think there will be nights Jonathan Kuminga does it.
That's still expecting a bit of projection. That's projection.
But there were also nights where Kuminga did it last year.
Right. And are you saying there will be more? Because there is a deficit
not
here.
Enough to offset the nights that Klay Thompson did it, in my mind.
But Slow-Mo's on the team now. Buddy Hield is on the team now.
I love those guys as role players.
That's right.
Although, again, Buddy Hield doesn't do anything other than shoot.
No, Buddy Hield is honestly just maybe play 4-on-5 on defense. Just have Buddy Hield stand in the corner, video game style.
But you can't complain, as I did, that this team didn't have enough shooting, even if they were going to bring Klay Thompson back.
Yeah.
And then Klay Thompson walks out the door, and Johnny complains a lot about not having enough shooting. So they went and got shooting.
They still don't have enough shooting. Let's be clear about that.
Correct. They don't.
They do not have lineups where they have 4 shooters on the floor. There's no lineups where there's 4 shooters on the floor. Because I do not consider Slow-Mo to be a shooter like that.
Or Melton. Melton's a better shooter than Anderson.
This is why the Lowry Markkanen thing is so vital.
Well, here's what they don't have, Dieter. They don't have a number freaking 2 option.
Right. What was the problem last year? They don't have a number 2. And every now and again, Jonathan Kuminga would do it. Or every now and again, Andrew Wiggins would decide to come out of his hole and do it.
Play.
And every now and again, Klay Thompson would do it. But you were piecemealing a number 2 out of these players that clearly didn't want the job. Right? You were Johnny Hole staffing a number 2. They still don't have it, and they have a worse staff. The bullpen is worse in which to pull from. Maybe Andrew Wiggins comes back. Maybe. I'm not holding my breath.
They're still shopping him.
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? And you know how that's going for him right now? Not so great. No one's like, you know what we really need on our team this year? An Andrew Wiggins. What? Just bring in an enigma. We need something to worry about and to not fully understand all season. That's what this team needs. It's hard enough to win games in the NBA. Let's try to do it with Andrew Wiggins. You just don't know if he's going to show up tonight.
I don't want to associate any blame to this necessarily.
I say you blame
but I think in some ways, you got to go back to what Andrew Wiggins' reputation was before he joined think of his league reputation before he came to the Warriors.
Spaceman.
And then he has, I think we, and I'm going to throw myself into this. I'm just going to say, the Bay Area might have convinced ourselves that the nobody in the league really wanted Wiggins 4 years ago.
Even though he was on a max contract.
But then he has the 22-year and then kind of fizzles.
Second best player on a title team.
And it's, people are going to want him now. Oh, no, actually, no, because he's gone back in some ways to the guy he was before, and nobody really in the league wanted him.
And even worse than that, he's gone back to that after showing us what he could be. So now he's just a tease. Now it's not even theoretical potential like it was when he was the number 1 overall pick and, Canadian Jordan and all that, Maple Jordan. Like, that was just theoretical. And that's why the Timberwolves are like, I guess we got to give him this contract because it might work out. And then they finally say, nah, forget it. It's not going to work out. They trade him to the Warriors, and then it works out. There's a magical 3-month span where Andrew Wiggins is, in fact, Maple Jordan. And he is the second best player on a title team. And now we've seen that, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna go do the old me again. That's even worse. That's even worse because I've seen what it can be, and it's so necessary for this team. That's exactly what they need. If the Warriors need a number 2. They have a number 2. He existed for 3 months. He's the same person.
You just can't tell him he's a number 2.
Yeah. I mean, you're wondering why no one wants to trade for Andrew Wiggins, even on a team-friendly contract. There was something. I know that we weren't on the air together then, but I told everybody and anybody, and it might have even gotten to you, there was something really weird about the fact that Andrew Wiggins signed for so little after that playoff run. That told me something. I mean, everyone goes, oh, hometown discount. This is the National Basketball Association. Hometown discount. In fact, guys are only taking discounts to leave. That's the norm in baseball and football.
So are you saying you think he knew that he was going to shut it down, basically? Yeah, I'm going to take a little less because I'm going to shut it down.
He had achieved what he needed to achieve. And the man isn't shooting for the stars. Let's put it that way. I don't think it's a coincidence that he signs a very team-friendly contract and then suddenly takes a step back in his career.
Well, how about this for a hot take? I still don't believe that trading Wiggins just to trade him is addition by subtraction.
I mean, it depends on what you get for him, but you're not getting anything better than the theoretical upside of an Andrew Wiggins. You're not getting – who's trading you anything of worth for Andrew Wiggins? Unless you're trashing first-round picks.
Well, and I don't think the Warriors want to do that, although my understanding is they still are looking to move him.
Well, they are looking to move him. They're looking to move first-round draft picks for the right people. And if you got an all-NBA caliber player, they're willing to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. There's a lot of conversations happening. There's not a lot of action happening, and they need action if they're going to be anything better than a play-in team, which is when we come back to the conversation of are they better or are they not. JD, it would be a miracle if they were a top 6 team next year.
Yeah, I think they're 7. I have them tabbed 7 to 12. I have them right now as everything absolutely goes right as they're currently constituted. They could be 7.
Same thing. Same thing as last year.
Steph Curry misses 25 games. They're 12.
I mean, I have easily. Them. I have them and the Clippers neck and neck for that 9-10 game. It might be at Chase Center. It might be at the Intuit Dome.
And the Lakers will be in there, too.
I don't know. The Lakers got 150 games. It was a little bit less than that. I think it was 146 from Anthony Davis and LeBron last year.
So you think they're worse?
Good luck with that. Good luck getting 146 combined. Good luck getting 100 combined from those two.
And look, we'll get back, because there's one thing, and Marcus Thompson's going to join us, and then we can talk about this with
Torian
Marcus.
Prince will fix it.
But are they better or not? Here's where I do think, and I don't know if the Warriors benefit from this. I do think there's going to be teams that do benefit from this from a Western Conference standpoint. And what you said about the Lakers is what clicked this in. The Lakers getting more from those two guys, the Clippers getting more, and I think in part this was because of the 65-game rule for awards and things like that. Basically, the Suns, Lakers, and Clippers all had a GAF level last year.
Yes. They went hard, and they still all kind of sucked.
And they still all were done.
That's right.
Very quickly.
Yep.
And so the issue then becomes
burn themselves
So I
out.
think it looks more. I think it in the West it's going to look more like it did 2 years ago.
I can buy that.
Where those teams are and it's more teams that you might be a 47 win 3 seed.
Well, I think
that's much more in play, or 4 seed.
I buy that. I think that there's going to be a lot of teams that looked at what Dallas did this past season. And obviously Dallas had to make a bunch of trades and stuff to get themselves into the position. But they just snuck in. They were fighting tooth and nail to get that. I think they ended up as the 5, but they were fighting tooth and nail to get that 6 seed. I think there are going to be a lot of teams that look at 1, 2, 3 and say, forget it. We don't care. We want to be right in the meaty middle. Outside of the play-in tournament, because it's no fun to have to play a single elimination or a double elimination to make the playoffs. But not fighting hard enough to get that home court event. It's not worth it for us.
All right, we'll ask Marcus Thompson our question of the day here coming back. 808 KNBR, the number. It is JD and Dieter Kurtenbach here on the Sports Leader.
is the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday. Let's go to the UMA guest line, joined by the great Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Marcus, what's going on, man? How are you?
Nobody cares. You definitely don't care. So I'm not going to go into my spiel about how I'm doing because only Dieter cares.
That's true.
Oh, man.
I was the only one.
Cold.
And Marcus, the irony is I kind of don't care that much.
I know you don't, yeah, but...
What was it, Hatenbach? Dieter Hatenbach?
When I was there, you cared, and I felt your care, so I'm honoring that. You know
That's good. I appreciate that. I appreciate that I was able to fake it until I made it in that situation.
But you guys you guys did a morning show, right? Within the last...
There's a bond that happens between two men when you have to wake up at 4:30 in the morning.
I could not believe... there is. I could not believe that Marcus Thompson... I would have figured you would have signed something that said nothing before 10 a.m.
5:59, this man wanders in.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, is that Marcus?
58.
58. I apologize.
Quite the contrary, though. I love the mornings. I'm more of a don't impact my day. Let's get this out the way.
Yep.
You know, and I can still, you get home at 10, you still got a whole day ahead of you. I love the idea of mornings. It's great. You know, there's nothing like the fresh, cold wind of a new day hitting your face at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, okay. and then sleeping in the afternoon.
Absolutely. Yeah. Makes for a great nap, baby. A great nap.
Unbelievable nap.
You got to get the nap in. There's no doubt. And I've always believed, though, if you do it for a long time, and I got the utmost respect for people that do it every day.
Yeah.
But, I feel like that takes a few years off your life if you start doing it every day.
It's like working in an ER or something with way less
on the
stakes.
back end, there's going to be something, on the back end, there's a price to pay.
With every pleasure comes a price.
Yeah. I don't know. But
just go to bed at a reasonable hour. That's it.
That's the problem.
Same thing.
I like watching games too much, Marcus. I like watching.
It's so much. It's got to be so much easier on the West Coast. This is really good radio, by the way. Marcus, are the Warriors better now?
No, they're not better.
Are they even?
I could go with even.
Okay.
They're better in a lot of places, but not better in the most important place. Life's going to be rough. If this is the roster, life's going to be rough for Steph. But they're going to have a lot of guys who are going to have a lot of opportunity to take advantage because if you're any opposing defense and you're looking at this team, it's kitchen sink for Steph. And it's like, yeah, go ahead. Let's see what you got, Brandon Pajemski. Let's see what you got, Jonathan Kuminga. And if they prove, then it's a game changer. But, we've seen them, throw the kitchen sink at Steph when they are playing well. So I just think the league will say they need to show it to me over a long period of time that they will be able to produce in that way. But as far as, defensively, they're better. They've got a lot of the things that you need to win at a high level. Perimeter defense, wings, length. But they need that number 2 badly, and they still need some actual size, not the play size, but the real size, right? You need some grown folks in there, and they still don't have that, although Mike Dunleavy is clearly of the mind that there's no point in throwing a big stiff out there. So I tend to agree, but generally – they're going to need some size if they're going to win big in the league. But I don't think they're in a phase where they should be thinking about winning big.
As it stands currently, obviously there's offers out on Markkanen. There's a lot of conversations happening with Wiggins, and there's a lot of moving pieces still. The offseason's not over. But as it stands currently, this team has almost no wiggle room on their roster sans a trade. And it does feel as if they're – I don't know, all in, but exceptionally invested in Jonathan Kuminga, specifically taking a leap. Is that how you see it? 1, and 2, do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, that's definitely how I see it. They're pretty determined about this Jonathan Kuminga, future star situation. But judging by the trades you see happening out there, it's hard to say it's not the best idea. The question is, can Jonathan Kuminga become a reliable scorer and good defender every night at like 22 years old? And is it worth it to keep him till he's, so when he's 25, you can reap the benefits? Or you go get like Zach LaVine, right? I mean, those are your options. These aren't like great options, right? So
you're really making me
looking around the league. I mean, you look around the league, it's just not, they're not, like, we're in this transition period where this old guard that held the league up for so long is fading out, and the new guard is coming up. And there's very few in-betweens. It's really tough to find the player who is good but not old, right? Accomplished but not washed, right? And you either got to super overpay for guys who are really good and proven and hope they still have it, or you're like putting a young guy in a position to kind of rise up to that level. I mean, it's tough. Look at what Franz Wagner got. He got a max deal. I mean, Franz Wagner is good, but the Magic had no magic when it came to offense in the playoffs, right? It was like my magic show, and you give a dude's max. So it's really tough. So your best bet is probably just to say, let's hope Kuminga is one of those guys.
When you can
otherwise,
lock
you
in,
have to overpay.
When you can lock in 28% three-point shooting, you got to do it, Marcus. I mean, come on.
I mean, you got to do it and hope you get to 35. Yeah. Because how much does 35% cost out there on the market?
Well,
that's a lot of money. That's a lot. And then you might not get it. The answer is Andrew Wiggins. That's the answer.
Well, we just did that. Well, Marcus, if you have any insight on Andrew Wiggins, please let me know, because it feels like the brain is coming out of my nose after talking about him for 15 minutes here. I don't get it.
That's the answer, though.
I don't.
The answer is him getting back to being a 2?
Sure, let's do that.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Like, but it's that type of player, like 28 years old.
Yeah.
Like, not
a bridge
making
guy.
the max, right? Not crazy, yeah, but like not also young. Has done some things. Like, they need the best of Andrew Wiggins. If Andrew Wiggins is just really good, of a really good version of Andrew Wiggins, not anything above who he is, just a really good version of Andrew Wiggins, that helps Kuminga so much.
Okay, so you're saying they're good.
What you're gonna have. I'm not saying that. I believe in Andrew Wiggins. I think Andrew Wiggins is going to guard his butt off this year, and he did not get traded, which is something he did not want to do. So he's going to approach this year with a new zeal of gratitude and appreciation, because he's still a Golden State Warrior.
I wish that Andrew Wiggins had as much belief in himself as you have in Andrew Wiggins. That would really change the game for me.
I have an irrational – I wouldn't say irrational. I have my belief in Andrew Wiggins is greater than most Warriors fans.
Well, I'll say this, Marcus. I don't think trading him just to trade him, I don't think he's an addition by subtraction dude. I'll say that. Like, trading him, you can get worse for trading him if you don't bring back the right player.
Absolutely.
Or players.
Yeah, or players. And the whole Levine, your problem for my problem, Levine for Wiggins, some combination of that, to me, would not have made the Warriors better.
For twice the price, by the way.
Exactly. So
and half the games.
Yeah, I mean,
correct.
So I understand. Like, I would have done that for Chris Paul, and obviously they pivoted, and I think they added some nice depth pieces, and opened up in part by their letting Chris Paul walk. I would have done maybe Chris Paul and a couple of guys that you weren't in the plans anymore for Levine, and rolled with it that way, with maybe Wiggins and Kuminga still on the roster, but not in a straight up where Wiggins and Levine are the baseline for it. I want to ask you, as it relates to Kuminga, you mentioned Franz Wagner and the 5-year $224 with the options to maybe make a little more than that. Where does that leave Kuminga now? Because I've been sort of thinking, I think the baseline was 4 and 120 or 4 and 130 for Kuminga. I think Kuminga saw what Wagner got, and Cade Cunningham just got his money. He's thinking he's closer to 200 than 130.
I don't know that. I'm sure his agent is thinking that. But also those players have played a lot and they've carried a lot, so it's been a different. None of those guys are like coming off the bench. None of those guys, like Franz Wagner, played all the playoffs, right? Like, he was in every game. They're like, argument, like Kuminga still has not done that. he still has not been a main staple in a rotation of a playoff team. So, but I also think Kuminga is like a really mature young man who like understands, and I think more than anything, he sees like, hey, I could be handed the kingdom. Like Steph Curry could hand me the keys to the kingdom. Like, and there's value in that. Like, I don't know, even when he had his beef with Steve Kerr, it was resolved so easy. Like, it didn't linger. It was just like, hey, you talked to Steve Kerr and it was over, because I think you can talk to Jonathan Kuminga. So I do feel like they're telling him this entire time, like, you're going to be here for 10 years. You're going to make buku amounts of money, right? Or you can go get the absolute most money and go play somewhere else. I think there was a time he would have taken that, but I definitely want to see how it is for him this year. Like, I want to see how it is for him where let's say go trade for somebody else. There's like no question you need Kuminga to go get you 25 tonight. Like, you need it. You desperately need it. So how does that impact him? Now, you could be right. He could do it and then say, I need my 200. Or they could say, look, now we're building something around you. We're gonna win a championship. I mean, his story's so crazy that I could see him being like, yeah, I want this. I want the thing Steph Curry and Draymond had, and I'd rather take that if it means being patient, because he has been really patient. Most players would have been like, get me out of here. Like, they don't believe in me. They don't want to play me. And they had one conversation with Steve Kerr, and that was it. So I think there's something else there for him.
You're listening to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, the sports leader. It's JD and Kurtenbach. Marcus Thompson's joining us. So would you pay him now? Would you extend him now?
Or wait until restricted free agency?
Yeah, basically make him show it.
There's no restricted free agent. Like, when was the last offer sheet? I think Miles Turner got one, and it was like forced. Like, no one does anything in restricted free agency anymore. Why not take the risk?
But yeah, I feel that, especially because like, you don't know, like Bob Myers had the philosophy, it's like, you just don't do anything until you have to. And
that's why he left.
Yeah, that's part of it. But I remember Steph Curry and his ankle situation. He signed that like the day of the first game.
That's right.
Like, it was crazy. Like, yeah, so like, I do believe general managers take that approach, but also the question is, if he goes and has a big year, like, the price goes up. Do you get him now under this paradigm of Jonathan Kuminga, where he's not an all-star, right? He's not even a guaranteed starter.
Yeah.
And you lock him in and pay him and get him to buy into the future. I don't know what he's making now, but if you gave him if you gave him a deal, 4 for $120, that's gonna look like a lot of money. 4 for $150, there's like 4 for $160. There's like it's crazy, right?
Yeah, but when Franz Wagner's out here getting $222, it doesn't seem like there's any downside to seeing this thing through. In fact, he might make less money
if you're Kuminga.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Kuminga, I get it for Kuminga, right? You want the money now, or do you want to bet on yourself? That's a tough one for him. I get it, because it's not entirely in his control. But if you're the Warriors and you're looking at what Jaden McDaniels is making, he's making $30 million a year. I mean, he's a good player. I'm not in 30 is 20, as you were telling me last week.
I think Kuminga would turn down 4 and 140 right now.
Correct. I mean, if you look at the marketplace and you see what these other guys are making, the guy who just got picked after you is making $222. He went for 6 points in 35 minutes in the playoffs, but he just got $222. If I'm Kuminga, I'm saying you can give it to me now or you can give it to me later. It really doesn't even matter how I play.
Yeah, I figure like Kuminga, if you Kuminga, you probably wait. If you're the Warriors, you want to do it now. I mean, we just went through this with Jordan Poole. They didn't have to pay him, but the fear was, hey, what if he goes out there and he dominates? Now we got to pay him max, so we could just pay him a good salary right now.
Yeah.
That's how Joe has operated. Like, Steph didn't have to sign that $44 million deal. You know what I'm saying? He had his ankle situations, but like, if you can get him, you got to just believe it. Like, this is the worst he'll be, right? You got to believe that part. Wiggins is the same thing.
If you don't believe that, this team is cooked, because it all hinges on
Wiggins
Jonathan.
Wiggins is the same thing, right?
Yep, no
Wiggins
doubt.
resigned. Like
that was a little weird,
if you
though.
can get the bargain, it was. But if you can get the bargain now and you believe in him and you want him here, you might as well offer to him and let him say no, let him go see it. Then I do think, especially with Klay leaving, there's got to be some cognizance and awareness about how players are viewing the Warriors. Because at some point, you're going to need somebody to want to come play for the Warriors.
Especially, too, with
you're going to need
George
somebody to say, yeah, you're going to. Like, I mean, they had Paul. Like, Paul was ready to come. It was like, you know, the Clippers front office was like, no. But I think it's important that people feel like this is a great place to play still, and you want to be here. Like, they're going to need somebody to probably take a discount and come take over this monstrosity they've built once Steph Curry's over.
This sounds very Giantsy, Marcus. This sounds so forever Giantsy.
Doesn't it, though?
They moved to the dog patch and suddenly.
Amazing fringe moves, but can't find the star.
Who's the Michael Conforto in this situation, Marcus?
That's got no. I was gonna say Moses Moody, but nah.
We're doing Moses Moody dirty there.
Well, they should have tried to overpay DeRozan then, right, Marcus? Just overpaid DeRozan. That's what Sacramento did.
That's a Conforto-esque move. That's what that is.
There you go. Yes, absolutely. So I don't think that would have been a bad move. Like, he would have solved one of the problems, right? You could give him the ball and say, Steph, stand over there. And if you want to double Steph, like, DeRozan will cook you. Like, that solved that problem. But maybe it creates other problems, right? Like with defense and stuff and size. So, yeah, I don't think there's like a definite move. The only one move that's like, yeah, you got to do that one. That's the winner move right there, is somehow convincing Danny Ainge to trade you Lauri Markkanen. Like, that's your savior move right there. That's the one you got. Otherwise, you got to wait till February or next offseason.
Marcus, what's your deal for Markkanen? What would you do? 3 firsts and Kuminga, no Kuminga, but an extra swap.
Toss in a Pajemski for good measure.
How do you break it down?
My guy Anthony Slater said I would get hosed by Danny Ainge, but
that's right.
You leave Steph, you leave Draymond, and you could pick 3 players, and I don't care about how many picks.
I mean, I'm kind of with you. I mean, I don't want to necessarily sell low on Kuminga, just as they would be buying low if they got in on a new contract, right? And it wasn't the Franz Wagner. I don't want to be selling low either, but you got to give something up to get something. If Kuminga is the anchor of the deal, I think I'm okay with it. If it's picks as the anchor of the deal, I think I'm okay with it. I have a hard time doing both for a guy who is awesome on offense, but it's giving you nothing on defense in Lauri Markkanen. And I think I still need Kuminga.
I don't know if he gives you nothing, but he's not a great defender.
Yeah.
But I do feel like it's not nothing, right?
Okay. There are levels. You're right. We're not going full James levels, Harden, or anything like that.
Yeah, at some levels, being actually 7 feet will help the Warriors, right? True. And he's a pretty good shot blocker for a guy who's, not especially mobile and explosive. He's got good timing. I like that part of him. I just don't know, if you're a Utah, why would you pay Kuminga and not Markkanen?
Right.
I don't think Kuminga is in the deal. It doesn't make sense. You don't trade for one dude who's about to get paid. Like, the only reason you would give up Markkanen is like you don't want to pay him and you want to keep your costs down or whatever. You want to tank or whatever. So then why would you trade for another dude who's about to get paid? Because he only makes 18 this year.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like Markkanen is making crazy money right now. I don't think if they did it, I don't think Kuminga would be part of it. Unless Danny Ainge somehow is not a great executive anymore, but I don't know why you would just pay Markkanen what you would pay Kuminga, maybe more. Unless you said Markkanen is going to make way more than Kuminga, but I'm not sure we even know that at this point. So I feel like if you do this deal and they doing it to cut costs, Kuminga's probably not going to be in it. You're keeping Steph, you're keeping Draymond. So you got Kuminga, Steph, Draymond, Markkanen. Hey, man, I'll start.
Yeah, I'll play.
That's pretty good.
Give me that 4. Like,
roll
what
the
you
ball.
want? Like, exactly.
Give me some DeAnthony Melton. We're good.
Yeah, right. They ain't going to take the whole team, but out of like Melton and Pajemski and Trey Jackson-Davis and Moody and Kyle Anderson, pick the couple you want, GP2, Looney, all that.
I'll roll out with Lindy
Give me
Waters.
3 of those.
Come on. We're good.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. So I feel like, at that point, it's like, I think the picks thing is like a 3-card money game, right? Like,
yep.
What, 7 picks for 2031? If you can't figure that out in 2031, you ain't that good anyway. So
Mike Dunleavy won't have to worry about it if this doesn't work out.
Absolutely, yeah. It won't be his problem. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah, I would do it. I don't know, unless you're saying Steph, Draymond, then I'm saying no. Or unless you want, don't be ridiculous, right? If you're like, give me all of your picks from now to 2050 or something, I'm not doing that. But any reasonable deal, and you got to throw in a couple extra picks to make it happen, I'd throw in a couple extra picks. No question.
Marcus, great stuff, man. Really appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, have a good one, homies.
Appreciate it. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joining us here on
Lindy
KNBR.
Waters, baby.
Got to throw Lindy Waters in the deal.
The third.
Can't get it done. Can't get it done without him.
Rolling down some Lindy Waters.
All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson, 808 KNBR. We will continue the Markkanen or somebody else part of this conversation. We also got some Giants to get into. Giants are back home, and there's a team that's got a couple of guys they might want on their roster.
Oh, boy.
We'll do that coming up.
Oh, boy.
It is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Alex Pavlovic joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down Blake Snell's return to the mound tonight against the Blue Jays. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Marcus, are the Warriors better now?
No, they're not better.
Are they even?
I could go with even. They're better in a lot of places, but not better in the most important place. I mean, life's going to be rough. If this is the roster, life's going to be rough for Steph. But they're going to have a lot of guys who are going to have a lot of opportunity to take advantage, because if you're any opposing defense and you're looking at this team, it's kitchen sink for Steph.
No doubt. Marcus Thompson joining us here on KNBR. It is JD and Dieter Kurtenbach.
But think of the opportunity, JD. I mean,
a lot of opportunity for Kuminga to get paid.
So exciting. I love going to a basketball game at night, paying hundreds of dollars and being like, yeah, they're probably going to get their teeth kicked in, but, opportunity. Really enjoy opportunity. When I have Steph Curry out there playing the final years of his incredible career, franchise-saving career, when I see the final days of Draymond Green, you know what I want to be thinking as I walk in to chase it? Opportunity. It's an opportunity tonight. Opportunity for Brandon Pajemski to show that he can be
an NBA player, maybe a starter.
A 12-point-per-game player in the league. A real opportunity tonight for Moses Moody to play more than 7 minutes. A real opportunity for Jonathan Kuminga to fleece the Warriors for $33 million a year. I mean, just opportunities left and right. So exciting. Opportunity to not make the play-in tournament.
Yeah, I don't think they're better. Although I don't really dislike any of the moves that they've made, but it just keeps coming back to they have to go get a 2. They have to go get and not a
if they want to do
guard,
something.
They have to go get a number 2 option if they want to be in that conversation of top 6 or have a shot at top 6.
That's right.
Because everybody always comes back at me with, well, JD, they're like, you're all in on go do this and go get this, go get that guy and try to be as good as you can, because you want to give it's not because it's a guarantee.
No.
Like I get hit a lot with that's no guarantee if you give up Kuminga for player X or Y that you're gonna win a title.
No duh.
It's like, well, no, yeah. It's not
by the way,
you're gonna win a title. Can you be in the top 6?
We've warped our minds because the Warriors were guaranteed to win a title. They're the only team in the modern era of basketball history. I mean, post-2000, Michael Jordan and the Bulls were for a couple of years during their 6-peats guaranteed to win the title. It was fait accompli. As the season started, the Bulls win the title. I don't think the Lakers, when they went 3-peat, maybe the very early Shaq Kobe ones, but even that first one, maybe the second and the third.
The first one, no. The second one, I think, was the most. The third one, the Kings were right there, could have beat them.
That's right.
And the first one, remember, they had to come back against Portland.
That's right.
In Game 7.
That's right.
So
I mean, and there's some fixing going on in there, perhaps, not to say. The statute of limitations might be over. David Stern's dead. I mean, we can maybe get some truth on that at some point. Regardless, you think about, like, teams that were guaranteed. The 2017 Golden State Warriors were guaranteed to win the title.
Automatic.
The 2018 Golden State Warriors barely tried and won the title. I know that there were some hairy moments with the Houston Rockets in 28 and all that stuff. They were guaranteed to win the title at the beginning of the year. They won the title at the end of the year. And frankly, there was maybe 5 times you sweated all season long. That's not how the world works. Steve Kerr always talks about the real NBA and that the Warriors weren't living in it. He wasn't lying. This is the real NBA, where the Dallas Mavericks sneak in as a 6 or a 5 seed. They barely get into the regular playoffs at the end of the season, and they're representing the Western Conference. I mean, the Boston Celtics had one of the great years in recent NBA history, Warriors excluded, and they didn't really even get pushed. But, like, are the Celtics some dynasty? Are they not gettable? They seem very gettable. I never felt inspired by a second of their basketball the entire season. So this notion that, like, there's a move that the Warriors can make or that any team can make, given the current cap structure and the new CBA, that any team can make a move and somehow be guaranteed a title. There's not going to be a team that is odds-on favorite. We're not talking about a minus anything in the preseason books ever again. The Warriors were like minus 350 one year to win the title. Now you'll be lucky to get plus 350 on anybody. So it's not 100. It's 100%, JD. It's not about there is a move out there that can win the Warriors a championship. That's not what is at stake. There's a move out there that can make the Warriors a team that you can, without stretching the bounds of reality, think can get into the mix to play for a championship. And they're nowhere near that right now.
Make a move that allows for you to have a decent chance to be in the top 6.
Give yourself a shot at having a great playoffs.
That's what it comes down to. Hey, good to see you too, Copes.
2022, that's what it was about, right? They got themselves – Steve Kerr and Bob Myers had a conversation before the 2022 playoffs, and they're like, I don't think this is going to go very well. They were open about it. There were conversations off the record where they're like, I don't think this is going to go very hot. Mm-hmm. This team is struggling at the wrong time. I don't like the mix. There's something weird. There's just a weird energy to them. They thought they were cooked in 2022 going into the playoffs, and they won the damn thing.
And then game 1 came, and all of a sudden everything clicked against Denver, and there was just enough.
And they were
some
never
good truly tested until
the finals.
The finals, and
even then, Boston's like, "Oh, we've tested you. Now let me soil my pants in front of you, just to make sure that we are all on the same page about where the Boston Celtics were in 2022."
Well, the question is, and you touched on it, it's how can you become closer to Dallas? Because I think Oklahoma City is going to be really good. I think Minnesota is going to be really good again.
I have some questions on if Minnesota can maintain, but it's Oklahoma City in Minnesota. That's tier 1, that's tier 2. And then tier 3 is like 6, 7 teams.
Yeah, I think Denver's going to – I worry about Denver in the regular season now. I think they're going to win a playoff series in all likelihood because of Jokic.
No doubt.
If not 2.
But they've lost 2 really, really key players the last 2 offseasons.
They're the kind of team that I could see all of a sudden they're winning 47 games in the regular season. 48 games in the regular season.
I do think you're right that I don't think it's going to be this standard of you have to win 50 to make the playoffs anymore. I think that the parity is going to get even more parity this season.
And I think you look at a team like Sacramento, love or hate their thought process on going and getting
Do people think about
DeRozan.
Sacramento that way? With love or hate?
Well,
it's mostly ambivalence.
True. Mostly ambivalence. But they
did that. That's interesting.
Hey. But
they did something.
But they're doing that to give themselves a chance. Not that they're going to go to the conference finals, but you know what? They're probably going to be in the top 6 if all goes well.
They're trying very hard to do that. That's the best move they can make. This is a team that was in the play-in tournament. They're hosting the bottom bracket of the play-in tournament last year. And for the Warriors, when we ask Marcus Thompson, we ask you, the audience.
The Warriors are not there now is the reason I bring them up.
They were on the road. They were the 10 seed.
Right.
They were the last team to make it, and no one can appreciably look me in the eyes and say that they're even a seed or 2 better now. Because not only are you competing to just tread water, but here comes Houston. Memphis is coming back. Did you see Zach Edey in the Summer League? I mean, I don't know if it's going to work, but it does not seem as if you can go anywhere near the basket when he's playing.
At some point, Wembanyama is going to pop.
I'm a little skeptical of them doubling their win total.
No, but they're on the track.
Oh, yeah. No, he's incredible. If he went out and averaged 40, 20, and 30.
Year.
Yeah, I mean, if he went out and won MVP this upcoming season, it wouldn't shock me.
I'm with you. I think they could still be. I think they might win 40 games. They're playing at best at this point, and
it would be incredible.
It still may not be.
They might make the play in the Eastern Conference. In the Western Conference, I think the standard is too high. You got to be 4 or 5 games over 500 minimum.
Here's the other part of it. If you go and get Markkanen. And I understand where Marcus Thompson's coming from, and I think you're aligned with the notion of, hey, why would you move off of Markkanen to take Kuminga than pay Kuminga?
This is from Utah's perspective.
From Utah's perspective, that makes a lot of sense.
It doesn't make any damn sense.
If Kuminga was in the deal, and just hypothetically, if Kuminga's in the deal, let's separate that part from it. If Kuminga's in the deal and you're bringing back Markkanen, let's say Moody's in the deal, and the Warriors give up 3 picks and a swap and all this stuff. Steph, Pajemski, Wiggins, Markkanen, Draymond, TJD, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield, DeAnthony Melton. Now that's a team that could be in the top 6.
No doubt. And
that's
then you're in the mix.
Has a tangible, like, things go well.
Yeah, now you're one twisted Shai Gilgeous-Alexander ankle away.
And here's the other thing. Let's say Kuminga's not in the deal.
Now you're even better.
Well, Kuminga could actually play the 3 with Markkanen on the roster, which is something he can't do right now under any circumstances.
This is what I have a problem with.
And you're better for that.
No doubt, because now you get to see whatever the upside is. And in theory, okay, you gave away all those draft picks, and now you're thinking, oh boy, our future might be looking pretty murky here because Steph and Draymond only have so much time left, and when they're gone, we might want those draft picks. Well, no, because you have Lauri Markkanen, who will be about 30, 31, 32 years old, depending on how long the old guys play for. And you have Jonathan Kuminga, who should, in theory, remain in a role that is, asking him to do attainable things as opposed to, hey, you need to be our number 2 for a playoff team right away. You need to do that this upcoming season. Because, listen, it's not as if he doesn't have the talent to do it, but you do need to keep some guardrails or a restrictor plate on the engine for Jonathan Kuminga, because when you give Jonathan Kuminga full bore, sometimes he gets a little bit out of control. Sometimes it's not very fun to watch. Sometimes it looks like he's 22 years old and playing in the NBA with not a terrible amount of basketball experience in his life, and that it's all talent and no brain. And I know that it will all come together at some point. To what degree to be determined, that he has in no way played his best basketball yet. But you're getting the upside of Kuminga. Now you have Markkanen. Now you actually have assets in which to do something when Steph Curry and Draymond Green are gone. So you get to maximize this window. And yes, you're selling the future, but you still have a future because you have a guy who will be 25, 26 years old in Jonathan Kuminga, who by that point should be a pretty damn good basketball player.
It just comes back to, for me, the fact that if you can make the big move, like, there is so much more upside to the whole plan. If you can just get the big
team
move.
has a shot.
They've got a shot. And it doesn't mean they're going to win a title. They probably won't win a title.
But you cannot ask people to pay Chase Center prices and watch Golden State Warriors basketball with the expectations and standards of recent years, even though they've clearly dipped, and I don't think anyone is living in a fairy tale world that, championship or bust. But, like, you cannot sell the Golden State Warriors as Joe Lacob wants them to be sold without every fan going into that building, every fan turning on the TV and thinking, this team's got a shot this year. They're pretty good. They got a shot. Put them in the tournament. Let's see what happens.
And it's a shot they don't have right now.
Correct.
All right, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We got a foreplay coming up. We are going to get into some Giants coming up as well. I do want to get into the Kuminga contract and the extension thing, because that's the one thing we haven't gotten into. So we'll do that next.
It looms.
It is. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, so we want to see him continue on the arc, on the rise that he's been on the last couple of years. He's still a very young player, picked up the game late, but he's gotten better and better. And I think I can help him this year. Try to simplify some things, give him two options on cuts and that sort of thing, and streamline our offense a little bit.
All right, Steve Kerr yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. If you missed it, check it out again today at 4:50 here on the Sports Leader. Tolbert and Copes with the head coach of the Warriors. He's talking about Jonathan Kuminga there.
Yeah.
Would you, Dieter Kurtenbach, it is JD and Kurtenbach here, and for Pop in London this Tuesday, would you pay Jonathan Kuminga now?
I wouldn't. That's not a slight on Jonathan Kuminga. I just think that's where the market is. And I don't see a negotiation currently between Jonathan Kuminga and the Golden State Warriors ending up with Jonathan Kuminga saying anything less than give me everything I can get, because I'm looking at the marketplace. And that seems to be the going rate for a player of my talent level. Maybe not my production level, but my talent level. You like Franz Wagner? He just got a max. Franz Wagner's a very good basketball player who's played a lot of minutes for the Orlando Magic. He's in a very different situation, though, than what Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga is coming in and is a rookie on a championship team. Whether the Warriors saw themselves as that or not at the time is regardless of the point. He was asked to be somebody who came in and learned and grew inside the Warriors' what they once thought incredible nurturing operation. That's what Jonathan Kuminga was asked to do. So he hasn't been given the opportunity the way that Franz Wagner's been given the opportunity in Orlando. But I think Jonathan Kuminga can go out there and make a very reasonable case that when he has been given the opportunity, he's looked every bit the kind of player that Franz Wagner has looked for the Orlando Magic. And again, that guy's a max player. So I think any conversation with Jonathan Kuminga today isn't going to result in a discount and locking in a reasonable rate on a Jonathan Kuminga, in which case I say, let's roll. Because I can actually save money if you come out. Now you're given the opportunity to take on a bigger role as the roster is currently constructed. You might not rise to that occasion, in which case then we are having a conversation about less than Franz Wagner money. And if you do rise to that occasion, we'll give it to you with glee, because no one comes in with restricted free agent offers, and no one's going to do it for Jonathan Kuminga next year. I mean, it's not a threat. It's not a threat. It's very similar to kind of the Brandon Ayuk situation. The Warriors hold all the leverage here. I would like them to use it a little bit.
Yeah, I would play it out and make him earn it this season, and to your point, gladly pay it if he does prove it. Like I don't think we've seen enough of Jonathan Kuminga where I'd be comfortable going too much. I wouldn't want to pay him $4 and $130 right now. And I've been working. I've been working under the assumption that $4 and $130 was about probably what he was going to get, and I didn't love that. And
he's a $30 million a year player in this NBA. We can disagree on if that's the case or not. The market has made it pretty clear that that is, in fact, what Jonathan Kuminga's going rate is.
But that was blown out of the water, because I would you look at 5 and 224, the low end of the Wagner deal.
I was told there'd be no math, and here we are.
Well, it's simple math, but you just look at that, and I mean, you look at the difference between 224 and 130. We'll keep it very simple.
It's a
like,
lot.
I would guarantee you Jonathan Kuminga and his camp and his agent, maybe not him specifically, although I think we can include him in that.
Yeah.
He sees Wagner at 224, even on the low end of what Wagner can get, and he's thinking he's more like 170 or 180.
Yeah. No, I mean,
than 224.
And so now what you're doing is,
and I would be willing to say he even thinks he is a better player than Wagner. Maybe hasn't shown it yet, but believes that he is and will show it in very short order.
Well, now you're betting the entire franchise on Jonathan Kuminga. If you do that, you're betting the entire franchise on Jonathan Kuminga. Because
haven't they already, to a certain extent,
by not doing anything else,
by not including him in some of these trades?
True.
And no on Paul George and the Ramona Shelburne, and he's so important to the future.
Yeah.
And to me, they're kind of saying that anyway.
It's true.
But then they're also going to go back to Jonathan Kuminga and be like, yeah, we don't even think you're a 4-year, $130 million player right now. Now, you can very easily get to that point if you put up a full season worth of numbers like the numbers you put up last year.
It's incongruent. It doesn't line up.
It doesn't.
I think you're right. That doesn't mean that the Warriors are right. I think you're right. That doesn't mean the Warriors are right. And
I'll take that. But
I think that could end up in a world of hurt, frankly, for the Golden State Warriors if you go all in on Jonathan Kuminga, because it's not just about the future. We can all project the best case scenarios.
You can't do it now. You can do it if he goes out and blows up this year. I'm more comfortable paying Jonathan Kuminga a max because he went out and averaged 25 and 6.
He showed it. We're not paying for potential.
I would much rather overpay later than overpay now.
Yes. Oh, entirely. Because he hasn't shown that he's worth even close to that number. He hasn't shown it. All you're doing is betting on potential, and potential doesn't have to be realized. It doesn't have to be. There are countless cases. James Wiseman had a ton of potential. Even if you didn't like the pick, you had to watch James Wiseman run the floor and jump and go, there's some potential there. Where's that gotten him? He's on a minimum deal with the Indiana Pacers. He probably won't be on that roster in 6 months. Potential is worthless unless it turns into something. And I know that Jonathan Kuminga has shown a little something, but he's not shown anything that gives me any indication that he's worth Jaden McDaniels money, who is a solid rotation player, a starter. Yeah, gives you something on both ends of the floor, gives you a lot on defense, is a premier perimeter defender, say that 3 times fast, for a top team in the Western Conference. He hasn't shown me that he can do what Franz Wagner has done, and we all know there's warts in Wagner's game, but they're nice when Franz Wagner, you flip on SportsCenter and you're like, this boy's cooking. Mm-hmm. This guy, no one's actually watching Orlando Magic games live, but the SportsCenter highlights are very, very complimentary to Franz Wagner sometimes. There are 5 nights a year where Jonathan Kuminga has that. Franz Wagner's doing it 40, 45 times a year. It's a big difference. So, no, I don't want to pay him, as of today, what those guys are making. I don't want to pay. You can end up in an Andrew Wiggins-like situation where the Minnesota Timberwolves looked at their scenario and they said, I guess we got to give him the max. He's never done anything for us, but he's got all this potential. Let's go give him the max.
Well, that's what losing franchises do.
Well, what are you describing with the Golden State Warriors right now? If they go out and give him all that money on just potential, what does that sound like?
It sets you up to be in a really bad place if it doesn't work out.
And is it more likely to work out or not?
I think it's more likely to not work out if you pay him immediately than if you look to pay him later. To me,
if he goes out and earns it, congratulations, sign the check.
Make him earn it. He believes he is that level of talent.
He very well might be.
He might be right.
He might be right.
But
in which case, he will be richly rewarded for it.
But exactly. Then maybe you're going to end up getting closer to the max or the max. Like if he goes out and proves to be a borderline all-star.
Yeah.
A clear cut.
If he's your number two,
your number two. Like if you know that, like I would gladly pay him his $7 million.
We'll give him one
year.
of those giant checks from Publishers Clearinghouse.
Go prove that you're a legitimate number two.
Yep. Which is what you'll have to be this year with this current roster.
And then we'll pay you $224 at that point.
Hell, it's going to go up from there. We'll give you the $235 because the cap's going up. We'll give you whatever you ask for because now we gots to have you.
Then you know.
Now you are in fact the future of this franchise.
Yeah, so I'm not in a hurry by any stretch.
I hope they don't. I think they will.
Do you?
I do.
See, here's my.
I think they're going to strike out on Markkanen, and they're going to be like, we're not going to wait. I think Markkanen signs with Utah.
Okay, that part I don't necessarily disagree with.
I think that the Markkanen thing is just settled, right? Because he signs with Utah.
An option.
Now it's not an option, and they're not going to Blake Griffin him and trade him 6 months later. That it's just not a thing. So I think he sticks in Utah. In which case, then the Warriors have to look at like.
I don't think they're going to be able to get Kuminga for a deal, a bargain.
I never said anything about that, JD.
They may think that. But
I never said anything about them signing.
They're going to pay him $200 million?
I think they'll pay him $200 million.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I think they will pay him not the max and not the discount, which he frankly should get because everything is surplus to production at this point. I think that they'll pay him close to $200 million for 5 years or whatever, and they will bet the entire franchise on Jonathan Kuminga. And we'll see how that goes.
All right. Wow.
That's my bet because they're going to want to prove when they don't have an option for a number two, they're going to say, Jonathan Kuminga, we believe you're our number two, and here's how much we believe in you.
That would be a disastrous move before he proves it. If they do that before he proves it, that's disaster. I don't think they're going to do that.
Okay.
I think what's going to happen, my don't be surprised if, and I guess it's really not that crazy, but I think they're going to come in the 4, 130, 140 range. They're going to get turned down. It's going to basically end in this, okay, prove it then. And then he's going to end up playing out the season.
That'd be a good way to do it.
I think that's how it'll ultimately play out.
I think that the man who will write the check wants to write the check in this situation.
Yeah.
And it ain't Peter Gruber.
All right. I get it. I mean, I know Lacob loves him and all that, but
Joe Lacob literally pounded the table for him, JD.
But to pay him before, again, it's one thing to pay him, but to pay him before, that part I don't. I think they're going to come in, they're going to make him an offer. It's going to be in that 4, 130, 140 range. He's going to turn it down. They're going to be far apart, and it's going to end up in he's going to have to play out the season.
You're going to know something's up when we show up to a preseason game, and this is all going to be worked out around then. When you show up to a preseason game, and we're going to walk past the Warriors team store, and you're going to see a lot of 0-0 jerseys. This is my conspiracy. There's going to be a lot of 0-0 jerseys in that window to buy, and that's how you're going to know that they're about to do something stupid.
All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR. We got a foreplay coming up next. We're also going to get into some Giants, as it is Pop and Lund here on a Tuesday. JD and Dieter on the Sports Leader.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, in here on a Tuesday. We'll get into some Giants conversation coming up in the final hour. Giants are back home, taking on the Blue Jays tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday afternoon. And then the Twins over the weekend, then the All-Star break. Giants still very Giants-y, Dieter, before we get into the foreplay.
They couldn't Giants any harder.
They're 3 under, but it feels like they're in it depending upon the day. They've won 8 of 13.
They're like sort of drowning, but not dead yet. You know, it's like, I don't know if their head's above water.
But also kind of in it. But not 500.
Maybe Tide helps them out. I don't know. I don't know. It's uninspiring. It's not fun. They were when they were at their lowest point this season. Like you think, like, oh, what was it? Like, late May.
There were 2 times.
There was like 5 or 6 games under.
Middle of May, they were 6 under, and then they got to 2 over.
That's right.
And then they were back to 6 under after the St. Louis series.
So, yeah.
And now they're 3 over since.
Both of those times that they've been like 6 under, they were only 3 games back.
Well, now they're 3 under and they're 3 games back.
What's it matter?
So they're playing.
They'll always be 3 games back.
They're playing better, but the bar, as much as it can rise, the bar has risen a little bit off
That's
of
right,
what it was.
because St. Louis is playing good ball and, whatever. I mean, just, I guess, get to September and we'll see where we're at.
More on that Giants
That's
conversation
exciting.
coming up. But they
That's
are
so much
taking on
fun.
the Jays tonight out at Oracle Park.
Yeah.
All right, our foreplay. Let's get to it. We have talked a lot of Warriors today.
The entire show has been Warriors.
It has been.
Yeah.
Lots to discuss.
I'm loving it.
The one final point to that is Stephen Curry in the interview with Vince Goodwill of Yahoo Sports.
Love me some Vinny Goodwill.
Excellent writer, reporter. Here's what Steph said about his Warriors future.
Yeah, I mean, I can clearly say I want to be a Warrior for life. That's always been my goal, and I'm saying that sitting in this chair right now. But like you said, life and especially life in the NBA, it is a wild environment, and things change quickly, and the league has changed quickly. So we're trying to adapt and evolve. Yeah, until that, I'll let everybody know if that changes. But right now, like, of course, the goal is always to finish my career with one team.
All right, so what did you make of that? Because he's also extension eligible, and I know Mark Spears has been on the train, and I kind of put it down a little bit. Like, I don't really see this, and we're not there yet, but Mark has been foreshadowing the fact that, hey, if the Warriors don't continue to put a good product out there around him, he may at some point, 2 years left in his deal, want to go finish it up somewhere else where he can win a little bit more.
Well, they are in a situation where 1 year from now, that decision more or less has to be made. Because if you are to lose Stephen Curry because, hey, you're not putting a good product on the floor and Steph can't abide by that, and no matter what dreams he had, I mean, 1 year without Klay Thompson, you can lose some of those dreams. Now there's some varnish on this whole thing. Like, it's not what he thought it would be on the way out. And so this time next year, you have to decide if Steph Curry is going to be around for another couple of years or if you're going to try to move him. Because you have to get everything you can and so much more if Steph Curry's not playing for you. You can't let him walk in free agency.
Do you think he'd do an extension now? And would it be a descending extension?
I don't think he would. I think that we're going to see this year through. What I took from that, and maybe this is me projecting my own beliefs onto Stephen Curry. Heaven knows that's never happened before.
I want to be a Warrior for life, but you never know.
Yeah, listen, life is short, so maybe I don't. That tells me straight up, hey, go get Lauri Markkanen, please. Go get me a number 2, because I don't want to be having this conversation next year. I want it to be so obvious that I want to be on the Golden State Warriors that no one would ever ask me this question again. You don't ask that question if you have a team that is a legitimate playoff contender. Not a title contender, a legitimate playoff contender. No one asks Steph Curry, do you want to be a Warrior for life? If you have a number 2.
There's a value in being a 6 seed, and the value is that question doesn't get asked.
No one's asking Luka Doncic, are you sure about the Mavericks? Are you sure about them? You feeling good about that? No one's asking John Morant, you feeling good about Memphis? Do you want to be a Grizzly for life? No one's asking these questions. I mean, Memphis, I'm maybe projecting a little bit here into next year, but like, no one's asking these questions of good teams. No one is asking a superstar player making $50, $60, $70 million, hey, do you want to stick around if you have a good team? But if you got kind of a crappy team, people are like, yo, you saw Dame bounce a year ago. Like, maybe that's you. And if you're Steph Curry, you can't say no. You can't say no because you have to keep the pressure on Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and everybody in the Warriors organization to put the best team possible forward. And let's be real, the best team possible right now isn't Jonathan Kuminga as your number 2. And a year from now, if Jonathan Kuminga is still your number 2 and he hasn't turned into a number 2, then if I'm Steph Curry, I got to be thinking about how I want to spend the rest of my days in the NBA. And it's probably not waiting for the end in Golden State. That's the retirement home of basketball then. That doesn't seem like anybody's idea of a good time.
It doesn't. And the big takeaway to me, as much as I kind of downplayed it when Mark Spears brought it up, is that this is definitely something worth monitoring for the next year.
Has to be. And by the way, it's not as if Steph is going to make this a thing. Steph is merely just stating, I think, what anyone in his situation would state. I very much value my legacy with the Golden State Warriors. I do not want to tarnish it under any circumstances. But if you guys put a gun to my head, I'm going to move. Like, I'm going to do something. I'm not a sucker. And that's what Steph's saying. He will, if he thinks it's in his best interest, hell, even if he thinks it's in the Warriors' best interest, if he thinks it's the right thing to do, this is a very judicious, this is a guy who thinks things through to the nth degree. If he thinks it's the right thing to do for him, his family, whomever, not to chase another title, not to do it, but just not to be miserable like Klay Thompson was miserable last year, waiting for the end. If that's what he thinks, he'll do it.
Right. I don't think it's going to get to that point.
I don't.
Because Steph is so beloved. Like, it's never going to be even Steph declines.
Yeah, it's apples and oranges.
If it happens.
But you cannot put a team around Steph Curry that makes Steph Curry feel as if he is just waiting to die.
Totally.
His basketball career is waiting to die.
And they are teetering on that. They're
probably closer to that than they are to contention.
Now, it's able to be pulled in another direction, I think, very quickly.
There's a white boy in Utah who can fix all of this. Legitimately, at least for a couple of years. It's a white boy in Utah who can do it.
Well, it would be enough to get through the point where Steph would be like, yeah, I'll sign up for 2 more years.
That's right. But this time next year, Steph Curry either needs another contract with the Golden State Warriors or he needs to sign an extension with some other team after they trade him.
Well, speaking of guys who need contracts, Brandon Ayuk is our next.
Really? I haven't heard anything about that.
We haven't talked about Brandon Ayuk today.
Is he disgruntled in any way, shape, or form?
We are 2 weeks away from the 49ers veteran report date of July 23rd. So this will be the big press conference where it's Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are at the podium.
The dais.
Select players will be available at 11 a.m.
At least we don't get Eric Armstead anymore.
And then, and it's a bunch of the top guys.
Eric Armstead would walk in, I would walk out.
First practice 2 weeks from tomorrow.
When do they put on pads?
It's after that.
Yeah, okay.
I'll show up. You got that first run of 3, I think, then take a day. There's another day. It's like the fifth practice.
Then, JD.
It's the 5th practice.
I will show up when they have pads.
That's during our 2 weeks of shows, I believe.
Well, I'm going to show up one way or another, whether it's to do our shows.
We may do it out there. We may.
Will we be wearing pads? Who's to say?
Whatever is necessary. So Adam Schefter, I may need to wear pads.
That's right.
If they
don't have Markin in by then, you better be wearing pads.
If we do another Warriors segment, I'm going to need pads because Dieter's coming at me, and he's got the leverage.
Much like the San Francisco 49ers with Jonathan Kuminga.
He's got the weight advantage and the...
I got a lot of advantages on JD. JD's got the experience, but I got the gall.
Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
Talking about the prospect of Brandon Ayuk, playing it out and then maybe getting tagged next year?
So they're going to continue to try to get a deal done. They hadn't made much progress. The two sides met in person, was it 2 weeks ago or so? Do I think Brandon Ayuk would like to be traded? I think he'd be open to it. Do I think he would want a new deal? Absolutely. Here's the issue. If you're Brandon Ayuk and you're scheduled to make what you're scheduled to make this year, the Niners have the ability to tag you after this year. Now, I don't know if they will. I don't know if they can afford to because they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy at the time they're paying some of these other players. And there are some contract decisions that they're going to have to make that they haven't had to make because they've had Purdy on the rookie contract. But, again, they have Ayuk under contract this year. They conceivably could tag him the next 2 years if they wanted. So there's a little bit of leverage there that the team has But the player's a great player, and obviously there's going to be interest in his services, not only from San Francisco, but elsewhere if he hits the market.
All right, that's Adam Schefter with the latest.
Did Adam
Schefter
just find out about this story? Like, let me run through this for you.
No, you know what it is? He's getting sick of having to do the same 90-second clip every day about Brandon Ayuk with nothing new happening.
Just say it then. Just say it. You're a newsbreaker. People ask,
that.
It's the National Football League and you're the newsbreaker. You can talk about something else. You can make something else up.
No, because that shows up on their planning board every day.
Oh, my God. It is. That was hilarious. That's the funniest thing that's happened on the show. Adam Schefter baseline explaining what we figured out in, February? March? Just like, did you guys know that they could put the franchise tag on? Let me explain what the franchise tag is, by the way. That's and
it's something that Brandon Ayuk really doesn't want a year from now.
It does seem as if he's interested in a trade. Do you think Adam Schefter that he might be interested in a trade? He's literally walking around with the quarterback of another team as if to show him off, saying, I would like to. He's openly stated this many times.
He's doing an impromptu amateur film review of that team's plays.
That's right. He's making his own movies on TikTok. He's so bad at this. And guys like Adam Schefter are just being like, wow, that's really interesting. This is such new and pertinent information.
But again, it's also the dead zone of NFL 2 weeks before training camp, and he's got it.
I was unaware there was a dead zone for the NFL, but I guess we found it.
There is.
Is that why we've done 3 hours on the Warriors today?
We're not in the dead zone for the NBA is like a month from now.
Oh, yeah. That's a good dead zone.
It's really a couple weeks.
That's NFL training camp starts.
It's right when NFL training camp starts.
Woo! By the way, that's a dead zone
really
for
next week. It's really next week.
It's all other sports. All other sports go away the second the NFL shows up.
Totally.
Dead zone.
It's going to be fun to be out of training camp.
I'm going to have a blast. I don't know about you.
Oh, I will.
You should wear pads.
I'm going to wear pads because, again, you're coming at me if we do another war. Like,
they're going to mess this up.
JD, another Warrior segment?
No, listen.
What's going on here?
No one's enjoying this more than me. I'm just concerned that I'm going to have to go see a doctor afterwards because I'm getting heart palpitations talking about this dire future for the Golden State Warriors. It feels very much on the edge, and I'm already an antsy person.
But you do skew. I don't want to say skew negatively, but you.
My natural tendency is to not see the brighter things.
Sure.
Yeah,
I think that's
you could
fair.
say that. Yeah, that's fair.
So I figured you'd be all over. You'd love this Warriors thing.
I don't love it because you and yeah. But the Sharks haven't gotten good yet, and I need something to do on nights. That's where I'm at.
No, they're a couple of years away.
They're a couple of years away.
From being a couple of years away.
No. You didn't. I watched that entire prospect scrimmage.
They're a couple of years away.
That entire prospect,
They are not.
You want to talk Quentin Musty? I'll talk Quentin Musty.
They are a couple players away. They are not a couple players away from being a couple players away. That they are not.
Will Smith, Celebrini, Musty, top line, 2 years from now, wild card.
All right. So what's your latest read? 60-second read on Ayuk. What deal gets done?
Yeah,
right as camp starts.
He's so bad at this that I have to think that the second to fourth, pull it back. If Brandon Ayuk and his representatives want to act reasonable for 5 minutes, they'll get a deal done. But right now they're acting completely unreasonable because they keep asking for more and more, and the 49ers are not going to pay him $32 million a year. Full stop. They're not going to do it. They'll draw the line, and they'll franchise tag him or they'll trade him, whatever, but they can't do it. There's a line in their minds. I think it's around 28.5 to 29. That's the line. If Brandon Ayuk wants to come down to that, which is an exceptionally reasonable number and more than he should have ever gotten had they done this middle of last season, even when he was an All-Pro, if he wants to come down to a reasonable number, the 49ers will come up to a reasonable number. But Brandon Ayuk has no leverage and yet is holding strong on his number. So the second him and his representatives want to act reasonable, the 49ers will meet him at the middle between 26 and 31 and 32, and they'll come to an agreement. But that's on Brandon Ayuk. And by the way, Brandon Ayuk's about to start costing himself some money, so I don't know if that will spur some reasonability or not, but the ball's in his court. The 49ers don't have to do squat.
I think there should be, and I don't think that this dollar sign value is great, but I do think there should be a value on getting it done for that first practice.
I agree with that, or at least first padded practice. I think that we saw
that buys you an extra 5 days, maybe.
Yeah, and we saw
fair.
what happened with Nick Bosa last year. And by the way, I kept asking about it, like, hey, Nick Bosa hasn't shown up to training camp.
Yeah, and they were like, no big deal, no big deal.
No, he's a defensive end. He doesn't need to practice.
And they
then
freaking hated it, which
and you know what?
They were so pissed.
And guess who really needed to practice? Nick Bosa. Yeah. And as the season went on, I've known Nick for a very long time.
A couple Florida guys, right?
Well, sort of. I mean, I covered Nick when his brother was the top recruit in Florida, and I remember recruiting, covering Joey Bosa as a recruit, and they say, wait until you see his younger brother.
Yeah.
And I'm like, which one is he? And they go, he's in 8th grade. He's better than Joey today.
Jeez.
So they weren't lying. They were spot on.
They were not lying.
And so I've known the Bosas for a long time. Whatever. He would consistently.
Nothing wrong with that.
No. I'm just saying, like, anytime I'd get Nick to the side, he would be honest, and he would say, I'm still trying to catch up. I'm still trying to catch up. I'm still trying to catch up. And that was from the guy that they said didn't need practice. Wide receivers need practice. Wide receivers need to build up a rapport with their quarterback, even if they had a tremendous amount of it last year. They got to get the timing right. They got to understand how they're going to operate with Ricky Pearsall now there and with these new guys in here. And, the formations might be a little bit different. They might be a more 11 personnel team. Brandon Ayuk does need to be out there, even if he's about to be paid an exceptional amount of money for an all-pro caliber season that he just had. My point is merely, I don't know if he needs to be out there without pads.
And I think there's a harmony factor that I think, hey, you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Totally.
Let's not have any drama.
Let's take it one step further than that. There's a cost certainty factor because they have to pay Brock Purdy, what, $400 million now? Like, I don't know. Every day it seems to be more and more ridiculous. I mean, they're going to pay him more than Paul George and Steph Curry and any NBA player. I mean, it's unbelievable. They might have to pay him $60 million by the time this season's over. You need the cost certainty if you're all in on Brandon Ayuk.
Final couple of clips here, and the Giants had the celebration of life for Willie Mays yesterday over at Oracle Park, so did want to include a couple of clips here, and what a wonderful job the Giants, I mean, they do every event, ceremony, honor, I mean, they've been on point.
They got that stuff down.
They've been on point with all of that, from Barry Bonds to Bill Clinton, Joe Torre, Dusty Baker. A couple of clips here from that, just real quick. Barry Bonds just shared what Willie meant to him, obviously.
That's nothing compared to what Willie taught me about the game of baseball and what he gave to me like a second son. Mentorship, unconditional love, and yes, a butt kicking when I needed it. And then love again like a father. But I didn't know after all these years, turning 60 in July, what Willie was truly giving me until now. Forever memories. Forever memories. And like I said about my father, thank you, Willie. Thank you.
Yeah, Barry Bonds there, obviously. Godson of Willie Mays.
Yeah. He held off those tears for a while there. I mean, obviously, we knew it was going to affect him in a big way, and that's credit to him for going up and sharing.
And every time he's started to, I mean, it's been right there, as you can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the reasons he came to San Francisco. It wasn't just his dad. It was also Willie Mays and the legacy of Willie Mays in San Francisco and making this a baseball town. And, I mean, the debt of gratitude will never be repaid to Willie Mays. Full stop.
Dusty Baker also on hand, and he shared a story about Willie Mays.
I had a table in my office, and they were having the civil rights games, and it was a nice table. And anybody that knows Willie Mays knows that Willie signs everything. You go to Willie's house, everything's ashtray signed, everything's signed. So Willie signs my table. I said, man, what are you doing? He tells me, he said, boy, I do what I want. So from then on, whoever came in, Johnny Bench would come in, Pete Rose, whoever would come in, a Hall of Famer. I have that table right now in the garage, but that was because of Willie Mays, one of the greatest players of all time. Thank you.
All right, Willie Mays signing Dusty's table.
Well, we didn't even mention it at any point today. Klay Thompson signing toasters. Willie Mays is out here signing tables. I mean, this is how legends are made.
It is.
Just signing weird, strange objects.
It is indeed.
That's a valuable ass table, though.
Well, that's what I.
Dusty, you got to sell that. You can buy a house.
I actually thought Dusty was going to say. I thought that was going to be the punchline.
And I'd like to thank him for my Bentley.
I just quadrupled the value of that table.
I got that table at a yard sale for $9.95.
That table's worth $1,000 now.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Willie. Paid for a vacation to Hawaii.
So yeah, really, I mean, great stuff. Again, the Giants have been so on point with all of the tributes and the celebration of life, and the folks on hand yesterday. One more time with the Giants off day between the road trip and coming back and taking on the Jays tonight. So that our foreplay for this Tuesday. We'll come back. We'll get into some Giants on the field coming up next. As they do take on the Jays and the Twins this week. It's JD and Dieter Kurtenbach, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dwayne Kuiper, smooth. Join Murph and Marcus this morning and discuss the Giants' celebration of life ceremony for Willie Mays yesterday at Oracle Park. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
The new vacancy rate in downtown San Francisco is setting a new record. According to commercial real estate firm Cushman & Wakefield, the vacancy rate is now at 34.5%, up from 33.9% in the first quarter. And a new AI production studio has launched. It's called Dreamflare. A former Google brainiac and a filmmaker are the backers. Campus will be based near Meta's Menlo Park campus.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I know that my job didn't go to waste, you know what I mean? And I was doing the right thing for sure. So it's incredible because that's what I work for. That's what I do all year round, every year. That's what I've been doing for 8 years, my whole life. I've been working for this. I've been working to be a big leaguer. I've been working to be a Hall of Fame, an All-Star, whatever, you know. So I'm very happy that it's happening. I'm very grateful with the job that I put in the offseason with JV and all the coaches for sure.
That's All-Star.
Well-deserved All-Star Elliot Ramos.
Giants got 2 All-Stars.
Logan Webb, Elliot Ramos. Who saw that one coming?
Both deserve. I mean, this is a 2 All-Star team, for crying out loud.
Buy your tickets now.
Still 3 under 500.
Oh, that thing. That part.
44 and 47, 3.5 back. Giants are 8-5 in their last 13, though.
They're playing good ball. Legitimately.
Well, their losses look better. That was the one thing I was getting.
That's a great point.
Their losses, and this had been something all year where I could not get on board with anything that they had done
When they lost, they were getting smoked.
When they lost, they looked like they were one of the worst 5 teams in the majors.
That's right. And they have a negative run differential to show for it.
When they lost, it looked bad.
And when they won, they barely won.
Or it was like, oh my God, 4 of the 9th again.
Yeah. Yeah, cardiac kids.
These guys are unbelievable.
And then the other nights it would be 4 in the 9th for the other team.
Or errors and base running blunders, which still are happening to a certain extent. But they've cleaned up the 8-5 in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
The losses, the 2 in Cleveland, the 1 in Atlanta, they could have won all 3 of those games.
No doubt. And even the game they lose to the Dodgers, okay, you look at the final score and you say, wow, they got smoked. No, they didn't. They were in extra innings, and they just had to have Jelly wear it.
Yep.
They just had to have Jelly go out there and wear it. They beat – I just want to make sure –
they lose in extras.
That's right.
Those are the 5 losses.
And they ended the Cubs. Maybe the Cubs get back into it, but the Cubs, it was DEFCON 1 in Chicago after that series with the Giants because they were 9 games back after that. So they kill off one of their rivals for the wild card, at least for the time being. Hey, that matters. They then went and played the Dodgers and the Braves. Okay, say what you will about the Phillies. They're an exceptional baseball team, but those were the 2 teams coming into the season. And I know not everything's working out perfect for either of them, but they're still exceptional baseball teams. They're playing the Dodgers and the Braves back-to-back. And, JD, a couple of weeks ago, if you were to say they're getting smoked in all 6 of those games or all,
or 5 of the 6,
just getting smoked in them, I'd go, yeah, that probably checks out. And instead they go out and win both of those series. To say that, and by the way, they lose the series in Cleveland this weekend. Do you feel bad about that? Do you feel some sort of way?
Not the way the game's played out.
No. You're like, well, it happens.
You have the lead, you lose, you get beat on a homer in the 7th.
My argument is it happens. Cleveland's a very good baseball team. You're playing on the road. It's going to happen. They played good ball. They're playing really good ball. It's frustrating that playing really good ball for a nice little stretch here has meant nothing.
8-5 in the last 13. You're doing it against a couple of good teams, 5-4. Even if you
meant nothing,
you're 3.5 back. You got 2 teams still on the outside looking in front of you, even by a game, Arizona and the Mets.
Yeah.
And the bar has been raised.
Yeah, St. Louis is playing really good ball.
A little bit now.
San Diego's playing better ball.
The Cardinals are closer to the Braves now than they are to where you are, and even the Padres are 4 over. It's starting to look like
You might actually win 84 games and make the playoffs.
Like 85 might need to be what it is. And,
wow, what a standard Major League Baseball has created for their teams.
Well, they love it because they want everybody in it.
Yeah. And this is legitimately why.
The Giants are actually the perfect example, I think, of the team that they want to keep in the race.
Yeah, 100%. Here's a big market with the team that is, at least the fan base is desperate to get back to the playoffs.
Excitable fan base.
Excitable fan base, no doubt. When the Giants are rolling,
they want something to love.
Yeah, they're this is. But JD, I'm adamant that now is the time to start selling. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not saying wave the white flag. I'm not saying get rid of Ramos or anybody. But I'm saying you have some pieces on this roster that are going to be looking exceptionally valuable in a marketplace where everyone is looking for something.
So you're saying buy and sell? Sell and buy?
I don't even think you need to do the buy part.
Was Austin Slater the first step toward that?
I mean, is that a step in any direction, or is that just doing a thing to do a thing? I'm saying this is an incredible seller's market, and that the San Francisco Giants are in a very enviable position in which you can sell some pieces on your team and not really lose anything, but someone else is going to pay you more than they're worth. If you could trade Mike Yastrzemski today, you could actually get something for Mike Yastrzemski because teams are out there looking for a player like Mike Yastrzemski because everybody thinks they're in it. And now you're just playing Luis Matos every day. What have you lost? Maybe something, but you also might be losing something by keeping Yastrzemski on the roster. I go as far, Thairo Estrada. Okay, Thairo Estrada is not having a good year. I think a lot of people could have foreseen that given the fact that he doesn't hit the ball very hard and he strikes out a lot and doesn't walk. And so last year was sort of a one-off. But he has a really good glove, and now he's injured, of course. But Thairo Estrada, you don't think that there's some teams around baseball thinking they can get to 85 wins? Thinking, man, we really need a second baseman. And now Thairo Estrada's on the market, and now he's the best option because you put the White Sox and the Rockies and the Marlins together, there's like 6 good players total.
So you're not saying buy and sell. You're just saying you can sell, and the players that you're selling you can replace, and you're not going to lose.
Correct.
Much to make.
We got to remember what we're going for here. If the Giants are going to go out here and buy, why? Why would you go out and buy? It's so that you can make the playoffs. And then what? I'm not saying that's nothing. I'm just saying you get 3 games guaranteed in the playoffs. That's what you get. You get 3 games. So you now went and you sold prospects on a middling farm system so that you can get 2 months of Pete Alonso so that you could play 3, maybe 8 games. You're not winning the World Series. Why are we lowering the standards of San Francisco Giants baseball to just make the playoffs? That's all we want. All we want is to make the playoffs. No, if I'm in the tournament, I want a chance to win it. And unless you're buying a ton at the trade deadline, unless you're selling everything you can sell to bring in a Luis Robert and a Alonso and a starting pitcher and a couple extra guys, unless you're actually going to build yourself a legitimate contender through trades, which you probably shouldn't do, given that it's a seller's market. Unless you're doing that, you're not playing for the World Series this year. Arizona had stars last year. Okay? The Texas Rangers, where is the Corey Seager? Where's the Marcus Semien?
They don't have that.
They don't have any of that.
They don't
so this
have any
notion that they're a wild card team that can get hot at the right time, they don't have any stars. How are they going to win the World Series?
I don't even think it's about a wild card team that could get hot at the right time. That's just a thing that you say. I think but there is
that's lame justification for just trying to make the playoffs.
I think there is a value. I think Farhan Zaidi has to make the playoffs.
So he's going to hurt the franchise overall. Fan base is out on him. He can do whatever he wants. The fan base will never like him.
I'm just talking about keep your job. And I'm not saying he's going to do something. I'm not saying
if this man is in a position.
I'm just saying there's a value. There is a value in making the playoffs.
No doubt.
If he makes the playoffs, he's probably finishing his contract. If he doesn't make the playoffs, he's probably not finishing his
808 KNBR. Do you want Farhan Zaidi to sell players after that was just laid on you? Because I think a lot of people are like, I'll gladly not make the playoffs if it means Farhan's gone. I'm not one of those people. I like Farhan. 808 KNBR as well. Who would you replace him with? All ears. Who would you replace Farhan Zaidi with?
My only point is that there's a value in making the playoffs for Farhan Zaidi.
No doubt. But if he is in a position,
that doesn't mean you can make a run. Because I'm with you on that. I don't think they're not.
JD,
yeah.
as is often the case, we're in cahoots here. We agree, but I do think that we need to take it a step further. If Farhan Zaidi's in a position where it is not about what's best for the team, but it's about what's best for him, let's be more specific. The organization. What's best for the organization, which is what? I would say continuing to build. It sucks that we're in a position where this team is still rebuilding.
See, I would even disagree with that. I think that's the real answer. The truthful answer is what's more beneficial is continuing to build.
I agree. This has been a win of a season in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I don't know.
Elliot Ramos coming through as a homegrown all-star. When was that? Hasn't happened. The last homegrown all-star outfielder, they're running a promo as if this is to celebrate it. All it's doing is taunting Giants fans. The last homegrown outfielder to be an all-star was Chili Davis.
Yes.
Chili Davis was the last one. It's a win already. You have a homegrown guy in the middle of your lineup. Matt Chapman has worked out. Jorge Soler's coming along. I think it will end up being okay. Snell hasn't. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. We'll find out in a bit tonight. Not in totality, but in a bit tonight. So you've gotten some wins in free agency. I think Jung-Hoo Lee was a good pickup. Could have been better, could have been worse. I'm feeling okay about it. I think that this season's a win, and you have to take advantage of opportunities when they present themselves. And right now, the opportunity to get some big-time prospects for players that aren't big-time major leaguers is sitting right in front of you. You got to take it.
All right, we'll continue the conversation. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. It is Papa and Lund here on a Tuesday. JD and Dieter Kurtenbach in here on the Sports Leader.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
Well, they're better than that.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't gotten that bad.
I mean, there were a couple times it looked like it might.
Ask me in a month. Ask me in a month.
Maybe. I mean, they're trending in the right direction.
They're playing good ball. They're playing good ball. Maybe Robbie Ray is going to come in and save the day.
Is this a hot stretch or is it something tangible? Because they had they had the 10-2.
Yep.
They had the 10-2 stretch where they were 6 under, and then they got to 2 over.
Yep.
And then some guys got hurt, and the pitching fell apart in terms of the starters.
Like that time when they only had one starting pitcher.
Right.
Yeah.
So they went from 2 over to 6 under again. And then now they're.
I'd like to think that 8-5 is what they are. I'd like to think that. I don't see any reason to not believe that moving forward. That's pretty good. I mean, just a couple games over 500, take 6 out of every 10, 7 out of every 13 or 14.
Well, and it has come against good teams. And 808 KNBR, we do have a couple of calls to get to here in just a second. But I'm looking at where the Giants are right now in the standings.
Yeah.
And mainly it's just I wanted to look at the games left because I was going to do a little math exercise. So talk while I do a little math. I know you're not into math, so you don't have to follow me.
Hold on. My brain might explode,
I'm going to give you the end game.
Okay.
But if you talk, and we can take a caller, I also need to let everybody know that this segment of the show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union.
That's vital.
Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender.
I'll say this, JD. It doesn't feel as if any of this success is one singular hot streak or some fleeting bit of luck. It doesn't feel lucky. It feels like they're going out and they're playing solid baseball. Now, is that something we can count on for the next 80 games, 75 games? That's a big ask. They haven't done it enough. But you have a lot of new pieces coming in. You have a new manager. You had all of the issues that this team had with starting pitchers, just finding starting pitching. I mean, they've had to throw Jordan Hicks out there sick twice. Jordan Hicks has had to pitch while vomiting before the game twice this season. Not once, twice. And they're like, we have no other option. We literally cannot do another bullpen game. You got to go out there and give us everything you got. And he's been admirable.
Okay.
Math exercise
Matt's
over.
done. You can finish your thought.
My point is, I'd like to think that the solid baseball they're playing now might be a byproduct of, hey, we just need a little bit of time to kind of figure this thing out. And Solaire's coming around, and Chapman is, this elite player that we've seen over the last couple of weeks. And, Elliot Ramos is obviously an all-star. And, okay, now we figured it out. We got this little bit of youth with getting Matos in the lineup more often than not. And Patrick Bailey's been really good. And, we got Nick Ahmed back, so that's bettering our infield defense, but Brett Wisely's still a nice little spark plug, and Conforto doesn't have to carry an offensive load every night, but he can still do Michael Conforto things, which is hit 425-foot home runs. I'd like to think, and we got this great bullpen, and and we got at least 3 starting pitchers now. I'd like to think that this is something that's replicable moving forward. I don't know if the Giants have earned any trust from anyone this season or in the last couple of seasons, so I am reticent to go all in on saying, hey, these are the Giants. This should be good.
Well, and a lot of their projected, the positivity projections on them are, hey, Blake Snell's going to be Blake Snell.
Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb, and that's good. It very well could work out.
I'll give you this, though, because they have shown, again, another small sample size. I'll give you this. This was my little math equation.
Okay, I'm excited for this.
So there's 71 games to go.
Good to know.
Okay, 71 games to go. They've played 91, 71 to go. 8-5.
Like 191.
8-5 over the final 71 is 43-28.
Well, that'd be outstanding.
They go 43-28. They end up 87-75.
Oh, well, they'll make the playoffs.
If they could do that.
I'm just asking for 6 out of 10. Just asking for 6 out of 10.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking for.
Well, 6 out of 10's decent chunk. 600 ball.
Yeah. Well, you kind of need it. You're a sub 500 team.
How many teams are playing 600 ball right now?
Well, you're more than
the Phillies and the Dodgers, and that's Orioles
right.
And
well, maybe if the Giants would have played better than 500 ball up until this point, they wouldn't need 600 ball.
4 teams playing 600 ball.
That's right. That's kind of what they need, don't they? 4 teams playing 600 ball. They like if the Giants want to make the playoffs, with how many teams do they have to jump in the standings?
Well, and obviously 8 and 5 is it's 6-15. So
yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, JD. I was doing a little math exercise in my own mind. Listen, do you think it's real? Do you think what they've done over the last couple of weeks since that St. Louis series is real and, more importantly, sustainable?
I don't think we know. No, I would lean no.
I mean, that's probably the better bet.
I would lean no, but I would say we don't know. I would say it's impressive that their losses have looked better, like we talked about. I think it's impressive that they've done it against good teams.
Yeah, the truth is in the margins.
I think it's impressive that they've done it still without a legitimate starting pitching staff.
Yeah.
So I think there are some things that would say, hey, can this continue? Those would be all the things where I think it. But are they going to stay healthy?
I mean, there's no indication.
Because what we've I'm more inclined to think that 2 or 3 guys out of their hitters are going to go down. And
luckily they have so many replacements available. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
So that's kind of where I'm at on it. Is like I feel like Blake Snell might come back and be pretty good, but then somebody else that they counted on in the first half, like Jordan Hicks, is going to become.
I mean,
maybe he becomes somebody that
there's give and
can't
take.
Continue to pitch as well as he's pitched overall,
and you can already see. I mean, there's some pretty significant fraying with the Jordan Hicks experience.
You don't get a Harrison that you got. Harrison could be worse.
Harrison's been kind of not great for a couple of months.
But they win his starts.
They do win his starts. I mean, he's the Jimmy Garoppolo of the Giants pitching staff. They still win somehow, and he's not very good.
A lot of them aren't catastrophically bad, though.
I agree with that.
Which gives you a chance to
I mean, I'm glad that the bar is set so high as to just don't go out there and be catastrophically bad.
Well, that's kind of how this team was built.
Just to avoid the worst case scenario at all?
Just to hang in and depth.
Can we play the hang in there sound again? Maybe we were wrong when we came back and saying it wasn't that bad.
Hang in there. No. All right, you mentioned Farhan, and we were talking about Farhan in the last.
If you need callers, just say Farhan, and they come.
Well, and we'll get to the call, but it just there is a tangible value in my mind for him to make the playoffs.
For him to make the playoffs.
I also think there's a tangible value for the Giants to make the playoffs because they can sell that to their fan base. Hey, we're not.
Can you sell it to free agents?
Well, I think the answer to that has been a mostly. If you can sell that to free agents, plus
if you can't sell it to free agents, then you need to be building from within. That's your only option.
Well, I think where we disagree though is I think you're saying, hey, they got an Elliot Ramos. That's a win. That's a win.
That's a plus.
Even if you're 79 and 83.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is if you're 79 and 83.
It's not a mutual exclusive option. I would love it if they made the playoffs with Elliot. Like, I would love it if they made the playoffs.
But Elliot, to me, Elliot Ramos alone is not enough.
That's fair.
Like I think they would, well, they're happy to have Elliot Ramos, it's a young player who it looks finally like it should look, right?
Yes.
A young, good player.
What a concept.
On the ascent.
Yeah.
All-star.
Yeah.
Like that. That's how you hope it looks.
This is how other teams have success. They get guys in the minor league system. They nurture them.
But I think there's been such a dreck to the Giants really every year since 2016, other than the one when they didn't.
Which we still don't understand.
And you didn't even
X-Files baseball.
And everybody was in it was still a COVID world. I mean, it wasn't full. You didn't have full till about this time. You didn't have full stadium.
That's right.
So it was just weird.
It was weird.
And so it's clearly an outlier now, but you go back, we're talking 8 years now and one good year.
Yep.
Out of 8.
And you couldn't even be there for
it. That year, so to me, there is a tangible value for the Giants in being able to say, hey, we're not terrible and we can prove it because we made the play. I don't think it has anything to do with making a run. They would gladly go to Milwaukee and lose 2 games and be done in less than 24 hours.
Well, they very well might.
But that would still be a win
and
in a major way.
All that money, and then they got 2 games in Milwaukee.
Awesome. And
that's great.
And now what did they do? You can say we're going in the right direction with a little bit of proof.
And what would they have done to help themselves repeat that feat? What will they do to say that this is not just something we can do, but something we will do in perpetuity?
Elliot Ramos.
So the win is already there.
And
if you're going to be pointing to Elliot Ramos in this regard, no matter what.
But you can't point at Elliot Ramos if you're pointing at Elliot Ramos and it's Elliot Ramos, and now they're a 77-win team. Like that doesn't.
If you're a 77-win team that doesn't make the playoffs, or let's say an 83-win team that does and goes and gets smoked in Milwaukee,
There's a tangent for the Giants. There's a value in being that 83-win team.
Yeah, it's called lowered expectations. That's what that is. That's what that is. Are we trying to compete for World Series here? Because I don't see it as a stepping stone of kind of going all in on this year to make the playoffs, as so that everyone feels good for a couple of days. And now what? You still can't sign free agents, and your farm system where you need to produce the players that are going to help you win in the future is no better. Like I don't see the upside of this. You're pointing to Elliot Ramos and saying that's our future no matter what. No matter what. So, congrats. You got 2 games in Milwaukee, and now everyone can delude themselves into thinking this team's going somewhere.
All right, Rick and Lloyd will get to you on the other side. 808 KNBR if you want to join the conversation, and then Tolbert and Copes coming up at the top of the hour. It's all right here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday and discussed Klay Thompson's departure from the Warriors and previewed a little Team USA basketball. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. sound right, boy.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, final segment. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach. 808 KNBR. Let's sneak in Rick.
Let's do it, yep.
Rick and Hayward here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Rick.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, we're doing well. It's on your mind.
Hey, I heard Dieter's question about do you keep what I think of Farhan. I think he's done an excellent job for what he had when he came in. He had no minor league system at all. People complain about his dumpster diving, but think about it. We got Yaz and Tyro because of his dumpster diving.
Yeah, he's been good at that.
He's really good on the margins.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, the way the market is, player options are the only way we can get players. And it looks like Snell and Chapman are both free agents at the end of this year, with the real big question is, are they going to choose to come back? Because basically we have no
well, Snell is right now. Snell is for sure.
I think Blake Snell might have every time he pitches, it just yells, "I'm opting in."
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's probably the case.
Matt Chapman's playing so well, he might not, though, legitimately. And I didn't think that was going to be the case for a minute.
No, it didn't look that way 2 months ago.
Well, my question to Dieter is, you're talking about trading Estrada. You're talking about possibly trading Yaz. And, yeah, they are arbitration eligible.
Yep.
With Yaz has 1 year, Wade has 1 year, and Estrada has 2 years.
Right.
Conforto, Flores, and Cobb are free agents at the end of this year.
Right.
So even if you look at the way the roster's set up, there's going to be change next year no matter what. And honestly, I think Greg Johnson is 150% behind Farhan. He knows what's going on. He's not dumb. I think that the fan base is where I think they're just lunatics. They really don't understand baseball. They just want to win and win now. And they don't understand how bad the team was, because unfortunately the team won 107 games. And they did it with smoke and mirrors, basically.
I'm with you.
And
thanks, Rick.
Yeah, I'm with you, Rick.
Thoughts,
Thank you for the call. We got to get in. I mean, okay. Who does making the playoffs benefit? It benefits Farhan Zaidi because apparently it sounds like Greg Johnson 150% behind him. Not enough to give him a long-term contract. So how far behind him can he be? I know the fan base isn't. I kind of somewhat agree with the lunatic assessment of the fan. If the only goal is to win and win now, you're not winning enough to justify the cost.
He was brought in, though, to be competitive quickly.
We're in cahoots on the fact that Farhan was handed a big old pile of turds when he took – this was the worst job in baseball when he took it over.
But part of that was he would have the ability, because of the ability to make moves on the fringe, to get it fixed up
And he did rather quickly.
Quickly, while also maybe building something more sustainable beneath the surface.
That's right. And as of right now, he has not built that sustainable thing, right? You were going for the Dodgers model, and it was going to be a long haul. We are not very close to the Dodgers model here. The farm system is still middling at best. It has produced some wonderful players, and it will produce more. It have good prospects. But the idea that this is some, powerhouse that's going to create a future for this team is foolhardy. They have the 17th to 20th best farm system in baseball. This isn't the next Baltimore Orioles. This isn't the Tampa Bay Rays who can call up 3 or 4 guys a year that automatically turn into 3 or 4 win players. It's nothing like that. You are piecemealing together rosters if you are constantly having to call up from the minor leagues. And the only way to get guys to come to the team, as Rick acknowledged, is you have to give them very favorable, effectively one-year deals. That's the only way you can get free agents. Or they have to know a guy who lives in the area. They literally spent all their free agent money on guys who had ties to the region before. It was a friends and family plan. That's what they were operating on. I'm looking at the future of this team. I'm wondering how they can get to compete with the Dodgers, to be a World Series contender, how to be the next Braves, how to be the next Phillies. It's a big market with a big appetite. And I think that if we all just say, just make the playoffs, all that's doing is saying we have lowered our expectations and we are fine with mediocrity at best from here on out. And that is unacceptable to me.
So go get Bo Bichette and Vlad Jr.?
Well, Bo Bichette kind of sucks, but listen, the notion of then trading in so that now you have Vlad Jr., that's fine. Now your farm system's even worse, and you're probably not re-signing Vlad Jr., right? If history is any indication, you're not getting the big-time free agents, even if they're your own guys. And so what should you do? You should get as many people in the system that can come up and create a new Baltimore, come up and create what Toronto had so many years ago.
From that.
Well, the only way to get closer is to start chipping away. And the lucky part is you have Farhan Zaidi, who can put an 81-win team together with spit and chewing gum.
I just think I just keep coming back to, if you can get in, you can reshape the narrative, and then you buy yourself more time to fix it up in the more legitimate.
How many years have we been doing this? How much more time does he need?
Well, but he hasn't been able to do that. Like, that's been the problem. The problem is he hasn't, in a league now where there's more playoff teams, he hasn't been able to sneak them in while he's building it.
Is anyone legitimately questioning if Farhan Zaidi can build a team that wins 85 games?
Yes, because he's done it once.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yes. Absolutely.
And we come back to lowering expectations.
Like, I'm still questioning that, and I think it's fair to still question that.
There is a mutual exclusivity to this, though. Because if you're going all in on just winning 85, which means that you are having to add, you are having to buy.
Yeah.
Now you're losing the future. And I'm not saying that it's all about the farm system, this and that.
What is the future? Like, what actually is the future right now?
Well, it can be a lot better because let's just use, I'm going to throw this bomb in there and let Copeland and Tolbert deal with this crap. Lamont Wade is a 30-year-old who has 1 year left on his contract. 1 year left of arbitration.
Okay.
Lamont Wade Jr. is having an exceptional year, albeit truncated because of injury. What is Lamont Wade Jr. to the San Francisco Giants in 2025 and 2026? What is he? If he is somebody who you believe is a cornerstone, alongside Chapman, if you can get him to opt in, alongside Bailey, alongside Jung-Hoo Lee, alongside Elliot Ramos, if you think this is somebody that you can build upon on your roster, go and give him a 3 or 4 year deal and show him that. Otherwise, you need to cash in while the getting's good on a guy like Lamont Wade and just play David VR every day for the rest of the season.
Goodness. Can't do that.
I just did it.
Can't do that.
Trade him. Trade him now. And by the way, you can get yourself a hell of a prospect who might be able to help you in 2026 and 2027.
You can't trade your second best hitter when you're in a pennant race.
I'm sorry, what pennant is being won here? Do they give out pennants for wild cards?
They're in the race.
They're in the race. They're in the race to play 2 games in Milwaukee.
Wild cards, I can't believe I'm the one making this case of the two of us. You can't win the pennant if you don't get in the postseason.
No, listen, you could have stopped on you can't win the pennant. You could have stopped right there. This team cannot win the pennant.
I'm not making the case that they can get in and get hot. I'm just making the case that there's a benefit in getting in.
I don't see it.
That's where we
for every pleasure.
They're not the Diamondbacks last year.
For every pleasure, there is a price.
I understand all of that.
Every pleasure, there is a price, and you're going to get a nice big hit of dopamine for a couple of days in October before Christian Yelich scores 6 runs in 2 games, and then you're going to be like, "And what was that? What did we do here?
And then
what was that for?"
And then Farhan can say, "I got our goal was to make the playoffs. We made the playoffs. We got a young all-star for the first time in the outfield and." 38 years.
Get excited to just barely make the playoffs and not do anything in it every year from here on out.
That you can sell in terms of hope for next season.
Man, they might somewhat break even if they can sell that.
Now, sell that to the free agents.
Come on. They couldn't get anyone to come after they won 107 games, JD.
That's true.
107.
I can't argue with that.
Couldn't get anyone to come.
Can't argue with that.
JD, this was a pleasure, my friend.
It was great, man. Had a blast. Our thanks to Marcus Thompson, who joined us earlier in the show. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. I am back tomorrow with Rob Brooks. Dieter, enjoy whatever you're doing.
Going to Chicago.
Enjoy it. That'll be a lot of fun.
I might.
Tolbert and Copes, Dan Schulman, Larry Bear, and Steve Kerr coming up on the show right here. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We are going to be joined today by Dan Schulman, Larry Bear, and Steve Kerr, who we talked to yesterday. If you missed it and are too lazy to go to the website, you know what? We're going to do you a favor. We'll just play it for you. You're not going to do anything. All you do is sit there and listen.
Look at us.
And we'll play it for you at 4:50. So don't lift a finger. Don't hurt yourself. We got you. We don't want any injuries out there. So there you go. What's happening?
What's up with you, man?
Just chilling.
Hit some walk today?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
I definitely got
Get some steps in?
Well, I got Lou out for the first time the second time. She's on the IL for a while with some sort of neck ailment. I think it was a neck ailment. She was like, she'd get all like hunched up and bow her back and just kind of like walk around super slow, like her neck was really hurting her. And then like it would loosen up and then she'd like run around and do her thing. And then if she did anything to like tweak it, then she'd go right back to that position.
Yeah.
And like she didn't want to move at all. So I had to be very diligent about, where she slept, making sure I put her in the closet. In my closet, just to make sure she didn't like run and jump on stuff at night. And then during the day, didn't really do much with her, didn't throw her toys, didn't give her chews, didn't do anything. She was like, this really bites, this sucks. So she about 4 days ago was the first time we took a little stroll, because she had been like pain-free 5 straight days, and she's good now. Now she's going back to jumping on stuff. I'm afraid she's going to like tweak it again. So it's like she's 9. I keep telling her, you're 9, not 2. 9. 9. No. Actually, she won't be 9 until like September. So, but yeah, she's better. But keep track of her is like a full-time job, basically, is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So steps in, all good to go.
Steps in, good to go. She's not going to complain like Blake Snell did, right? Like you're rushing her back to walking.
No, I
She's
don't
like,
think.
I need more time.
She wanted to get back.
I know they need me, but on the walks, but I need more time to get ready.
Yeah, she definitely wanted to get back. She was like, "Let's go." She wasn't super thrilled with the harness. Like I got her a little harness to use because they wanted it instead of putting a little
around the neck.
Around her neck. Yeah. I always found it better for training purposes. Not that she needs training anymore, but like as far as sitting and stuff like that. To use a collar, but yeah, now she's using a harness, and she got used to it. She's like good to go, and she like she was good today, good yesterday, and resting. So I'm tired. No more long walks for her though. I used to take her on like 4 or 5 mile walks, and she was good. I got worried that I was like kind of like maybe it's too much walking for her. Maybe not, but I was like, God, I hope I didn't like give her some sort of degenerative, well, it wouldn't be degenerative, but some sort of disc problem with walking all that. I felt like bad because she was like cool. She'd go walking with me all the time and she loved it. But I'm thinking, maybe now she's getting a little bit older. We'll keep it to like, mile or two, just real kind of slow and just keep going. So, but keeps her happy, keeps her in shape. And it's good for me too, to get out and go walk with her. Her and I put a lot of steps on the Alameda trails, man. We've walked hundreds of miles together.
So Lou back, and
that's my walking buddy.
Lou's back, and Blake Snell's back today.
Lou and Blake Snell are back. Look, if
KNBR,
Lou does
whose performance was better? Lou on the
Blake
walk.
does as well as Lou, Giants are going to be just fine.
Who lasts? Yeah, that's what Tim just says. Who lasts longer, Lou on the walk or Blake Snell in the game tonight against the Blue Jays? Great question, Tim. Blake Snell returns tonight. First time he's pitched for the Giants or will pitch for the Giants since June the 2nd when he faced the Yankees over a month ago. It's been a month. It's been 5 weeks since he last pitched for the Giants. So we'll see how this goes tonight. Klay Thompson got introduced as a Mav today. We'll talk more about him. And the 20th anniversary of the movie Anchorman is today. How about that? 20 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that long?
Yeah, I can't believe that. I guess 04. Yeah, I saw it in theaters with my mom and my dad. How about that?
Wow. I feel old every time we do something like that because it's like 20 years. Step Brothers probably about the same, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit later, but yeah, it's coming up. We probably got a few years on that. Derek in my ear right now says, I said I saw that movie with my parents. You know who Derek saw that movie with in theaters?
Who?
Dave Fleming.
What?
Because remember Greg Papa was on the Giants broadcast for a couple of years, and when Dave Fleming was a very young broadcaster, a young Derek Papa was like following around the Giants with his dad when they'd go on the road, and he said Dave was like closer in age to Derek than he was to the other broadcasters in Krukaiv and Papa. So Derek and Dave used to like hang out and like go see movies together.
No, there's audio to prove that this is not real.
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
Well, you do have that.
How old were you, Derek? You must have been like 13, right? Because 13, he says.
Eat shit, Derek.
So Dave was like 24, 25. That's hysterical. He's like, hey, kid, you want to go?
Okay.
Want to go see a movie? Greg was there too. What did Greg think of the movie? That's not how any anchormen behave. That's not how you behave on television. Nobody touches my hair either. He says Greg loved it. Greg was all in on it. Seems like a movie Greg would like.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, 20th
Great
anniversary of Anchorman. How we feeling?
Whammy!
Yes. We'll get more into it. I'm sure we got plenty of audio a little bit later that we can run through with Anchorman. But how we feeling about the return of Blake Snell today?
Do I have to let you know now?
That's kind of where I'm at. Kind of like,
I mean,
I'm intrigued, but I'm more like,
Yeah, I mean, I felt good. A couple starts ago, I was like, okay, he's had 4 bad starts, and now it's time to turn it around, blah, blah, blah. And then he just went out there and got pasted. And I was like, okay, this is going to be the one, pasted. So, yeah. Look, if he goes out there and gives up 5 in 4 innings, I'm not going to be shocked at all. Like, my expectations aren't 5 innings of 2-run ball or 5 innings shutout ball. Those aren't my expectations at all. Love to see it. But I don't expect that. So I don't know. I don't really have any expectations. I'm not setting my sights really high.
I have no expectations either.
Yeah, for his return. It'd be awesome if he decides to join the party at some juncture of the season. Like, hey, I'm here. They're kind of waiting for him to show up. But as far as expectations, those are gone. I don't have any anymore.
Well, what it sounded like to me when that story came out about Blake Snell per Andrew Baggerly, and I think Shannon Rubin might have had it as well, that Blake Snell, it seemed like he was complaining, and the Giants are pushing me and rushing me back, and they want me to throw, and I didn't have a spring and all that. And then you saw the flip side of the coin with Robbie Ray. And Robbie Ray said, since I've been here, everything's been fantastic. They give me what I need, and he's ramping up. And I love what Andy Baggerly told us yesterday that Robbie Ray said, look, I don't want to come back and be ready to go for 3 innings. They need me. They need innings. I want to come out ready to go for 6 or 7. That's what I want to be ready to do, which is what he's ramping up for. But I do think the Giants as an organization, because they knew when they acquired Robbie Ray that he was hurt, they knew they had more time that he was going to be ready to pitch till he was going to be ready to pitch. I think they did probably implement a little bit of that pressure or have that expectation. Dude, Lou will not get off of you, dude. On the YouTube chat, if you're streaming on YouTube or Twitch or the KNBR.com or app, Lou's on Tom's laps. You would not let him, you're trying to type something maybe or move something over.
I don't know what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to I think I'm more so trying to keep her from doing something.
She just will not get out of the way,
yeah,
dude.
She just
Tom and his zoo animal. So
2 o'clock, she knows when it's 2 o'clock and she knows what time it is.
It's food time.
Exactly.
So we'll take a break in a minute and we'll let Lou get to her food and to her lunchtime. But we'll get into a little bit more of the Blake Snell return tonight. They're taking on the Toronto Blue Jays, a 3-game series with the Blue Jays. We're going to see a little Bo Bichette and a little Vlad Jr. Who knows if they're both Blue Jays in a couple of weeks after the trade deadline passes. But we'll got to get into a little bit more of some of the best moments of the Willie Mays celebration yesterday. 2 former presidents speak. Dude, Bill Clinton showed up at Oracle Park. How about that? Hey, I'm here to talk with him.
That was crazy. I did not expect that.
Where's Marty Lurie? I was looking for Bill to get involved in some KNBR stuff. Anyway, both Barack Obama spoke via video and Bill Clinton spoke live at Oracle Park yesterday. Neither made an appearance on the Murph and Marcus morning show, Barack Obama especially. But we'll get into some of the big names that were there yesterday. It was a really, really cool, special, unforgettable celebration. Some of the best moments of the Willie Mays celebration alive yesterday, and then back into some Giants baseball. Dan Shulman is going to join us today at 2:50. We'll talk to Larry Bear at 4, and then we'll let you hear that Steve Kerr interview from yesterday at 4:50. Tolbert and Copes, Willie Mays celebration of life. The best moments next on the Sports Day. The Giants celebrated the life of Willie Mays yesterday with speeches from Barry Bonds, Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton. Listen to all the speeches. They're on our podcast page, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
The new vacancy rate in downtown San Francisco is setting a new record. According to commercial real estate firm Cushman & Wakefield, the vacancy rate is now at 34.5%, up from 33.9% in the first quarter. And a new AI production studio has launched. It's called Dream Flare. A former Google brainiac and a filmmaker are the backers. Campus will be based near Meta's Menlo Park campus.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Willie taught me about the game of baseball and what he gave to me like a second son. Mentorship, unconditional love, and yes, a butt kicking when I needed it. And then love again like a father. But I didn't know after all these years, turning 60 in July, what really was truly getting me until now. Forever memories. Forever memories. And like I said about my father, thank you, Willie. Thank you.
That was the voice of Barry Bonds yesterday at the Willie Mays Celebration of Life ceremony down at Oracle Park. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We were from the patio yesterday leading up to the ceremony. A lot of fans came out. It was pretty cool. It was one of, I've seen so many in the time that ballpark's been open, so many different ceremonies. Tom, you have too. And I've said this to you, I've said it for years, and I think people agree, a lot of people do, that the Giants, at least in my lifetime, have done a better job or as good a job of anybody in North American pro sports of keeping the Hall of Famers close to the organization and the favorites and the forever Giants is the term they use now, close to the organization. They treat the players right. They celebrate players. I mean, I know Hunter Pence had a bunch of send-offs, it seemed like, because he left and then he came back. He did the scooter thing around the field. But even for guys like Bruce Bochy, when he gets sent off at the end of his career with the Giants, when Barry Bonds had his number retired, Will Clark's number retirement, they've done these types of ceremonies as good or better than anybody. And this, far different than all of them, because it's a celebration of life in a much different way. It was very unique. It was touching. It was really cool to see. It was cool for me as somebody who didn't see Willie Mays play to still feel a connection to Willie Mays while seeing guys like Bill Clinton speak. Dennis Eckersley is there. I think I told the story on the air yesterday that he was doing an A's interview on the broadcast on Sunday saying that was part of the reason he wanted to play pro baseball, was seeing Willie Mays play in the World Series in 1962 against the Yankees. And so to see all the Hall of Famers and the former Giants, guys like Ray Durham and Ellis Burks, people who showed up, Chris Berman came in for it, Spike Lee was there. Bill Clinton makes the trip. It's incredible, and all it did was solidify and embolden what we already knew about the amount of lives, the number of people that he touched. But I thought yesterday was really, really well done. I thought it was one of the most unique ceremonies that's been held at Oracle Park ever, and really in the history of baseball. It's one that I think people will remember because of the voices that spoke at it. That comment from Barry Bonds there, and how cool was it at the end of that? I mean, I had no idea. I think a lot of people didn't. At the end of Barry's speech, before he brings up Willie's son, Michael Mays, says, you know that photo that's going around on the internet right now, Willie in the dugout with that little kid, and everybody's saying that's me, and Willie says, that's not me. That's Michael. That's his actual son. And then he brought up Michael Mays. I just thought it was as cool as Rick Wood was. I thought this was as special of a celebration.
Did Spike Lee speak?
He did not, no.
And Bob Costas, did he speak?
Bob Costas did not. And that's what was so...
That's incredible. Those guys flew all the way out here to sit down and just listen to it.
What I mean.
That's respect right there, Chris man. Berman? You're not even part of it.
Yeah, Joe Torre. I think my favorite part of the entire day was because it was such a John Miller moment. And by the way, I think DC Darren Chan was telling me yesterday that on Talkback today, when we do the Giants pregame and the award-winning Diamond Notes, that John Miller, who emceed the entire ceremony, is going to be with us today. But he had a hilarious moment where he's introducing Joe Torre to come up and speak. And he tells a story. He goes, I once heard a story from Willie Mays where Joe Torre he was catching, and they couldn't figure out a way to get Willie out. So Joe Torre decided he was going to distract him. So Willie comes up to bat, and Torre says to him, hey, I want to take my wife out to dinner after. Where's a good place to go eat? And Willie says, oh, you should go too. And as he says it, pitch comes in, Willie hits a ball out. And he turns back to Joe Torre and says, we'll finish this later. Right? And so then Joe Torre comes up after John introduces him, and he goes, dude, that was my closer. You took my closing story. And John, just being John, looks down and sees Joe Torre and just thinks, I've got a Willie Mays and Joe Torre story, I can tell. And Joe Torre's like, dude, you took my closing story, bro.
Oh, damn, that's brutal. Oh, man.
Funny,
it's funny because you hate to say, like, it just sounds weird. Certain things are applicable, but they sound weird when you say them. Like when you say John Miller was built for this, it's like weird saying, yeah, John Miller was built for when people die and you want someone to tell stories.
I mean, but he's
built for that and other things. Like he's just a gifted storyteller, and his breadth of knowledge in the game of baseball is surpassed by few.
Don't forget about me.
Yeah.
Nobody but me.
I don't think John is a movie. But he is one of those guys that can combine that knowledge. Like there are people who probably have as much, maybe more knowledge, but not with the storytelling aspect. And there may be better storytellers, few, but probably not with that knowledge. Like the fact that he combines them both and he can weave all that stuff in is what makes him just such a joy to listen to. But that is funny. That's funny that he just stole his damn closer. Damn. Joe's probably like, you got to be kidding me.
He walked in. He's like, thanks, John. You stole my closer. And he's like,
Joe's like, I got this killer closer, man. I can't wait to use it.
You know how it was legit? He wasn't. By the way, if it wasn't legit and that wasn't his closer, that's a great line to open. But it was. You know how I know it was? Because he ended up telling it anyway, like in his own version. Yeah. So you know that John completely pulled the rug out.
Damn, John.
I will say this. I riffed on it during our show. I said, hey, Rob Manfred is going to speak, Commissioner of Baseball. Do you think he'll get booed? Dude, there was a smattering of boos of Rob Manfred. And
was it really?
And me and DC were laughing because a couple of guys were going, so, as he got introduced. Walking up like a couple of A's fans came out to show their respect. So I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to be who you are, even at the Willie celebration. So the 42nd president of the United States, Bill Clinton, spoke. Hey, where is Marty? Bill gets up to the podium yesterday, and Tim says he likes my Sean McVay better. You got to get to. Hey, Sean McVay, good Super Bowl run for him, I tell you. Here's the 42nd president, Bill Clinton, on Willie Mays showing us all that effort is the ultimate prize.
Willie Mays gave me the chance to realize what real greatness is. And it's a curious combination of intelligence, dedication, the will to win, and a fundamental humility to believe that the effort is the prize. A gift he leaves us all with, and that I hope we can all share and cherish for the rest of our lives. God bless you, Willie. Thank you.
Very cool. Very cool. I thought about that line yesterday. Actually, it's crazy seeing a president speak, man. Just a former, just being in the stadium with him, and it's captivating. He's got that drawl. He's got the voice. The whole thing, it's been around my entire life as far as I can remember, right? He was elected in 92. I was born 89. That's the voice I heard as the president of my childhood. It was, I was wrapped around his finger as he's telling stories and he's talking about it. And he'd written a script. Like, he had a whole speech written, and he's cycling through it, talked about growing up and how he fell in love with Willie Mays, that he loved watching the Yankees, he liked watching the Dodgers, but Willie Mays was a different player. The thing that kind of blew me away and thinking about was how much older Bill Clinton seemed yesterday and how much slower he was at talking. And when I pulled back and I looked it up and I went, dude's still 4 years younger than our guy Grandpa Joe, dude.
Baseball.
Yeah, there he was. He spoke yesterday, too. One more time. Here's what Joe had to say on Willie Mays.
Baseball.
There he was. Yeah, it was his comments at the end.
Now, do you think they even invited W?
They did. They were trying to get W there. Yeah, I was actually surprised he wasn't there.
He wasn't. I'm surprised, too, because I thought he's such a huge baseball guy.
Yeah.
and he could have at least done a video. I mean, I thought, hell, if Clinton can make it out there, then they should be able to make it out there. But I was surprised that W didn't at least do a video tribute. I mean, he's the one I associate with baseball more than any of them. Not that they're not fans, but he owned a damn team. So I always think of him when I think of baseball, and I know he loves baseball. I was surprised that maybe not surprised, because I figured Obama would do something. Clinton surprised me a little bit, and then when Clinton did it, that's when I thought, I wonder why Bush didn't do something too.
I thought they were all boys now too. Those three, always kicking it.
Yeah, I know. They're just chilling together. Maybe they're all. That would have been great if they're all together. Just say, hey, we want to do this together.
yeah. They get up there like it was like there's a few of them that got up in a group. It'd be funny if them three got up.
We're on vacation together in Hawaii.
The banana boat, dude, like LeBron.
Exactly. They're on a wave runner togetger, just chilling.
Michelle, we're getting on the banana boat. We're into the boat. Me and GW and Bill. We're gonna do it. Here's speaking of Obama, here he is, not on the morning show on KNBR, but he wasn't actually at Oracle Park. He did a video tribute and he shared a story of taking Willie Mays on a ride on Air Force One.
I'll never forget giving Willie a ride to the All-Star game back in 2009. And let me tell you, as president, it was rare for me to be the second most important guy on Air Force One, but with Willie on board, it wasn't even close. The flight attendants kept passing me by to ask, "Can I get you something else, Mr. Mays?" And as far as I was concerned, that's exactly how it should have been. That's who Willie Mays was, from start to finish. A man who inspired admiration and affection without ever having to break a sweat. That's why his influence lasted long after he'd played his last game. And that's why those of us who were lucky enough to know to say, "Hey, kid," will miss him so very, very much. God bless Willie Mays, and may he rest in eternal peace.
Very cool.
I think the interesting part about that video and the way Obama speaks,
yes, it cuts.
It's a little bit like when we have Mark Spears on. You're not sure when he ends and when you should ask a follow-up question.
I almost jumped in like 3 or 4 times. And I was like, "Is this still going? Is that?" Is there? And the thing about
I thought we were
Willie
done.
Mays,
I was like, okay, he's going.
Exactly how it should be. Willie Mays. God bless.
More McVay.
Yeah, more McVay. Yeah. Tell you guys what, we're about a month away from more McVay. How about that? We're a month from tomorrow. August 10, we get our first 49er preseason game. Pretty cool. So there you go on the Willie Mays Celebration of Life. You missed any of it or you want to hear more of it, you've got all the speeches from everybody available up KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The Toronto Blue Jays come to town. 2 more series against American League opponents in the Blue Jays and the Minnesota Twins before the Giants hit the All-Star break. That's going to be next week. How about that? 1 more week of baseball before we hit the All-Star break. Bo Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Would either be worth the Giants getting involved in the trade market for one of those guys? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bichette sends one to deep center. Gone! And it is their biggest inning of the season, and it all happened with 2 outs. A 2-run homer makes it 7-0 Blue Jays. And Vladdy launches one. Deep left field and gone. It disappears into the Boston night. A booming 3-run homer for Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Bo Bichette and Vladdy Jr. come to town as the Giants open up a 3-game series with the Blue Jays tonight. 6:45 first pitch, 5:45 pregame. We'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. And as we get closer and closer now, we're into the month. I mean, we're fewer than 3 weeks away, or about 3 weeks away from the trade deadline. Actually, it's 3 weeks from tomorrow is the MLB trade deadline, July 31. So Bo Bichette and Vladdy Jr., 2 names that have been floated and mentioned, guys that are out there that are impact players, could be available come the trade deadline. Where the Giants stand right now, one, we'll start with this question. Do they feel like buyers?
Yes.
I think so too.
Maybe not big buyers, but I guess that depends. It's hard for me to believe they're going to be sellers in any capacity. Buyers, I could definitely see. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that, because if they have, maybe if it's outfield, but they only have 4 outfielders now. So it's not like it seems like they have a surplus of outfielders. They really don't.
It's 5 if you count Soler, right? Is
yeah.
That what
When's the last time he played outfield?
Not this year.
Yeah. Did he play last year with the Marlins?
He may. I'll check for you, but I
don't know if he played last year with the Marlins. I don't remember him playing outfield with the Marlins.
Bottom line is, if he's out there, you think something's gone wrong.
Exactly.
Soler's in left for the Giants. Something's.
Yeah.
I mean, why?
Not your mean Mercedes wrong, but something's still gone wrong.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, something definitely is not kosher.
That said, if you told me the Giants would win a pennant with Ishikawa filling it in left, I wouldn't have believed you that either.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
So yeah, I guess buyers, yes, absolutely buyers.
Okay,
and you start thinking, okay, what are they gonna?
Where is that? That's my first question: is where do you go?
First base, shortstop. Which is kind of conveniently leads into Bichette and Guerrero.
Funny, right?
Yeah. But those are the 2 I think I would put there. Although, I don't mind Wisely if Wisely can take over for Ahmed. But, I mean, look, the positions you're not looking for at all. I don't think you're looking for more starting pitching if you got to give up a lot for it. Because this is kind of your hope. Like, we have starting pitching. We just got to hope it pans out the way we think it's going to pan out. Like, if it does, then they're going to be fine on starting pitching, and then some. Third base you don't need. Catcher you don't need. Second base you don't need. Outfield, nah.
Maybe
I
maybe
guess.
a right fielder if there was an upgrade at right field.
I guess. But I would maybe right field. I'm starting to wonder about these things. Are these like real breaking news things, or are we just like making these up?
I'm like kind of
on the edge of my feet.
That one was real.
On the edge of my seat. On the edge of my feet. What am I?
Is this breaking news? Breaking news? This just happened. As Blake Snell's activated, Giants had to make a roster move.
Okay.
Nick Ahmed designated for assignment.
Ooh, there you go.
And we were talking about this yesterday, whether or not Brett Wisely was an option every day at short. I know I saw a few people check in, and you can, again, at 808 KNBR, either on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. You can do it in the YouTube chat as well. Is Brett Wisely, I asked Bags yesterday, somebody they're confident enough in to play full-time shortstop when Tyro Estrada comes back? And he said, I guess we're about to find out. I don't know that we're going to find out. This may be a stopgap move right now. Now, the position I would say is the highest of need would be shortstop. You've got to build the middle. You've got to have a strong up-the-middle situation to make the playoffs and to win a World Series. I'm not all that confident in Brett Wisely every day at short. I like his glove. I like it better at second. He's learning shortstop on the fly. I do like him as a utility guy. I don't mind him off the bench. And I don't feel the same way about him as I do like Luis Matos, where I want Matos to play more. I want him to get the at-bats that he needs to have, unless you're going to bring somebody in that can produce at a higher level than he is right now while you're still developing him. But he gives you the best chance of the right-handed hitters they have. I just want him to develop and grow, so I think he needs to play more. Wisely is a guy who I think can be a solid utility guy. He was just when he was filling in early on when he came up this year, was doing a nice job filling in a game at short here, a game at second there, or playing when he gets hot. By the way, Tyro Estrada and Wilmer Flores have both been activated as well. So there's probably one more corresponding move coming. Colton Ingram goes down. He was the other one who was just up. So you've got to, there you go. Exactly. He was brought up. He's the guy who replaced Bivens when they sent Bivens down after he
hardly knew you.
Yeah, right. Ingram goes down. So there you go. Giants are getting closer to full strength. Wilmer Flores comes back. Tyro Estrada activated today. And then you've got, who's the third one we just said? Blake Snell just came back as well. Nick Ahmed designated for assignment. Austin
I would
Slater
agree
out,
with you.
Slater out, Ahmed out. Yeah, and Ingram down to the 3 moves.
I would agree with you that I like Wisely more in a utility role, more at second. But I do like him more than I like Ahmed at short. Or Ahmed. But that's still a position. Now, if you were to talk about, I have no idea what the Blue Jays would or would not be willing to give up. Because I've always found it fascinating in baseball. If you're out of a season, everybody expects you to give up. And they're like, I always thought, well, let's just wait till next year. You know, it's a bad year. These guys are having bad years. Do you want to buy, like if they're asking high on Bichette, do you want to buy high on a guy that's having the year that he's having? Hoping that he'll turn it around?
He is not having a good season, Bo.
No, he's not.
Now,
his
he
OPS, I think it's in the low 600.
606.
Yeah,
which, by the way,
ain't good.
Put him like 100 points above Ahmed. I don't think Ahmed was quite that low, but he was in like the mid 500s or the high 500s, something like that. The thing about Bo Bichette is he's been around long enough in my mind. He's made multiple All-Star teams. He's been a top 15 All-Star vote getter, a MVP vote getter a couple of times. He's led the league in hits twice. He's had enough of a track record of a career OPS above 800. It's not like I feel about Corbin Carroll having to figure it out. Right, like we saw 1 year of Corbin Carroll. Bo Bichette's career OPS is 800. His first year, 46 games. His second, 29 in the short year. But since then, 930, 840, 828, 802, 814. Strikes out a lot. That's just what he does. But he gets a lot of hits. This year, the hits aren't coming. He just isn't doing it. And he's driven in 100 once. He's driven in over 90 twice. So there you go. I mean, I don't know what they'd be asking for him. Yeah. He's the guy, if I'm the Blue Jays, that I'm not moving. Because if your team's out of it this year, he's under contract next year at a fairly reasonable price. I had it right in front of me here. Bo Bichette is due $17 million next season. He'll be a free agent in 2026. So if you were going to move him, you're selling low on him right now would be my thought, right? If you were going to move Vladdy Jr., you could sell high and say, hey, we could move this guy and get a haul back, know that we're going to lose him after next season anyway, because they've got a really expensive roster. They weren't going to be able to keep all these guys together.
Springer probably makes quite a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah. Springer makes a lot. That was their big free agent acquisition originally.
Yeah, Gosman probably makes a
Gosman made over. Penny. He got a 110 contract, I believe. 5 for 110.
Yeah, so
I have to spend in the East. Unless you're doing it the way the Rays are, in order to compete, Blue Jays are going to run into the same. The Orioles will run into the same problem. At some point, it's going to be 4 or 5 years from now, or 3 or 4 years from now. But they're going to run into a similar issue where you're going to have to make room for guys.
Yeah, you just hope to win before everybody comes due. But yeah, I would say, without specifically thinking of those two, but those are the positions. I mean, but I could go. I could. You go short. You go first. Bullpen. I don't know. The bullpen needs a ton of help, but you could definitely always upgrade the bullpen. Maybe one more outfielder. I mean, I would never say no to a starting pitcher, but that's the one thing where.
I don't think they're shopping for that.
I think they're good. Like, they're good there if everybody does close to what they're supposed to do. Now, does that always happen? No. But I don't think you go out there and give up top prospects for a big-time pitcher because you have them. They're just going to have to do what their card says they should be doing right about now. So that's mostly Blake Snell. He's going to have to be that guy. Then when Ray and Cobb come back, they're going to have to be that guy. But then, you have Harrison, you have Hicks. So they're like more than set at the starting pitcher position, I think. I mean, if you can ever be more than set in the rotation, they're good there.
I think they're the most unique team in baseball that's in the mix right now because of the potential for the rotation, because of Robbie Ray, because of Blake Snell. I don't know. I don't know where they are on Jordan Hicks and how far he's going to be able to go. Because, again, it seems like every start now that's what we're talking about. He's gone winless a bunch for about a month now, I think, or his last 5 or 6 starts. And he's thrown more pitches now and more innings than he ever has in his career. So we're just in uncharted waters for him. We have no idea what to expect for Jordan Hicks. So he's a guy who I was high on early in the season. It's been great. He's been able to stay healthy and eat the innings. He's been able to eat. I don't know where they'd be without him. I mean, when the rotation fell apart, he'd been healthy. Kyle Harrison, another sort of question mark. We've seen flashes for him, but the pitching that they do have, even though two of those guys have been healthy or just got healthy again in Harrison's case, I don't know how sold we are on them or as high as we are early in the year. Because now I don't know about Alex Cobb either. I mean, I feel like I haven't heard anything about him. All he's had is setback after setback.
Yeah, I think didn't Bag say he'll be back after Robbie Ray?
And Robbie Ray, he said yesterday, could be back first time through the rotation on the back end of the All-Star game, which would be good.
That'd be really good.
That'd be huge.
Now, hopefully, he's good to go in a couple starts. You never know when somebody comes back from a long layoff, how long it takes them to get going. Hopefully not as long as Snell, because that we still don't know. We still don't know where the bottom of the well is.
Is he back yet? Yeah, we still don't know.
The coin's still dropping.
Yeah. Dude,
hello.
For a guy who didn't have spring training, that's all we keep talking about. I had no idea spring training was going to be this big of a conversation when we got to July. Well, he didn't have spring. I'm like,
yeah, slow starter.
Every year they're like, spring's too long. Spring's too damn long, man. We got to get rid of spring. Snell's like, I could go another month at spring. It'd be great. Start the season in July.
3 months.
Set. Yeah.
Kidding me?
Seriously, bring me back in August. I'll be good to go. It's Overton and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. So I guess, in short, would you be in on them? I mean, if you can get a Vladdy Jr., and it costs you like Luciano or something, I'm in.
I'm in.
I do it. He's probably gone after next year, but I'll take a season and a half of Vlad for some big prospects.
Well, I think you got, if you're going to give up that type of prospect,
you think you have to
we're
sign
not
him?
We're not even sure what Luciano is. Then I think you got to make an effort to sign him.
You have to make an effort. I'm just not convinced.
Oh, you're probably right. The hitters don't sign here very often. So, but the last one that did was Hunter Pence, and Hunter Pence was here before he was a free agent and loved it here.
But he won a title too. That makes it a little bit different.
Certainly that helps. But that's part of the reason he fell in love with the city, because I don't know if he was in love with the city before he got here, but he fell in love with it while he was here and then resigned. So it can't hurt to get somebody here, and maybe they think, oh, this is different than I thought it was. And, I'm getting a lot of money here. I'm hitting well here. Maybe I'll stick with it. So maybe that's the way to go about it. You trade him, get him in here for a little bit, let him experience the city, and hopefully winning to some extent, and change their if their minds need changing. I almost think, in my mind, every hitter's mind needs changing when it comes to the Giants, because if not, why aren't they signing here? Now, I will say Correa was going to sign here. I always mention that. If not for the medicals, he was ready to put his signature on a piece of paper that made him a Giant for 13 years. So I don't know, but I would. I think I'd roll the dice on that and say, let's get him in here and see what happens.
People checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line at 808 KNBR. Many people saying this already. You think, here's one from the 831. Do you think the Giants regret not re-signing Brandon Crawford now? 209, no. Nick Ahmed, DFA. No, you guys, here's the situation. They offered him a non-roster invite. Brandon Crawford was not going to come back on that. He wanted to come back on a contract. They weren't going to give a guy who hit 190 last year. And by the way, he's hitting $179 right now. And how many at-bats, Tim? 56 at-bats. The Cardinals aren't playing him either. He's not an everyday player there. He's not an everyday shortstop. They wouldn't be better off. I get that people are upset. Nick Ahmed made the team out of spring training. They wanted it to be Marco Luciano, and he didn't play well enough in camp. We can talk more about this. 808 KNBR if you've got thoughts. Nick Ahmed DFA'd. All right, and we've got Wilmer Flores reactivated, as is Tyro Estrada for tonight's game, and Blake Snell comes back. He makes the start tonight as the Giants open up a 3-game series against the Blue Jays. We'll talk more about this. Dan Schulman joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader. Blake Snell back for the Giants tonight as he makes his first start since June the 2nd. For all your Giants news, follow us, KNBR and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon, getting ready for a 3-game series between the Giants and the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch, 6:45. Pregame, 5:45. We'll have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. Joining us on the UMA guest line, the play-by-play broadcaster for the Toronto Blue Jays, Dan Shulman joins us. What's up, Dan? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're doing well, man. So we were just talking about the season that Bo Bichette is having. because the Giants are running through some shortstop woes themselves. They just designated for assignment. They designated Nick Ahmed for assignment.
Right.
We were talking about the season that Bichette's having, and about how the body of work through a guy's career leads you to believe he's capable of regaining some of that amid some of these trade rumors.
Yeah, I think that's 100% true. It's kind of mystifying what's going on with him. I mean, there have been so many things that have not gone the way that they were expected to go for this team. You kind of don't know where to start. But I think number one at the top of the list is what's going on with Bichette, because he has been unbelievably consistent and unbelievably good at the plate for the first 4.5 years of his career. Like 290 or 300, 30 doubles, 20 homers, bang, bang, bang. And it's just not that way this year. So it's really been a big issue for this team, because they are not a good offensive team. They're supposed to be a good offensive team, but they're not a good offensive team. And getting him right is one of the things they need to do. And there's been talk about, if the Blue Jays don't get back into it really fast, would they trade him? Would they trade Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? They've each got 1 year left on their contract. I think it's doubtful. I think it's very doubtful for Vladdy, but I think it's doubtful for each of them. One of the issues with Bichette is, you're trading him at a discounted value because he's not having a good year. So hopefully, for whatever, he can turn it around and get it going soon, because the Blue Jays really need him.
What's up with Gausman this year? I don't watch him pitch as much as I watched him pitch when he was here, obviously, where he had some of his best years. And he was good early on with the Blue Jays. But what happened to him this year, Dan?
Are you going to say hi, Tom, or are you just going to launch right into a question?
Well, I would have if I would have started off. It felt kind of weird, like just stopping in the middle of it going, hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
So how you been doing?
You do that all the time, though. You do it all the time.
You're right. It's not your fault. It's his fault. It's his fault. Yeah.
The pleasantries are fine. We can get into some pleasantries.
Yeah, both of you guys kneecap me. What do I care? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
How are you, by the way?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm doing great. Thank you. And I'm thrilled to be here. This is my first time. I'm sitting in the booth right now. This is my first time in this ballpark since before COVID. I'm not doing ESPN baseball anymore. Still doing basketball, but not doing ESPN baseball. And this is the first time the Blue Jays have been out here in a while, and it's just as pretty now as it was 5 years ago. So everything is great. Thrilled to be here. You asked about Gausman. So, yeah, the last 2 years, Gausman was great, like a Cy Young finalist last year and should have been a Cy Young finalist the year before. Mm-hmm. And this year, he's just not quite getting as much chase and as much swing and miss. Like, he'll get to 2 strikes, and the last couple of years, if he got you to 2 strikes, it was over. Like, you may as well walk away then. And it just hasn't quite been that way. His velocity has been a little inconsistent, and he's so heavily reliant on 2 pitches, 4-seam fastball and a splitter, that if one of them's not working, he's in a bit of a bind. He will throw the odd slider. He will throw the odd 2-seamer, but they're really just to try to mix it up a little bit and get him off the first 2 pitches. So, there are starts where he looks great, and there are starts where he gets hit very hard. There have always been concerns with him that he's tipping his pitches a little bit. And, again, if a guy's basically a 2-pitch guy and you can tell which one it isn't, you know which one it is, right? So hopefully that's not an issue, because, you want to see a guy succeed or fail on the merits of his own stuff. But I know it's always something they talk about. But his last one, if I'm not mistaken, the games run together, was really good. Struck out 10 in 6 innings, I believe. So hopefully he's on the start of an upswing.
Talking to Dan Schulman here on the UMA guest line. Blue Jays and the Giants start a 3-game series tonight, 6:45. First pitch. So tell us about the team in general. What are we looking at? How are they coming in? Because it seems like with the way baseball goes now, it's a lot like the NBA, where if you're just bunched up in the middle there, every game is important. But Tom and I talked a lot this season about the Giants having to win games against teams in the wild card being more important than, say, against the Dodgers or the Braves or the Phillies. Where are the Blue Jays right now, and how are they playing coming into this series?
I would say similar situation, but a little bit worse off than the Giants, rather, because I think the Giants are 3 games under, and I think the Blue Jays are 7 games under. And when the trade deadline's coming up fast, that matters right now. But kind of the same thing. The Orioles are great. The Yankees were great. They're not playing great now, but they're still far ahead of the Blue Jays. But the most important games for the Blue Jays have been against teams like the Royals and the Red Sox and the Rays, teams like that, if things are going okay, maybe they're fighting with, and they haven't done well against those teams. They just haven't had a good year. So I don't know that the expectations were sky high this year. I think they won 89 or 90 games last year, and I think those of us who follow the team every day thought they would take a little bit of a step back, but, maybe 85, 86, 87 and still compete for a wild card spot, but it just doesn't look like that. We've talked about Bichette. George Springer until 2 weeks ago was really struggling, and I mean really struggling. But now, the last 2 weeks, he's the hottest hitter in baseball, like literally has the best OPS in baseball the last 2 weeks. The starting pitching, which was great last year, has been pretty good. The bullpen, which was good last year, has not been good. They've had some injuries, and they've had two guys who were mainstays for them, Eric Swanson and Tim Meza. Swanson's in AAA, and Meza got released because they were just struggling so much. So it's kind of been like a multi-tiered thing. They're not hitting enough. Bullpen's not good enough. The defense is great. But, the talk around this team right now is they look like sellers, and they've got 6 fairly prominent guys who are in the last year of their contract. So people around the team are wondering, after the All-Star break, are they going to start making some trades?
I'm wondering, you mentioned the Dodgers, and I wanted to ask you, Dan, the range of emotions for about 24 to 36 hours when the Ohtani news broke that it looked like he was heading to Toronto and then ultimately ended up going to the Dodgers.
It was Robert Herjavec. Remember, that was he was the one on the plane.
Yeah. What was that like? I mean, I'm curious what the range of emotions were in Toronto with Blue Jay fans. Did they think he was coming? Was it maybe, no, this isn't real? He's not. I'm just curious because it's Ohtani, and anytime, I mean, look, he played for the Angels. That's my team for 6 years, and it was incredible getting to watch him play. So I understand, like, when you put on your uniform, it's like it's a reason to go to the ballpark, a reason to watch every game. What was that like for a day and a half?
It was, for most Blue Jays fans, excruciating. And I don't know if it was 50-50 who believed and who didn't, or 70-30 or 30-70, but there was a sizable portion of fans who, even though they didn't want to believe, allowed themselves to eventually get sucked in by it. Because there were other little things, like there was this other, tweet or whatever. Well, you say Kikuchi's in town and he booked a restaurant for 50 people, and well, he must be doing that for stuff like that was coming out, right?
Yeah, it's good.
Right? Yeah, if you start putting enough of the little breadcrumbs together, you might have had something there. And then when the bomb dropped, it was so painful because a lot of and I don't. I'm purposely saying Canadian, not Toronto, because Toronto was like a national. They're the only team in Canada, right? They got fans all over the place. So a lot of fans in Canada of the Blue Jays think that it's harder for this team because some people don't want to come to Canada, and Major League Baseball doesn't want them to win, and a lot of people have thoughts like this in their mind. And Ohtani obviously was the biggest free agent out there, and this would have been an incredibly large story. And I guess in the end, you look back and you say, well, of course he was going to the Dodgers. Why wouldn't he go to the Dodgers? Like, they're the Dodgers, and it's in the area he knows already, and they're a perennial winner, and they can pay him whatever he wants, and they can structure it however he wants and all that. But to answer your question, it was a very tough couple of days. And then I think they put so much energy and time into that when that fell through, they didn't have the off season they needed to have. They didn't get enough in the off season. They needed more offense, and they didn't get it. They kind of doubled down on run prevention, added a little pitching, added some defensive guys, but they just didn't do what they needed to do offensively. And it was kind of a weird other than Ohtani, it was kind of a weird free agent winter, and there weren't a lot of great fits out there for them, but there were better fits, I think, than what they did. But yeah, it was, and then it's jokes on late night talk shows and all, like, just everything that's painful for a sports fan in Canada happened after Ohtani signed with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, the quandary, I don't know how you feel about this. I'm not even sure I feel about it, to be honest, but the quandary of some of these teams that they have, how do you not go in on Ohtani? Even though you know you're probably not going to get him. And even though if you spend so much time on Ohtani, that may put you behind on other free agents that can make your team better. So do you I mean, you can't tell your fan base, you know what, look, we weren't going to get him anyway, so we didn't even try, but we got kind of the guys we wanted in free agency. Your fans will go nuts if you don't. But then when you do go in and you miss him, then they're like, well, why didn't you get these guys? Well, we were spending so much. What do you do? What do you do?
It's a hard spot. It's a hard spot. And I think they did the right thing by trying to get them. I believe they threw everything at him they could throw. And I think it's been reported publicly that the contract he did with the Dodgers, like his people went to the Dodgers and said, here's the deal we want. And it's been reported that that he did that with the Blue Jays and I think with the Giants.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
With the Giants team, right? So, you can relate a little bit, and especially losing it to a rival like the Dodgers. So I think the Blue Jays did everything they could, to try to get him. In the end, was he leveraging the Giants and the Blue Jays to get the Dodgers up there? Maybe, but that's business, right? That's his agent's allowed to do that. It may not be the nicest thing in the world if you never have any intention of signing with the other two teams, but this is the way it ended up. And then in the end, it turned into a rough winter where it wasn't plan A and it didn't even feel like plan B as they came through it. And now they're trying to figure out who they are. They've got a bunch of guys up from the minors. Some are doing better than others. Some look like they'll make it. Some look like they may not. Are they in? Are they out? Are they on the bubble? Do they trade guys? Do they extend guys? There's a lot swirling around this franchise right now.
I think Giants fans would relate to the way Blue Jays fans felt, not so much about Ohtani, probably more about Aaron Judge. I think that's the one that especially after the arson Judge thing, and we thought that was more about a half hour. We thought he was here. It wasn't a couple of days, but still, it's been just as painful, especially with the career he's continued to have. Talking to Dan Schulman on the UMA guest line, going more general baseball. This popped in my head when you mentioned you hadn't been here or to Oracle Park since before COVID. In COVID times, the Blue Jays were playing in a minor league ballpark in Buffalo, were they not?
In 2020, they played the whole year in Buffalo. In 2021, they played the first 2 months in Dunedin, Florida, where their A-ball team is, the spring training site. Then 2 months in Buffalo, and then.
We still have you, Dan? I think you cut out for a sec.
Oh, you got me now?
We got you. Yep. Yeah, we got you back. Yeah, so they played, then 2021, they were in Florida and Bradenton, Florida, and then up in Buffalo, right? And then to Toronto?
In Dunedin, Florida, and then Buffalo, and then played the last 2 months in Toronto. So they played in 3 different parks, and then after that, it's been, back to normal. But yeah, that was different too. I mean, so the fans saw them on the last day of the 2019 season, and then didn't see them again until July 30th, 2021.
Wow.
So 22 months.
That's why it's a wild stretch. So I wanted to ask you because
it was a very emotional day.
I can imagine. I wanted to ask because we've been following this A's situation here in the Bay Area, over in the East Bay, and they're getting ready to go for a couple of years out to Sacramento to play at the Giants AAA facility where the River Cats play. What are the challenges a major league team faces with playing in a minor league ballpark like that?
Well, revenue, I think, for one, because you don't have as many seats, and then facilities. And the Blue Jays put a ton of money into their complex down in Dunedin, which allowed them to use that as best they could. And then they put a ton of money into the AAA facility in Buffalo and upgraded that. So, I would imagine those 2 years too. It's players are used to a certain routine and a schedule and facilities and resources. And one thing that this organization is excellent at is trying to make their players feel comfortable and their families feel comfortable. They understand that because they're the only team in Canada, they got to go, an extra step or two to make sure that everybody knows that they're going to take care of them. So I think they did everything they could, plus, to try to make it as best they could. But, I know when they were playing down in Dunedin, so, you couldn't really cross the border then, right? So there were no Blue Jays fans down there. So they were playing the Phillies, whose fans are in Clearwater, and the Yankees, whose fans are in Tampa, and the Rays, who are in Florida, and et cetera, et cetera. So the Dunedin games, I know, felt like road games for them. And even Buffalo, to a certain extent, when they played the Yankees, felt like a road game. So coming home was big for them, and, thankfully it's all in the past. And they're an incredibly popular team. We were just in Seattle, and I don't know if you guys know this or not, but like year after year, the majority of the ballpark is Blue Jays fans. And there is no situation anywhere in baseball where more visiting fans go to see their team than Blue Jays fans in Seattle. They flood down from British Columbia and Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, everywhere. We see a ton of them in Minnesota and Cleveland and Detroit as well, but Seattle is second to none. And it's great. There's a very strong feeling, I think, between the team and the fans because of how loyal the fans are and how widespread the fans are. We do a game on TV, and it's on TV from Newfoundland to Victoria, which is like, 3,500 miles apart or 4,000 miles apart or something like that. So it is a unique franchise in a number of ways. And, when they're playing pretty well, our fans are a freight train. They're everywhere.
What, if anything, Dan, can be done in baseball in terms of getting the run production going in the right direction, because I think the pace of play is great, the pitch clock is great. I think everybody loves that, but we're still having a hard time generating runs and balls in play and all that. And I know the pitching is so dominant, and there's so many factors, right? There's the bullpen, there's the power arms, there's all this stuff that makes it tougher and tougher and tougher to hit. I'm wondering if the hitters actually have to go back now and rethink the swing path and how they're trying to attack the pitcher and just put the balls in play and try to get on base that way. But you have any thoughts? Because I've been thinking about this. I mean, it's still fun to watch pitching, and I love watching power pitchers. That Paul Skeens dude is incredible to watch. But what do we do? Is there anything that can be done about the offense?
I don't know. It's a great question, because I think the pitching, the technology or the analytics or the understanding is just out in front of the hitting right now.
Yeah.
And guys are throwing the ball harder than they ever have. They're throwing with spin, with more spin than they ever have. Their stuff is breaking more than it ever has. And they've got so much information on what a hitter's strengths and weaknesses are. They know what they're trying to do when they do it. Like, how often do you say, boy, that wasn't the pitch you should have thrown? They're like, guys know what they're trying to do. And I don't know how the hitters catch up, to be honest with you. I mean, they've tried, like the 3-batter rule in the bullpen, that should help the offense. The larger bases, that should help the offense. The no-shift rule, that should help the offense. The pitch clock, that should help the offense. All of these are supposed to help the offense, and yet the OPS in baseball last year was like 735, I think, and now it's like 704. 31 points is a lot to go down in 1 year when nothing has changed in the offseason that suggests that should have happened. So it is a little bit troubling to me. I'm getting to be an old man here, and I like the ball in play. I think defense is fun. I think speed is fun, and strikeouts are cool and home runs are cool, but there's a lot of other cool stuff in baseball too. So I hope it does balance back out, and I think it's trying to get there. It's just having trouble getting there.
Dan, my producer said to say bye to you, but I feel like Tom should do the pleasantries on the way out.
Yeah.
I hope you're staying in the Bay Area is pleasant, Dan. It's great talking to you.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Great talking to you as well. Love coming out here, and can't wait to call 3 games here. Be well.
Yeah, we'll definitely get you on soon, and I definitely will lead with, so how you doing, Dan?
Deal.
Yeah.
Take it easy, Dan.
Later, man.
All right, see you guys.
Dan Shulman here on ESPN Basketball, and, of course, play-by-play for the Blue Jays. During that interview,
the one time I don't ask somebody how they're doing.
Yeah,
the one time I always ask people how they're doing.
So you're just gonna get right into it, huh?
And I know I felt bad because because that's kind of my deal. When I go on with people and they just get right into the interview, I'm like, hey, they go, how about buying me dinner first? Are you kidding me? And then we go on with the interview. I know what he's saying, and I did it. I just sometimes when you
it's great to be with you, my bud.
Yeah, I have no idea why you did that.
That was funny. It was funny. It was good. It was good.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
But I should have said, because I always do.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna wear that one. I'm gonna wear that one today, and I'm gonna feel shame and go to the penalty box.
It was like you invited him over and then didn't answer the door.
That's kind of what it was.
And you're like, yeah, just go ahead. Just go on in. 209 checked in during the interview and said, dude, it's true what he's saying about the Blue Jays fans of Seattle. I smoked a J in that stadium, got really drunk, stumbled into some box seats because a sweet old lady from Canada let me use their restroom, stayed for an inning. How about that? Then my friend texted me. She was listening up in Canada. She says, don't let him convince you people from BC are Blue Jays fans. We're all Mariners. She's like, screw that, dude. She said, don't let him convince you. It's not true. Toronto tries to take over everything. Yeah, it's not the case.
That's funny.
He did say that a few times. You missed any of that good stuff with Dan Shulman. He'll be on the broadcast for the Blue Jays tonight. 6:45 first pitch, Giants and the Blue Jays pregame for you at 5:45. And coming up next at like 3:15, a big old fat NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
The grab bag is next on the Sports Leader. Klay Thompson was introduced as a Dallas Maverick today and spoke about his departure from the Golden State Warriors. For all your Warrior news, you can listen right here to KNBR or check out the KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you, Tuesday afternoon edition of the NBA Grab Bag. We just spoke to Dan Shulman, by the way, broadcaster for the Blue Jays. We'll catch up with Larry Baird at 4 o'clock, and then we'll replay our Steve Kerr interview for you from yesterday at 4:50. But the NBA Grab Bag shows up in the mailroom every week, and then we dig into it. We'll start right here on the hardwood. Big move for the
NBA Grab Bag.
Big move for the Sacramento Kings this past weekend. DeMar DeRozan agreed to sign a 3-year, $76 million deal in a sign-and-trade that sent Harrison Barnes to the San Antonio Spurs. As of now, do you think the Kings are the best team on paper in California?
That's a good question. Ooh, I'll go. Yeah,
I think yes. I think on paper.
I don't know that they're great. Look, DeRozan's good. You give him the ball, and you let him go, he can score. He'll get you 20 plus. He doesn't have bad games very often offensively. He's just not very good defensively. And that they're going to lose.
Athletic, though.
Yeah, they're going to lose a little bit of something with him out on the court defensively. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to space the court with him and Sabonis on the court together. They'll have to work that out. But, yeah, as far as California, yeah. I thought last year I said the Pacific Division may be the best division I've ever seen, top to bottom.
We joked about that, and then it became a story. Remember that we talked about it later on?
Yeah. Exactly, and that was an incredible division. It really was. Now, you had like a couple play-in teams, and the Clippers were, I think, the 4th seed, and the Suns weren't great. They were like the 6th seed, something like that. But, it was a good division, not quite as good as I thought, but they all made the playoffs. Play in. They didn't make the playoffs. This year, I'm not sure what it's going to look like because, Phoenix was a little bit overrated. Sacramento, a little bit overrated. Warriors, a little bit overrated. Clippers were kind of pretty good. They were dominant in stretches last year. And then the Lakers were just kind of eh. So I don't know what to expect from the Pacific this year. But, yes, that's a real long way of saying I agree with you. I think they're the best team in California.
Yeah, on paper, at least. And who knows? We're still in the free agency period. Oh,
yes.
Which cat is that?
That is Pip.
What's up, Pip?
Pip's the one that comes in here. Kit rarely in here.
It's not hanging.
But yeah, Pip really likes the camera.
Pip will raise the tail in front of the camera.
She enjoys a little camera time. I'm not sure what she's looking at.
Show her backside of the camera at times, too. Which is,
exactly.
NBA Grab Bag.
Not always my favorite, but it happens. Moving on here in the NBA
What are you going to do?
Grab Bag.
How about this? From the hardwood to the bar room. Dude, there it is. There's Pip's A. Ivica Zubac and Dario Saric. Ivica Zubac, is he still is he still a Clipper? Is that where he is?
Yeah.
Ivica Zubac,
Yeah.
and then former forward for the Warriors, Dario Saric. They were involved in a bar fight this past weekend in Greece after Croatia.
I saw that.
After Croatia had been eliminated from Olympic competition, they were ineligible now after losing to Greece to go to the Olympics. They got in with each other into a fight in a bar, which resulted in Dario Saric getting choked out after their loss to Greece. Dude, it's video. There's video of it. Go check it out. Dario Saric just getting taken down by Zubac. So
I've
there you
seen
go. You saw the video? You saw the clip?
Yeah.
Tough deal.
I did see it.
Tough deal. How do you stop a bar fight like that, too? Like, security guards are like, this guy's like 7 feet tall.
Yeah, I have no idea.
What's a bouncer going to do at that point?
It's a great question.
Moving on here in the NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
Everyone on Team USA's basketball team was interviewed by the NBA's social media team to see if they could spin a ball on their finger. Steph was among the few who could not spin a basketball on his finger. Here's some Steph Curry sound trying to spin a ball.
Do you know how to spin a ball on your finger?
So I can do a lot of things with a basketball. A lot of things. That is the one thing that I cannot do.
Feel like you should be able to as a basketball player?
That's one of the most embarrassing things. Just me. You got me nervous even thinking about spinning the ball on my finger.
It's that.
Can't do it. I can't do it.
He can do a lot of other stuff, though. You see him dribble 2 basketballs? I guess I can do a lot of stuff with a basketball. Do you say yesterday you could not do it?
I cannot. I can't. I can't. I never practiced it. I'm not thinking, well, when can I use this on the court? Like during a game. Why is this beneficial
when
to
you play
me?
the Generals?
Yeah, exactly. I didn't plan on playing the Generals. So, yeah, I just never really occurred to me to, like, sit down and just give it some give it some thought and practice at it and try to get better at it. So, no. I'm always surprised when a high-level NBA player can't do it, just because I'm surprised they can't do everything.
With a basketball,
you expect they can do anything with a ball. But there takes practice, and obviously Steph didn't practice it, and there were a couple others that couldn't do it either.
Tyrese Halliburton, Joel Embiid could not do it.
Yeah, exactly.
So people of all sizes, it has nothing to do with the
yeah, exactly. I think Holiday was one that could really, like, he was the guy that said he practiced it all the time. It was something that he just threw up there. It was gone, like Globetrotter type stuff. But yeah, I mean, look, if you're playing for the Globetrotters, you better be able to spin a ball on your finger.
Well, yeah.
Because you're trying to entertain the crowd. If you're in the NBA, it's like throwing a football 70 yards on your knees. It's like, well, yeah, that's cool, but what does that get you? Like, how does that help us win a football game? Well, it doesn't. It's just kind of a cool sideshow. That's what spinning the ball on your fingers like. Does it help you win a basketball game? Not really, but it's a cool sideshow.
Who were the two guys I said that about? Was it Jamarcus and Kyle Bowler? Didn't Kyle Bowler have a big arm?
I know Jamarcus. I'm not sure about Kyle Bowler, but I remember distinctly when Jamarcus came out of college, I said he could throw is either 70 or 80 yards, but he could do it on his knees. I'm like, well, yeah, great. Why is that applicable? It doesn't
work in either league, in college or the NFL.
And that's good. Why?
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. So he can still do it. He can still do it. He just can do it out of the league when he's embezzling money from
dude, I just forgot we just had that story. That was last week's grab bag. It was here, dude. This is Jamarcus back-to-back weeks showing up in the grab bag, dude.
Exactly. Well, prices of scissor have gone up.
I don't know if that's a good thing. Should you be in the grab bag 2 weeks in a row? 808 KNBR. Is it a good thing?
No, you shouldn't.
No, probably
Should you
not.
be in the grab bag after you retire? Probably not.
Unless they're making like a Hulu miniseries about you or something. Tim, by the way, reminded me of my ear. Kyle Bowler, the line about him was he could throw it through a barn door.
That's what it was.
He threw so hard, he just couldn't hit the barn door.
Yeah.
Throw it through a barn door, just couldn't hit it.
And then Druckenmiller had a howitzer.
That's what they always said, right?
Druck had a howitzer.
So
great.
Dumb.
That does you a lot of good.
Stupid phrases, dude. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. You mentioned Drew Holiday?
Yep.
Drew Holiday was one of a few interviewed on Team USA who could spin the ball on his finger, but he was the first ever recipient of, the band Tenacious D?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Tenacious D's MVP award. The Tenacious D MVP award. The trophy is rather phallic.
Of course it is.
And here's Drew Holiday getting the award for the first time. This is Jack Black, right? Jack Black presenting the Tenacious D award, and he's just doing like an Instagram, like a selfie video of himself. So here it is. Drew Holiday gets it.
Hello, it is Tenacious D here with Drew Holiday. Drew, you have won the Tenacious D MVP award. How does it feel?
Man, it's an honor, Look at that beautiful thing, just how long the shaft is, and those basketballs down there at the bottom look beautiful and bronzy. It's really a dream come true.
If anyone's a baller, it's you, Drew.
And that's Tenacious D. Over and out.
I didn't have Drew Holiday kicking it with Tenacious D on my bingo card.
No, nobody. I'm sure nobody did.
I don't think I had that. That was pretty good, though. Pretty much anything they put out or Jack Black puts out, I endorse. It's pretty funny.
Yeah,
he has
Jack
a good
Black's
time. He's
funny.
always having a good time. And that's going to do it for your NBA grab bag for Tuesday, July 9th, 2024. Good stuff. Always like a new phallic MVP award getting handed out. What I'm saying, it's a dream come true. Didn't even exist before this.
What the hell, bro?
When we come on back, Klay Thompson was introduced as a member of the Dallas Mavericks, and he spoke about his exit from the Warriors. We'll get into that next on the Sports League.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Klay Thompson is officially a Dallas Maverick as he was introduced today as a member of the Dallas Mavericks. I heard Dieter and JD talking about it earlier. It is going to be weird seeing him in a different uniform. I mean, I've seen now it doesn't, like, you used to have to wait for that stuff to happen where you'd see him on the court or wait till the first preseason game or something. Now everybody does those edits immediately. Like, they just edit a jersey onto a guy or they immediately put him in the uniform in a photo when he's moved. But it is going to be weird, I think, seeing Klay. And then hearing him talk about it from his point of view on all this, it's a little bit different. Here he is, Klay Thompson, introduces a Dallas Maverick today. He addressed what led to him leaving the Warriors.
Whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State, but I just felt like, moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and they look like they have fun playing with each other and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me. And that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
There you go. I mean, that's nothing I don't think we didn't know, and we'll get into a little bit more sound from him. But just your reaction to what he had to say about it.
I mean, yeah, I think that's what we thought. I asked Steve about that yesterday, and I knew it was kind of a weird question to ask because I had said it was it better off for both of them. And I think he felt kind of weird saying it just because it's like, well, yeah, now I'm saying we didn't really
want him, right, yeah.
But I think he agreed with the sentiment that, like, yeah, that's fair to say that. And I think sometimes you just, it's just better off. And the one thing I messed up, I should have asked him. He said we desperately want him. I should have I forgot to ask him that because I don't know if they ever desperately wanted him. But you're in a tough spot because, this is a franchise icon here that you're talking about. And this is when he's still a free agent. So, you got to play the game a little bit. But I don't know that they ever if they desperately wanted him, they would have given him what he wanted. But they didn't. So I asked him that, and I told him I forgot to ask him what was the best rank the best trios of all time. I gave him 5 to rank. I gave him Steph, Klay, and Draymond, Duncan, Manu, and Parker, Farrah, Jacqueline Smith, and Kate Jackson, Larry, Moe, and Curly, and Jack Tripper, Chrissy Snow, and Janet Wood. Rank them. Rank those 5. There you go. YouTube.
Did he rank them?
Rank the top 5. I might go Larry, Moe, and Curly number 1.
Three Stooges might be the top trio of all time across the board.
Got to be with Curly, though. No Shemp.
And no Curly Joe.
No Joe.
No.
You know, I mean, Shemp wasn't great, but he at least was okay. Joe, once they got to Joe, I'm like, look, I'm out. Yeah. I'm just out.
Shemp is. I can ride with some Shemp because he had the vaudeville.
Little bit,
but I'm not like he's not. If I turn it, I'm like, okay, there better be one on after this without Shemp.
Yes. Yeah. Like Shemp would have been better if there were no Curly.
Yeah, sure.
Joe wasn't good, period, at all. Joe was just like, they would have never taken off if Joe would have been the guy. But like Curly was the man. They lose Curly just as a kid. I'm like, whoa, what? What, Curly's gone? What, are you kidding me? We can't have Curly gone.
Rocket Nero says Three's Company #1.
Three's Company is pretty solid. Especially, I mean, Chrissy Snow left Suzanne Summers to start her Thigh Master Empire, or whatever she was doing. I can't remember the actress that stepped in for her. And then I know Farrah left. And I don't know exactly. Regal Beagle, baby. I'm not sure. Was it? I think Cheryl Ladd stepped in for Farrah. And then
You're going way too deep on me now.
Somebody came after Cheryl Ladd, too.
I was going Shemp. I can't go that deep on
yeah, Shemp. But no, I mean, no, Curly was the best.
How about the Monks, dude? Chipmunks. Alvin, Simon, and Theodore. You're not going to rock them, dude?
With the Chipmunks.
They've been around for a while, man. I mean,
I can't rock.
You don't
with
have to
them.
like them, but I do think they deserve some respect.
Okay. I mean, well, then look, this is my top 5.
Yeah, well,
okay?
okay, yeah.
This is my top 5. So this is what I came up with. Remember, I was asking Steve. He's almost the exact same age as I am. So that's kind of in the wheelhouse right there. I'm sure there are others. And I couldn't do music groups because too many of those, and that I wanted to get a little funny anyway. But I would say, though, in terms of hoops, I'd have to go back and look because that's a tough one, man. But those are the top 2, I think. Because we mentioned yesterday we had fun with Jordan, just put 2 guys with him. That's an all-timer. But it didn't last as long as these 2.
And then you're saying Spurs is the other one.
Yeah, the Spurs and the Warriors.
Parrish, Bird, and McHale are not.
Oh, man,
Harrisburg and McHale got to be up there.
Yeah, but remember, McHale came a little bit, and he didn't win the first. I don't think he won the first one with him. Because I think Cornbread Maxwell was actually the MVP, the first NBA title they won. I'd have to see how long they played together. I mean, yes, they were good. I think they only won a couple titles, though. And they were really only because Berg got hurt toward the end of their run. They would be 3 for me for sure. I mean, they're great individually. They're incredible players. But to me, it's between these 2. These are the 2. And because it lasted a long time. They won championships together. And so they're the top 2. I'd have to really kind of break it down if I wanted to give a serious answer.
Yeah.
But you're talking about a stretch of Warrior, 4 championships, 10 years, 6 finals. That's hard to beat. I'm not sure exactly what Duncan, Manu, and I don't know if they have 4. They might have 4. Because I know Duncan and Robinson have 1. That was the first one.
Yeah. And then they have 4 together because Duncan has 5. That's right.
Yeah, they might have. So they might have 4 together. I don't know how many. Well, we'd have to see how many Parker and Manu have. They might have 4
Parker
each.
might have 4 each. And I think they've all got at least
That's
4.
possible. And then Kawhi came. You know, he was the big reason they won the last one.
He's got 2 finals MVPs.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, one there and one in Toronto. But yeah, you're right about the extension of that.
But those 2 are the ones that I think of when I think of incredible trios. When you think of all-timers, those are the especially because it's an extended period of time. I could name some that weren't together. I mean, LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. I mean, that's pretty damn dominant right there. He didn't get a lot more dominant than that, but that was 5 years basically of dominance. But these are 10. This is a decade. In the Spurs case, maybe a decade plus. So that sustained level of success is kind of what I was looking for.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. John Nadali checks in on the YouTube chat, says, don't forget this trio, Live, Laugh, Love. Live, laugh, love. That's so stupid, John. By the way, I found a page of the top 10 best trios in history. They're throwing in Hermione, Ron, and Harry. I'm out on that one. I don't know if I endorse that one. Alvin, Simon, and Theodore make the list at number 8.
It's number 8?
Yeah. Huey, Dewey, and Louie make it at number 7.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
They've got Mo, Larry, and Curly at number 6 here. You've got it. Number 5, Farrah Fawcett, Jacqueline Smith, and Kate Jackson.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any music on here. Peter, James, and John from the Bible.
Wow.
That's number 3. That's pretty good. And then number 1, of course, Tom, I don't know how we forgot Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Yeah, it's a BYU list, says Tim. Let's go to the more from Klay Thompson here. As we roll on here.
I completely hijacked that segment.
Yeah, Clay's been introduced as a Mav, by the way. Well, I got one more for you later. More from Klay Thompson here. He talks about things going sour this past season. How did it go for you, Klay?
There was times last year it was really tough. I mean, everyone expects you to be that all-NBA player, and, sometimes it's hard to consistently do that. That's why there's only 15 slots on that team, and coming here is just such a fresh start and feeling just wanted again, and like I bring great value. It just gets me excited to go out there and even work out after this press conference and get shots up. And so, yeah, there was times last year it was tough where it wasn't as joyful as it had been in the past, and it's nice to kind of shed that and have a whole new fresh start, whole new group of guys to get to know, and co-workers, so a whole new city. It's really cool, and I'm going to embrace the heck out of this opportunity.
Co-workers is a funny way to put it.
That's so
Got
funny.
new co-workers, new place
No
to
teammates.
be, somewhere to work. More people checking in here. 3 Musketeers.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I didn't even think about those. I can't even, but I would have to come up with their names. I know D'Artagnan's one of them, but I can't come up with the other two. Off the top of my head, I'd have to look.
I don't know him. Yeah, Tim, go ahead. What, Tim's a nerd. What'd you say?
Athos and Porthos or something like that.
All right, that's enough. Somebody
Dario?
else says
Creamy nougat.
The Magi. With the three wise men. Gold, frankincense, and myrrh. That's what we're going to.
Gold, frankincense, and myrrh.
Yeah, the school kid, man. You remember Charlie's Angels? That's got to get some love. I don't know if we said that one.
Well, that's fair. Kate Smith and Jack.
Oh, my bad.
Kate
My mistake.
Jackson,
Yeah, of course we
Smith.
did. You just went with the names. My mistake.
Yeah.
The Three Amigos.
Three Amigos.
Chevy Chase, Steve Martin, Martin Short.
Yeah.
That's got to be up there. That's a pretty good one.
That's very solid. Very solid.
Derek says overrated movie.
Oh, it wasn't great. It was one of
it's a
those
good
movies that
movie.
had some good scenes.
I laughed.
Yeah, I mean, no, the scene. I thought the scenes were good.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
The Marx Brothers make the list here, but I think there's too many of those.
Yeah, there's more than 3, isn't
like
there?
4: Harpo, Groucho, Chippo, Zeppo. Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 of them.
Carl.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Is there a third Smothers Brothers, or there's only 2 of those? I think there's only 2.
Third Smothers Brothers, that I don't know.
Yeah, we can't find a third Smothers Brothers somewhere?
There you go. Yeah, the best Marx Brothers are the only 3, says Nicole in all caps. I told her yeah, she came in, dude. Marx Brothers greater than Stooges, then, says Nicole.
What?
Strongly.
Oh, okay. Somebody ban her from
I'd say more. You know what? If I hate to side with Nicole on anything here. I don't think I'd put them over the Stooges, but a bigger variety of entertainment. I'll say that. Does Spinal Tap count, says Derek? Yeah, dude. Yeah, you don't know who as long as there's no drummer, dude. Spontaneously combusted or whatever the hell happened to him. Ed Nettie, says somebody else for my Cartoon Network fans. There you go. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Still going to catch up with Larry Bear coming up at 4 o'clock, and we will get you. There we go. The interview with Steve Kerr that we did yesterday, where we talked about some of this stuff with Klay Thompson. Coming up at 4 o'clock, Larry Bear, as mentioned. We got more coming next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr joined Tom and myself yesterday and admitted it was best for Klay Thompson to get a change of scenery in his NBA career. Listen to the full interview with us again today at 4:50 right here on The Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert & Co's back with you. Larry Bear going to join us in about 10 minutes. We'll talk more about the Willie Mays celebration of life yesterday, as well as this Giants team. Elliot Ramos made the National League All-Star team, first Giants homegrown outfielder to make an All-Star team or appearance since 1986 when Chili Davis last did it. I wasn't alive yet. It was years before I was alive. A couple of them. Anyway, Elliot Ramos going to join us tomorrow, 2:05. Right near the top of the show. Elliot Ramos, Giants National League All-Star, joins us tomorrow at 2:05. Just to update you on some of the news from earlier today, Giants have made some roster moves. After trading Austin Slater for cash considerations and left-handed reliever Alex Young, who was optioned to AAA, that was a couple of days ago, that freed up a roster spot to then promote Blake Snell to the big league roster. They've also now optioned Colton Ingram back to AAA Sacramento. He'd come up after Michael Bivens pitched in Cleveland. So he goes back to Sacramento. And who was the other one? Oh, Nick Ahmed, designated for assignment. So Nick Ahmed no longer a Giant. And as we wait to see what happens with the shortstop position, Thairo Estrada activated today and Wilmer Flores activated today. So three familiar faces coming on back. Wilmer, Thairo, and Blake Snell makes an appearance tonight. How are we feeling about Thairo Estrada's return? He's been kind of what was that, Derek? Sorry, Derek was in my ear there for a second. Thairo Estrada has been he's got pop, but he's been early in the year. He's one of the only guys hitting when the team was playing poorly. He's not somebody's at bats I've been excited about.
No,
as of late, and I know he's been hurt lately. But I get up for Brett Wisely at bats. You know what I mean?
No, I like watching Wisely, but look, you're hoping that at some point Estrada gets rolling. The long ball's been okay for him, but the average, the OPS, the on base just isn't there like it's been in the past. But I mean, the more players you have back, the easier it is to slot guys into the part of the order that they need to be in. So, look, I think Soler is going to be your leadoff hitter until he's not. And I know that sounds kind of weird to say it that way, but what I mean by that is until he's not hitting at a nice clip from the leadoff spot. You'd love to have him down in the order, right, driving in runs, but he wasn't doing that anyway. He wasn't hitting with guys on base. He is hitting now, so leave him up there. I know he doesn't have as many doubles from the leadoff spot as he does from down in the order, but I bet you based on per at bat, he has more doubles than he did down in the order because he's hitting the ball hard. He's let off the game with a couple doubles, so you got him leading off. You have Lamont Wade second, and then Ramos probably third after that, and then Chapman and Conforto and kind of fill it in after that toward the end of the order. But yeah, I think Estrada's he's a really good guy to bat seventh. You have him seventh, maybe Yaz sixth or something like that, and then Estrada seventh, Wisely eighth. And I don't know who.
Well, we got the lineup for today. You want to hear today's lineup?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me see what we got. Let me see. We have Soler number one.
Leads off DHing.
I'm going to go Lamont number two.
No, we're seeing a lefty today.
Okay. So Ramos number two.
Ramos is hitting two in center field.
Okay.
And this one's a bit surprising, but even when I said this to you yesterday, Conforto is in left against the lefty hitting third.
Is he really?
That's what I want to see.
Okay. Then Chapman fourth.
Yep.
Then fifth, Bailey.
Wilmer.
Go get a Bailey playing today?
Bailey's playing today. Off day yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. Will he bat fifth, right-handed?
It's Wilmer fifth, and then Bailey sixth.
Okay, that sounds right.
Yep. Estrada seven, Matos eight.
Ramos. Oh, Matos, and then that's what I meant to say. Matos eighth.
And your shortstop today is not Brett Wisely.
It's not.
It's Tyler Fitzgerald.
Okay. I mean, he's been okay.
Yeah, he's all right. They play him at first. They play him at second, short, outfield. I mean, he's like a super utility.
How has he been he hasn't played a lot at short. I know he's booted a couple balls.
But he is a shortstop. He's made some tough decisions, I think, at short, and he's booted some balls at short, and he's not been in position at short, or hasn't squeezed the glove coming across the bag. He's made some mistakes. I mean, that's the thing. He's playing a bunch of positions, and he's kind of learning some of them at the big league level, but he's got a skill set. He's extremely fast. He's athletic, which is something that this team needs for sure, but he's also the more true shortstop on the roster. He is a true shortstop versus Brett Wisely, who's kind of learning it.
Not like that.
Yeah.
That'll work. I mean, you need to get Flores going, right? I mean, he was their best. He might have been their best hitter last year. If not their best hitter, he was definitely in the top five. So Top 5. What am I talking about? Of course he's top 5. I was going to say top 3.
Top 5, maybe.
Yeah, top 5.
Yeah.
Hey, really, top 5? Wow, he's like top 50%. Well done.
How about that?
But he just hasn't had it this year. It'd be nice to get him going, see him get hot and get rolling. I mean, we've seen Chapman get rolling at times. We've seen Conforto, who's kind of in the middle of a heater right now, get rolling. Lamont get rolling. Soler, to a smaller extent. Bailey. We really haven't seen Flores go on like a 2-week tear where he's hitting everything.
I thought he kind of did when they were in New York against the Mets. I thought that was kind of when I thought he got really hot around that time of the year. But I could be wrong. He had a really, really down first couple of months of the season, even against lefties. And he was mostly just in there against lefties, which is the question I have when everybody says they need help at first base. I mean, I feel great when Lamont is in there. And he sees basically every righty. I don't know how much more they need at first unless you're just looking for more power. And then I don't know what you do with Lamont Wade. It's funny. I think a lot of people love seeing Lamont Wade, and he basically has the same skill set as Brandon Belt did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Belt was like the most polarizing player ever, and Lamont Wade does almost the exact same stuff, and people like him, which is sort of fun.
I'm looking right here.
It's all the walk-offs.
At Mets. Well, he was.
I could be wrong. That's what I feel
at
like
the Mets, he was. Now, I mean, he was 2 for 5 one game. If you consider that getting it going.
Well, I was wrong, Tom.
That was about it. Yeah, I don't think. I don't. He hasn't had back-to-back games, and I'm going back to. I mean, I'm scrolling through this thing.
This update isn't like a mega.
Here's where he was kind of got hot a little bit. March 5th. They're gonna go back to March 5th.
That's May. That's March 5th? That was spring training.
Was it?
Yeah, dude.
No, it was. Well, he was
March
rolling.
5?
He was rolling, man. He was two for 2. Oh, yeah, I should have noticed. I was just like looking at the hits. What do you want, Tim?
They want me to read this update, and it's not like some mega update. They just want you to stop doing what you're doing, I think. So that's why they just keep hitting this update. I'm like, dude, stop doing that. I'll read it when he's done. They just want me to read a tweet. Ready? Here's what they sent me the tweet.
Okay.
From Alex Pavlik. Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb will start the next couple of games in San Jose for the Giants. They remain on track to return later this month. It's not breaking.
Why is
Great
that
job,
an update?
brother.
No, it's not a great job.
Make it a bell.
Basically, what they want you to do is read it so they could pat themselves on the back.
We worked. Look at us, guys. We did work.
Look at us.
Let's talk about spring training stats.
How about you call somebody?
What an update.
How about you call the guest, huh?
What an update.
Yeah. Back to March 5th.
No, Tim, it's verifying that Wilmer has not been hot this year. Last time he was hot was spring training. So there you go. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You got any more? You got any more for us? Got
any more brain busters?
Got any more Twitter updates for us?
It's X.
How's Jung-Hoo Lee doing, by the way? How'd surgery go?
Oh, dude, you know what series I was thinking
How's his rehab coming?
I found the road trip I was thinking about. It was a month ago. It was early June, and it was when they went to Texas and then Arizona. Or Arizona then Texas. He had 3 homers in 2 days, drove in 7 in that spot.
Okay.
It was just a couple of days, but that is when I remember thinking, okay. And he played both of those games.
That counts.
To completion.
I remember that now.
I mean, that's 3 of his 4 homers on the year.
Yeah.
Right? So there you go. Yeah. Stay hot, Wilmer. So then he got hurt, but I mean, he's a guy last year. Remember, he went on a tear in the later part of the season. He was insane at the back part of the season.
He had, like, what, 20 home runs last year?
Yeah, right.
I mean, he was rolling last year. I bet you I'm going to look up his OPS from last year. It'll only take a couple seconds, but it's got to be 150 points higher than it is. 150 points, 250 points.
Oh.
This year his OPS is 599. Last year was 864. And while you're thinking, well, that might be a little bit out of line, the year before that was 710. The year before that was 780. The year before that was 830. So, he's a guy you can expect to be in the high 700s minimum, right around there. And he's sitting at 599. So he was a key to the offense last year. I'm not even saying he has to be a key to the offense this year. They got other dudes that they're going to count on to do it. Conforto's going to be a guy they count on. Ramos now is a guy they count on. Chapman is definitely a guy they count on. But if he could pitch in a little bit, and get that, let's say he goes from 599 to 700 between now and the end of the year. That'd be huge. That would be huge to be able to do something like that. And he's proven he can do it. It's just for whatever reason, it's just not, he's not getting it done this year. And, I know it's sports and things happen in sports unless you're the the best of the best, then you can be pretty consistent for 10 years. For a lot of guys, it's hard. But, man, what a boost that would be. If he kind of got it going a little bit, Estrada got it going a little bit, then you could maybe start to see this offense. Because there have been flashes of that this year where you look and go, oh, yeah, okay, now I can see what they're seeing with that offense. And it's still not healthy. Lee's not playing. He was supposed to be the leadoff hitter. But you can kind of see glimpses of it. You still see it when they get behind because they always have a chance to come back. Whereas last year when they got behind, it was like, game's over, thanks for coming. Let's go watch something else. This team has the capability of putting runs on the board. But, man, that would be a big boost if he get going and just, let's say if he finishes, like I said, finishes at 700, which isn't great, but where he's at now, that's raising it 100 points to the end of the year. That'd be a big deal.
It would be sweet by the end of the month, by the way, to have a rotation of, or a selection in your rotation of getting to decide between Webb, Cobb, Snell, Harrison, Ray, Hicks, and Birdsong.
Yeah.
If you end up with that, again, that's what, 7 starters? I don't have any problem, and I can't imagine if everybody's healthy that Jordan Hicks remains. I mean, then again, he's been there all year long. How do you take away starts from a guy who's been, for the most part, pretty good and is working to build his innings count? But maybe he becomes one of those super reliever guys because he's pitched late in games before or as a reliever, though he signed here wanting to be a starter.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of innings incentives he has, too. That's when you start toying with guys' money and stuff, and that could get funky. But if you've got those 7 guys, I mean, Birdsong likely ends up back in AAA because he just didn't spend much time there anyway, and you've got the option, you may as well use it. Jordan Hicks, I could see him in the bullpen, but I mean, you can take your pick with these. Who are your best 5 then if you're going with these 6? You got Webb, Cobb, Snell, Harrison, Ray, and Hicks. You could go 6-man. You can go stacking starters if you wanted to on a day. You could mix and match. You could use off days and move guys in and out. I don't think Snell's going to throw a whole lot. So
I don't want to be the one breaking the news to Webb that we're going to go to a 6-man rotation.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that with Webb. I think you can't for your innings and everything. I think you got to stack
not
guys.
Going to be thrilled with that.
No, I mean, it's just that Snell, is not going to go deep into games, right?
Yes.
At the very best, he's probably giving you 6. So then how do you manage those days knowing what you're going to get from that guy? Who knows what you get from Robbie Ray? I think it's a tantalizing proposition to have all 6 of these guys, potentially 7 of them by the end of this month.
Yeah. Could you stack Hicks with Snell, maybe?
That's kind of what I was looking at, yeah.
Yeah.
Righty-lefty, too.
Mm-hmm.
That might be a good combo.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Hard thrower, a little bit soft thrower, swing and miss guy versus a guy who's walking a whole bunch of dudes.
Yeah, that's a great combo. That's a great combo.
I like that, dude. Get some double plays after he puts them on. We'll do that. We are making the connection here with Giants CEO Larry Baer. We do it every couple of weeks.
Peanut butter and dog crap go so well together.
Yesterday, the Willie Mays Celebration of Life ceremony went down, and we'll talk to Larry Baer about all that. But it is exciting looking at the potential for this rotation. And I don't think anybody else in baseball can look at the pitching staff they have right now and go, you know what, we might have, in 3 weeks, we might have 7 starters. I don't think there's anybody that we feel decent about. And again, Snell's probably the one of all those you feel the worst about Snell. We've never even seen Robbie Ray throw. You know what I mean? But we're like, yeah, Snell is the guy we're looking to change our thoughts on confidence about tonight as he returns to the Giants roster. We made the connection with Larry Baer. Let's open up the executive show.
It's business time. From the diamond to the boardroom, Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giants CEO Larry Baer. Larry Baer on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Larry Baer joins us every couple of weeks here, bi-weekly conversation. The Giants Executive Show is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com, and by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers home loans with great rates and local personal service for all that you love. Equal housing lender. Larry, I was telling Tom, because I was there yesterday, we were doing the live look-ins, and we went commercial-free for the entirety of the Willie Mays Celebration of Life. I said in the 25 years I've been going to the ballpark and all the different celebrations we've had between Barry Bonds and Will Clark and World Series and perfect game ceremonies and Barry Bonds home run ceremonies and Bruce Bochy leaving the Giants, for all the stuff that we've done in the 50 years in San Francisco in the 60s, this was, to me, the most special and unique and coolest celebration we've ever had at the ballpark.
Well, thank you, Copes. We appreciate that. I have to say it was that special, and because of the person that we were honoring. Willie was that special to, not just the San Francisco baseball community, not just the New York baseball community, but, around the globe. And, what people did to be here and to send messages and to be part of this was incredible. You look at somebody like Juan Marichal, who came in from the Dominican. Juan's 86 years old, in great shape. Doesn't look it, does he?
I look fantastic.
He looks great. 86 years old and came in from the Dominican. How about Felipe Alou, who is 90 and is in Florida, in Miami area, and it is in the Dominican a fair bit. And Felipe, he's just like, I've got to be there for Willie. I've got to be there. And Felipe's in pretty good shape. He's had a couple of some minor operations, knees and things, but he's doing well, and when he speaks, he's 100% great, right? So to have those people, and then Willie Mays, the President of the United States. I loved what President Obama actually said on his video. He said when he flew Willie to the All-Star game, from the White House on Air Force One, I think it was 2009.
That's what he said, right?
St. Louis. Yeah. He said that Willie was the second most important person on the plane. The flight attendants would walk right by the president and say, "Mr. Mays, do you need anything?"
Oh my gosh, I was even you look, Larry, at some of the people that showed up. I mean, you mentioned some of the Giants, but Bob Costas, Spike Lee, amongst others, Berman didn't even speak. They just showed up to be there for the Willie Mays ceremony, and I was like, that was impressive.
It's funny, Tommy, because as this was getting planned out, and we have just a call out to some of the people here, and I'm going to miss names, but Shayna Dahm and Sarah Groff and oh my goodness, just the people that put this all together. Mario Alioto had a big role in it, and these are all people that knew and loved Willie. It was interesting because we're getting this inbound from people like Bob Costas, who's a friend of ours, and Chris Berman, and we said to each other, is it okay if they're here and they don't speak? Because one, we had a number of speakers, and two, we felt it was important for John to be the host, MC, because he, like many of us, myself included, grew up with Willie in the East Bay. And the thing that I loved so much about so many of the folks that were involved in this were that they either played with Willie or watched Willie as a fan, and then for 3 decades interacted with Willie, as part of the Giants front office, whether it was at spring training where we would hold court in the clubhouse, or if it was here at the ballpark, and John fell in that category, obviously, right? He'd see Willie every day in Murph's office coming to the ballpark, and John was in his story about T-shirts and shorts, sitting in the upper deck of Candlestick, watching Willie and eating French fries.
Talking to Larry Bear on the Yuma guest line, I was telling Tom I think my favorite moment was it was the most John Miller moment you could have, where he goes to introduce Joe Torre, and then he uses Joe Torre's story before Torre even gets to the microphone. And I said, Tom, I'm pretty sure Torre was being honest when he said you took my closer, because he still told the story in his own the way he remembered it. It was I thought it was great. It was really funny.
It was such a classic, And the one thing is, I think somebody referenced it. So, these things, when they are, you talk about other celebrations, if you're doing something that is before a game, you got to time it out, because you've got the start of the game, you got the pitchers warming up, and you can't mess with that much, right? Yeah. And then you have, if we've did a few, especially with Barry's home runs, we did a few in-game, celebrations, after number 500. I think one of them was against the Dodgers. I think
it was 500 against the Dodgers. Yeah, the Terry Adams one that happened. Yeah, they made us wait after 71. Yeah.
Yeah. So a couple of those we brought out the folding chairs, in the middle of the game, and there are limits to that. But in contrast, yesterday, we really could just take our time with it. And there was no, I mean, you guys were great. KNBR aired the whole thing. We thought it would be about 2 hours, and it went, 2:40 or so. And same with NBC Sports Bay Area, aired the whole thing, and as did MLB Network. And it was, we wanted to take our time with it and see how it would go. And, one of my very favorite things was actually the very first element, which was Reverend Greason from Birmingham. So there was a crew that came from the Giants front office, went down to Birmingham a few days ago. And how about his invocation, in his words, age 99, having played with Willie on the Birmingham Black Barons. Amazing.
Man, the stories. I mean, the stories some of these guys have are just absolutely incredible. I wanted to ask you this, because I know some people talked about, how to honor Willie, and you guys have done a great job with it. But I think he was saying, maybe baseball could retire the number. And I was like, well, he's already the World Series MVP. It doesn't get any much more prestigious than that. You guys, I mean, the statue, you walk into the ballpark, there's Willie Mays. I mean, there's not a whole lot more you can do to honor someone than to put him a big statue right in front of. Do we have to be careful with, because I know when Kobe died, people were saying, well, maybe they replace him, make him the logo. I was like, well, we already have a logo. Now Kobe can be the All-Star Game MVP, which was perfect for him. Do we have to be careful as leagues, like how we honor people? Because, we want to honor everybody. Of course we do. But I just feel like sometimes we go a little bit overboard because it's spur of the moment gut reaction, like maybe we should do this instead of taking a beat. How do you feel? Because I felt like, look, Willie's an all-timer. There's no doubt about it. But, Jackie Robinson's the guy that broke the color line. His is the only number that should be retired. World Series MVP, it doesn't get a whole lot better than being that's the pinnacle of the game, and Willie may have been the best player in the game. And then the statue that you guys built for him, which is just an incredible it's just the statue and the pose is perfect. How do we go about doing something without maybe overstepping?
It's a really good question, Tom. And so a couple things. There was an idea out there, and I'm not sure. Did the NBA retire? Did everybody retire Bill Russell's number?
Yes.
In the NBA?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think it would be akin to that.
Yeah,
I believe so too. So I think it would be akin to that if you asked each team to retire number 24. So that's certainly something we wouldn't be opposed to, but obviously that's got to be a thoughtful decision from MLB.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one example where it did happen. But there is an idea out there, and I think everybody's still processing this idea.
Yeah.
There was an idea out there from Buster Olney. And this was in the days after Willie passed, about 20 days ago, where his idea was maybe you do take a look at the logo, and like the Jerry West silhouette in the NBA
Mm-hmm.
logo, maybe you look at the catch, not it being part of it, whether it's the main MLB logo or it's some part of MLB's design elements that they send to the teams or you put on the uniform. Maybe it's the silhouette of the catch, the way the Jerry West jump shot is. Again, this is not our idea. This is Buster Olney's idea, and with the notion that that was 70 years ago, so that the catch has stood the test of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
One, it stood the test of time. Two, it's recognizable. You show a silhouette of that with his back to home plate, against the wall in the Polo Grounds. People know exactly what that is, and it would just probably be a silhouette of Willie and the figure. And is that something that could have a lasting impact? Because it's I don't know that there's going to be another play that will exceed that. That, and everybody knows it, even the large number of people who were not alive 70 years ago. So that was an idea out there. I thought that was an intriguing idea. I know baseball has received it and take a look at it. I don't think anything's happening immediately, but I think there's something to that.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, everybody knows the catch. I'm more for, instead of taking. I don't even know who the logo is for baseball. I got to be honest, I don't know. And by the way, Larry, it's a Jerry West dribbling, not jump shooting. Remember, he's dribbling with the lean that he used to dribble with. in the corner. But we could do, but here's the thing: if we go changing things, we could do this all day. I mean, so what if there's somebody else that does something that's even great? And you're like, well, I don't know, maybe that's my fear. It's like the MVP. I'd rather have the MVP trophy named after me than the logo. I got to be honest with you, because
I think that's a great honor. The Willie Mays Trophy is a big deal, right? And so you really say, like, at the height of viewership and people's attention about baseball, which is 10 minutes after the last game of the World Series, here comes the Willie Mays Award.
Yes.
So that's a fair point, and that's if you really want somebody to stick in your in your baseball mind for generations. That was a good way of doing it. I think that baseball introduced it. What was it, 5-6 years ago? So that's good. But I don't know, the element, the visual of the catch. And Willie, it's debatable. I mean, I think it was an interesting idea by Buster.
Yeah.
There was an article. This is not really exactly what you're saying, but there was an article. I think it was in the Chronicle a few days ago. It's kind of along your lines of retired numbers. We're running out of numbers.
Yeah.
You see that piece?
I did. Yeah, you got to recycle them at some point. I mean, we've got to have jerseys to wear, unless you want to go to decimal points, right? You want to do the Three Stooges deal, 3.14, do pi out there.
Go ahead and Goodell and throw up the 1/8.
Exactly, the 1/8 fractions.
And how many people want to be Jim Otto? 0-0.
0-0. Oh, that's the best number ever. I think Chief Robert Parrish was 0-0 at one point.
But yeah, and look, I'm all for retiring numbers. I mean, I think we've got some amazing retired numbers on the Giants that will never become unretired, obviously, and we may have some more coming up here. Typically we do it with somebody who's in the Hall of Fame, or is Hall of Fame worthy, or is retired number worthy.
Yeah.
So
hey, real quick, we got to run before we let you go. How long do you think it'll take you guys to figure out? I don't want to say buyers or sellers. I can't imagine you guys being sellers, but to what extent you may buy, and to what extent you say, hey, let's go ahead and push these chips. I guess how much time do you think will elapse before you know how many chips you would like to put in the pot?
That's a great question. I think it's going to be, we're going to get out of the All-Star break, right? So, which is end of this week, we get to the All-Star break, and then you really, we go on this, road trip to the Rockies and Dodgers. So, I mean, my sense is that things are going to probably break late, not early, and I don't know. I mean, I think we're in a situation now where that you look at the team, we're adding people here every day, every week. And so the buyer-seller is kind of taking more of a back seat to Robbie Ray coming back. Tonight, Blake Snell back. Alex Cobb, hopefully soon. So, you get, and then tonight, by the way, it hasn't been made of it. Wilmer and Tyro Estrada have been out for 10 days. They're back. So I think the addition, at this point at least, we're focusing on the addition being the guys that are coming off the reserve injured list and the starting pitchers. I mean, should have at least 2 starting pitchers added to the rotation by the time everybody's focused on the trade deadline, by July 30th. So that's a convenient way of saying some of the addition for sure is going to be from guys that haven't been here but are going to be here coming back from injuries.
Yeah. Larry, as always, it's a pleasure. Well done yesterday. I mean, you guys do a hell of a job with those things, and that was no exception. That may have been one of the best ones that you guys have ever done. It certainly honored Willie Mays in a way that I know he would love to be honored. So celebration of life, Willie Mays yesterday out at Oracle was fantastic. So congrats on that one, and we'll look forward to talking in a couple weeks.
Much appreciated, Tom and Copes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Bear, if you missed any of that, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We usually talk to him every 2 weeks, but we are going to talk to Farhan on Thursday as well, so we can talk to him about the buy-sell situation. Giants have a Thursday day game, by the way. On Thursdays, they open up a 3-game series with Toronto. Toronto tonight. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come on back. We gave you a little bit earlier. We talked about how Klay Thompson was introduced today as a Dallas Maverick. A little bit later in the show, we'll give you Steph Curry's reaction to some of that. He talked to Team NBA or talked to some media yesterday after a Team USA practice about Klay's departure. But before we get to all that, we've got Paul George, Dusty Baker, Ron Washington, and a wine line caller in the Sound Soiree. That's right, more wine line. I'll give you this one. A woman called after me and dude. So okay, I won't give it away. That's next on the Sports League. The Giants celebrated the life of Willie Mays yesterday with speeches from Barry Bonds, Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton. Listen to all the speeches. They're on our podcast page, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
It's Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Cope's with you on a Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday, July 9th, 2024. I'm going to Chase Center tonight, Tom.
Oh, Blink 182?
Blink 182 at Chase tonight. How about that?
Nice.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I saw him in 2001. That's the last time I saw him.
Holy cow,
that was like
really?
my first real concert of like a show that I wanted to go see. My dad took me to see Green
So
Day.
it's like nostalgic
It's
for
pretty
you.
cool. It was Jimmy Eat World. Green Day was the middle act, is who I really wanted to go see, and I loved Blink 182 also. But I was 12. I was almost 12. It's coming up on my 12th birthday. Pretty cool. It was
Jimmy Eat World was there?
Yeah, they opened.
They played the middle?
Yeah, of course. That's all they played, probably. I told you I saw them again like a few months ago at a concert. Saw the middle. Anyway, Derek asked me, was it part of the Take Your Pants Off and Jacket tour? No, Derek, it was not. It was the Pop Disaster Tour in 2001. I don't think they'd done Take Off Your Pants and Jacket yet. It was before that, Tim? Yeah, thank you. Whatever, Tim. Hey, well, it wasn't summer yet, Derek. There you go. Into the Sound Soiree here. You don't know anything, Derek. All right, why don't we start? Why don't we start the Sound Soiree with Paul George, former Warrior Paul George. He's on a podcast, and he's talking about how close the Warriors trade was to being a reality. Here's Paul George.
And even Draymond Green said on his podcast that they wanted you. They was interested in you. I want to know, how did you feel when you found out that the Warriors wanted your ass? I mean, you was gonna play with Steph Curry. Come on, you know that.
Yeah,
that
was a real thing. Like, that was a real thing. That was close to being done. That deal was close to being done from what I was being, told on the situation. They was expressing like just how much they wanted me there, how I could have fit in perfectly with, Draymond, Steph,
Klay probably would have stayed.
Kuminga, like Wiggins. They didn't know how or what, package was going to be there to trade for me.
So, I mean, all right. Yeah, I mean, we know all that, but what's funny about that to me is just, who's this guy hosting with him? Just
and even Draymond Green said on his podcast.
You're doing a podcast talking about another, it's like a podcast and a podcast and a podcast, dude. And Klay probably would have stayed.
Yeah.
I don't think you understand everything that was happening, sir. Anyway, there you go.
By the way, don't forget about Pain and Sweetness from Jimmy Eat World.
I'd have to hear it.
Don't forget about those two songs. So we'll have Tim cue it up for you. You'll recognize
Tim, cue it up.
I don't know. Who knows what exactly went wrong? Maybe one of these guys. I'll ask Steve.
Well, the Clippers didn't want to do it, was the report. The Clippers didn't want to trade him to the Warriors, which, okay, Bomber. I think kind of has that.
Well, I know there was a deal that Clippers would have taken, but it included like a lot of draft picks
and Kuminga and.
Yes, and I don't know that you want to give up a lot of draft picks for a 35-year-old.
Yeah.
That's kind of if you're going to give them up for marketing, okay, different story.
And it's a 4-year deal once you do that too.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a 4-year for a 35.
Look, I don't know. It would have been cool to get George here. I don't know where that puts him. And again, if it's marketing, that's different. He's younger. Maybe you could sign him. He could be a guy you keep here for a while. But George isn't that guy. So it would have been cool to see. No doubt.
Yeah, would have been cool. I don't think Klay would have stayed either way. Moving on here.
Would have stayed.
In the Sound Soiree, here's Dusty Baker, former Giants manager, former Red, Astros, all sorts of managers. Anyway, he's telling a story yesterday about Willie signing, or about him signing Willie Mays' table. He's got these
That's a great
card
story.
tables. And so here's Dusty Baker talking about sitting at the card table, signing the card table. This is yesterday at the celebration.
I had a table in my office, and they were having the civil rights games, and it was a nice table. And anybody that knows Willie Mays know that Willie signs everything. You go to Willie's house, everything's ashtray signed, everything's signed. So Willie signs my table. I said, man, what are you doing? He tells me, he said, boy, I do what I want. So from then on, whoever came in, Johnny Bench would come in, Pete Rose, whoever would come in, a Hall of Famer. I have that table right now in the garage, but that was because of Willie Mays, one of the greatest players of all time. Thank you.
I'll do what I want.
I do what I want.
Whatever.
So it starts with Willie Mays, and then all the Hall of Famers that roll through there sign the table,
That's
too.
pretty sweet, dude. That's pretty cool.
Boy, I do what I want.
I do what I want. I want to say I've never seen a signed ashtray. I mean, like, does Willie sign his own stuff and, like, leave him in his house? Is that like just like
everything he owns, just like dish towels are like signed?
Yeah,
You
just like signs a plate and like serves it like, yo man, why you have your signature on your own plate?
Picks up groceries,
That's
he signed
what
in
I
each
do.
banana. You know what I mean?
That's
He's
my
like,
thing. I just sign stuff.
I'll do what I want.
If it's there, I sign it.
I want to sign it. That's hysterical. That's a great story
That
from
is
Dusty.
hysterical.
Moving on here. How about your guy? How about your guy Ron Washington?
What about him?
They just asked him what he thinks about the Angels. Here he is.
Oh no.
Hell yeah, I'm fed up. This team has no balls, let alone no asses and elbows. We need Ohtani and Trout back. Or maybe I'll just ask for a trade back to Atlanta.
What? Is that new? Like, is that him?
That is not real.
That can't be real. That's got to be AI, doesn't it?
This team has no balls.
There's no
what's he
way.
say? What's he say about arms and elbows?
I'm not buying that.
Let alone no asses and elbows.
That's like every time I flip on social media now, I got like a famous actor telling me all I got to do is put a little something in my coffee and I can lose 40 pounds or whatever. I'm like, just go away. And you can tell it's like AI because like there's no way they'd be saying that. Like I think I'm not buying that.
Hell yeah,
I don't buy that. I need to see like
I'm not buying it. I don't buy that.
I need
That's
to see.
real.
Yeah, send me back.
I don't buy it. I do not buy that for a second.
Come on.
Dude. You can trade me
I was
back to
buying
that.
it up until we need Trout, we need Ohtani, and send me to Atlanta. That's when I was out. Like I bought the balls. Like I could see him saying something like that.
This team has no balls.
Yeah, I was with you until the Ohtani, Trout, and then get me back to Atlanta. I was like, okay, he didn't say. There's no way he said that.
Nah, it's fake. It's got to be fake. I think it's fake.
Not buying it.
This team has no balls.
Yeah, MLB on Facts, the Fact Sports, they use that video. So I'm going it's
okay,
fake.
then that's definitely not real.
Let's tighten it up back there, huh, boys? Huh? You tighten it up.
Yeah. Oh, they thought it was real?
Derek's like, it's real.
Wow. We got issues.
Derek, yes, you did. Derek's like nodding in his ear. Like, yes, it's absolutely real. Yeah, there's no way it's not real. That's what it is. Derek was
trying
doing,
to
dude.
pass it off.
There's no way. Trying to pass it off on me. We're going to fool us, dude. We're too smart. All right, one more here.
Man.
This is real. This is not fake. This is real. I haven't heard this either. A lot of times I hear this stuff beforehand. I have not heard this. We have the wine line, 415-995-6998 for all your unbridled.
That's gonna be good.
All your unbridled hate. Yesterday, Tom and I were talking about the Cleveland Guardians and their the pair of brothers. By the way, apparently there's a third one coming. Josh Naylor and Bo Naylor, and they've got a third
Little
brother.
Naylor.
There's a little Naylor too. And I said, dude, I mean, every time you hear that name, it just plays right into the bit that we frequently do.
Yeah, the bit.
Naylor
yes.
just met her. Apparently, a woman called yesterday, and I don't know if she was happy or upset about the riff, but here we go.
So is that what we really heard? Tolbert and Pope saying Naylor, I just met her. And Tolbert said he wouldn't want Naylor to date his daughter. What are you guys, the new Lamont and Sinelli? I mean, you really just said that? I mean, really? Naylor. Wow.
Oh, I thought she was going to join the bit there for a minute.
She was going to get in on it at the end, dude.
At the very
she was
end,
going to say it
Naylor.
the second time. Just met her, really? that was so much better than I could have dreamed. Dude, the part that got me was when she actually says it in the beginning. She goes, Naylor, just met her.
Naylor, no. I just met her.
415-995-6998 for all your unbridled hate on the KNBR wine line.
What are you guys, the new Lamont Tonelli?
The new Lamont Tonelli.
That's incredible, dude. That's so funny.
We're going to do Tata Tuesdays next week.
Tata Tuesday's coming up. Yeah, it's another Tata Tuesday on Tolbert. When we come on back, Steph Curry checked in on Klay Thompson leaving and what the future holds for him. Naylor, just met her.
Really?
Really?
Steph Curry on Klay next on the Sports Leader.
Listen anywhere, anytime on the KNBR app. Now back to Tolbert and Kerps.
Tolbert, Kerps, how you guys doing, man?
Okay, dude.
On the Sports Leader.
Really?
Still laughing at that call, man. You guys got to send that to me. I got to have that.
Really?
It's too funny. Because I use that joke like the anything with the ER or the EM. It's not a sexist joke. It's just anything with an EM. We'll go just met him. Wrecked him, nearly killed him. Tolbert goes with you on a
really?
Tuesday afternoon. Steve Kerr joined us yesterday. We got that coming your way in about 10 minutes. We'll play that for you. Giants pregame coming up at 5:45 for a 6:45 first pitch. It'll be Kikuchi tonight on the mound, a lefty against another lefty. Blake Snell returns for the first time in over a month. He hasn't pitched since June the 2nd. Giants made some roster moves today. They DFA'd Nick Ahmed. So Nick Ahmed no longer a San Francisco Giant. Tonight starting at short, it's going to be Tyler Fitzgerald. He's batting ninth, playing shortstop. They made a couple other moves in activating both Wilmer Flores and Tyro Estrada. So they're active as well. Tyro Estrada and Wilmer both in the lineup tonight as well. Wilmer's at first and Tyro at second, of course. All right, let's get into some of this sound here. Steph Curry yesterday, after Team USA practice, he addressed the media. He actually did a few sit-down interviews, and he sat with Malika Andrews here at this one. He discussed his future with the Warriors, but first he talked about Klay leaving the organization. And I think Klay and Draymond and Steph, you have to believe it, at numerous times talked about playing the entirety of their careers together. But here Steph is talking about Klay Thompson leaving in free agency.
So, Steph, one of the last times that you and I did this, you told me that it didn't even feel close to the last dance for the two of you, Klay and Draymond. When did that change?
I mean, we talked about it a lot just in the sense of the journey that we've been on. Obviously, me since 2009, Klay's a 2011 draft, Draymond, and then when Coach came in 2014, and what's happened since, we would have loved to maintain, the core and finish out together. But we obviously understand the league and things change, and having Klay head on to Dallas, it's tough. It's something that I never imagined would be a reality, but you want him to be happy, you want him to be able to enjoy the game of basketball. It does suck losing Klay. There's no two ways around it. So you have to be able to celebrate what we accomplished, but then be able to move on.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was thinking while Steph was saying that, I'm not going to ask whether Klay will get cheered when he comes back with Dallas. It might be as loud as any Warrior that comes off the bench, and it's always Steph. It'll definitely rival that on that night. So I wanted to ask if he's going to get booed. There won't be one person there that boos him, not one. It'll be all cheers and all love for Klay. But I'm curious, once the game starts, they won't root for Dallas, but will they root for Klay? Will they be cheering when Klay hits shots against the Warriors? Because at that time, you're trying to win the game, right? And I'm just wondering how the crowd's going to react once the game starts. Because my take on all that has always been, look, if they helped you win or they were guys you loved while they were there, give them a massive ovation before the game. And then boo them and do whatever you have to do because you're trying to win the game. They play for the opposition at that point. But I'm just wondering if the love for Klay was so strong that they'll be even cheering him when he hits shots during. Like, I wonder if you'll hear cheers when Klay hits a three against the Warriors, even though you go to see the Warriors win the game, and that's gonna help the Mavericks win the game. I wonder how that's gonna play out because this is interesting. Because that number, I think he's 31 now with the Mavericks, looked really weird.
Yep.
Just really weird. Him doing the press conference with the Maverick wallpaper behind him was bizarre.
It's a different blue. Yeah, it's all strange.
Yeah.
Right.
We've never really had this before where someone had won this many championships in this type of run. I'm trying to think with the Giants, maybe. Oh, God,
a lot of those guys got multiple.
Did Lincecum pitch here?
I mean, no, he never.
Bumgarner did, and he got an ovation.
Yeah, Lincecum never pitched here though. But Bumgarner is weird because he got an ovation like he wasn't scheduled to pitch the first time the D-backs came back, and they just showed him in the dugout, right? So then by the time they saw him another time, it's like he'd already been back. We kind of given him an ovation. It wasn't the return. Lincecum never pitched here, though, right? He went to Texas, and then he was in the minors for the Angels and came up.
Angels, yeah. I think he pitched in the big leagues for the Angels.
He did, okay.
Yeah.
I know he was with the Salt Lake Bees at one point. It's the only reason I remember that. But
it wasn't memorable. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, Washington bitched about that, too, actually.
Yeah. Of course he did.
He's like, yeah, great. Lincecum's here. No, but I don't think that happened with a Giant. I'm trying to think of one. Like, Buster didn't leave, obviously. Crawford.
Nope.
Crawford will get the ovation.
Yeah.
Right? When they come back, final series of the season is when the Cardinals come.
Oh, definitely.
They'll get the ovation. But yeah, you're right. It hasn't really happened with other big-time players. Here's more. Steph Curry, then they talked about, he was asked about, this is on Yahoo Sports, he was asked about his future with the Warriors. I mean, I don't know what people thought if we thought they'd all stay together forever, but I don't know how many people believe Klay would leave. Obviously, we're hearing now that things soured in the last couple of years, but Steph Curry, what does his future hold with the Warriors?
Yeah, I mean, I can clearly say I want to be a Warrior for life. That's always been my goal. And I'm saying that sitting in this chair right now. But like you said, life and especially life in the NBA, it is a wild environment, and things change quickly, and the league has changed quickly. So we're trying to adapt and evolve. And until that, I'll let everybody know if that changes. But right now, like, of course, the goal is always to be to finish my career with one team.
That's important to him. his legacy.
I know what fans are thinking. It wasn't super definitive.
Yeah, right.
But he's right. I mean, you can't be definitive.
I'll let you know if it changes. That's the goal.
You can't come out. You can't come out and say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to finish my career. I'm absolutely going to finish my career." You don't know. You don't know what's going to change in the future. Like a lot of this stuff isn't his decision. It's the Warriors' decision, and not even what I'm talking about. Not Steph. It's just roster decisions that may impact his decision. So yeah, I think he wants to be here. I think he wants to stay here right now, but that could change in 3 years. I mean, let's say he outlasts Draymond, and I think he probably will, and the team is not going in the right direction. And they ask Steph, hey, we need to rebuild. We'd love to get a few picks for you. Because now you're talking 3 years from now. Steph's not going to get you the haul that he would get you now. So, and he says, yeah, I'd love to go here and play with so-and-so, or I'd love to go here and win a championship, or I'd love to go here because you guys aren't going to win, and I'd love to help you. I do think it means something to him, though, because you start thinking of recent players who have played for the same team.
I got two.
Kobe comes to mind, and Duncan comes to mind.
Yep.
Those are the two that come to mind. Right now, it's still way, 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 way too early, right? But Steph is the guy. I mean, Steph's the guy, and Draymond's the guy. Then, Embiid and Tatum and Brown, but they're still really young, so we'll see where that leads. But
Doncic's too young still, right? Guys like
way too young. But, look at great. Jokic, pretty young still. I mean, he's probably still got 8 years left.
He's on that Steph path, though, because of what he's accomplished.
He is on the Steph path.
He's on kind of that track.
He's on that path. And then you got guys like KD and LeBron that are just going to kind of hop around. They might be – I'm trying to think of, like, two greater players that have hopped around as much as they've hopped around. Because, I mean, they're like bunnies. They're hopping all over the place. I mean, LeBron is going to go down as, like – top 5, where I don't care where you want to put him, probably 2. At least top 3 with Kareem, him, and Jordan.
Yeah.
That's probably that'd be my top 3.
And statistically, he may top them all in outside of championships. And then the other note that came up the other day that somebody was talking about is when he signed his 2-year extension, if he plays through it, which I think we all believe he will, he'll have had a longer NBA career at 25 years than anybody in the history of the league.
It's insane.
Or something like that. It's like, what are we doing?
It's insane.
Is year 25?
I mean, yeah, you start looking at all the years he played with all these teams, you're like, holy cow. Like, he's going to end up playing, like, 7 or 8 years with the Lakers.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Cleveland, and then Miami, and then back to Cleveland, and then out to L.A. Like, that's a lot of hopping around for one of the, 2 or 3 greatest players of all time.
KD, too. Yeah, you mentioned
and then you
KD.
get KC, right? Oklahoma City.
Warriors.
And then it's tired of that. Then goes Warriors. Then goes Warriors to
Brooklyn,
Nets.
yeah.
Then goes Nets to Suns. And, I mean, does anybody out there think KD's done? Like, by a long shot. I think KD's probably got another 2 good teams left in him, let alone one
Two
team.
more good runs, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's got a couple more teams left in him
14 seasons left or something.
before he's done.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it does mean something. Because when I think of Kobe and Tim Duncan, I mean, there are just so many vivid memories of them playing for the Lakers and Spurs. So I think Steph wants to do it. I think that's his goal to do it. But we will see. That would be even, I don't know, that would be even stranger than this one. This is strange enough.
Yeah.
That would be bizarro world.
Yeah. A few people are saying like Joe Montana leaving but he was traded.
That was a big one. Yeah, there have been big ones.
It's also different when it's a trade. Like he was traded away versus Klay left. Like he was a part of this dynasty and now it's over because he decided to leave. And everybody else, a few people mentioning Shaq. Shaq did jump to a bunch of teams.
He put up like 7, I think.
He was in Cleveland at one point. Like he put on a Celtics unit. You know what I mean? Who the hell is this about?
You look and you go, oh, that's right.
Bizarre.
Shaq played there.
The whole thing is weird. Coleman and Cobes on a Tuesday afternoon. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors and Team USA. We talked about all of it with him yesterday. We've got it for you next on the Sports Leader. Blake Snell back for the Giants tonight as he makes his first start since June the 2nd. For all your Giants news, follow us, KNBR and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Well, X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract, and for just $15 a month more, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead, you can binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, yes, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. You love sports. You love high def. You love all the big streaming names all in one place on Xfinity. You will love Xfinity.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon, and Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. By the way, many people checking in on one-team players recently. How could we forget Dirk Nowitzki? Many of you guys on the "Oh my God" text line have checked in. I don't know how we could forget. We hear him every single day. We spoke to Warriors head coach and Team USA head coach Steve Kerr yesterday, and here's how the interview started.
We've just hooked up with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, who's now in Vegas, getting ready for the 2024 Olympics in Paris. That'll be starting toward the end of this month. The head coach, Steve Kerr. What's up, Steven? How things going in Vegas? I know it's a little warm, but you are inside. Is the talent just overwhelming when you're out there watching these guys practice?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's almost surreal to see them all on the same team. You know, to see LeBron and Steph and Kevin, and then you keep surveying the room, and you can't believe the talent. You know, Anthony Davis, Joel Embiid, Jason Tatum. It just you keep going and keep going. So the challenge is, how do we take these 12 guys and help them learn the FIBA game? It really is a different game. The rules are different. The ball's different. And then how do you adapt to not being the main guy who's going to get 20 shots every single night? And so these guys are all going to, have to play slightly different roles, and they'll have to get used to that.
I would imagine that's tougher than who's playing. It's who's not playing and who's going to play together and who may only get 10 minutes, because everybody can't play, and these are the best players. I think you were absolutely correct when you stated they're all Hall of Famers. Like, I think all these guys, barring injuries, will be in the Hall of Fame someday. Yet, you know what? That's not what it's about. It's about winning a championship and trying to get that gold medal. But not everybody can play 35, 40 minutes a night, and you're the one that makes those decisions. That's probably, that's not very appealing, I wouldn't imagine, going, look, I know you did great this year, but how's 5 minutes sound?
Well, one of the things you do as a head coach is you delegate, and so I've delegated to Mark Few that Coach Few is in charge of all playing time questions from the team. So, no,
you're going to be good. You're good cop, huh? He's bad cop. Hey, Mark, I need you to be bad cop.
Right. Yeah. Hey, LeBron, can you believe Coach Few took you out at the end of I would have kept you in, but that's his responsibility.
Just sell him out. Steve's
whatever it takes, Tom. Whatever it takes.
Steve's like, he's going back to college anyway. He's going to see these guys. What do I care? I might try to get some of these guys at some point. Oh, my gosh. We're talking to the head coach of the Warriors, the head coach of the Olympic team, Steve Kerr. Let's get to Klay Thompson, because I heard what you said, and I basically said kind of the same stuff as, like, look, it's very hard for three guys to go riding off into the sunset together and everyone's going to be happy. This is kind of how it ends, and I'm just wondering, let me ask you this, because I know you've been asked everything else. At what point from your vantage point did it connect? You always talk about connectivity. Where did the connective tissue kind of start to fray a little bit with Klay and the team? Is there a starting point where you kind of sensed it wasn't quite right?
Well, I don't know if I ever felt anything like that, but the way I look at it, everything changed with the ACL tear.
Yeah.
There's pre-injury Klay and post-injury Klay, and I'm not even talking about on the court. I'm really talking about off the court. I just think he struggled with not just coming back from consecutive career-threatening injuries that kept him out for 2 years, but even just the thought of it, reconciling that he lost maybe what would have been the two best years of his career, because that was sort of the time where his skill, his knowledge, his experience, everything, was coming together. I thought the game he played against Toronto when he tore his ACL was one of the best games I've ever seen him play. But I just think it was so difficult on him. It has been so difficult on him ever since that point. And so there was never like a fraying between Klay and the team. It was more, things got a lot harder for Klay himself. And so, he went from the guy who was zero maintenance and carefree and just loving life to, man, we saw him struggling, and it was difficult to see, and we tried to help him through it as best we could. And but even though he came back and has played really well and done a phenomenal job, helped us win another title in 22, it's just been really rough for him, having to figure all that stuff out.
How tough was it for you? Because I know, you mentioned, and this is to a much lesser extent, Kevon Looney last year, where he had his consecutive game streak snapped, and you said that wasn't easy, but you had to do what was best for the team, because you're not trying to do what's best for one player. It's about the team and advancing the team forward. And I think in the same vein, that Klay coming off the bench, maybe Klay not closing games. How tough are those decisions for you? Because it's easy to say, I got to do what's best for the team, but these are two guys that have helped you win championships, and Klay 4 championships. Like, how tough is that as a coach to try to separate look, you've been there, you're part of the reason I'm where I'm at, and you're part of the reason this building gets built, you're an all-timer, you got your number retired, but right now, I feel like this is the best direction to go for the team, and I owe it to the team to try to put the best foot forward out there. How tough were those decisions?
Yeah, they're all tough, and every year, you have these types of decisions as a coach, and you have to kind of navigate your way through them. But they're especially tough when they involve a guy like Klay, who has done so much for the team. But when the team starts to struggle. Then I have to make the best decision for the team, and not for the individual. And players understand that, and I try to help our players through that as best I can. But ultimately, that's the job, and it's no fun when you're put in that position, but that is the job. And so I think this year we found late in the season that we looked better for a while with Brandon starting and Klay coming off the bench. And then, teams started to adjust a little bit, and we went back to Klay. But that's, it's kind of the where we are as a team and where certain guys are individually, where we're having to make these changes.
Talking to Warriors head coach and Team USA head coach Steve Kerr on the UMA guest line. But you brought some new players in. Kyle Anderson, Melton comes in, as well as Buddy Hield. What do those players allow you to do on the roster that maybe you didn't have that ability to do last year?
Well, they're all really good players, first of all. Good, solid pros. They've been around for a while. I think Melton has always been a guy we've really admired from afar for his two-way capabilities. Versatility as a guard, to handle the ball or play off the ball, and a good passer, excellent defender. Anderson he just has so much feel. He's a really good passer and not much of a shooter, but a guy who can play multiple positions, guard multiple positions, and connect a lot of lineups. So we're really excited about him. And then with our shooting, Buddy Hield's been. I saw the number. I mean, in the last 5 years, I think he has the second most threes in the league after Steph. We just really needed more shooting, not only with Klay leaving, but even if Klay had come back, we needed more shooting. So I think Mike and the staff did a really good job of getting those guys and filling out our roster, and I think we'll have a lot of competition now going forward.
Hey, I think I would tell Kuminga to follow Kyle Anderson around and just do what he does and watch the way he plays basketball. They're totally different players. Nobody would think they're alike, and I don't. But I love the way Kyle Anderson plays the game. He has no athletic ability, yet he still has an impact on the games. And I think that's somebody a young player could learn a lot from.
Yeah, he's really, really smart, great feel, and there's no doubt. J.K., Moses, our young guys, they can learn a lot from Kyle. And I've talked to people with the Spurs who had him. Everyone loves Kyle. He's a total pro, and I think he's going to be a great fit for us.
No doubt about it. Last one before, because I wanted to ask you a little bit about the Olympic team, but last one on Klay, short one. Do you think, could the argument be made, I made the argument, but I'm wondering if you would agree or disagree with it, or if it's even fair, that it may be better for both parties that Klay went somewhere else, because sometimes you get to a point where, you just for whatever reason, time runs out, you need something fresh.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and Klay expressed that to me when we sat down and talked during free agency, and we had several discussions about everything that was happening, and ultimately what it came down to for him was he felt like a change of scenery would be good, and because he felt that way, and and the difficulties that he's had kind of reconciling with the injuries, comparing himself to his old self, I think it could be the best thing for both sides. And I hate to even say that, but it sounds crazy, but I do think it's probably the case, and obviously we wish Klay well and thank him for everything that he's done for us.
So I know you like to tinker with the lineups a lot until you get to about maybe All-Star break. Then you like to have things settle down. I mean, it didn't quite work out that way last year, but I know ideally that's what you'd like to have. You don't really have that luxury in the Olympics. Would you like to have one kind of starting lineup and a closing lineup, and then figure it out? And how do you figure out what you want? Is it game-to-game basis? Because you can go small, you can go massive. You can play damn near any lineup you want to play, and that's probably the only problem you have. Is like, well, what do you want to go here? I don't know. What do you think we should go? Yeah, let's go small tonight and see how it works out. How do you do that as far as like starting, closing? Is it all going to be fluid?
I think it'll be fluid. I really do. I think we'll start different lineups the first three games, the first three exhibition games. Or friendlies, as we like to call them.
Friendly. Not the damn friendlies.
Yeah. International friendly. That's what they are.
Yeah. So I think we'll change the lineup around. I don't want to get kind of shoehorned into one lineup right away. I'm going to experiment the first few games. This is day 3 today. We play Canada 2 days from now. We're at least a couple of weeks away from, I think, having everybody in a good groove. With good conditioning, good rhythm, all that stuff. So the next couple of weeks will be really important, and we'll experiment quite a bit during that span.
Here's the thing. You're going to be thinking about it. You, Spoelstra, you'll be thinking about the starting lineup, and you'll grind, and you'll say, okay, what do you think? Okay, let's go. Hold on a second. Let's go with this. And then I can go home and put all their names in a hat and draw 5 names out, and my starting lineup will probably be as good as yours.
I think you're probably right. And speaking of that, we've scrimmaged the select team the last 2 days, and both days I divided the teams. We only had 10 guys healthy, and both days I divided them into 2 groups, and I had one group shoot a 3-pointer, and if they got to pick their guy to shoot the 3. If he made it, they got to start, and if he missed it, then the other team started. So. It's really scientific thinking that's helping us make our decisions so far with USA basketball. So,
isn't Pajemski playing for the select team?
Yeah, he is, and he was great yesterday. One of the best players on the floor. Good today too, but yesterday was a really, really good day for him. Trace has played well too. Great for him to go against Embiid and Anthony Davis, Bam Adebayo, best bigs in the league. So. Unbelievable experience for these guys.
What would you like to see more from Pajemski next year? I'm such a huge fan of his, and he just plays the game the right way. The only thing I would say is ditch the hook shot, and you're good to go.
I'm a believer that hook shot.
You believed in it last year too, when he was like 2 for 30.
He's only a rookie.
That's okay. I love him. I love him. He's not Kareem.
He's not Kareem. You're right. We don't need a lot of the sky hooks, but I think he does. He does have to
express himself occasionally. I get it.
Expressing himself.
I get
the
it.
floater, the hook. Like it's the shot he's going to need.
Okay.
So he's got to figure it out. But what I want to see more of is more threes, because he's a really good shooter, and I just want to see him shoot 4 or 5 threes every game.
Is there anything from TJD you want to see more of next year? Because I thought he did everything like you've talked about wanting a center to do. Like Looney did a lot of that. Looney just didn't have the vertical capabilities or the running capabilities that TJD does. So he gave you a lot of the stuff that you want to see in your center. Is there things he can build on that you'd like to see him do a little bit better? I mean, aside from like think the game and just be a little more knowledgeable about what's going on, but you expect that out of rookies and that growth to come. Anything else out there you'd like to see from him?
I just want him to run as fast as he can. I think he goes into a little bit of a cruise control mode when he sprints, or he doesn't sprint. That's kind of the point. I think he thinks he's sprinting, but he's not. And I think he's got another gear, and run the floor faster, get down and bury his guy in the paint, get some easy baskets in transition. But Trey's has great feel, really good passer, good DHO guy, and then really good hands around the rim. So it's crazy that we got him at 57. I mean, this guy, his performance today against some of the best bigs in the world showed what he's capable of. He had several nice finishes around the rim. He rebounded, passed it well. I mean, he's a really good player.
Steve Kerr on the UMA guest line. What is the changes in the coaching staff this year? Jerry Stackhouse joins the team, and then I'm blanking on the other name you brought in.
Yeah, Terry Stotts.
Terry Stotts, of course.
Love Terry Stotts.
Blazers head coach, right?
Yeah, so I wanted to really fill Kenny's spot with another former head coach in Terry, and I think it's important to have a guy who's been a head coach next to me, and then. We needed a former player on the staff. We haven't had one the last couple of years. Over the years, we've had guys like Leandro Barbosa, Willie Green, Jaron Collins, Luke Walton. And Jerry really stood out because not only is he a former player, but he's a former great player. He's a 2-time All-Star. And he's also been a head coach, at Vanderbilt for 5 years. And I interviewed him last week and loved his demeanor, just loved what he brings, and I think both guys will be big additions to our staff.
Did you tell Terry you'd appreciate it if he stayed longer than a month?
Yeah. we did talk about that. I'm very confident that he will stay beyond 30 days.
Yeah, just curious. And you said TJD doesn't sprint. I would contend that he runs maybe a little harder than you think. He just runs more straight up and down than Eric Dickerson, so it doesn't look like he's running that hard. Tell him to get a little forward lean. Tell him to get a little forward lean to his run. I mean, this guy, he is so straight up and down when he runs. All right, before we let you go, let me ask you about Kuminga. I'm sure shooting is something you would love to see him work on during the offseason, but some of the feel for the game stuff, and that's why I mentioned Kyle Anderson. I don't know if that's something you work on. I don't know if watching film helps it. It's just you got to play and recognize. In fact, I don't even know how much better you can get at that. I think you can, but I'm not sure. If you're kind of an instinctual player, you have it. Sometimes you don't. But what are the things you'd like to see him work on? Because I think he's a huge key to next season. I mean, depending on what kind of jump he makes, that could go a long way to your fortunes next year.
Yeah, so we want to see him continue on the arc, on the rise that he's been on the last couple of years. He's still a very young player. He's picked up the game late, but he's gotten better and better. And I think I can help him this year. Try to simplify some things. Give him 2 options on cuts and that sort of thing, and streamline our offense a little bit. But I think catch and shoot is important because he's such a powerful downhill driver that if he can get people to respect that jump shot, it'll open up the floor for him and for other people. But JK's been great, and he's getting better all the time, putting the work in. Great young guy. Just got to keep on the path that he's on.
All right, Stephen Douglas, we always appreciate it. Did the NBA have to have gambling talks with everybody that's there because you guys are in Vegas?
Yeah, they brought Dr. Boudreau.
They
around
did.
To give,
Oh,
yeah.
So everybody knows about the two-team teaser now.
That's right. You're gonna have to share that with our listeners.
I may have
for them
to
understand what the hell I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
well, I don't know. If I think I've shared it before, Steve. Maybe one of these days. Everybody loves a good Dr. Boudreau story.
Everybody loves the Dr. Boudreau
Unless you're on the
story.
business end of it, then you don't like it at all.
Man, not so much.
Steve, thanks so much. We always
All right.
appreciate it. Hey, best of luck in Paris. We'll all be watching. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys bring home the gold, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, Tom. Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
Steve.
We'll see
I
you
appreciate it.
soon.
There you go.
Klay Thompson was introduced as a Dallas Maverick today and spoke about his departure from the Golden State Warriors. For all your Warrior news, you can listen right here to KNBR or check out the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Well, X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month more, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead, you can binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, yes, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual fees vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. You love sports. You love high def. You love all the big streaming names all in one place on Xfinity. You will love Xfinity.
And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball!
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
20 years ago today, Anchorman hit the big screen. Maybe the most quotable movie, certainly of my lifetime. It's got to be like top 3 quotable movies of my lifetime. I dropped the line a minute ago on these guys in there that I wasn't even meaning to reference Anchorman, and it was an Anchorman. She was Chinese or Brazilian or something weird. Brian Fantana, dude, when he's about to put the what is it, Sex Panther by Odeon. It's made with bits of real panther, so you know it's good.
Bits of real panther.
Yes, I think about 10 minutes before me and this little cookie are doing the no pants dance. What should I go with? London Gentleman? No, wait, I know. Blackbeard's Delight. A special one for this. Make this kitty purr. Oh man, you remember the first time you saw it?
Oh, theater.
Yeah. What cologne you gonna go with? London Gentleman or wait? No. Hold on. Blackbeard's Delight. No. She gets a special cologne. It's called Sex Panther by Odeon. It's illegal in 9 countries. Yep. It's made with bits of real panther, so you know it's good. It's quite pungent. Oh, yeah.
It's quite pungent.
Ooh, it's a formidable scent. It stings the nostrils. In a good way.
They've done studies, you know. 60% of the time, it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
To be honest with you, but it smells like pure gasoline.
I like when he said, that escalated in a hurry, didn't it?
Yeah.
Really jumped up a notch.
Yeah, Brick killed a guy. Stabbed again in the heart with a trident.
I love lamp. Do you really love the lamp, or are you just saying it because you saw it?
I love lamp. I love lamp.
The times that were a-changing. Ron Burgundy never heard that song. Such a good line. So many stupid lines in that movie. Derek said first time he saw the movie was with Dave Fleming. In theaters.
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
20 years ago, how old were you, Derek?
I was 13.
A 13-year-old Derek Papa and a 25-year-old Dave Fleming went to the movies with Greg Papa. That's right, I was there to go see Anchorman. How and why did this happen?
We were in Denver, Colorado. Greg was filling in from time to time, and there was a rain delay in the Giants game. And Dave, while he was doing talkback, probably for KNBR, was looking at movie times. And then once the game got delayed or rained out entirely, he came with us to the theater.
That's awesome.
Apparently, Derek told me the story goes, Dave was doing talkback, slid the note across. He's like, "There's a 10 p.m. Can I go? I want to see it too."
You are a smelly pirate hooker. Why don't you go back to your home on Whore Island?
You with me on that quotable movie? Most quotable? Dodgeball's up there.
For you, for me it is too, but for me, in my generation, it's
Caddyshack.
Yeah. Don't act like you're not impressed.
Caddyshack was the first movie that was like just ultra quotable, and it's just up and down the line. And that one, and I mean, for me and my buddies, I don't know if this is something that's true en masse, but Fletch is a huge one too. Vacation is another big one. Real tomato ketchup, Eddie? Nothing but the best. Like those vacation lines kill me. I mean, they just kill me. But yeah, Caddyshack. You know, the Bill Murray has some incredible.
I will smash your face into a car windshield and then take your mother, Dorothy Mantooth, out for a nice seafood dinner and never call her again.
Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. You hear me? Vince Vaughn, dude.
What do you say we go out on a date? Have some chicken, maybe some sex. You know, see what happens.
Dude, the part that got me in the army, even as a kid, dude, the early being a baseball fan, The early scene when they're just running through who the cast is, and he runs up to Chinkine Sports and he goes, Gene Tennis at the plate.
Gene Tennis.
The reference is whammy. The Gene Tennis reference. I was like, what?
Gene Tennis.
So
Whammy.
Man, many people checking in here with their quotable movies. First of all, 310 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says they sell Sex Panther at perfume stores now, even on Amazon. Is that what Tim's always wearing? 925 says Stripes.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
707 says, yeah, all National Lampoon movies, very, very quotable.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then
Animal House.
Animal House is good. Yeah, I'm a
Good
zit.
one, too.
Get it?
Yeah.
707 says Airplane.
0.0.
Mr. Burgundy, you have a massive erection.
Really?
Really?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry. It's the pleats.
The pleats.
It's actually an optical illusion. It's the pattern on the pants. It's not flattering in the crotchal region.
Crotchal region.
So dumb, dude. 408 says My Cousin Vinny in A League of Their Own. I would say My Cousin Vinny for sure. Not a word of fat on that movie. I'm going mostly my lifetime. That one's, I think, a little bit before. That's maybe my favorite movie of all time. And 408 says Airplane. It's got to be in there.
Airplane, yes.
Airplane definitely quotable.
One.
Airplane
definitely very quotable. And please, don't call me Shirley.
Smoking or non-smoking? Smoking, please. Yeah. No, Diane. The white zone is for loading and unloading only.
Stewardess, I speak jive.
The little boy, my favorite when the little boy sits down next to the girl with a cup of coffee, and he offers her coffee, and he goes, cream? She goes, no thanks, I take it black, like my men. It's like a 7-year-old kid. The look on the little boy's face just blows me away every time.
Oh, man.
Yeah, 831 says Mel Brooks movies. Most of them are quotable.
Mel Brooks,
That's not drop where you just thrashed bros of.
Did you just throw a burrito at me? Well, I think I did.
Well, now this is happening.
that just happened.
It's got a podcast on. It's so stupid. I think Brian Fantana's my favorite, but I'm just a big Paul Rudd guy in general.
Paul Rudd's hilarious.
Fantana cracks me up, yeah.
He's absolutely hilarious.
Anyway, we've got a little bit of time, I think, on the other side for some soup du jour. Giants pregame in about 15 minutes. Blake Snell makes his return to the mound down at Oracle Park against Yusei Kikuchi of the Toronto Blue Jays. A couple of lefties on the hill. We'll get you a little bit of soup when we come on back, only here on the Sports Leader.
I have very little time to get to the gym, so I have to scope my guns at the office.
Oh, stop calling your arms guns.
Do you know who I am?
No, I can't say that I do.
I don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
Really?
People know me.
Well, I'm very happy for you.
I'm very important. I have many leather-bound books, and my apartment smells of rich mahogany.
All right, we got a few minutes for a couple of soups, but before we do, I got to show everybody who is watching, streaming via YouTube, Twitch, whatever. I just tried this, and it's not often that I try a beer that's completely different than any other beer that I've tried before. This has one of the greatest cans that I've seen. I'm going to show it to you here in a second, because this is another old movie. I don't remember it being particularly quotable. Good movie, though. The movie is Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Oh, dude, great movie.
Here's the can. I'm going to hold it up for you guys to see.
One of my favorites.
You can see the can.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Pickle Lager, dude. And they're sitting on top of the phone booth as pickles. That's
Yes.
pretty good, dude. I like that.
Dill and Ted's Excellent Pickle Lager.
But I do like a nice pickle.
Yes. So, and I love pickles.
Same.
Like they're my favorite are the dill chips. Like pickles, that's probably a little too much. But I love the dickle chips. the dill. You can say dickle.
Cut that up.
Yeah,
Tim.
like
Load up on the pickle.
Yeah, exactly. The dickle chips. But those are tasty, especially on burgers. So I tried this because I like pickles and I like beer. So I gave it a shot, and it's kind of how, like, I'm not sure where I'm at on it yet. I don't hate it. I don't know if I love it, but I'm closer to liking it than not liking it. The dickle chips. I guess it's a combination. Like if they just took a lager and mixed it half and half with pickle juice, and that's what you get. It's like kind of like it's a pickle flavored lager is what it is. So I mean, if you like pickles, you may be into this. If you don't like pickles, you probably shouldn't even try it. I don't even know why would you try it if you don't like pickles. But it's the dickle chips. It is definitely different than anything I've ever had. I mean, definitely a badass can. The black can and Bill and Ted, or Dill and Ted, I guess.
I like that.
Yeah. Sitting on top of the phone booth. The pickle lagers. So that's my buddy over at Barry Fieldwork put that out. So
they think Joan of Arc. They think Joan of Arc's Noah's wife.
I don't remember. See, I don't remember quotes from that movie.
Oh, you remember what's the name of their high school? I'm blanking on San Dimas High football rules. He just yells it at the end of their presentation. And he gets the eruption, much like Billy Madison yells neighbor high football rules at the end of the speech he gives about the puppy who lost his way. Yeah, Joan of Arc's Noah's wife.
69, dudes!
Yeah. It's a pretty good one. They go to like medieval times at one point. And they get into it with a king. I forget who it is, mate. And he says, "Take them to the Iron Maiden." They go, "Iron Maiden, excellent."
Yeah, excellent.
He goes, "Execute them." They go, "Oh, bogus." I'm Bill S. Preston Esquire, and I'm Ted Theodore Logan. Together we're Wild Stallions. Great movies, dude.
I think the medieval times scene that I remember most, probably from any film, is Cable Guy.
Yeah, that's exactly where Tim was going.
Yeah, buddy. You better get on your horse because not messing around. He was literally ready to take someone's head off. All right. Now this is wild, just based on what happened and where it happened, and that someone came up with the name for this convenience store. Like convenience stores always have names like Quickie Stop or something on the go, or go and
You go Bill and Ted's Circle K. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K.
Yeah, we did Circle K big in Tucson, by the way. Massive in Tucson. The Circle Ks, AM PMs, those were big in my neck of the woods. In fact, my buddy Steve Davidson used to play wiffle ball for Big Gulps. Those were 7-Eleven. AM PM had the bucket of soda. I kid you not. It was like it had a handle on it. And it was a half gallon of soda. And you'd fill up this bucket and you'd carry it out. And we played for it just because it was so stupid. We'd play wiffle ball. Best 2 out of 3 for a bucket of soda. So you had to buy the bucket of soda. You know, it was like... And the great thing about the fountain sodas are like the small was like 49 cents and the bucket of soda was like 89 cents. Like, they didn't care. They just like, look, if you're going to buy something, you're going to get the bucket because you're going to pay 40 cents more for like 50 more ounces
Was
of
it called
soda.
the sledgehammer bucket?
God, I don't remember what it was called. I just remember it had a handle, like a legit handle on it. And you get home and it's like, cool, I won the bucket of soda. And then you like realize, like, I can't drink all this. What am I going to do with a bucket of soda? And you're not going to refill it because you want to carry
64
around a
ounces
damn
of soda,
bucket.
dude. Yeah.
No, it was bigger than that.
It's bigger than 64?
This one was bigger than that because the 64 was like double the Big Gulp. And I don't know what their name for a Big Gulp was. Again, the Big Gulp was 7-Eleven. I used to go to 7-Eleven all the time because they had all the wrestling cups. They used to come up with all the characters or NFL themed cups, and you'd go there. And I still remember taking the whole sleeve of cups out and looking through them all to get the ones that I hadn't got before. Like, I had them in college. I had W. It's amazing that Lori didn't walk in my room the first time and go, "No, that's a no-go." I had like wrestling cups up on my Iron Sheik,
like displayed.
Oh yeah, they were all out there. And what made it even sicker was one weekend I was on a road trip and she decided to clean the room, so she like was messing around with the cups, and they were just full of used sunflower seeds.
Oh,
like
dude!
I was spitting seeds in the cup.
Come on, bro! And then putting them back up for display with the sheet.
Just putting them back up there. Yeah, that wasn't very civilized.
AM PM, dude. Too much good stuff.
Yeah, I remember the Iron Sheik cup, Rowdy Piper, Hulk Hogan, of course, King Kong Bundy, all those cups. So yeah, I would look through them all, but I don't remember what the bucket was called. Anyway, back to the story. This was called the. I mean, this is so absurd. It's hard to believe that this happened. It is a big. But Tim said it's a big chain. Wow. The Come and Go. With a K, by the way. And a U, by the way.
Oh, dude, it's like...
So what did this guy do at the Come and Go?
Come on. Oh, dude, I beg a guess.
Oh, he came and went.
Yeah, I bet he did.
Is what he did. Right outside the establishment.
Strange things are afoot at the Come and Go.
He decided to please himself at the Come and Go.
Oh, yeah, I bet he did. He busted a chef.
I mean, that was now he has been known to do this before. He was busted last year when somebody called 911. So there was an unknown male that said sexual things to them and then began pleasing himself in their presence. When questioned, he said that's not what he was doing. He wasn't exposing himself, but said he was just scratching his genital.
Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all.
I just had an itch. I'm chafing.
Bro, I was just scratching myself. What are you guys talking about?
Chafing down there, man. It's hot.
Oh, man. And this, there's another one, but I'll squeeze in this one because it's a quick one. Then get you ready for Giants baseball. Let's talk about Florida Man. Like sometimes everything just fits perfectly. Like this is something that Florida Man should be doing. Like if Florida Man's going to exist, Florida Man should be doing stuff like this.
Yeah, okay.
And that's opening a beer can. How do you open a beer? What's a great way to open a beer can? I'm not really sure. I've seen guys do the bottle thing, smack it on the table, open it up, give it to you. Joe Charbonneau used to do it with his eye socket, I think he played for the Indians or White Sox back in the day, but he'd use his eye socket to pop a beer, which is like crazy. But this is a can of beer. You don't need to pop the top. You just need to open it.
What do you do?
Can pop it, or you could go out on the water and hold it over and let an alligator do it for you.
That's a crock.
They had an alligator come up and open its mouth and then stick the beer in there. Alligator closes its mouth and pop the beer and then shotgun the beer. I got to say it was pretty cool.
Shotgun it. That's okay. Now I understand what you're saying.
It was pretty
the alligator
cool.
popped the shotgun hole for him.
Exactly.
That's pretty sick.
And then crush the beer. I got to say, like, if you're a Florida man, those are the type of things you should.
That's why you live in Florida.
Absolutely. All right, let's thank our guests. Let's thank Steve Kerr, Larry Bear, and
Dan Shulman.
Dan Shulman. Yeah. Hi, Dan. How you doing? Hope you're having a great day. Thank you very much, Derek. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate it. Time to get you ready for the Blue Jays and the Giants right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Nice work, everyone. Sharp broadcast. Really good. Really a lot of hustle.